Chapter 851 Under the Light 24. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, the woman was stunned for a while. After a long while, the woman spoke again. I can exchange supplies with you. The unit price is 1 day. I will give you supplies for as many days as I stay with you. Tell me how many supplies you need before you are willing to let me join you. When she said this, her expression showed pain and struggle visible to the naked eye. Obviously, she was reluctant to give out supplies in exchange, but she also knew very well that if she didn't give it at all, the cooperation today would definitely not be possible. Yi Kongqing didn't speak, but his frown was enough to express his mood at the moment and his attitude towards this woman. Xiaoxi motioned for Yi Kongqing to sit next to her. Then she reached out and lifted Yi Kongqing's fingers. And while comforting Yi Kongqing, she said to the woman, We are not short of supplies, and your exchange conditions do not attract us. The woman's mouth opened slightly, as if she didn't expect that she was rejected even though she had to bear the pain. She said with some reluctance, I will be completely covered by the shadows soon. But if I find the light badge, I may not have the chance to submit it. You have only covered half of it with the shadow now, and the situation is much better than me. What's more, you are also responsible for what happened now. Can't you help me? The main reason why she came to see these two people was that she felt that these two people were responsible for her becoming like this. She thought that as long as she had a better attitude and behaved a little more pitifully, these two people would always feel unbearable because of their responsibilities. Although sympathy is the least valuable thing in the survival game, as long as she does not offend these two people and is willing to pay them, she feels that these two people should not refuse. Her demands are not high. They will not suffer any loss at all, but they will also get supplies. Isn't this enough? Why reject her like this? You chose a wrong way. You didn't know that you would check the results after a period of time. Can this be blamed on us? Xiaoxi spread her hands with an innocent expression. Besides, if you want to achieve cooperation, you must have both parties are voluntary, and the conditions you offer cannot attract us. So we naturally have the right to refuse. There was no interest involved, no sufficiently attractive remuneration, and no game rules restricting cooperation. She had absolutely no reason to agree to such an unreasonable request. The woman silently tightened her fingers and said with gritted teeth, What if I exchange props with you as reward? We don't like props either. Xiaoxi remained unmoved. Now the woman was really annoyed. She became angry. You have gone too far. I have already given in like this, and you still refuse to let go? When you beg for help, you should know that if you don't ask for someone else, they will definitely agree. Xiaoxi had a smile on her face. Compared with the woman's anger, she seemed quite pleasant. She looked at the woman's right hand. The originally normal skin color is slowly being covered by black shadow at a speed visible to the naked eye. There is nothing special about this, but the erosion speed is much faster than before. Judging from her experience in the past few days, positive emotions such as happiness should not affect the erosion speed of the shadow. Combined with the angry look of the woman just now, it is not difficult to guess that negative emotions will accelerate the erosion speed of the shadow. Chapter 852 Under the Light 25. Xiaoxi never chased this woman away, nor took the initiative to leave with Yi Kongqing. The main reason was that she wanted to know what would happen after being completely covered by the shadow. With such a ready-made test product in front of her, of course she shouldn't miss it. However, she did not expect that there would be unexpected discoveries before the shadow completely covered the woman. She turned her head and glanced at Yi Kongqing's arms and neck. The exposed parts of the skin were still intact. Obviously, the erosion of the shadow had not yet reached these areas. She felt slightly reassured. Yi Kongqing always looks fierce to people, but in fact there are very few times when he is actually angry. So he is not being eroded at an accelerated rate. Yi Kongqing already understood Xiaoxi's intention at this time, so he said nothing and silently watched Xiaoxi's performance. The woman is still in anger and has completely failed to notice that her situation is already very bad. She was rejected one after another by Xiaoxi, which made her a little angry. I have no enmity with you, and you have nothing to lose by helping me, she said angrily. Don't you think it's too cruel for you to reject me like this? There are a total of 50 players, but there are only 25 badges of light. The number is not enough. It is hard to say whether the two of us can find two. Isn't it normal to reject you? Xiaoxi blinked in confusion. If I were really cruel, I should kill you directly now. Upon hearing this, the woman's whole body froze. Then she suddenly sobered up, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. She backed away defensively and said, If you don't want to help, forget it. She didn't want to hand over her life here just because of a momentary quarrel. Xiaoxi stood up slowly and showed a bright smile to the woman. Don't worry. Let's talk for a while. Obviously, fear of this negative emotion will speed up the erosion of the shadow. Now the fingers of the woman's right hand have been almost completely eroded, leaving only her forehead intact. Judging from this woman's current mood swings, it probably won't take more than 10 minutes for it to be completely eroded and covered. When the woman saw Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing getting up, she became even more panicked. She didn't say anything and ran outside. Xiaoxi took Yi Kongqing with her and followed step by step. She didn't block the woman's way. She just kept following her. The woman couldn't figure out what Xiaoxi wanted to do for a while, and she felt even more panicked. She looked behind her as she ran, her steps and breathing becoming disordered. What she didn't know was that as her panic worsened, the skin on her forehead was quickly being eroded away by the shadow. It wasn't until the shadow was completely eroded that the woman finally realized something was wrong. At that moment, she felt that part of her strength had been drained from her body, and the severe pain caused her to immediately fall to the ground. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even make a sound. She could only curl herself up like a shrimp that was about to be cooked. It was as if something was being stripped away from her body, inch by inch, along every cell. From the outside to the inside, something was taken away like the heart and bones were being ripped out. The feeling was indescribably painful, but she could clearly feel that what was being sucked out of her was her life force. As the system rules say, after being completely covered, 1/3 of the player's vitality will be absorbed. Chapter 853 Under the Light 26. Xiaoxi stood not far away and watched. She clearly saw that after the woman was completely eroded by the shadow, the black shadow slowly retreated from the woman's skin. No, actually using the word evacuate to describe it is not accurate. The shadow did not leave the woman's body, but quickly shrank, and finally formed a long, thick black mark on the woman's left cheek. The mark extends from the end of the eye to the mandible. At first glance, it looks like a cut wound. The rest of the woman's skin has returned to its normal color. Only the long mark shows that she has been completely eroded once. Looking at the woman's expression of pain, combined with what the system said at that time, it is basically certain that this is the process of losing 1/3 of her vitality. Not to mention whether the physical strength, physical fitness, mental state, etc. will be affected after losing 1/3 of the vitality. The process of losing it alone is enough to make people frightened. If someone takes the opportunity to take action at this time, they will basically have no resistance and can only rely entirely on defensive items for protection. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi turned to Yi Kongqing beside her and said, "Qing, why don't we try to make a large parasol? It's impossible to find one ready-made in this city, but you can try to make one yourself. If it succeeds, at least it can completely block her and Yi Kongqing when walking outside. Although it depends on the situation indoors. You may not be able to hold such a big umbrella, but it is much better than having to be eroded by shadows both indoors and outdoors." Yi Kongqing thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay." After a pause, he added, "We'll do it tonight." Xiaoxi nodded. "Of course. Let's look for the badge of light and the materials needed to make the umbrella at the same time." As the two of them talked, they walked towards the area that they had not yet searched for. No one took another look at the woman, who was almost unconscious not far away. Asterisk. When night fell, Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing searched the entire commercial street and found 5 more fake badges. Among other things, they took away curtains from an arcade. As a game arcade, the material of the curtains must have excellent light blocking effect, which is very suitable for the fabric they need for the umbrella. And the curtains are large enough to be cut and sewn into a super large umbrella. The next step is to make the umbrella ribs. Suitable metal was difficult to find, so Yi Kongqing decided to use wood instead. They don't need the umbrella to have a closing function, so the ribs can fully support the umbrella's surface and allow the umbrella to be fully opened. Yi Kongqing took Xiaoxi to live in a new community. This is an old community. Each building is only 6 stories high and there is no elevator. The roads in the community are somewhat bumpy, and there are some mottled marks on the walls. Every street lamp is on. Many are broken, and the brightness of the ones that are not broken is also very low. And there is a sense of age everywhere. The only advantage is that there are many trees here, some of which have grown quite tall and strong. It should be easy to find suitable wood for making umbrella ribs. Yi Kongqing picked a relatively clean and tidy room, and after putting Xiaoxi in, he said, "I'll look for suitable wood. If I can find it, I'll make it directly outside. I might come back very late. Are you here? Have a good rest here, and don't run around. Chapter 854 Under the Light 27. Xiaoxi nodded obediently. Okay. Yi Kongqing actually took good care of her during the day, so her menstrual cramps did not get worse. But because she didn't have much rest, it didn't relieve much. If you are still tired at this time, you will probably be in so much pain that you will not be able to do it tomorrow. So now is not the time to show off. She has to take a good rest. Seeing Xiaoxi being so obedient, Yi Kongqing's expression softened a little. He stretched out his hand to Xiaoxi. Give me the axe. Xiaoxi obediently handed the axe to Yi Kongqing. After watching Yi Kongqing leave, she went to the bathroom and took a hot bath. Then laid down on the bed in the master bedroom to rest. Probably because she was particularly tired during her menstrual period. She fell asleep quickly. Asterisk. The 6th day of the game. Yi Kongqing made an oversized parasol. The diameter of the umbrella is about 2.5 meters, which is enough for 2 people to easily stand under the umbrella without any shadow being exposed. The umbrella is more than 2 meters high, and the handle is as thick as Yi Kongqing's arm. There are 3 short and retractable stands at the bottom. When needed, the umbrella can be placed directly on the ground to stand up. Freeing both hands, Xiaoxi tried it and found that she couldn't carry it at all. The ribs of the umbrella are all made of solid wood. The umbrella is large and tall, and its strength can be imagined. When she tried to carry it, she felt like she was resisting a big tree. If she was dragging the umbrella, she could still drag it. But if she wanted to lift it like a normal umbrella, she couldn't do it at all. However, Yi Kongqing has enhanced his physical strength and can lift it effortlessly. It looks no different from an ordinary umbrella. This quite intuitively shows the difference between Yi Kongqing's power and ordinary people. So Yi Kongqing held the umbrella, and the 2 of them began to search the community. When entering the building, Xiaoxi will put the umbrella into the storage compartment, so that it does not take up space and does not have to worry about being snatched away by passing players. When Xiaoxi was looking for something in the house, she asked curiously, I see there are no nails at the joints on that umbrella. Did you use a mortise and tenon structure to fix it? Yeah, Yi Kongqing responded. There are no suitable nails, and the mortise and tenon structure is stronger. I didn't expect you could even do this. Xiaoxi praised sincerely. Although I know something about mortise and tenon structures, they are limited to the entertainment version of Luban locks. I actually made the structures myself to interlock with each other. Never tried it. Lu Bonsua did use the mortise and tenon principle, so she also had some understanding of the mortise and tenon structure. But there is a big difference between unlocking educational toys and making tools based on the mortise and tenon principle by yourself. Practice is always the hardest. I just know a little bit about it, Yi Kongqing said matter-of-factly. I may not be able to do more complex structures. It's good if it can be put to use. Xiaoxi winked at Yi Kongqing. The tips of Yi Kongqing's ears turned red again. He turned around and looked through the drawers of the TV cabinet, pretending to be busy. Asterisk. The 9th day of the game. Xiaoxi's menstrual period is coming to an end, and she has completely recovered. And because Yi Kongqing had been insisting on making her some blood-enhancing food and nutrition these days, she didn't feel too uncomfortable in the next few days. And she was in particularly good condition today. They always carry huge parasols when they are outside, and they can avoid the sun as much as possible indoors in residential areas. Only when they enter the commercial area where it is neither suitable to hold an umbrella nor avoid the sun will they be exposed to the sun under light. Chapter 855 Under the Light 28. In general, as of today, Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing's shadows have only eroded 3/5 of their bodies. If they can find the second light badge before the shadow is completely eroded, they can hide directly in a dark place and completely avoid the situation of the previous woman. But after searching for several days, they didn't get anything useful except for 11 more fake badges. During this period, they encountered 2 players one after another, but they were both alone and did not pose much of a threat. Although these 2 people would look envious and jealous when they saw such a big parasol, they were very wise and had no intention of snatching it. There was a long black stripe on the faces of both men, which had obviously been completely covered by shadows. In fact, after half the game time, there are definitely a few people who are not completely covered by shadows even once. It is precisely because of this that those 2 people are envious of Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. Other players may not have thought of using parasols to block the light, but ordinary sunscreen umbrellas are too small, and not every player has the ability to make one. Therefore, most players can only accept the fate of being constantly eroded by shadows. Compared to other players, Yi Kongqing and Xiaoxi's situation is much better. At this time, 2 people were looking for something in a park. This park covers a large area, with various flowers and trees, as well as some small ponds and some small fish. Xiaoxi stood on the small bridge and stared at the small fish. Aching, do you think there is a badge of light hidden in the belly of the fish? Catch it out, and cut open the belly, and you'll find out, Yi Kongqing said, setting up the umbrella on the ground and getting ready to take off his shoes and go into the water. Wait a minute. Xiaoxi hurriedly stopped her. Let's finish looking for other places in the park first. Don't rush into the water, Yi Kongqing said, and picked up the umbrella again. The two people were about to walk forward when a man's voice suddenly came from behind. Brother Yi? The voice was a little suspicious and cautiously tentative. Xiaoxi felt a little strange and turned around to look over. Yi Kongqing also turned his head. They were two European and American Caucasian men, with the same light blue eyes and golden brown hair color. But they looked completely different, and did not look like brothers. The older one is extraordinarily strong and muscular, and looks more stable both in appearance and temperament. The younger one is also strong, but compared to the older one, he is not that strong. According to European and American standards, he is not strong enough. However, compared to Yi Kongqing, these two people's bodies are considered very strong. These two people were holding a large umbrella that was obviously homemade. Compared with the umbrella made by Yi Kongqing, it was much rougher and cruder. The diameter of the umbrella was only about 2 meters. The two strong men needed to hold it tightly. The ground should be close together to ensure that they are not exposed to the light at all. At this time, when the younger man saw Yi Kongqing turning his head, his face showed excitement and joy. It's really Brother Yi. As he spoke, he quickly approached Yi Kongqing, not caring that his shadow would be cast by the sun's rays after leaving the umbrella. The older man followed closely and stepped closer, not forgetting to cover himself and the other person's heads with umbrellas to avoid being exposed to the light as much as possible. Chapter 856 Under the Light 29. Xiaoxi glanced at Yi Kongqing and saw that there was no obvious change in expression on Yi Kongqing's face. There seemed to be no rejection of these two people, but neither was there much welcome. But one thing is for sure, they do know each other. If the other party had admitted his mistake, Yi Kongqing would have turned around and walked away, without giving the other party a chance to talk nonsense. Xiaoxi watched calmly, without any intention of interrupting the two people. It wasn't until he walked in front of Yi Kongqing that the younger man spoke again. I didn't expect to see you again, Brother Yi. Mori, and I miss you very much. The older man named Mori on the side then showed a hearty smile. Yes, I was really worried about where you would die before. But now it seems that I am worrying too much. How could Brother Yi die so easily with his strength? The younger man glared at Mori, dissatisfied with Mori's words. Mori didn't mind his partner's attitude either. He smiled and said to Yi Kongqing, Carl always thought you would live well. It's just that we were unlucky and never met. Brother Yi, I have sent you a friend request before. Why didn't you get approved? Carl couldn't help but ask this question. If he had approved the friend application at that time, he would have been sure that Brother Yi was still alive, and he would not have worried for so long. Yi Kongqing did not answer Carl's question. He turned to look at Xiaoxi, pointed at the two crooked nuts and introduced Xiaoxi. Mori, Carl. It was only then that the two Waygorns seemed to finally discover Xiaoxi's existence. Mori stretched out his free hand towards Xiaoxi. Hello, I am Mori. Xiaoxi shook her hand politely. Hello, I am Xiaoxi. She was about to take back her hand, but Mori suddenly pinched her finger, raised her hand, and lowered her head slightly. Seeing that a kiss on the back of the hand was about to fall, Yi Kongqing suddenly slapped Mori's hand away and said rudely, She is not from your country. There is no need to use your country's way of greeting her. Mori did not force it. He glanced at the red mark on the back of his hand and showed a meaningful smile. It seems that this Miss Xia has a close relationship with you. Yi Kongqing didn't hide anything. Girlfriend. What? Carl on the side exclaimed. Brother Yi, are you actually in love? There was disbelief in his tone, and his eyes looking at Xia, she were full of scrutiny and criticality. Xia, she was putting her hand into Yi Kongqing's hand to comfort Yi Kongqing. When she felt Carl's gaze, she smiled politely at him. Carl suddenly snorted and turned his head away, looking displeased with Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, but she wasn't angry and didn't say much. Since we met here, how about we act together? Mori seemed not to notice Carl's impoliteness. He said to Yi Kongqing, I will tell you all the areas we have searched. This way you don't have to make this trip in vain. The probability that a badge of light still exists in a place that has been searched by other players is very low. If we can tell each other the places we have been looking for in the past few days, we can really waste less time on electricity. Although Xiaoxi thought so in her heart, she did not express her opinion at this time. She just waited quietly for Yi Kongqing to make a decision. Chapter 857 Under the Light 30. Yi Kongqing only thought for a few seconds before speaking. I can exchange the areas we have searched with you, so there is no need to move together. Why? Carl didn't seem to expect to be rejected, with a look of disappointment on his face. Brother Yi, we are your good brothers. We finally met. Can you bear to separate like this? Yi Kongqing had no intention of explaining. He looked at Mori. If you agree, then exchange information. If you don't agree, don't disturb us and continue to look for things. Mori obviously had a certain understanding of Yi Kongqing's temper. He did not continue to press, and just said, Of course, I agree to exchange information. But we have never looked for this park. Regardless of whether you are willing to act together, at least it's definitely more convenient for us to be together when we're in this park. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly, but did not refuse again. After the two exchanged information about the areas they had searched, they walked deeper into the park simultaneously. Xiaoxi has been listening on the sidelines, confirming that there is no overlap in the places the two parties have looked for before. This is a good thing. At least it saves a large area from having to look. Avoiding searching for duplicate areas with other players will be more conducive to finding the emblem of light in new areas. Mori took the initiative and said, I know there are not enough badges of light. To be fair, if a badge of light is found here, whoever gets it first will own it, and no one else can grab it. How about that? Yi Kongqing said, Yeah, without any objection. As Carl walked, he looked at the big umbrella Yi Kongqing was carrying. He saw that the umbrella covered Xiaoxi tightly, while Xiaoxi stood obediently beside Yi Kongqing. Neither he spoke without looking at them. There was a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He never thought that Brother Yi would fall in love. Forget about falling in love. But the partner is such a fragile-looking woman. Although I have to admit that this woman is indeed very beautiful. But what is the use of being beautiful? A vase is always a burden. Not to mention in such a dangerous survival game. Just like now. This woman actually asked Brother Yi to help her hold an umbrella to block the light. But she looked relaxed and at ease, as if it was a natural thing for Brother Yi to hold an umbrella for her. In his heart, Brother Yi would never do anything for others. But now Brother Yi is helping a woman hold an umbrella. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. She could feel that the gaze falling on her was extremely unfriendly. Although she didn't know where Carl's hostility came from, she didn't care. A group of 4 people walked all morning and found neither fake badges nor bright badges. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Kongqing took Xiaoxi to a long stone bench. He set up the umbrella and made sure that the shadow of the umbrella could completely cover the entire stone bench. Then he put some scattered pieces on the stone bench. After wiping away a few fallen leaves and some dust, Xiaoxi sat down. Brother Yi, why are you taking a rest now? Carl looked puzzled. It's still early. It's not too late for us to hurry up and search the park before taking a rest. Yi Kongqing didn't look at Carl, but just said, It's time to have lunch. Eating on time is good for your health. Carl. What does it matter if you don't eat on time for just 1 or 2 meals? What's more, even if you are hungry, you can just eat some compressed biscuits to satisfy your hunger and save more time. Do you want to prepare for a big meal when you are sitting here? Chapter 858 Under the Light 31. Carl didn't expect that it was really a feast. At least for him and Mori, who were eating compressed biscuits. The ones Xiaoxi brought out were already considered a feast. Xiaoxi took out a bowl of steaming pigeon soup and 2 bowls of fragrant egg fried rice. Yi Kongqing made this in advance in the house where he lived the night before. The 3 bowls are the same size and can fit into the same storage compartment. Things put into the storage compartment can remain in the same state as when they were put in. So the soup and fried rice are still warm after being left there all night. They had decided to come to this park yesterday, knowing that it was not convenient to cook here. But Yi Kongqing was worried that Xiaoxi would not have enough nutrition during her menstrual period. So she insisted on cooking something to eat. Compared with the previous few days, the dishes were a bit smaller. But Xiaoxi's physical condition had improved a lot, and such meals were enough. Xiaoxi handed one of the bowls of egg fried rice to Yi Kongqing and took out 2 pairs of chopsticks. The 2 of them sat on the stone bench and ate quietly. The pigeon soup was specially reserved for Xiaoxi, but Yi Kongqing didn't eat it. However, a bowl of egg fried rice was still not enough for Yi Kongqing. So after eating, he took out 2 compressed biscuits, took 2 bites, and drank some mineral water. Carl and Mori, who had finished their lunch in 1 minute, sat on the bench opposite, staring at Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. Seeing that Yi Kongqing had finished eating, and Xiaoxi was still in the mood to eat pigeon meat, Carl finally couldn't help complaining. How long has it been? Can't you hurry up? Yi Kongqing's brows furrowed, and he glared at Carl. You can leave first. No one will let you wait. Carl choked for a moment, and then showed an angry expression, as if he had been betrayed by a trusted partner. Brother Yi, she is just a woman. You and I are brothers who have been through life and death. He said this in English, probably because he wanted to avoid Xiaoxi. Unfortunately, Xiaoxi's English is not bad, and she has no problem with oral communication, so she completely understood. However, no one present knew that Xiaoxi could speak English, and Carl's rejection of Xiaoxi was already quite obvious. Yi Kongqing's brows furrowed even more tightly, and he said to Carl unceremoniously, If you want to talk to me, just use Chinese. Otherwise don't talk. Carl choked again, and this time he was speechless. Mori hurriedly smoothed things over. It took a lot of effort for us to meet each other. Don't get into trouble over a trivial matter. He didn't speak English like Carl, so he gave Yi Kongqing a response. Carl snorted and said nothing. Yi Kongqing didn't say anything. He took out the mineral water and used the dishwashing detergent she handed him to clean the 2 egg fried rice bowls. Carl's face turned dark when he saw this, and he looked at Xiaoxi with undisguised anger. It seemed that asking Yi Kongqing to do such housework was a blasphemy to Yi Kongqing in his heart. Despite this look, Xiaoxi still ate pigeon meat leisurely and contentedly, without feeling any pressure at all. She even showed a sweet smile towards Carl, which made Carl turn his face away in anger, not wanting to look at her again. Mori looked at Carl's awkward appearance, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Miss Xia, don't mind. He apologized politely to Xiaoxi and explained. Yi Kongqing is a person that Carl respects very much, so he will be particularly concerned about your attitude towards Yi Kongqing. Chapter 859 Under the Light 32. So that's it. Xiaoxi finished the last bite of pigeon meat. She put down the bowl and wiped her lips gracefully. Then she turned to Yi Kongqing and asked, Qing, do you think my attitude towards you is bad? If so, you must tell me. Otherwise, I won't know how to correct myself. Her attitude was sincere, and she looked like she really wanted to have a serious discussion with Yi Kongqing. No. Yi Kongqing replied crisply, without any hesitation. You have been in poor health recently, so you should have taken a supplement. And I asked for it. He originally didn't want to say anything more, but he didn't like Carl's misunderstanding of Xiaoxi, so he said the next sentence. After saying that, he picked up the bowl on the stone bench and turned to the lawn behind to wash it. The bones and the pigeons had already been shaved off when he made the soup, and now he only needed to clean the grease stains on the bowl. Hearing such an answer, Carl didn't feel any better, but instead felt even more awkward. In order to ease the atmosphere, Mori took the initiative to ask Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing, how did you and Miss Xia meet? I met him on the road on the 3rd day of the Doomsday Game, Yi Kongqing said concisely. He handed the washed bowl to Xiaoxi, who put it away in the storage compartment. You two have known each other so long? Mori looked surprised, paused, and asked, So are you two bound together now? Yeah, Yi Kongqing said, picking up the big umbrella and continuing to walk forward with Xiaoxi. Mori and Carl hurried to follow. They walked to the potted plant viewing area, where various types of potted plants were planted. The trees were arranged in various beautiful shapes. Moss, pebbles or sand were placed in the pots according to the different plants. For people worked in pairs, each responsible for rummaging through the potted plants on one side. Xiaoxi carefully turned over each potted plant. Yi Kongqing has been helping to hold the umbrella. Occasionally, when there are large and heavy potted plants, he will help move the pots to see if there is anything hidden under the pots. Both Mori and Carl chose to pour out the gravel, soil, etc. from the potted plants directly. After spreading those things, you can see at a glance whether there are crystal diamonds or the like. While doing this, Carl couldn't help but despise Xiaoxi's method for being too inefficient. What he didn't know was that although Xiaoxi searched slowly and couldn't find the badge of light, she unexpectedly found a broken building block. It was a very ordinary pebble, and it didn't even look beautiful at all. But as soon as she touched it, the pebble transformed into an irregularly shaped log-colored building block in her hand. It's been a while since she found a brick. She handed the pebbles to Yi Kongqing and motioned for Yi Kongqing to put them away. Yi Kongqing understood what was going on as soon as he touched the pebbles. He lowered his voice. What you find is yours. I already have 4. Xiaoxi also lowered her voice. She stretched out her hand to sign, 4. I'll give you this. If you have more protection, I will feel more at ease. Yi Kongqing wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Xiaoxi said, he accepted the pebble obediently. Carl, who was not far away, had been paying close attention to what was going on with Yi Kongqing. He vaguely heard the two people talking, but couldn't hear clearly. He couldn't help walking over and asked, Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Chapter 860 Under the Light 33. Yi Kongqing had already put away the pebbles. He glanced at Carl and said, It has nothing to do with you. Carl was about to say something, but Mori came over and pulled Carl away. Carl struggled unhappily. Mori, what are you doing? Mori did not let go of his hand. He lowered his voice and said, Carl, you just don't have the eyesight. Can't you see that Yi Kongqing cares about that woman? It's not good for you to keep looking for trouble. Brother Yi and I have been through life and death for so many years. Can we still be no better than a woman? Carl was not convinced. I don't believe that Brother Yi would attack me because of a woman. I won't say anything about your admiration for Yi Kongqing. He does have enough strength. But don't let this kind of admiration go to your head. Mori yelled in a low voice. Yi Kongqing has never treated any of us. People are taken lightly. And you are no exception. Carl's struggling movements paused, and he raised his eyes to look at Mori. Mori, what nonsense are you talking about? You and I are brothers who have been with Brother Yi for many years. How could he not take us seriously? Although he has always been with us. Apart from the necessary teamwork. When did he take the initiative to find us? Mori looked like he had seen through everything. In his heart, we are just colleagues. Not friends or brothers at all. He is a few years older than Yi Kongqing, has a little more experience, and still has a certain eye for others. Although Yi Kongqing is not arrogant, he is not close to anyone. He is like a solitary wild wolf, not being gregarious and not wanting to be gregarious. As a cooperative teammate, Yi Kongqing is quite reliable, and you can trust him with your back at any time. But becoming Yi Kongqing's friend is even harder than completing the tasks they once performed. Precisely because Mori understood this very early. After entering the survival game, he never thought about looking for Yi Kongqing. In the past, everyone had to cooperate because of mission requirements. And Yi Kongqing would also be very cooperative. But now, he is fighting for his own survival. No one will restrict Yi Kongqing from cooperating with him. So what reason does Yi Kongqing have to ignore them? Mori is not a person who likes to be hot-tempered. So no matter what Carl said, he just listened and never really followed Carl's wishes to inquire about the whereabouts of Yi Kongqing. It is indeed surprising to meet Yi Kongqing in the game this time. But now that we have met, it would be a good choice to cooperate again. Mori knew very well that it was impossible to maintain a long-term relationship with Yi Kongqing. So he just wanted to be with Yi Kongqing for a while in this game. It is always wiser to cooperate with Yi Kongqing than to become an opponent. But Carl couldn't understand the current situation clearly. Carl had an idol-like admiration for Yi Kongqing. Mori knew that it was not that Carl could not accept that Yi Kongqing had women around him, but that Carl could not accept that the women around Yi Kongqing looked so useless. But Yi Kongqing behaved gotta care that much. This destroyed Yi Kongqing's image in Carl's mind. That's why Carl couldn't help but provoke Xiaoxi. Although Mori somewhat agrees with Carl's views. This is Yi Kongqing's own choice. Who has the right to ask Yi Kongqing to change to a woman? Chapter 861 Under the Light 34. What's more, in Mori's opinion, it is not a wise choice to cause trouble for Xiaoxi and offend Yi Kongqing at this time. This is also the main reason why Mori must pull Carl away. After listening to Mori's words, Carl didn't speak again for a while. After a while, he said, I don't believe it. Brother Yi and I have lived together since we were very young. How could he only regard me as a colleague? Whether you believe it or not, don't bother Xiaoxi anymore. Mori warned. You also see how much Yi Kongqing cares about Xiaoxi. If you really hurt Xiaoxi, Yi Kongqing will definitely fall out with you. But you have to think clearly whether this is the result you want. Carl was stunned for a moment and fell silent, seeing that his persuasion was effective. Mori said nothing more and continued to look for the potted plants on his side. It took the four of us more than 4 hours to finally search all the places in the park. Even the fish in the pond were not spared. They fished them all out and opened their stomachs for inspection. In the end, only 2 fake badges were found. Of course Mori and Carl didn't want them, so Xiaoxi collected them. After Yi Kongqing took care of the fish, Xiaoxi packed them in plastic shopping bags. She originally planned to give half of it to Carl and Mori, but both men thought that the fish was difficult to fill their stomachs and took up space in the storage compartment. It was not as useful as compressed biscuits, canned beef, and other foods. Seeing that both of them refused, Xiaoxi unceremoniously put all the fish into her storage compartment. Seeing Xiaoxi's hamster hoarding attitude, Carl couldn't help but mock. You can collect these useless things without wasting storage space. Xiaoxi held Yi Kongqing's arm and walked outside the park while casting a sympathetic glance at Carl. For people with few storage compartments, it is indeed necessary to consider whether to waste storage compartments. Due to the limit of points, most players have a limited number of storage compartments to open, so they naturally have to consider practicality. Therefore, most players will choose various compressed dry foods, which not only save space, but also easily fill their stomachs, and fresh vegetables and fruits. Raw meat, shrimps and fish that need to be cooked are tasteless to them. From his own point of view, there was actually no big problem in what Carl said. The key was that he insisted on confronting Xiaoxi. Carl had a bad attitude many times before, so Xiaoxi didn't say much, mainly because they seemed to be familiar with Yi Kongqing and had no ill intentions towards Yi Kongqing. But just because she doesn't say anything, doesn't mean she will continue to condone it. Carl obviously did not expect that Xiaoxi would reply to him, especially when he saw the sympathetic look cast by Xiaoxi. He always had the illusion that he was a beggar. Originally, he wanted to provoke Xiaoxi and make Xiaoxi angry, but he didn't expect that Xiaoxi's simple words would make him very angry. How many storage compartments can you have that you waste so much? He asked angrily. Xiaoxi counted them solemnly with her fingers, and then showed a bright smile to Carl. No more. No more. Only 40. Carl. Dot. Isn't this woman bragging? 14 is already a lot. But she actually said 40? What is the concept of 40? He and Mori don't even have 40 storage compartments combined. Mori looked surprised and looked at Xiaoxi. Miss Xia actually opened so many storage compartments. It seems that Miss Xia has a lot of points. Chapter 862 Under the Light 35. When Mori first saw Xiaoxi, he noticed the silver bracelet on her wrist, but he didn't feel anything special at the time. Although the best defense props are expensive, after experiencing so many survival games and adding in your initial points, you can always afford them. For him and Carl, the high-grade defensive props were enough to use, and the remaining points were more likely to be used to by other props or weapons. Both of them tend to be offensive types, with defense being secondary. For a weak woman, her offensive ability is too weak, and it is normal to focus on defense. So he didn't think that Xiaoxi had a lot of points because of the top-notch defensive items on her body. He just thought that Xiaoxi might have saved all her points to buy this defense bracelet. But storage compartments have a completely different meaning. Although the points required to open a storage compartment are much less than the points required to purchase a top-quality defensive item, most people will not open so many storage compartments. After all, in a survival game, every point accumulates the opportunity to purchase items in the mall in the future, and it is impossible to use them randomly, unless there are too many supplies to a certain extent. More storage compartments have to be opened to accommodate them. To put it another way, he and Carl often had to consider whether the storage compartment could fit before deciding how much supplies to collect. But Xiaoxi opened more storage compartments in order to hold more supplies. If she didn't have enough confidence in her points reserves, it would be impossible to do such a thing. It's okay. It's okay. Xiaoxi was modestly humble, but didn't mention a word about how many points she had. Mori didn't want to ask any more questions, for fear that people would think he had ulterior motives. At this time, Yi Kongqing spoke. He said to Mori and Carl, "We have finished searching the park. Which direction do you choose?" After saying this, he stopped. They are now standing at the entrance of the park. The road in front of them can be walked in 3 directions. Yi Kongqing made no secret of his intention to part ways with Mori and Carl. This is the direction we came from. And that is the direction you came from. Mori pointed to 2 of the directions, then looked at Yi Kongqing and said with a smile, "That's the only direction we have never been to." Yes. So we still have to travel together for a while. Yi Kongqing didn't say anything when he heard this. He took Xiaoxi and walked forward first. He neither stopped Mori and Carl from following, nor agreed to continue with them. But in Mori's view, as long as Yi Kongqing doesn't explicitly refuse, it's considered acquiescence. He pulled Carl and followed not far behind Yi Kongqing. Carl was still immersed in what Xiaoxi said before, and only then did he come back to his senses. He lowered his voice and asked Mori, "Do you really believe that woman opened 40 storage compartments?" Mori was pragmatic. She doesn't need to lie. And Yi Kongqing is not the kind of person who likes people around her to lie. Carl said nothing again. Players cannot give points to each other. So if Xiaoxi really opened so many storage compartments, she can only open them with her own points, not Yi Kongqing's points. But even after understanding this, He still despised Xiaoxi in his heart. Having more points can only prove that Xiaoxi's initial points are high, which means that her original financial conditions are relatively good. He didn't think that such a delicate woman had the ability to gain a lot of points by hunting other players in the game. Chapter 863 Under the Light 36. In the past, having enough money could indeed lead to a higher social status. But in survival games, it is all about strength, and just having money is of no use. So in Carl's heart, Xiaoxi is still a weak burden who is not worthy of Yi Kongqing. But Carl still listened to Mori's words to some extent, so he didn't bother Xiaoxi again. What these two people didn't know was that Xiaoxi didn't care what they thought. In Xiaoxi's view, Yi Kongqing's performance was enough to explain everything. As long as Yi Kongqing didn't change his attitude toward her because of those two people, everything would be easy to say. A group of 4 people walked and searched like this, and finally entered a primary school when it was dark. The lights here are bright, just like the commercial street. Even the large backup searchlights on the playground are on. All the lights cannot be turned off. The switch is just a decoration, and the light bulbs cannot be destroyed. That's not right, Mori said with a puzzled look. Carl and I have stayed at the school at night before. At that time, the school was as dark as the residential area and there were no lights on. Why are all the lights on in this school turned on already? It's not just the school. Yi Kongqing retracted his gaze from the distance. It's the same with the nearby residences. Xiaoxi spoke calmly. Didn't you notice? We just walked along the road and everything we looked at was bright. Whether it was a house or a neighborhood. Mori and Carl looked at each other. They had been concentrating on looking for any badges of light nearby and didn't care much about the situation in the distance. Now it seems that the difficulty of the game has increased in the second half of the game. Xiaoxi made this guess from the various situations she saw after dark. Everywhere is lit, and it is difficult for players to find the right place to play. A safe place to rest, which will cause the player to continue to be eroded by the shadow, even in the sleeping state. Then the probability of being completely covered by the shadow will increase. This is just your guess. Carl was reluctant to believe what Xiaoxi said. Generally, if there is such a change, the system should tell it. The system will only say that the game rules have changed. And this is just a change in the game background. The game rules have not changed in any way. There is no reason for the system to remind us specifically. Xiaoxi said as she took out fairy wings from the storage compartment. She put on her wings and flew directly into the sky. Looking around, there are bright lights. There is no dark blind spot anywhere. And all the lights that can be turned on are turned on. She landed, folded her wings, and said to Yi Kongqing, the whole city is like this. It's all lit up. Do you want to go to the residential area to rest? Or just stay at the school? Yi Kongqing asked softly. Since everything is lit, there is no need to go all the way to other places. Just choose a suitable place nearby to rest. Xiaoxi thought for a while and said, let's go to the residential area. There is a community next to the school, and it is not far to walk there. Moreover, that community is a place I have never looked for before, so it is not repetitive to go there. On top of that, lights in residential areas are a little easier to deal with. Yi Kongqing had no objection. He held an umbrella and prepared to take Xiaoxi to his residence. Wait a minute. Carl stopped him. In this situation, isn't it the same wherever you go to rest? Even if you go to a residential area, there is no way there will be no light. Are you planning to sleep in the closet? Chapter 864 Under the Light 37. Carl's last words were to Xiaoxi. My imagination is a little richer than yours. Xiaoxi smiled slightly. She turned to Yi Kongqing and said, let's go to school first. Primary schools should have multimedia classrooms. Go and take down the curtains in those classrooms. Walk. Multimedia classrooms have curtains specially designed to block light sources. They are the same fabric used to make large umbrellas. This kind of fabric can perfectly prevent light from transmitting. You want those curtains to cover the glass windows? Carl sneered. Even if the glass windows block the street lights outside, aren't there still fluorescent lights indoors? So I need to get more curtains. Xiaoxi replied matter-of-factly, so that they can be attached to the ceiling of the room to block the fluorescent lights. Umbrellas are definitely not allowed in houses in residential areas. Since you can't cover people, you can only choose to block the light source from another angle. Trying to block the light source in a shopping mall requires too much blackout cloth. You have to find so many blackout cloths and cover every place. If you have this time, it's better to search for things and leave quickly. So she never mentioned it. But it's completely different in ordinary houses. Generally, there is only one lamp in the bedroom, and it doesn't even take much fabric to cover it. She chose to go to a residential area to rest instead of school for this reason. There are generally 6 to 8 lights in a classroom, and the windows are much larger than those in ordinary homes, all of which require shading cloths. Generally speaking, it is the most time-saving and fabric-saving method to find a house and lay it with blackout cloth. Your idea sounds good, but where can we find something to fix the curtains? Carl looked at Xiaoxi and asked, Do you have nails or super glue? Anyway, neither Mori nor I have these things. Xiaoxi took out a super large wooden box from the storage compartment. The tool box should have several boxes of tacks and hammers in it. Carl was stunned. This woman actually has such supplies? Most people would not carry this kind of thing with them, that they never knew when it might come in use. Only necessities such as food, water, weapons, and props would be put into storage compartments. He finally understood why this woman opened so many storage compartments. I have to say something ugly before. I provided the tools and the ideas. If you want to join us, you have to work, Xiaoxi said rudely to Carl and Mori. Otherwise you will be on your own. Try to find a suitable place to sleep. At this point, she showed a sly smile to Carl. Or you can choose your own wardrobe to sleep in. Just work. Carl was very flexible at this time, and had no intention of confronting Xiaoxi. Isn't it just bringing back the curtains? Isn't it just driving nails with a hammer? It's a piece of cake. After that, he said to Mori, Mori, let's go and take down the curtains. I think it's better to work separately. Mori was not as impulsive as Carl. He looked at Yi Kangqing and suggested calmly, Removing the curtains is not a complicated task, although it may take some time because of the large amount. At most it is enough for 2 people to cooperate. It is better for the other 2 people to go to the community to choose a suitable house first, which can save some time. Chapter 865 Under the Light 38. Yi Kangqing did not give an answer, but turned to look at Xiaoxi and asked what Xiaoxi meant. Xiaoxi said, Huh? She put the toolbox away first, and said, That makes sense. It is true that not every house is suitable. Some houses are particularly gorgeously decorated, and may also be equipped with some night lights, floor lamps, and wall lamps. If everyone is only staying for one night, there is really no need to choose such a room. Since Miss Xia agrees, let's work separately. Mori took the initiative and said, Miss Xia is a woman, so instead of doing physical work like removing curtains, how about finding a suitable house? Okay. Xiaoxi agreed readily, but Miss Xia is uneasy when acting alone. Why don't you let Carl accompany you? Mori said this and looked at Yi Kangqing again. Yi Kangqing, please come with me to remove the curtains. Yi Kangqing frowned and opened his mouth to object. Okay. Xiaoxi agreed with a smile. This combination is more suitable. Otherwise you two would probably worry that a Qing and I would run away from you. Mori smiled without embarrassment, acquiescing. Yi Kangqing looked at Xiaoxi with an expression of disapproval. Xiaoxi showed a reassuring smile. Don't worry. You handed me over to Carl in front of everyone. Carl will definitely protect me. Carl looked unhappy. Hey, you're talking as if I'm going to do something to you. He didn't like Xiaoxi, but he didn't want to kill her. Seeing Xiaoxi's insistence, Yi Kangqing said nothing more. He handed his umbrella to Carl, and he and Mori used the same umbrella to walk into the school. Xiaoxi glanced at Carl holding up the big umbrella easily, then looked at the umbrella held by Mori, and suddenly understood. Mori has gained the ability to bind, and you have strengthened your physical strength. She said this casually, then turned and walked towards the community. Mori's umbrella is not only much smaller than the one made by Yi Kangqing, but the ribs are also much thinner, which greatly reduces the weight and allows ordinary strong men without physical strength to hold it up. It's just that this structure is not very strong. If there is strong wind, it will easily fall apart, and the handle of the umbrella cannot be supported on the ground. But even so, Mori had to use both hands to hold the umbrella, and it can be seen from the state of his arms that he used a lot of strength. During the day, Carl spends more time holding an umbrella, while Mori only holds an umbrella occasionally. In fact, this is not difficult to guess, judging from Carl's attitude towards Yi Kangqing. If he chooses to bind the ability, he should try to bind Yi Kangqing instead of Mori. Carl was stunned for a moment after hearing Xiaoxi's words, and then he quickly followed with an umbrella. I'm telling you, he said angrily, don't just worry about moving forward. Okay, if you run around and are exposed to the light and are seriously eroded by the shadow, brother, you will have to blame me for not taking good care of you. You don't have such little reflexes, do you? Xiaoxi looked at Carl innocently. It's just a turn. If you can't keep up, It's your problem. Carl snorted and asked. I think you are deliberately trying to embarrass me. Right. You agreed to Mori's proposal to team up with me. But you actually wanted to embarrass me. Right. He didn't want to team up with Xiaoxi at all. Chapter 866 Under the Light 39. When Carl originally heard about the grouping, his first reaction was to team up with Brother Yi, who knew that before he could speak, Mori gave him to Xiaoxi. And this woman actually agreed. Simply incredible. It's impossible for this woman not to know that he dislikes her. But she still wants to team up with him. It seems like she has no good intentions. It was Mori who proposed that you team up with me. Not me, Xiaoxi said with a funny look. Why don't you suspect that Mori wanted to whisper to Qing, but was too embarrassed to let me go far away alone? So why do you use you to get rid of me? Carl was stunned. What did you say? What can Mori and Brother Yi have to say in private? You have to ask Mori. Xiaoxi said this calmly. Wait a minute. Carl reacted belatedly, with an incredulous look on his face. No matter what you said is true or false. But you think Mori wants to talk to Brother Yi alone. Why don't you bother him? Why should I bother you? Xiaoxi asked in confusion. Aren't you afraid that Mori will say something unfavorable to you, and then Brother Yi will stop wanting you? When Carl said the last word, there was more hope in his tone. Mori is not you, so you are more likely to say such things. Xiaoxi couldn't help laughing. But even if you both say it, I don't care. Qing has his own judgment. Ability. Carl was stunned for a while without speaking. He felt that he couldn't understand the woman in front of him. At least now that he understands this little bit. It is different from what he originally guessed. He thought she would be the kind of weak daughter who could only rely on others. Without Brother Yi by her side, she might not even know where to go. She should try her best to hold on to Brother Yi, for fear of being abandoned by Brother Yi. And she would cry annoyingly just thinking about being abandoned. But in fact, she not only agreed to act separately from Brother Yi, but she was not even worried that Brother Yi would waver. She seems to be full of confidence not only in Brother Yi, but also in her relationship with Brother Yi. She acted very calmly, not really pretending. I will calm down and think about it. This woman can give very useful suggestions. Even the different abilities he and Mori have can be guessed at a glance. She seems to have a brain. This woman. It doesn't seem like he is useless. Although his view of Xiaoxi has changed slightly, this does not prevent Carl from still feeling that Xiaoxi is not worthy of Qing. The two of them walked into the community, and Xiaoxi put the big umbrella into the storage compartment. Carl suddenly spoke again. Do you know what Brother Yi used to do? I don't know. After Xiaoxi said this, she did not look back at Carl, but walked directly into the building. The first floor here is the garage, and the second floor is the residence. But the elevator cannot be used, so you can only use the stairwell. After receiving this answer, Carl couldn't help but be sarcastic. Look, you don't know anything about Brother Yi's past. Brother Yi didn't even tell you what he did before. It seems that Brother Yi doesn't trust you at all. Are you sowing discord? Xiaoxi looked back at Carl. There was a smile in her beautiful peach blossom eyes, and she showed no signs of injury, loss, sadness, let alone anger. This was completely different from what Carl expected. He was a little unconvinced. Am I wrong? If Brother Yi trusted you, how could he hide it from you? Chapter 867 Under the Light 40. He didn't hide it from me, but I never asked. After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she turned around and continued walking upstairs. What's the difference? Carl couldn't understand what Xiaoxi meant at all. Of course it's different. Xiaoxi stopped on the second floor and signaled Carl to break the door lock. I asked him. He lied or changed the subject, which was to hide from me. I didn't ask him, but I saw that he didn't want to mention it. Past it. So don't force him. After all you say, it's not because Brother Yi refused to tell you that you didn't ask. Carl took out his pistol and broke the door lock neatly. At the same time, he did not forget to complain. You are afraid that after asking, Brother Yi will be angry. You were angry. So that's why you didn't ask? Haven't you ever thought that he wanted to say goodbye to his past completely? So that's why he didn't mention the past to me? Xiaoxi walked into the house and said while checking the layout of the house. Look at him this time. My attitude after meeting you is that I obviously don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Doesn't that just prove that my guess is correct? You're talking nonsense. Carl became angry for a moment. You're just trying to comfort yourself. You're so excited. Isn't it because I got it right? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly at Carl, with a hint of provocation. Carl was a little angry and immediately pointed the gun in his hand at Xiaoxi's head. Don't talk nonsense. Mori and Brother Yi and I have been through life and death many times. The relationship between us is definitely not something that people like you can understand. Xiaoxi raised her right wrist, letting Carl clearly see the appearance of the silver bracelet. The relationship between a Qing and I is not something you can understand. As she spoke, she took out a freezing gun and pointed it at Carl's heart. Although pistol attacks are ineffective against me, if you really shoot, I will not show mercy. After saying that, she pressed the small white button on the side of the gun handle in front of Carl. It was obvious that she wanted to kill him. You dare? Carl asked angrily, instantly bursting out with strong murderous intent. You can try. Compared to Carl's fierce reaction, Xiaoxi seemed calm and relaxed. But the eyes she and Carl looked at each other were firm and fearless. After a few seconds, Carl, who had calmed down a little, took back his pistol. I was too impulsive just now. He turned his head and looked at the wall beside him, and said roughly, It's my fault. He was already impulsive. When he heard this woman say that Brother Yi didn't want to have anything to do with him, he was immediately overwhelmed with anger and couldn't care about anything else. I see. Xiaoxi also took back the freezing gun. But I hope you will think clearly before you attack me next time. I don't always give people a chance to regret it. Carl is an easy person to understand. He shows all his thoughts on his face. He has a bad temper and is irritable. But his emotions come and go quickly. This kind of person is prone to do some drastic actions out of impulse, and will most likely regret it when he calms down afterwards. But to say that he had bad intentions, he actually didn't. She can be 100% sure that Carl never thought of killing her. But when his temper rises, Carl can easily lose his mind and make some impulsive behaviors. Although it was not Carl's original intention, it did not prevent her from getting him to wake up. Chapter 868 Under the Light 41. Carl's expression was a little unnatural. He knew that his behavior just now was a bit excessive, so he took the initiative to apologize. But now that he calmed down, he didn't know how to talk to Xiaoxi. He didn't have much contact with women. There are even fewer threats from women. The number of times I was forced to calm down after being threatened by a woman. This is the first time. This moment made Carl feel that he was at a disadvantage, and he didn't know how to face Xiaoxi more appropriately. Xiaoxi didn't pay attention to Carl's silence. She looked back at the room and said to Carl, This room is good. There is no need to look elsewhere. Carl responded with a sigh. Then he finally seemed like he couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, Did you really plan to kill me with the freezing gun just now? If you attack me, I will definitely fight back. Xiaoxi replied matter-of-factly, The freeze gun will break into pieces after using the maximum strength of the attack. Are you willing to give it up? Carl didn't believe it. Only then did Xiaoxi look at Carl. She thought Carl would protest. After all, Carl's gun couldn't hurt her at all. But her gun could indeed kill Carl. Unexpectedly, Carl's focus was quite strange. I have 30 freezing guns, and losing one of them won't have much impact on me. Xiaoxi shrugged. Carl, there's nothing wrong with his ears, right? What did this woman say? How many freeze guns does she have? Shit! How many points does this woman have? Okay, now that we have determined the location, we should go out and meet Ah Qing and the others. Xiaoxi changed the subject. Don't let them wait for us. Carl came back to his senses and followed Xiaoxi outside. As soon as he reached the first floor, Carl suddenly asked, Hey, aren't you curious about Brother Yi's past at all? You changed the topic so casually. Xiaoxi couldn't help complaining. I think about one thing at a time, but there is no beginning or end to each one. Then are you really curious? Carl asked regardless of what Xiaoxi said. Of course I'm curious. Xiaoxi told the truth. But what I care more about is his future. I didn't participate in his past, and it doesn't matter if I don't know. But his future must include me. Carl was startled. He didn't expect Xiaoxi to say such words, and he had to admit that what Xiaoxi said made sense. What this woman said always revealed a kind of wisdom and magnanimity, which made her look like she was from a small family. He felt that he had suffered too many critical blows in a short period of time today. Whether it was his understanding of Xiaoxi's character, strength, or ideological attitude, everything had undergone earth-shaking changes. His brain capacity was not sufficient to begin with, and now he was a little confused. He needed to digest it. Xiaoxi handed the big umbrella to Carl, and Carl held up the umbrella again, and the two of them walked to the gate of the community together. After waiting for a while, Yi Kongqing and Mori appeared. Seeing Xiaoxi and Carl waiting at the door, Yi Kongqing and Mori strode towards this side. We have collected all the curtains in the multimedia classroom. Mori took the initiative to say to Xiaoxi and Carl. It should be enough for the next few days. So, do you plan to join us in the next few days? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Chapter 869 Under the Light 42. I did talk to Yi Kongqing about this just now, but he didn't agree. Mori glanced at Yi Kongqing, then looked at Xiaoxi. I want to fight for it with you again. Then, he added, in this game, there are indeed some antagonistic relationships between players, but it is not necessary to be antagonistic. Although Carl and I are not as capable as Yi Kongqing, among ordinary people they are all considered top-notch. No player would dare to hurt you as long as we are here. Yi Kongqing looked at Xiaoxi. If you don't like it, just refuse. I can protect you by myself. Mori. There's no need to tear things down in the next second. How reluctant he is to act with him. If you insist on following us in the next time, then the first light badge found next, no matter who finds it, can only belong to us. Xiaoxi tilted her head and looked at Mori. Can you do it with Carl? No. Before Mori could speak, Carl shouted first. If we found the badge of light, why should we give it to you? Then don't follow me all the time. Xiaoxi spread her hands and said innocently. The more people there are at this time, the more light badges are needed. It is inevitable that there will be competition. I think everyone should go their own way. More suitable. Carl suddenly got stuck. After a while, he murmured. If it's for Brother Yi, I can still accept it. It is indeed for Ah Qing. Xiaoxi replied with a smile. I have already submitted a badge of light. Carl was stunned, and then seemed to have made up his mind. Then I agree. Then he looked at Mori. You have already submitted a badge of light, and I am the only one left without one. I have the right to make this decision alone. Mori showed a helpless expression. Well, since you agree with it, I won't object. Xiaoxi didn't expect that Carl would agree to such conditions. She walked to Yi Kongqing's side and said softly. Not bad. You actually have such a loyal fan brother. There was a hint of helplessness in Yi Kongqing's eyes. Do you really want to be with them? If we get the badge of light first, there will be no problem with 2 more people. Xiaoxi did not hide her thoughts. The more people there are, the faster we can find things, and the faster we can find the badge of light. She proposed such a condition with the idea that either the other party would refuse and everyone would go their separate ways without affecting each other, or the other party would agree, and she and Yi Kongqing would not suffer. Hearing what Xiaoxi said, Yi Kongqing had no objection. Everyone entered the house that Xiaoxi chose together, used the sofa in the living room to block the unlockable door, and then the 3 men worked together to quickly cover both bedrooms with blackout cloths. After putting these away, several people took turns to wash up. The master bedroom has its own bathroom, which is just enough to separate Xiaoxi from the 2 men, ensuring her privacy. It was late at night, and everyone finally lay down on their own beds to rest. The cool breeze of the air conditioner lowers the indoor temperature and isolates the hot climate outside, making people feel comfortable. Xiaoxi groped in the darkness for a while, then leaned forward and nestled in Yi Kongqing's arms. Yi Kongqing was already used to this kind of interaction. He hugged Xiaoxi naturally and stroked Xiaoxi's back with one hand, as if comforting a kitten. Chapter 870 Under the Light 43. When Xiaoxi was about to fall asleep, Yi Kongqing's deep voice suddenly sounded. You never asked about my past. When he said this, his other hand gently stroked the broken hair on one side of Xiaoxi's face. Xiaoxi said, Her voice was a little lazy and a little sleepy. I don't want to hide it from you. Yi Kongqing tried hard to explain. If you want to know, I can tell you. It's okay. Xiaoxi raised her head slightly and kissed Yi Kongqing's lips softly. Everyone has a past that they don't want to mention. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. Just like she would hardly mention the death of her parents to others. Although Yi Kongqing knew that there was such a thing, she never told the details. She didn't deliberately hide Yi Kongqing's intention. She just felt that mentioning it again would uncover the scars and cause her pain. Maybe Yi Kongqing's situation is different from hers, but there are always various reasons for not wanting to mention it. Among these reasons, deliberately hiding it from her is the least tenable and least important. Yi Kongqing's heart felt warm, and he felt relaxed. From the moment Mori and Carl show up, a quarter of his past is revealed. But until now, Xiaoxi has never asked anything, not even a little angry. This understanding and consideration made him feel extremely warm inside. Yi Kongqing lowered his head slightly and kissed Xiaoxi's lips tenderly. His breath was hot, and his movements were lingering and affectionate. But he still restrained himself and made no next move. He did not forget that there were 2 people living next door. Xiaoxi nestled in Yi Kongqing's arms and panted slightly. In the darkness, they couldn't see each other's expressions clearly, and they could only hear the same enthusiastic heartbeat. Yi Kongqing kissed the top of Xiaoxi's hair again, and then said, "Mori and I exchanged some information about the survival game." "Well?" Xiaoxi didn't look surprised. "He pushed me away. Probably because he wanted to talk to you alone." Although Mori was not as obvious as Carl made it appear, and he was polite and courteous to her, his view of her was actually not much different from Carl's. It's just that he doesn't admire Yi Kongqing as much as Carl, so he won't have any subjective feelings about what kind of girlfriend Yi Kongqing chooses. He will not reject her or hate her, but it does not prevent him from thinking that she is a vase like Carl, since he thought she was a flower vase. He definitely didn't want her to disrupt his rhythm when he and Yi Kongqing were talking about business, so he would naturally want to send her away. The main reason why she left according to Mori's wishes was to make it easier for Mori to say everything he needed to say, so that Mori wouldn't have any worries when she was around. Anyway, Yi Kongqing will tell her later. Whether she was there or not is not that important. "He doesn't know as much about survival games as we do," Yi Kongqing added. "But I've never heard of the Observer he mentioned." "Observer?" Xiaoxi looked puzzled. "I've never heard of this. Did Mori say what the Observer does?" "He doesn't know," Yi Kongqing said. "It is said that it was a male player he met in the last game. That player said that he was an observer near the end of the game. But this sentence is that the player just let it slip, and the player didn't say what he was going to do specifically. After the game was over, there was no one left to ask." Chapter 871 Under the Light 44. "So, is there any difference between that observer as performance in the game and other players?" Xiaoxi asked. "No." Yi Kongqing shook his head. "Just like ordinary players. There is no strange behavior. At least Mori didn't notice anything unusual. From a literal point of view, this person's duty seems to be to observe something." Xiaoxi Wu analyzed to herself. "But if it is to observe players, or observe whether the game is running smoothly, why should the observer himself also act as a player, participating in the game as an NPC? It would be safer to play as an NPC, and it would not arouse any suspicion among players." Speaking of this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but think of what Wen Juling said about her being marked. Until now, she still didn't know how she was marked and what the mark meant. Coupled with the fact that there is now another observer, it is obvious that there are still many unknown secrets hidden in the survival game. Xiaoxi knows very well that exploring these cannot be done in a short time. Since I don't have any clues now, I can only keep these things in mind and wait until I have the opportunity to explore them later. Forget it. I won't be able to figure it out for a while. So let's go to bed early. She rubbed Yi Kongqing's chest and chose a comfortable position to lean against. Yi Kongqing said, and said nothing more. The two of them fell asleep slowly. Asterisk. The 10th day of the game. Xiaoxi got up early. After washing, she immediately opened the blackout cloth and kept the original curtains in the room closed. This allowed some light to penetrate without forming shadows. She started rummaging around in the bedroom. Yi Kongqing went to the kitchen to make a simple breakfast for himself and Xiaoxi. As soon as Yi Kongqing finished making the sandwich, Xiaoxi found a brooch from under the bedside table. The brooch is a little larger than the ordinary ones, and its appearance is very similar to the bright badge. The only difference is that the base is silver. This is a difference that can be seen at a glance. It is obviously a fake badge. Yi Kongqing came over. "Xiaoxi, do you want to have breakfast outside or in the house?" "In the house," Xiaoxi said casually. "There is no air conditioning in the living room, and it is very hot." "Okay," Yi Kongqing responded and brought the sandwich to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was still thinking about the brooch in her hand. Yi Kongqing took a bite of his sandwich and glanced at the brooch in Xiaoxi's hand. "Fake badge." "Yeah," Xiaoxi nodded and added. "But compared with other fake badges, it's a little too fake. And it's also a little bigger. It feels a little too deliberate." Those fake badges before were only different in a few details, and it was not easy to tell the difference at a glance. But from a distance, you can tell that this brooch is a fake badge, so you don't even have the desire to get closer. Pick it up and take a look. It just so happens that it seems a bit abrupt. "Let's eat something first and then study it." Yi Kongqing handed over another unbidden sandwich in his hand. Xiaoxi took a bite from Yi Kongqing's hand, still thinking about the brooch in her hand. Feeling around, she suddenly opened the brooch. That's right. This brooch had a hidden clasp that was hard to detect. She fumbled with it for a while before she found out that it could be opened. Hidden inside was a neatly folded piece of paper. Chapter 872 Under the Light 45. Xiaoshi looked at Yi Kongqing and said, as if asking for credit, "Ah Qing, look." Yi Kongqing said, He quickly ate his sandwich, and then handed the one given to Xiaoshi's mouth again. "Eat something first." Xiaoshi took another bite of the sandwich, then opened a piece of paper and looked at it. "This seems to be a drawing?" This drawing shows the structural diagram of the bright emblem, with disassembly diagrams for every small component. The top of the drawing says, "Find all the parts and place them in the corresponding positions to get a complete badge of light." Yi Kongqing leaned over and took a look. "Are you asking someone to find parts to make a light badge yourself?" "Probably not." Xiaoshi pointed to the row of words at the top of the drawing. "It says search for all parts to be complete. It says search rather than build. If there are so many small parts scattered in this house, it will be difficult to find them. If they are scattered in the whole city, there is basically no hope," Yi Kongqing commented. Xiaoshi also thought of this, but she shook her head. "I don't think they are scattered throughout the city. The chance of finding them is too low, and it is difficult for players to have the motivation to find parts. In this case, it is better if you just look for the badge of light. Who would want to look for the harder to find parts?" After thinking about it, she added, "And I always feel that the meaning of this drawing should be for players to piece it together instead of searching for it." "That's true." Yi Kongqing agreed with Xiaoshi's statement and asked, "Then do you think you can get a real badge of light in this way?" "I'm not sure, but you'll know if you try it." Xiaoshi handed the drawing to Yi Kongqing and took the sandwich from Yi Kongqing's hand. "Now that you have found this thing, you have to try it." "Right." Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. "Then what are you going to try?" "Try to disassemble the correct parts from all the fake badges we found before," Xiaoshi suggested. "Then place the parts in the corresponding positions in the drawing according to the way stated on the drawing." Yi Kongqing was stunned, and then understood what Xiaoshi meant. Most of the fake badges found at that time were similar to the bright badges, with only a few details being obviously different. If you carefully compare the parts diagrams on the drawings, you may be able to find perfectly matching parts among the fake badges. Then it is indeed possible to piece together a suitable true light badge. Although these fake badges are fake, the parts may be real. "Okay, let me try." Yi Kongqing took out the bag of fake badges, poured them out, and counted them. There were 38 in total. As a raw material, it should be enough. Xiaoshi took out a small tool in the toolbox that might come in handy and handed it to Yi Kongqing. "I think the possibility of this idea being established is quite high," she analyzed to Yi Kongqing. "In this way, some Guangming badges actually need to be obtained by piecing together the parts of fake badges, which not only increases the difficulty of obtaining Guangming badges, the difficulty of the badges also forces players to collect fake badges at the risk of being corrupted by the shadow. Especially most players would not be as bored as her and collect all the fake badges they find." Chapter 873 Under the Light 46. After discovering the fake badges, most players would choose to throw them away or put them in their original locations instead of collecting them all and taking them away like Xiaoshi did. When they found the drawings and guessed that they might need parts for fake badges, they had to look for them again. Not only does it increase the player's psychological pressure, but it also increases the probability that the player will be completely eroded by the shadow. Xiaoshi asked Yi Kongqing again, "It's best for you to do this alone. I'm afraid that if I get involved, it won't be counted as your independent work when it succeeds in the end. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to submit it. This is the badge of light." Yi Kongqing had no objection. "Okay, I'll do it myself." Xiaoshi sat quietly and watched Yi Kongqing remove several Guangming badges, and suddenly said, "Stop cooking at noon today and concentrate on finishing this." Yi Kongqing raised his eyes and glanced at Xiaoshi without retorting. He understood what Xiaoshi meant. She wanted him to find all the parts on the drawing as soon as possible. If he succeeded, the task of submitting the badge of light would be completed. He had no reason to object. "I will still go search this area with Mori and Carl in the afternoon," Xiaoshi added, "in case this piece cannot be pieced together, or my guess is wrong. It is always right to make two plans." "Okay." Yi Kongqing compared the parts he had disassembled with the samples on the drawing, and at the end, he did not forget to say, "Be careful to avoid light as much as possible. Don't worry. I can take care of myself." Xiaoshi paused and then said, "I plan to tell Mori and Carl about the drawings later. What do you think?" Yi Kongqing thought for a while and said, "It's good to give them another direction as a reference. Then they won't want to follow us." "Same as I thought." Xiaoshi laughed. "If this method is really feasible, Mori and Carl will have to rush back to the places they have searched before and collect all the fake badges that have been found but discarded. In this way, the two of them had to separate from her and Yi Kongqing. Of course, the premise is that Yi Kongqing can piece together a real light badge in this way and submit it successfully. Before that, those two people would definitely still follow them. After a while, there was a knock on the door outside. Mori's voice came over. Yi Kongqing, Miss Xia, it's time for us to find the badge of light. Xiaoxi stood up, opened the door, and saw Mori and Carl standing outside the door. Qing has something to do today and won't be able to go out today. I'll go out with you to look for him. Xiaoxi truthfully told the specific reason without waiting for the two people to ask. After listening to Xiaoxi's words, both Mori and Carl looked surprised. But then, they looked expectant. If it can really be pieced together, that's good news. Mori looked at Carl. There's not much time left in the game. And the chance of getting the light badge in this way may be higher than finding the light badge aimlessly. A little? But it's not certain yet whether it's true or not. It's just this woman's conjecture at the moment. Carl's attitude towards Xia, she has been much better than yesterday. But his mouth is still tough. So the three of us will continue to look for the badge of light outside. And Qing will be here alone to dismantle and piece it together. Xiaoxi said as she walked out and closed the door at the same time. If you succeed, you can try to piece it together again. Look. Chapter 874 Under the Light 47. Both Mori and Carl agreed to Xiaoxi's suggestion. And the three of them went out to search the community together. Although he was not very willing, Carl still dutifully held an umbrella for Xiaoxi outside, trying to ensure that Xiaoxi was not exposed to the sun. He doesn't like Xiaoxi, but he still needs to be protected. He is not the kind of person who secretly makes small moves to plot against others. Asterisk. Evening. When Xiaoxi and the other three returned to the house, Yi Kongqing was making dinner. Before Xiaoxi left, she went to the kitchen and stuffed some ingredients into the refrigerator, which were all used by Yi Kongqing. Seeing this, Xiaoxi quickly walked to the kitchen and asked expectantly, Qing, have you successfully put it together? Yes. Yi Kongqing responded and said, I have submitted it successfully. That's great. Mori suddenly became happy when he heard it. He turned to Carl and said, You also have hope. That drawing can be reused. Yi Kongqing glanced at Mori and Carl and said, But you have to pay attention to all the small details. Once a tiny part is used incorrectly, the piece will be useless and will have to be reused. Start. In that drawing, a lot of useless small parts were actually added inside the badge. Although it has no actual use, it can increase the probability of players choosing the wrong parts. He almost made the wrong choice several times. But luckily he looked twice before confirming and discovered the small differences in time. Otherwise it would be a waste of time to take it apart and start over. Thank you, Brother Yi, for pointing me out, Carl said excitedly, as if he had received great care. Can you give us your remaining fake badges? Mori asked tentatively. Since you two no longer need to look for the light badges, the fake badges are of no use to you. Didn't some people say that collecting fake badges was boring and a waste of energy? Xiaoxi chuckled. It's not appropriate to want my fake badges now. Carl's face froze. He coughed, looked at Xiaoxi, and said in a particularly loud voice, It was my fault before. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please forgive me. Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. She just thought Carl's appearance was so funny. This guy is always very aware of current affairs at critical moments. The funniest thing is that he always says the most cowardly words with the toughest attitude. Carl was a little uncomfortable being laughed at by Xiaoxi, but he still said loudly, Please give me all the fake badges you collected before, and I will thank you until the end of my life. Xiaoxi endured it again and again, and then she could barely control herself from laughing anymore. Okay, since you have such a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I'll give it to you. Xiaoxi waved her hand generously and said, But I can't guarantee that I can get all the correct information there. Component. We know this, Mori said proactively. Carl will start piecing it together later, and wait until the end to see if there are still any parts missing. We will find other fake badges ourselves. He knew very well that in this case there was no reason for Yi Kongqing and Xiaoxi to go with them. So if he wanted to find other fake badges, he and Carl were the only two people to act. The four of them had dinner together, of course. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing ate the ones made by Yi Kongqing, while Mori and Carl could only eat the compressed biscuits from their own storage compartment. After dinner, Carl kindly borrowed some tools from Xiaoxi and started tinkering with the fake badges at the dining table. Chapter 875 Under the Light 48, added update for Chujior. After Xia, she washed herself and carefully applied moisturizer on herself. She suddenly remembered something. She asked Yi Kongqing. "Qing, do you plan to move to a different place or stay here until the game time is over?" Yi Kongqing thought for a while and said, "If you think the living conditions here are okay, we won't change. If you want to live in a better place, we will go to a high-end community. This is an ordinary house, so there is no problem in living simply. But if she wants a better environment, he will try his best to satisfy it. Then live here." She did not hesitate and made a decision quickly. "Going out will increase the risk of being eroded by the shadow. It is better to stay here." Yi Kongqing naturally followed Xia's wishes. The two decided to spend the next few days here. Asterisk. The 11th day of the game. Noon. With a dark circle under his eyes, Carl finally dismantled all the fake badges and compared them all with the samples on the drawings. "I removed all the fake badges, but there are still 2 small parts missing." He yawned and said to Yi Kongqing, "Brother Yi, Mori and I have to go out and collect some more fake badges. You can wait here." "Us?" Mori helped. "We don't have to pester you, but this drawing cannot be put into the storage compartment, and it always feels unsafe to carry it with you. Moreover, the tools for removing fake badges must be returned to Miss Xia after they are used up. It would be most suitable if we can continue to meet here in the future. We have decided to spend the next few days here." Yi Kongqing said this while putting vegetables into Xia's bowl. "Whether you come back or not will not affect our decision." After receiving such an answer, Mori and Carl both breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the reason is for Yi Kongqing and Xia to stay, at least it is consistent with the results they want. Then everything will be easy to handle. After lunch, Carl and Mori immediately set out to find the fake badges. In places where they have already been, the fake badges are probably located everywhere, so it will be easier to find them than in new places. Asterisk. That night, when Xia took a shower, she paid attention to the black shadow on her body. After taking a shower every day, she would draw an eyeliner on the edge of her shadow to update the degree of shadow erosion. Over this period of time, she has almost mastered the frequency of shadow erosion every day. But today she always felt the rate of shadow erosion seems to be accelerating. After she told Yi Kongqing her findings, she asked Yi Kongqing to pay attention to the erosion of his shadow when taking a bath. The results obtained are consistent. Since the two of them made that big umbrella, they have rarely been exposed to light, and the area eroded by shadows every day is very small. Since Yi Kongqing successfully submitted the bright badge, the two of them have not gone out at all, except for cooking and bathing when they have to be exposed to light for a short period of time. They avoid light whenever possible. But under such circumstances, the degree of shadow erosion of the two of them was the same as in the previous few days. The time exposed to light has obviously been shortened, but the area increased by shadow erosion is the same, which can only mean that the speed of shadow erosion has accelerated. Without warning, neither of them had any negative emotions, but the erosion of the shadows still accelerated. Chapter 876 Under the Light 49. The only reason that can be explained is that the game is set to accelerate the speed of shadow erosion in the last few days. The system did not proactively remind players at this time, because the accelerated erosion rate did not change the rules of the game. There was no need for the system to specifically remind players. In this way, many careless players will be completely covered by the erosion of the shadow without even realizing it. Increase the probability of players failing to pass the level. "Don't cook for the next few days," Xia said to Yi Kongqing. "We try to avoid light as much as possible to prevent the situation from getting worse." "Okay," Yi Kongqing agreed, and he reached out and touched Xia's head. "Don't worry. Even if the erosion speed accelerates, we are rarely exposed to light, and we are not completely covered again. We will last until the end of the game. One day is no problem." "Yeah, I know." Xia nodded. She was very confident about completing the game. There were still 4 days left in the game. As long as they didn't seek death and run around, there would be no problem in completing the game. It's just that she doesn't want to experience the process of being deprived of 1/3 of her life force by a shadow. She had seen what happened to others with her own eyes, and she had always been a little timid and afraid of pain. Of course, she hoped that she could try to avoid such a situation. Asterisk. The evening of the 12th day of the game, Mori and Carl finally came back with a bunch of fake badges. As soon as he entered the door, Carl sat at the dining table and began to remove the fake badges. Not daring to waste a moment, Xia glanced at Carl and then at Mori. Both of them had a long black stripe-like mark on their cheeks. Apparently they had experienced a complete shadow attack during the time they went out. Erosion coverage. Sure enough, in the last few days of the game, the speed of shadow erosion is accelerating for all players. Even though these two people also have parasols, the parasols cannot be used in many cases. In addition, the speed of shadow erosion accelerates, and they have to go out for action. The situation of being completely covered by the shadow is almost inevitable. When Xiaoxi first saw Mori and Carl, their faces were pale, as if they had been tortured. They were obviously two strong men, but they looked extremely weak to the naked eye. After Mori came back, he went into the room to rest. It seemed that losing 1/3 of his life force was very draining on him. Carl had to hold on and compare it with the drawings to continue dismantling the appropriate parts. Although he looked very bad and looked like he would faint in the next second, he still held on with strong willpower. Finally, in the middle of the night, Carl found all the parts and successfully put together a badge of light. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. After submitting the badge of light, he hurried back to the room and fell asleep in darkness. Carl and Mori both slept for a whole day and night before getting up. Compared with when they first came back, their faces looked much better. It seems that vitality can still be slowly restored, which is good news. It is already the 14th day of the game. In the last 2 days, even during the day, all indoor lights were forcibly turned on. Carl, Mori, and Yikongqing used the remaining blackout cloth to cover all the lights and windows in the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, leaving only some gaps in the windows for ventilation. The 4 people never went out again. They lived in darkness most of the time, and no matter what they did it in the dark. Chapter 877 Choice 1. Although it has rarely been exposed to light, the erosion rate in the last 2 days was too fast. Just during the time when the light was blocked with a blackout cloth, the erosion area of the shadow increased a lot. Fortunately, several people were well prepared and responded quickly. And finally the entire room was completely covered before the situation became serious. After staying in the dark for 2 days, I finally waited for the sound of the game ending. Then the scene changed, and Xiaoxi returned to the white room again. The sudden light made Xiaoxi, who had been hiding in the dark, a little uncomfortable. She squinted her eyes slightly to reduce the pain in her eyes. At the same time, an inorganic system sound sounded. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for successfully completing the game and earning 1 million points. Players have a half-hour rest here. After half an hour, they will enter the decision game. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or immediately enter the next round of the game. After a while, Xiaoxi finally adapted to the light. She opened the mall and took a look. Guns and ammunition could be purchased, but she had no shortage of them. There are no new types of props, and she has no shortage of others. She closed the mall, sat down cross-legged, then took out a small mirror and looked at her face, neck and other places. After making sure that the black shadows on her body had completely disappeared and her skin turned fair again, she was completely relieved. Then she leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and quietly waited for the next round of the game to come. Neither she nor the system spoke. Welcome 100 players to Qingshan Village. I will explain the rules of the game to you next. The system's cheerful voice sounded. When Yikongqing heard the system sound, he was already checking the environment out of habit, looking for Xiaoxi. This time he and Xiaoxi were not separated in the game. He saw Xiaoxi at a glance. They are all in the same room now. The house looked a little dilapidated, with rotten wood on the window lattice and peeling paint on the walls. Apart from some old furniture, there was not even a single decent electrical appliance in the whole house. And even the bed was an old and broken hard bed. At this time, Xiaoxi was lying on the bed, quietly as if she was asleep. Yikongqing's expression calmed slightly. He quickly walked over and touched Xiaoxi's carotid artery. The pulse was beating strongly without any abnormality. He relaxed slightly, but seeing that Xiaoxi showed no sign of waking up, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Just as he was about to try to wake up Xiaoxi, the system sound rang again. There are 100 players in this round of the game, and every 2 players are partners bound to each other, which means they are automatically divided into 50 groups of bound players. Entering the initial stage of the game, all players with binding abilities will fall into a deep sleep state, while the bound ones will remain awake. Players should be able to see that their partners are asleep next to them. There is no need to panic or worry. It is normal. Next, each bound person will make a choice. Depending on your choice, the tasks will be different. So please consider it carefully before making a decision. The bound person can choose to unbind or not to unbind. By the way, as a reminder, this may be the only opportunity for the bound person to actively unbind if you want to unbind. You don't miss this opportunity. Chapter 878 Choice 2. Of course, I know that you will definitely have a lot of concerns about which choice is more appropriate for you. So I will tell you in detail what you need to face with these two choices. And then you will make your choice. How about it? Am I particularly considerate and considerate? Although the system knew that its words would not receive any reply, it still paused for several seconds after saying it before continuing. Players who choose to unbind need to complete relevant tasks and obtain unbound items before they can unbind. If the task cannot be completed, the binding will definitely not be released. But you can't blame me. After unbinding, the bound person will sleep forever, and the bound person needs to complete another task. If completed, the current round of the game will be cleared. If you choose not to unbind, you will also need to complete related tasks and obtain items to wake up the comatose person in order to wake up the bound person. But in this way, the bound person will fall into coma instead of the bound person. And then the relationship between the two people will be exchanged. And the bound person who wakes up needs to make a choice. If the bound person chooses to unbind, the bound person who falls into coma will stay here forever and enter an endless sleep. If the binder chooses to wake up the bound person, he will also need to complete related tasks. This mission is completely different from the previous awakening mission and is very risky. However, both of them can pass the game safely after awakening. This round of the game lasts for 10 days in total. There is no time limit for each stage of the task. However, when the 10 days are over and the player has not completed all the stage tasks, it can only be judged as a failure of the game. Okay, did I introduce it in detail? When I say, start later, you can make your choice. I can't keep letting you waste time not making up your mind to choose the right option. Well, let's make a choice within 15 minutes. If you haven't made a choice after 15 minutes, then this system will randomly decide your choice. Start. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yi Kongqing saw a pop-up window pop up in front of him. Player Yi Kongqing is asked to make a choice. Unbind, do not unbind. Yi Kongqing didn't hesitate and directly chose not to unbind. After the system announced the two options at the beginning, he had already decided which one to choose. What the system said later was all nonsense to him. After Yi Kongqing made the selection, the text on the pop-up window changed immediately. Congratulations to player Yi Kongqing for making his choice. Player Yi Kongqing is asked to enter the Green Mountains behind Qishan Village to look for Lily of the Valley Dew. Toilet dew must be naturally formed in the Lily of the Valley flowers. Artificial watering is invalid. Tip: you need to pick the Lily of the Valley flowers together. And before feeding the Lily of the Valley flower dew to the bound person, the picked Lily of the Valley flower must not wither or rot at all. Otherwise the bound person will be poisoned after drinking the dew and died. The number of Lily of the Valley flowers is limited. Player Yi Kongqing is asked to act as soon as possible. If the opportunity to pick Lily of the Valley flowers is lost, both players will be judged to have failed the game. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. Although he is not as detailed as Xiaoxi in analyzing game rules, after such a long period of developing habits, he also knows that there may be problems in the system if he pays attention to it. Chapter 879 Choice 3. Obviously, since it is mentioned here that the Lily of the Valley cannot rot or wither, that means that the Lily of the Valley in this game should easily rot and wither. In order to avoid such a situation from happening, the best choice is to take the sleeping Xiaoxi with him. In this way, when you find a Lily of the Valley flower, you can pick it off and feed Xiaoxi with flower dew in the shortest possible time. After understanding this, Yi Kongqing put fairy wings on herself, then picked up Xiaoxi and walked out of the house. After coming out of the house, he saw various small tile-roofed houses scattered around not far away. The houses of each family are built with little similarity and are very random. The locations are not on the same line. Each house is not far away from each other. But there is not a building here. This is a small, poor village. But the environment is quite good, with mountains and rivers, birds singing and flowers fragrant, and the air very fresh. If Xiaoxi was awake, she would probably stretch herself comfortably, then take a deep breath and sigh that the air quality here is good. Yi Kongqing couldn't help but look down at Xiaoxi in his arms. She slept peacefully and beautifully, without any precautions or uneasiness, and knew nothing about anything happening outside. Yi Kongqing quickly recovered his thoughts, spread his wings and flew out. In the distance is a green mountain, with a high altitude and lush green mountains. Although fairy wings can speed up the approach to the green mountains, You still have to enter the mountains if you want to find the lily of the valley flowers. In such a lush mountain forest, you can't fly around with your wings. You can only look for it step by step. Fortunately, Yi Kongqing knew something about Lily of the Valley's habits. Lily of the Valley likes a cool, humid and semi-shady environment. It can also be exposed to direct sunlight if the temperature is low. Lily of the Valley is extremely cold tolerant, but it is afraid of hot weather. If the temperature exceeds 30 degrees, the leaves of the plant will turn yellow prematurely. And now it is summer. The temperature is already over 30 degrees. Therefore, Lily of the Valley can only grow in a shaded and sunny place, most likely near a water source. Because of the current temperature restrictions, it is also difficult for Lily of the Valley to bloom. So it is verified that the number of flowers mentioned by the system is limited. Also because of the current temperature restrictions, lilies of the valley can easily wither and rot. After picking the flowers, they will inevitably encounter sunlight on the way back, or be affected by human body temperature. Overall, taking Xiaoxi with us is the right choice. When Yi Kongqing made the choice without hesitation and immediately set off with Xiaoxi, most of the players had not even made up their minds about which option to choose. Ma Chengcheng is one of them. He looked at his unconscious girlfriend, feeling extremely confused. If he chooses not to unbind, he has to complete a task before waking up his girlfriend. But he falls asleep himself. After he fell asleep, he put his safety and life in his girlfriend's hands. What if his girlfriend is incapable of completing the task of waking him up? What if the woman thought it was too difficult to save him and chose to unbind him? It would be too insecure to leave your life to others. Although this is his girlfriend, who knows if his girlfriend will give up on him in order to protect herself during this life and death decision? As the saying goes, husband and wife are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. Besides, he and his girlfriend are not yet a couple. Chapter 880 Choice 4. You can unbind if you choose. After all, this is his girlfriend. He has been in a relationship for 3 years, and has been struggling to survive in the survival game for more than half a year. Ma Cheng couldn't bear to leave his girlfriend alone like this. If he chooses to unbind now, it will be equivalent to a death sentence for his girlfriend. And her girlfriend will never have a chance to clear the game. He would have to worry about this for the rest of his life. If he chooses not to unbind, there is at least the possibility of 2 people completing the level together. But, when his girlfriend wakes up and makes a choice, will she really choose to save him? Wouldn't she give up on him to protect herself? If his girlfriend gave up on him, wouldn't he be a big fool if he chose not to unbind her? Ma Cheng looked at the 2 options in front of him, stretched out his hand, and then retracted it, still unable to make up his mind to make a choice. Reminder, players still have half a minute to choose. Ma Cheng panicked, with a worried look on his face. If he doesn't make a choice now, he can only wait for the system to randomly arrange options for him. Then he has no chance at all. With this understanding, Ma Cheng finally made up his mind and pressed one hand on unbinding. Congratulations to player Ma Cheng for making his choice. Player Ma Cheng is asked to enter the green hills behind Qishan village and look for a staff made of acacia trees. Tip: this staff grows on the Albizia julibrissin tree. You need to pick Albizia julibrissin flowers to induce the reaction of the staff and successfully take the staff. The number of the Albizia staff is limited. Please act as soon as possible. If you lose the chance to get the staff, you will not be able to enter the next stage of the game, and both players will determine that the game has failed. As soon as Ma Cheng saw this passage, he immediately became more anxious. The limited quantity was not mentioned at all when the system first mentioned the rules of the game. It was not mentioned until the player made a choice. If others had made a choice before him, wouldn't it be 10 minutes faster than him? Time to go up to the green hills? Although the advantage of 10 minutes is not too big, it can be fatal at critical moments. He can't lag behind. Ma Cheng quickly went out without looking back at his sleeping girlfriend. He didn't even think about whether it was safe for his girlfriend to put it here. Asterisk. Yi Kongqing was the fastest to reach Qishan. He chose the direction of the stream while flying in midair and flew directly towards the source of the water. Unlike others who walked up the mountain from the foot of the mountain step by step, he chose to go to the water source at the top of the mountain first, and then walk down the mountain step by step. In this way, he not only avoided encountering other players, but also avoided having to compete with other players for the lily of the valley flower. When Yi Kongqing reached the top of the mountain, the other players had not even reached the bottom of the mountain. He is very good at surviving in the wild. Whether walking or checking the road ahead, he can quickly and accurately find the most suitable route and avoid various obstacles. It took him about half an hour to find a lily of the valley bush. under the shelter of a large rock, close to a stream. The moist soil and shade are just right. The small lilies of the valley swayed their heads gently in the breeze, delicate and soft, as if a stronger wind would blow them. Yi Kongqing strode over. Before he could get closer, a green figure suddenly flashed out. Chapter 881 Choice 5. Yi Kongqing had quick eyes and quick hands. He hugged Xiaoshi with only one hand, and took out a pistol from the storage compartment with the other hand. With a bang, he instantly hit the afterimage that rushed towards him. The next second, a green snake fell to the ground. It twisted its body and struggled painfully. Yi Kongqing quickly shot again, damaging the green snake's head, and the green snake immediately stopped moving. The color of this snake is particularly bright, and its head is a standard triangle. It is obviously a poisonous snake. Since there are poisonous snakes here, there may be other poisons. It would be difficult to deal with poisonous gas and mist that cannot be prevented by defensive items. Thinking of this, Yi Kongqing took out 2 antidote pills from the storage compartment. These were the materials he got from killing other players in the previous game. He ate one himself and fed the other to Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi fell asleep and her swallowing was not that smooth. But time was running out now, and she couldn't delay for too long. So Yi Kongqing fed her directly with his mouth. After confirming that Xiaoshi had swallowed it, Yi Kongqing hugged Xiaoshi and continued to approach the lily of the valley flowers. He held Xiaoshi's hip with one hand, letting Xiaoshi's upper body lean on his shoulder, while his dominant right hand kept holding a pistol for easy attack. As soon as he took 2 steps, 2 more green snakes jumped out from the grass behind the big stone. These 2 snakes are much larger than the previous ones. Their colors are brighter, and their heads have sharper edges and corners. The most terrible thing is that these 2 snakes seem to be more intelligent than the previous snake. They did not attack impulsively, but approached in a roundabout way, trying to narrow the encirclement. Yi Kongqing looked at it calmly for a few seconds, and did not immediately approach the lily of the valley. He and Xiaoshi both had defensive items, so there was no need to fear attacks from the 2 snakes. However, if he was close to the lily of the valley at this time, he would probably damage the lily of the valley due to accidental injury, even if he can control the direction of the attack and avoid hurting the lily of the valley. The 2 snakes may not care whether the lily of the valley is damaged when attacking, and may even destroy it deliberately, so that he cannot get the lily of the valley. So he must solve these troubles first. He stood upright and motionless like a sculpture. But if you look closely, you will find that every muscle in his body is mobilized and ready to attack at any time. He was like a wild wolf ready to pounce on its prey, with hidden murderous intent, waiting for the opportunity. One of the snakes swam and climbed up a low branch nearby. Yi Kongqing saw the right moment and shot the snake at the moment its head deflected. At the same time, another snake suddenly jumped up on the spot and took the opportunity to pounce towards Yi Kongqing. With defensive items, the green snake's attack would be impossible to succeed. But this snake actually spits out venom. That's right. It doesn't need its teeth to bite into the skin and inject venom, but directly sprays out the venom. The venom instantly turned into mist and sprinkled on Xiaoshi and Yi Kongqing's bodies. A small amount of venom also fell to the ground, and the green grass blades instantly turned yellow and black, and even the nearby soil turned an unnatural black color. Apparently the snake's venom is extremely venomous. Fortunately, Yi Kongqing had the foresight to give detox pills to both of them, which did not cause any harm to them. After Yi Kongqing killed the snake on the branch, before the snake that sprayed venom fell to the ground, he turned the muzzle of his gun and aimed it at it, killing it with one shot. Chapter 882 Choice 6. After killing 2 snakes, Yi Kongqing ran towards the lily of the valley bush without stopping for a second. His explosive power was so strong that he jumped to the lily of the valley almost instantly, and before the new poisonous snake appeared, he firmly protected the lily of the valley with his body. No matter how those snakes charged and attacked, Yi Kongqing ignored them and carefully selected the lily of the valley flowers. Although it is said to be a lily of the valley bush, there are only a few lilies of the valley growing there. Although there are several bunches of lily of the valley flowers on one lily of the valley. Some buds have not yet opened and cannot be used. Some petals have been damaged, and it is best not to use them for safety reasons. And some flowers have no floral dew and cannot be used. At last glance, there are only a few lilies of the valley that meet all the requirements. If every lily of the valley bush was like this, players would have to fight hard to find suitable lily of the valley flowers to use, or they would have to spend more time searching deep in the mountains. But these have nothing to do with Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing selected a lily of the valley flower with intact petals, clean color, no dirt, and a delicate fragrance. The flower was filled with dew, clear and transparent. and not stained by any dust or soil. The moment he picked the flowers, another pop-up window popped up in front of him, describing the operation process in detail. Yi Kongqing read it carefully, and according to the procedure, he first put the dew from the lily of the valley flower into Xiaoxi's mouth. Flower dew is a liquid. As long as Xiaoxi's posture is slightly adjusted, so that she raises her head, and then tries to avoid the trachea and pours the flower dew into it, she can easily let the flower dew slide down her esophagus. After confirming that Xiaoxi had drunk the flower dew, Yi Kongqing bit off the flower holder and swallowed it whole. The next second after swallowing the torii, Yi Kongqing felt that his vision became a little blurry, and even his consciousness became confused. He knew that this was the flower dew taking effect. He looked at the person in his arms, and saw Xiaoxi's eyelids trembling slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Only then did he feel relieved. He leaned forward and kissed Xiaoxi's lips gently. The weakness of being about to fall asleep made his voice become particularly low. Xiaoxi, protect yourself. No matter what choice you make, I will not blame you. After saying that, his body tilted and fell to the dirt ground beside him. One of his hands was still protecting Xiaoxi's body, and he still didn't let go even if he fell into sleep. Just as Yi Kongqing fell asleep, Xiaoxi opened her eyes. Xiaoxi was a little confused. She felt like she was resting in the white room 1 second, and the next second she was lying in this unknown place. Although she didn't know what happened, she vaguely remembered hearing Yi Kongqing's voice when she was about to wake up. So, she is in the game now? But why did she fall asleep? The last words Yi Kongqing said. What does it mean again? Until then, Xiaoxi's body sensation finally slowly recovered, and she felt the hot body temperature behind her. She quickly stood up and turned around to see Yi Kongqing, who had fallen asleep. At this time, the cheerful voice of the system sounded in her ears. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for waking up and becoming the first group of players to enter the second stage of the game together with player Yi Kongqing. Next, I will introduce the rules of this round of the game and the current progress of the game to player Xiaoxi in detail. Player Xiaoxi should listen carefully and don't be in a daze. Chapter 883 Choice 7. Xiaoxi listened quietly to the system explaining the rules of the game. She put her hand on Yi Kongqing's chest and felt the strong heartbeat under the chest, which made her feel a little relieved. After listening to the rules of the game explained by the system, she looked at the lily of the valley flower not far away from her, and knew what choice Yi Kongqing had made. Combined with the system saying that it has only been more than an hour since the game started, it is easy to infer that Yi Kongqing made the choice immediately after announcing the start of the game and executed it without hesitation. Otherwise, the first phase of the mission would not have been completed so quickly. Xiaoxi touched Yi Kongqing's face. Her peach blossom eyes filled with soft light. He didn't worry about the outcome at all, and put the final choice in her hands with complete trust. She even said those words at the end to reduce her psychological burden. Xiaoxi gently pinched one of Yi Kongqing's cheeks and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Can I choose anything else?" The rules of this game are obviously to test the level of trust and understanding between players. Understand what kind of person your partner is, and trust that your partner will also choose to save you after waking up. You must also trust that your partners have the ability to save you. Yi Kongqing chose to trust her without hesitation and put his life completely into her hands. What reason did she have for not responding? Xiaoxi looked at the pop-up window that popped up in front of her. Player Xiaoxi is asked to make a choice. Unbind, wake up companions. Without any hesitation, she clicked, wake up companions. The words on the pop-up window changed immediately. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for making the choice. Next, the player Xiaoxi will enter the fantasy maze. When you find the body of the player Yi Kongqing, who is sleeping in the fantasy maze, the player Yi Kongqing will be awakened, and the two of you will clear the game at the same time. If the player Yi Kongqing is not successfully awakened within 10 days, both players will fail the game and will be lost in the illusion maze forever. Friendly reminder, player Xiaoxi will have half an hour to decide how to place player Yi Kongqing's body. During the period of waking up Yi Kongqing, player Yi Kongqing may encounter various attacks. Hearing this, Xiaoxi's brows jumped. The general rules are as above. If the player Xiaoxi has no doubts, then, wait a minute, I have a question, Xiaoxi said before the pop-up text changed to game start. Where did the attack come from? An attack from an animal or a beast? Or an attack from other players? Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The cheerful voice of the system rang in Xiaoxi's ears again. Those bound persons who chose to unbind, after completing the unbinding task, The second task is to attack a sleeping player. One person randomly selects a sleeping player and successfully kills them. Then, they can clear the game. Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes slightly. So, during this period, the defensive items are effective. Right. Of course. Defensive props are effective, the system said with a smile. However, those players' attack weapons can also be used. If they are discovered too early and the durability of the defensive props is slowly consumed by those players, they will be killed. The probability of death is still quite high. Chapter 884 Choice 8. Will my body be attacked like Yi Kongqing? Xiaoxi asked again. Your body will directly enter the illusion maze, so it is impossible to be attacked. So, I enter the illusory maze physically, while Yi Kongqing only had his consciousness in the illusory maze and his body outside? Xiaoxi confirmed cautiously. That's right. That's what you said. Xiaoxi thought for a while and asked again. Are all the sleeping-bound people in the fantasy maze? No. Every comatose-bound person will form an independent fantasy maze. This fantasy maze is created by his own memory and experience. And there will be no other unrelated players. Hearing this, Xiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. Even if she hadn't entered yet, she could probably guess what she would face. She is likely to face Yi Kongqing's past. A little bit excited. But I don't know if Yi Kongqing will feel uncomfortable after learning about Yi Kongqing's past in this way. But this time, they both had no choice but to move forward. After the player enters the maze, an illusion will appear behind each door. You need to identify which of the many illusions is his true consciousness. If you find the consciousness, you can awaken your companions and come out of the illusion maze. Will those players who try to kill the sleeping people have any special way to track the sleeping people? Xiaoxi asked another important question. No, the system answered quite simply. Without any concealment. They can only see with their own eyes, and use their legs and hands to find it. After receiving this answer, Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. It's best to have no tracking path, as it can delay time to a large extent and prevent other players from discovering Yi Kongqing's body. By the way, Xiaoxi's brain was spinning rapidly, and she quickly thought of another question. When I am in the illusion, time must change according to the illusion. Without specific reference, how do I know that the time in the outside world has passed? How long? Don't worry about this. After you enter the illusion, a countdown will appear in the upper left corner of your personal panel, and you will clearly know how much time you have left to wake up your companions. So that's it. Xiaoxi nodded, feeling relieved. Excuse me, player Xiaoxi. Do you have any questions? No more. Xiaoxi stood up after saying that. Then, the half-hour countdown has begun, the system spoke quickly. Not giving a second longer. Xiaoxi put on fairy wings on herself, flew into the sky and looked around below, and spent a few minutes mastering all the terrain conditions here. The mountain is very high, and the jungle is dense. You can occasionally see figures walking among the trees. A little further down the mountain is the village, scattered with various tile-roofed houses. At the foot of the mountain, there is a lake. The lake is not too big, and the water surface is sparkling, reflecting the appearance of the entire green mountain. Xiaoxi immediately had an idea. She returned to Yi Kongqing and put on Moonlight Shadow for both herself and Yi Kongqing. Then she struggled to pull Yi Kongqing's arm and held half of Yi Kongqing's body, leaning forward, flying towards the lake. At this time, there are two players not far from the lake who are looking for something, but they are walking towards the green mountains, getting further and further away from the lake. Chapter 885 Choice 9. Xiaoxi waited patiently for more than 10 minutes, waiting for the two people to enter the mountain. No other players appeared around. She then took out the mermaid tail that she had never used before and installed one each for herself and Yi Kongqing. Although the name is mermaid tail, it is actually just a piece of dark blue fish scales. After being attached to the outside of the thigh, a complete fishtail will quickly grow, fitting the user's leg, and growing into a size that is most suitable for the user according to the user's leg length and leg width. At the same time, a row of gills will grow on both sides of the thighs, allowing the user to breathe underwater without drowning. This mermaid tail was bought at the same time as fairy wings, and it is also a prop worth 100 million like fairy wings. But it has not been put to use so far. She only bought 2 in total, but it was enough for her and Yi Kongqing to use. In less than 10 seconds, Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing's fishtails grew out. The smooth and neat dark blue scales reflect the brilliance under the sun, giving it the beauty of a deep-sea enchantress. Xiaoxi retracted her fairy wings and supported Yi Kongqing to slowly slide into the lake. because both of them were wearing invisibility tools. Even if someone looked over, they could only see an unnatural ripple on the water surface. However, no one noticed what was going on here at this time. After entering the water, Xiaoxi became more relaxed, pulling Yi Kongqing with the buoyancy. She paid close attention to Yi Kongqing's condition and confirmed that after using mermaid tail, Yi Kongqing would automatically use fish gills to breathe even if he fell into a drowsy state. And she felt relieved. She looked around and saw that there was nothing usable around. So she took out a few gas cans from the storage compartment, strung them together with ropes, and then gently dropped them, letting the gas cans sink to the bottom of the lake. She tied the other end to Yi Kongqing's waist, afraid that the string would break after being tied for a while. She directly cut several sheets and knotted them together to tie the gas tank and Yi Kongqing. In order to prevent Yi Kongqing from floating on the water, she used more than 10 gas tanks and observed for a few minutes to determine the depth at which Yi Kongqing could float in the middle of the lake before stopping. Xiaoxi swam in front of Yi Kongqing and kissed Yi Kongqing's lips in the cold lake water. Yi Kongqing woke her up as quickly as possible and bought more time for her to wake him up. She will never fail. Soon, half an hour was up, and Xiaoxi's figure immediately disappeared into the lake. Only Yi Kongqing floated slightly with the waves in the lake, and was pulled by a strong rope. He always stayed at that depth, neither sinking nor floating. Asterisk. Fantasy maze. This is not the same as a maze in the general sense. Instead of having various routes with roadblocks to choose from, there is only one room. The room is irregular in shape, with a tapered roof and surrounded by walls of varying sizes. With a total of 7 walls, there are 5 doors in the entire room. Each door is crooked, some close to the roof, some close to the ground, and each door has a different shape and material. It looks like a child's random crayon drawings, which are weird and bizarre. Xiaoxi looked around, and then chose the wooden triangular door closest to her. Chapter 886 Choice 10. Time waits for no one. Xiaoxi came here to open the door. It would be the same for any door, so there was no need to hesitate. The wooden triangular door was a bit old and looked like it had not been opened for many years. There was a slight creaking sound when it was opened. After the door was pushed open, there was a long corridor outside. Bright sunlight poured in from the side, and the air was filled with fresh floral fragrance. Xiaoxi walked out. One side of the corridor is a wall, and the other side is a garden. The breeze blows, and the fragrance of the garden floats over. In the garden, a beautiful blonde woman and a handsome man with black hair and black eyes hugged each other. Their eyes were all looking tenderly at the boy who was carefully observing how the bees collected honey in the flowers. The boy looked about 3 years old. He had a delicate appearance and a chubby face with baby fat. He was so cute that people wanted to rub his face. He has short, soft black hair, and his emerald green eyes are exactly the same as those of a woman. But his appearance is more like that of a man. But his facial features are deeper and more three-dimensional than those of a man. The relationship between these 3 people is self-evident. Xiaoxi walked into the garden. The 3 people seemed not to notice Xiaoxi's sudden intrusion, and still maintained their original postures and smiles. If you watch carefully for a while, you will find that they are always looping fixed movements and expressions, just like cut-out video clips. Xiaoxi walked up to the little boy and stared at him for a while. The little boy's eyes are full of curiosity about the world, and like all other children of the same age, he has the innocence of his age. This is Yi Kongqing's childhood. So cute. Xiaoxi reached out to touch the little boy's head, but her hand passed through without any warning. She was stunned for a moment, stared at her hands, and then understood. This should just be Yi Kongqing in the memory fragment, not the body of consciousness. So she can't touch it. But this child version of Yi Kongqing was not affected by Xiaoxi at all. He still concentrated on observing the process of collecting honey, except for the occasional blink of his eyes. He didn't move at all. Xiaoxi looked regretful. It's such a pity that such a cute little milk bag can't be seen or touched. She looked around again and made sure there was nothing special here. The end of the corridor could be seen at a glance. There were no other rooms or doors around. She walked back and returned to the strange room. Then she opened the door next to the wooden triangular door. It was a plastic door, bright red, irregularly shaped, and looked like an explosion. What I saw when I opened the door was a thick fog. It was completely unclear what kind of scene was outside. The thick lee-gray smoke firmly enveloped this world. Xiaoxi walked into the fog. Her feet seemed to step into the void, but she actually walked forward without falling. Nothing can be seen in this thick fog, but it seems that one can feel an extremely intense negative emotion. As the thick fog rolls, the emotions are constantly surging. The next second, Xiaoxi's body suddenly fell. But before she could scream out in surprise, her body stopped again. She calmed down and found that she was now floating in midair, and could clearly see everything happening below. Chapter 887 Choice 11. It was a beautiful manor. But at this time, every part of the manor was soaked in blood, creating a sad atmosphere. Xiaoxi's expression changed slightly. She looked carefully, and found a man with black hair and black eyes, and a blonde woman among the corpses lying in a mess. The man died outside the gate of the manor, with a bullet in his head, while the woman died in the back garden with a bullet in her chest. Several strong men in black field uniforms were exiting the manor in a well-trained manner. After the car drove away, one of the strong men reached out from the car window and pressed the detonator in his hand. Suddenly, the bombs placed throughout the manor exploded. Flames spread everywhere. The gasoline that had been poured long ago burned instantly, and the entire manor was suddenly engulfed in fire. Bombs were specially placed next to the man and woman, and their bodies were blown to pieces. Coupled with such a fire, it was difficult to find even the bones. In the distance, the boy who had hidden in the tunnel finally climbed out. This tunnel should have been prepared a long time ago. From the outside, it looks like just an ordinary ground overgrown with weeds. Moreover, it is far away from the manor, and the strong men in field uniforms cannot find it at all. The boy was already 5 years old at this time. He watched helplessly as the manor in the distance was devoured by fire. His eyes filled with hatred. He bit his arm tightly, trying to use the pain to prevent himself from crying. His little face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. But he resisted the urge to run back to his parents and swallowed the urge to cry. He knew that he must not waste his chance to live. This is hard to come by. Xiaoxi floated unable to move. She watched quietly as the little boy squatted down and hugged herself into a ball. She felt a pang of distress in her heart. She also lost her parents. But her situation was much better than Yi Kongqing's. At least her parents grew up with her, and she had a complete childhood. Moreover, her parents died unexpectedly. Although she was painful and sad, she did not have other emotions. Yi Kongqing's parents were killed by others, so he felt more unwillingness and hatred in his heart. Perhaps at his young age, he also had uneasiness and fear. He was only 5 years old and had lost everything. How did he live in the days that followed? Xiaoxi wanted to touch Yi Kongqing, but the feeling of weightlessness appeared again at this time. But this time she didn't fall. She felt like she was being sucked by a huge suction force, and her whole body was floating higher up uncontrollably. The next second, she was back in the thick fog. Behind him was the open explosion-shaped plastic door. I haven't even had a chance to touch that child. Xiaoxi couldn't help complaining. Pull me out. What if that's his consciousness? Although her mood was somewhat affected, Xiaoxi still acted rationally and did not forget her mission. Unfortunately, no one answered her question. Xiaoxi also knew that she would not get an answer. So after complaining, she calmly returned to the strange room. There was no chance to touch it this time. In fact, it was unlikely that it was Yi Kongqing's consciousness. What's more, there are only 5 doors here in total. After confirming the situation outside the 5 doors, if Yi Kongqing's consciousness has not been found yet, it will not be too late to return to the fog just now. Chapter 888 Choice 12. Thinking like this, Xiaoxi opened the 3rd door. It was a thick, iron-gray iron door that made a dull sound when opened. Outside the door is a long corridor, with identical iron-gray iron doors on both sides of the corridor. Xiaoxi. She said it was too easy to open 5 doors in 10 days. Sure enough, it's not that simple. The doors outside this 3rd door were endless. And even if there were only the same short fragments behind each door, she was sure that she would never be able to finish them all in one day. Xiaoxi took a deep breath and wasted no more time. She walked over and opened the 1st iron door. After a while, she came out and opened the 2nd, then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th doors. Most of the clips here have the same background, all on an island. According to the information collected in the clip, it can be determined that this is an island in the high seas. It does not belong to any country, so it is not controlled by anyone. And this island was occupied by a secret organization. Every 2 years, the organization brings back children of different skin colors from all over the world. Each child is young, between 5 and 7 years old. These little kids have 2 things in common. First, they are all boys. Second, they all seem to have developed athletic skills, and even have some martial arts skills. This is an isolated island, and there is no way to leave it except by boat or plane. Naturally, children have no way to get ships and planes. Even if there are ships and planes on the island, They cannot drive them. So the children are completely trapped here, with no other choice but to obey the arrangements. Even if there were some who tried to resist or escape, they were all killed to scare the monkeys. Yi Kongqing was more than 5 years old when he entered here. He had to undergo high-intensity training every day at a young age. He could not complain about hardship and tiredness, but could only endure it silently. The nutrition provided to the children here is pretty good, but the food is far from delicious. Just to allow them to meet their physical fitness standards and to save time on meals, various potions were made to conveniently supplement nutrition. But they did not consider the taste issue at all. Despite this, the children are hungry every day due to excessively high-intensity training. And almost no one is picky about food. Of course, even if there is, they can only starve. This place will not allow anyone to play tricks on anyone, let alone children throwing tantrums. Even rolling on the ground is of no use. In the end, I couldn't hold back my hunger and chose to compromise. Before the age of 15, they need to learn the languages of several countries, and at the same time undergo various high-intensity physical training and combat training. Among them, there was even an ancient martial arts family from the East, who taught various martial arts that would never be seen outside. Every move is a killing move, just for taking lives, without any bells and whistles. After the age of 15, in addition to daily physical training and combat training, they also added some additional courses. For example, the research on common mechanisms, the most basic mechanism design model, the conditions for creating dark compartments and dark rooms, and how to tell whether there are hidden compartments and dark rooms from the appearance. There are also disassembly of some common items, such as umbrellas, bicycles, pens, computers, etc. The purpose is to enable them to quickly use items in the surrounding environment to assist them in completing tasks at any time. Chapter 889 Choice 13. For these children, they must be able to use the most common things to kill enemies, and use the most common items to make various needed tools. Later, they learn the use of various weapons and common weapon production processes. Whether it is a cold weapon or a hot weapon, you must be very skilled in using it. During these high-intensity trainings, some children with weaker physiques will be directly exhausted to death, and some will be killed by their opponents in the interactive duels arranged every week. The children who survive in the end will need to undergo a comprehensive assessment when they turn 18. Children who pass all the assessments can become the elite in the organization, while those who fail to pass all the assessments but survive can become the bottom members of the organization. In this way, at the age of 18, Yi Kongqing officially became an elite killer. A killer who has no nationality, is independent from all countries, only belongs to this organization, and can be hired by any force. Since then, he has never returned to this island, but traveled to different countries, performing various secret missions. Xiaoxi is here, watching Yi Kongqing gradually grow from a cute little milk bag into a ferocious wolf. Yi Kongqing became stronger and stronger, becoming the top killer in the organization with the title of Lone Wolf, and finally had a certain say. He has the right to refuse tasks, and the right to give himself a vacation. Every time he completes a task, he gets more commission than before. The tasks he received became more and more difficult, but he had never failed a task. Because of his outstanding strength, the organization valued him, and at the same time, there were various bounties placed on him from the outside world. She closed the last iron-gray heavy iron door and rubbed her brows tiredly. Although what she saw were only some important clips, she could also see from them how difficult Yi Kongqing's life was as a child. He lived like this from the age of 5 to 18. For more than 10 years, he lived like this day and night. She even understood why Yi Kongqing's training plan for her was so intense in the beginning. Because he had been doing this since he was a child, and he thought it was how it should be. No one had ever told him that training intensity could be adjusted to a suitable state, based on the human body's adaptability. He could rest when he was tired, and there was no need to train to death. She also understood why when she first met Yi Kongqing, he always looked so aggressive, with the 4 characters, "I'm not easy to mess with," written all over his body. After many years of career as a killer, he is used to licking blood from the edge of a knife. Killing is a normal thing for him. He has been exposed to it for many years, and his fierce aura has naturally formed. But she could also see that despite becoming a killer, Yi Kongqing still retained a little kindness deep in his heart. In every mission, he never kills other innocent people except the target of the mission. Xiaoxi remembered that in the Doomsday game, Yi Kongqing had only killed zombies. As long as others didn't cause trouble for him, he would not take the initiative to cause trouble for others. Later, It was also necessary for game tasks to take action against other players. Ever since he agreed to cooperate with her, he has always had complete trust in her and has never had any suspicion. Chapter 890 Choice 14. Even before they became boyfriend and girlfriend, Yi Kongqing kept his promise and seriously performed his duties as a bodyguard. It is very rare to grow up in such an environment and still retain your good intentions and keep your promises. In addition to feeling sorry for Yi Kongqing's past experiences, Xiaoxi also admired Yi Kongqing's ability to always stick to his bottom line. She rubbed her temples as she walked back. She received too much information at once and never rested. Her whole brain was very tired. In order to seize the time, she has not slept until now. She forced herself to open all the doors in this corridor and read through it. Now the whole person was relaxed, and his mind suddenly felt a little groggy. In those clips, Xiaoxi tried to contact every Yi Kongqing, but they were all untouchable illusions, and none of them had consciousness. After returning to the strange room, Xiaoxi glanced at the time displayed in the upper left corner of her personal panel. Remaining game time, 7 days, 3 hours and 18 minutes. She hadn't slept in more than 2 days. If she continues to hold on, her condition will get worse and she must rest. However, there is no furniture for resting in this room, and there are no soft carpets on the floor, only hard tiles. But this does not trouble Xiaoxi. She skillfully took out a set of mattresses, sheets, and thin blankets from the storage compartment, placed them in the center of the room, and laid down on them. In the past 2 days or so, she would eat 2 bites of compressed biscuits when she was hungry, and drink 2 sips of mineral water when she was thirsty. If she wanted to go to the toilet, a small toilet would appear at a random location in the corridor. In this regard, the fantasy maze is still a bit humane. It's just that she was in a hurry and hadn't rested, and now she felt a little uncomfortable. Xiaoxi turned sideways, closed her eyes, and forced herself to fall asleep as soon as possible. Asterisk. At the same time, on the green hills, Ma Cheng worked hard and finally got an acacia staff. He quietly put the staff in the waistband of his trousers and used the length of his shirt to cover the waistband. Then he pretended to continue looking for something and walked slowly away. After making sure he was out of sight of several nearby players, he immediately turned around and rushed back. After struggling for more than 2 days, he finally got such a staff. He must not let others take it away. He was already halfway up the mountain, and it would take several hours to go down the mountain. At this time, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly back soon. It's a pity that he doesn't have many points, and he can't bear to buy props with 100 million points. It's too luxurious. It would be fine if I had that teleportation prop, so I could get back to the house faster. But buying teleportation props is a luxury for him. In addition to buying defensive props, his points were used to buy weapons. He gritted his teeth and finally bought a freeze gun worth 10 million points. But he was reluctant to use it unless he had to. Forget it. No matter what. He is inside of victory now, and he can accept it even if he crawls back. Ma Cheng did not neglect his precautions because of his excitement. He walked back very carefully, trying not to make too much noise. Every time you walk, you will pay attention to the situation ahead and try to avoid running into other players as much as possible. But this took more time, and sometimes he had to hide and stop for a while before leaving. When he finally returned to Qingshan village, it was already 5 hours later. Chapter 891 Choice 15. But this still did not affect Ma Cheng's good mood. He wiped the sweat from his face, opened the door, and walked into the house. Seeing that his girlfriend was still fine lying on the bed, he relaxed completely. He approached the bed and looked at his girlfriend's face, which was rapidly losing weight after not eating for several days. He smiled happily. At this moment, he no longer had the hesitation and reluctance he had at the beginning. Even when he saw his girlfriend's haggard sleeping face, he didn't show any concern. He only knew that he would be able to complete the first stage of the task soon and be one step closer to clearing the game. Ma Cheng looked at the pop-up window that popped up in front of him and started operating according to the instructions on the pop-up window. First cut his girlfriend's wrist, then put his fingers on the cut wrist, let the blood stain his fingers, and finally used the staff to touch himself a little, and then touch his girlfriend a little. The red light lit up between the two people, and then broke apart. The binding relationship is terminated. Ma Cheng jumped up happily and felt relaxed all over. Although he was one of the last players to enter Qingshan to look for items, he found the items before many people. God was really blessing him. Ma Cheng wiped the blood on his hands on the sheets. He glanced at his girlfriend's still bleeding wrist, and then left without looking back. She was going to die anyway, so there was no point in bandaging her. What's more, dying like this is faster and less painful than slowly starving to death. He was helping her get out of trouble as soon as possible. As soon as he walked out of the room, a pop-up window popped up in front of Ma Cheng again. Congratulations to player Ma Cheng for completing the first phase of the game mission. Player Ma Cheng's second stage game mission is randomly find a sleeping bound person, successfully kill him, and then he can pass the game. Ma Cheng's footsteps paused and he was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Kill the bound person?" After saying that, he came back to his senses and quickly looked around to make sure no one was nearby. And then he felt relieved again. Yes, the cheerful voice of the system rang in Ma Cheng's ears. Sounding a little excited, players who choose not to cancel the binding relationship will wake up after entering the second stage of the game. But the bound person will fall into coma. I know this. But? Ma Cheng squatted in a corner and lowered his voice and asked, "But how can I confirm that the person who is sleeping is the bound person, and not the bound person who has not cleared the game in the first stage?" The system did not announce the announcement to all players after they completed the first phase of the game mission. He still doesn't even know how many people have passed the first stage of the game. But based on the number of people still on the mountain, he infers that it is still early for him to complete the task. But this also means that there are still many players who are still in the first stage of the game. Some people have entered the second stage of the game, while some people are still in the first stage of the game. Then among the comatose players, there will be both binders and bound ones. If there are no distinguishing features at all, the probability that he killed the wrong person is very high. If the rules of the game were to kill a sleeper, it would be much easier. Just pick anyone. But it would be difficult to specify a comatose bound person with such clear restrictions. Chapter 892 Choice 16. Of course there will be a little reminder for this. The system's voice carried a cheerful smile. When you touch a sleeping player, a reminder will appear, and you will know that the other person is kidnapped. The one who determines is still the one who binds. After getting this answer, Ma Cheng's face didn't look any better. He needs to touch the player to know whether the other party is the binder or the bound one, which means that he has to find the sleeping players one by one, and then touch them one by one. If you are lucky, you may be able to find the target in 2 attempts. But if you are not lucky, it is hard to say. Moreover, he had seen players acting with their sleeping companions before, so it would be much more difficult to take action. In fact, generally speaking, players who can take sleeping companions with them should choose not to unbind them. So as long as they enter the second stage of the game, the ones who are sleeping are 100% bound. But in this case, it would be difficult for him to get close, let alone touch him. But if he doesn't touch it, he can't be sure of the identity of the sleeping player. After much thought, Ma Cheng still felt that it would be safer to find sleepy people in Qishan village. There are not many players who take sleeping players with them. There will always be some sleeping players in the village that he can target. What Ma Cheng didn't expect was that in the second stage, the awakened bound person would have completely different tasks to complete, and it would be impossible to stay with the sleeping bound person. Of course, the system would not take the initiative to tell Ma Cheng that the bound person who fell asleep in the second stage of the game was unprotected. That wouldn't be fun. Ma Cheng stood up and was about to start looking for the sleeping person when he suddenly thought of another question. He asked, "In the first stage, it is up to the players to decide whether to unbind or not. In this way, it is very likely that the number of players who choose these 2 options will be unequal." "Yes, you are right," the system responded promptly. "Then if there are few players who choose not to unbind, wouldn't the mission objectives be insufficient after the unbound players enter the second stage of the game?" Ma Cheng stared. "Yes." The system laughed more and more cheerfully, with a sense of gloating. "So there must be some players who cannot clear the game." Ma Cheng's heart tightened, and he immediately did not dare to waste any more time and hurriedly walked to the nearest house. He didn't dare to rush in recklessly, so he could only hide outside the door first, find a crack in the door or window, and secretly take a look inside. After making sure that no one was awake, he opened the door and entered. The system did not lie to him. When it does touch a player, a pop-up window will pop up to show whether the player is bound or bound. And the one in front of him was a bound person, not his mission target. Ma Cheng was not discouraged by the failure. He quickly walked out and walked to the next tile-roofed house. Asterisk. After she woke up, she still felt a little groggy, but she was finally not as uncomfortable as before. She rubbed her head, clicked on her personal panel, and glanced at the time displayed on it. Remaining game time, 6 days, 17 hours and 36 minutes. She slept for nearly 10 hours, which was a long time. Chapter 893 Choice 17. Xiaoxi stood up quickly, without packing away the mattress or anything like that. She walked over and opened the fourth door. It was a dark arched door that looked like it was made of mud. The surface was uneven and the tentacles were a little soft. Xiaoxi put her hand on the doorknob and accidentally touched the surface of the door. When she walked out, she couldn't help but look down at her hand. There was nothing stuck to my fingers, but the soft and sticky feeling was still there. She was relieved that nothing was stuck to her. And she looked up. There was a mass of darkness in front of him. Nothing could be seen. It was very much like the thick fog at the second door, but different from the thick fog. This thick black mass resembles ink, and is thicker and thicker than ink. It already makes people feel uncomfortable even before it gets close. But this was not the time to be pretentious. Xiaoxi took a deep breath and plunged into the thick darkness. She once again turned into a floating object. But this time, she seemed to be suspended a little above Yi Kongqing, moving with Yi Kongqing's movement, always maintaining the same state above Yi Kongqing. She immediately reached out and touched Yi Kongqing. The finger still passed through Yi Kongqing's body. This is not Yi Kongqing's consciousness. Xiaoxi was not disappointed and began to watch the clips here intently. After Yi Kongqing became an indispensable top killer in the organization, he not only had some power, but also gained some connections. With this, he finally began to secretly inquire about the murder of his parents. Although he was still young at the time, he was deeply impressed by the tattoos on those people and has always kept them in his mind. When he was on a mission 2 years ago, he had already figured out that this tattoo was the exclusive mark of a large gang in Country M. Every member who joined the gang would have such a tattoo. He continued to search along this line, and it didn't take long to find the few strong men who had attacked his parents. More than 10 years later, these strong men were already middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. When they were found by Yi Kongqing, they did not even realize who Yi Kongqing was. At first, they clamored for Yi Kongqing to let them go quickly. Otherwise, they would become enemies of the entire gang. But soon they stopped shouting. Yi Kongqing didn't do any fancy operations. He just shot and killed one of these people when they screamed. These people naturally understood that Yi Kongqing was not afraid of offending their gang at all. And if they did not cooperate, they would be dead. So the next thing became much smoother. These people quickly recalled what happened that year and truthfully told Yi Kongqing that the mastermind behind the murder of his parents was the boss of this gang. It turns out that Yi Kongqing's grandfather is also the leader of a well-known gang in Country M. And the gang's power is almost as strong as this gang. But during those years of fierce fighting, my grandfather gradually lost ground. And this gang took advantage of the victory and annexed my grandfather's gang in one fell swoop, becoming one of the most powerful gangs in Country M. Their grandfather died in a car accident on the way to escape. Whether it was an accident or the handiwork of their gang boss, they themselves couldn't tell. But what is certain is that their boss knew that Grandpa had a daughter outside. When this daughter got married and had children, the boss sent them to take action in order to avoid future troubles. Chapter 894 Choice 18. After getting the answer he wanted, Yi Kongqing gave these people a happy death. He will never let go of anyone who participated in the murder of his parents. This is the fundamental motivation that has allowed him to persevere no matter what difficulties he has experienced for so many years. Then, he began to inquire about the boss's whereabouts, and finally found a suitable time 3 months later. He killed the boss quickly and avenged his parents. In the month after that, he became a little confused. For so many years, he had only one thought of revenge to keep him alive. Now that this goal had been achieved, he suddenly didn't know what the meaning of his life was. After being at a loss for a month, he took a long vacation and came to his father's country as an ordinary person. He actually didn't know why he came here, but when he lost the goal of living, he suddenly had the idea that he wanted to visit the place where his father grew up. After his father married his mother, he has been living in his mother's country. Although he later went to China when he was on a mission, he had never been to the city where his father lived when he was a child. It was at this time that the world suddenly changed. Zombies came, and everything developed in an unpredictable direction. The scene finally stops at the time when Yi Kongqing killed zombies for the first time, which was the first day of the apocalypse. Asterisk. Xiaoxi returned to the strange room. She did not open the fifth door immediately, but sat on the mattress to collect her thoughts. She now fully understands why Yi Kongqing never takes the initiative to mention her past. One of the reasons was the same as her initial guess. These were unpleasant memories, and mentioning them would deepen the impact of this injury on herself. Don't mention it. Don't touch it. At least it can fade away slowly. Just like her parents' death, she basically kept silent. For Yi Kongqing, including the days of training on the island and the days after becoming a killer, they are all unpleasant memories. The arrival of the survival game allowed him to completely get rid of these pasts. He wanted to start over. So naturally, he didn't want to mention these pasts. Carl and Mori are part of his unhappy past. Xiaoshi saw Carl and Mori in Yi Kongqing's memory. Yi Kongqing would act with them only when cooperation was required to perform tasks. But there was almost no interaction with them at ordinary times. Although Carl admires Yi Kongqing very much, due to the gap in strength, he has little chance to come into contact with Yi Kongqing in the organization. This state of idol worship by fans is only unilateral to Carl, and Yi Kongqing may not know it at all. It is normal that he has no friendship with him. Another reason was probably that Yi Kongqing was afraid of scaring her. His identity is completely different from ordinary people, and what he does is full of killing and danger. And she is a squeamish young lady. Even though she is brave and smart enough, she has not experienced so many dark sides. He was probably worried that as she learned about his past, which was dark and bloody, she might not be able to get along with him as naturally as she does now because of fear. But from the side, Yi Kongqing at least likes the current state of getting along with her, and he has concerns because he cares about her. Chapter 895 Choice 19. Thinking of this, Xiaoshi smiled. And what should I do if I think Yi Kongqing is cute? She took out the compressed biscuits and took 2 bites, then drank 2 more mouthfuls of water before going to open the 5th door. It was a white wooden door, in a normal rectangular shape, with a rainbow painted on the door, giving it a cartoonish feel. She opened the door and walked out, feeling dizzy for a moment. When she recovered a few seconds later, she found that she seemed to have melted into Yi Kongqing's consciousness. Her body seemed to be here, but not there at the same time. She couldn't see herself, but she could feel her presence. But when she wanted to reach out and touch Yi Kongqing, she found that her body seemed to be missing. She couldn't reach out her hand. In addition, she can see many things from Yi Kongqing's perspective, and occasionally seems to be able to feel Yi Kongqing's psychological activities. This is the scene where Yi Kongqing and Xiaoshi meet for the first time. Xiaoshi was wearing a down jacket and a neat bun, and was sitting by the fountain, with a smile on her bright face. She watched the 2 men struggling among the zombies, as if they were watching a show. Yi Kongqing didn't think about having any interaction with this woman at the time, and he didn't want to save the 2 men. It's just that one of his tasks is to hunt down a sufficient number of zombies, and there happens to be a small group of zombies in front of him. So he took action. After dealing with the zombies, he wanted to leave and go to the next location to find more targets. Although he didn't know what this system was about and why there was such a mission, to him, it was not much different from when he was a killer before. They are just issuing and executing tasks. But the target has changed from humans to zombies. Faced with the flattery of the 2 men, Yi Kongqing remained indifferent. He knew that these people wanted to curry favor with him because they just wanted someone to take them alive. And he is used to being a loner. He has neither the habit of helping the weak nor the hobby of being the boss of others. So he left without even looking at these 2 people. But he never expected that the young woman would actually follow him. Faced with his vicious look, she was not afraid at all. She still talked to him with a smile, and even followed him into the nearby wholesale market. After the end of the world began, he met many women who tried to exchange their bodies for protection. He thought she was too as beautiful as she was. He had no such intentions. He tried to scare her off several times, but failed. It was impossible for him to hit a woman because of this matter. In the end, he could only tolerate her staying nearby and occasionally chatting with her. He soon discovered that this woman was completely different from what he thought. She is smart and thoughtful, and even found an exploitable bug in the storage compartment in a short period of time. She approached him because she really wanted to cooperate with him. But it was not a physical exchange as he initially thought, but a reasonable exchange of interests. He became her bodyguard with his own strength, in exchange for weapons and props gained from her points. He knew that she had a lot of points, although he didn't know exactly how many points she had. But what attracted him most was not this, but her smart mind and her attitude of not wanting to be a man's vassal. They do have what the other lacks. Her physical fitness is too poor, and she has almost no force value. And he has not saved much money over the years as a killer. And he has not converted many points. So you can't buy too many props and weapons. Chapter 896 Choice 20. When members of the organization accept tasks, each person can only get 20% of the commission, and the remaining 80% belongs to the organization. Even if Yi Kongqing later became the top killer in the organization, the commission he received only increased to 40%, and the remaining 60% was still given to the organization. In addition, in order to avenge his parents, he spent money everywhere to find out information. When he came to China to relax, his savings were only a little more than the average person. But the prices of things in the System Mall are not cheap. After his money was converted into points, apart from buying weapons, he only exchanged 2 storage compartments. He didn't buy a single prop. If he cooperates with Xiaoxi, he can survive better if he gets the props. And Xiaoxi can save a lot of troubles if he gets his protection. This is indeed a win-win choice. Taking on missions was something he was accustomed to. But this time, the mission target would be by his side all the time. The biggest difference from before is that his duty has changed from killer to bodyguard. From killing to protecting. But it didn't have much of an impact on him. In this way, he agreed to cooperate with Xiaoxi. Although Xiaoxi occasionally made some jokes that made him confused. Most of the time, he was a good partner. She can be squeamish at times. But she's not delicate at all. Although his life skills are a little weaker and his physical fitness is a little worse, his smart mind and his ability to help a lot in the game are enough to offset those shortcomings. In fact, Yi Kongqing rarely interacts with women. He never took on tasks that required approaching the target through color. And other people in the organization did it. Therefore, he has no experience in how to contact women. And sometimes even finds it difficult. But most of the time, he didn't feel uncomfortable staying with Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi seemed to have an aura that always made him feel relaxed. Only very rarely would she deliberately tease him and make him nervous, and at a loss, he didn't even know he could have such emotions before. Later, he wasn't quite sure when he started to be attracted to Xiaoxi. It's just that we were slowly attracted to each other as we got along unconsciously. But he always restrained his heartbeat, because he feels that his identity is not suitable. She was such a bright person, and he didn't want to ruin her beauty. Therefore, he thought it would be good to quietly be her bodyguard. But he didn't expect that feelings would be so difficult to control. The longer he stayed with her, the harder it became for him to control his emotions. Just the appearance of Daniel made his original restraint loosen in an instant. What he didn't expect was that Xiaoxi gave him the most direct response at this time. Because of this response, all his self-control completely fell apart. She said, "Don't control yourself." And it was as if the seal had been broken on him. He liked her. Really liked her. Especially when this feeling is reciprocated. His love cannot be increased. Then, they were together. It seemed that he had never felt so happy in his more than 20 years of life. He finally found a new goal, and a reason to continue living. This time it is no longer for revenge, but for protection. Chapter 897 Choice 21. There was another feeling of dizziness. When Xiaoxi came back to her senses, she was standing in the white door. She returned to the strange room. She touched her cheek, which felt slightly hot. Unexpectedly, Yi Kongqing rarely expressed his feelings in words, but he had quite a lot of thoughts in his heart. And those words were like a confession to her. For such a bold person, she actually felt a little shy. He liked her so much, which made her particularly happy. Xiaoxi rubbed her face, quickly regained her composure, and returned to her rational state as soon as possible. So now comes the problem. She has read through all the illusions in the 5 doors, but she has not found Yi Kongqing's consciousness. Among them, she had no chance to touch Yi Kongqing outside the 2nd door or the 5th door. Yi Kongqing from other sects has already tried to touch them, and is sure that they are all just illusions. Now I can only try to find a way to see if I can meet Yi Kongqing outside the 2nd and 5th doors. Xiaoxi thought. Opened the 2nd door again and walked out. Asterisk. Remaining game time, 5 days, 20 hours, and 57 minutes. Ma Chum glanced at the time display on his personal panel and felt a little proud. It took him less than a day to find the target he needed to attack. If it weren't for the fact that every house here is a little far away from each other, and he has to move carefully to prevent others from noticing. Otherwise he would find the target faster. But speaking of it, not many people entered the 2nd stage of the game. He found a dozen sleeping players one after another. But they were all bound, regardless of whether their partners choose to unbind or not. These bound people neither die nor wake up. It is obvious that these people's partners are still in the 1st stage of the game. Ma Chum glanced at the pretty woman in front of him. She looked quite young. However, he will not be soft-hearted just because the other person is a woman or young. In the survival game, surviving to the end is the most important thing. The question now is how he is going to kill this woman. The woman's companion was still smart enough to not put the woman directly on the bed in the house, but hid her on the beams of the roof and tied her up with ropes. If he hadn't looked twice, he would have missed such a target. It took a lot of effort for him to climb along the vertical beam to the crossbeam. The moment he touched the woman's head, he determined that the woman was the bound person, the target he needed to kill. As long as he can deal with the person in front of him, he will be able to pass the game. And of course, he will be happy in his heart. But he also saw that the woman was wearing a defensive silk scarf around her neck. The defensive ability of this high-grade defensive item was still very strong. If you hit it slowly with a pistol, you don't know how long it would take to finish it. The durability of defensive items. But he didn't dare to use grenades. He was wearing a vest, which was only a medium-grade defensive item, and its defensive ability was not as good as the defensive silk scarf. If the aftermath of the grenade explosion hurt him, he might be doomed. If there is a bomb, he can stay away and press the detonator. Maybe it will succeed. Too bad he doesn't have a bomb. The most important thing is that he doesn't know how many grenades are needed to exhaust the durability of the woman's defensive scarf. If several grenades are needed, it will cause a lot of noise when the first grenade explodes. Chapter 898 Choice 22. The sound of the explosion probably alerted the woman's companions. At that time, Ma Cheng was worried that not only would he not have a chance to make a move, but he would even be killed by the woman's companions. After much thought, he still felt that it was safer to use a pistol. First of all, he bought a lot of pistol bullets, so he wouldn't be afraid even if he consumes a lot this time. Secondly, when you buy a pistol, it will come with a silencer. With a silencer, there will be almost no movement, and it will not attract anyone's attention. Although it takes a little longer, it is at least safer. Moreover, the game time is not over half yet, so this woman's companion should not be back so soon. With this in mind, Ma Cheng took out his pistol, installed the silencer, and began to shoot at the woman one after another. Asterisk. Xiaoxi tried several times and found that no matter what method she used, she could not touch Yi Kongqing outside the second and fifth doors. Every time she entered, she would reenact what she had seen before, but she could not touch Yi Kongqing's body in her own way. There are two possibilities. Either these two are also Yi Kongqing's illusions, so they can't be touched. But the way they can't be touched is different from Yi Kongqing outside the other doors, giving her the illusion that it's hard to touch. In fact, it's just out of reach. Either one of the two is indeed Yi Kongqing's consciousness, so a barrier has been set up to prevent her from touching it. Now it was difficult for her to deduce which one was more likely, and she couldn't think of a better way to try to make contact. She clicked on her personal panel and took a look. Game time remaining, 4 days, 1 hour and 12 minutes. Every time she walked out of those two doors, she had to go through the illusion again before she could come back. And she went back and forth more than once, which consumed a lot of time. Continuing like this is not an option. Maybe she should change her mind. Xiaoxi laid down on the mattress and decided to take a nap before talking. After sleeping for nearly 10 hours before, she had never slept again until now. Excessive fatigue will also affect her thinking ability. Take a good rest first, and maybe she will be able to develop new ideas after waking up. Asterisk. Remaining game time, 3 days, 20 hours, 5 minutes. When Xiaoxi woke up, she stared at the time display on her personal panel in a daze for a while. She didn't sleep too long this time. Only more than 5 hours. Probably because I had something on my mind. I slept uneasily, so I woke up quickly. Although she didn't catch up on enough sleep, she still felt like she had some new ideas. Since she tried many methods, but could not touch Yi Kongqing outside the second door and the fifth door. It is possible that these two Yi Kongqings are indeed illusions, so they cannot be touched. If she follows this line of thinking, what she has to do is not continue to look for Yi Kongqing's consciousness from outside those doors. Because Yi Kongqing outside the doors is all an illusion. So, where is Yi Kongqing's consciousness? None outside the door. Then, should it be right inside the door? Xiaoxi looked around at this strange-shaped house. When she entered the labyrinth illusion, she entered this strange-shaped room. So this room should be the ontology of the labyrinth illusion, and everything outside the door is derived from it. Chapter 899 Choice 23. If you think so, the possibility that Yi Kongqing's consciousness is in the labyrinth illusion should be very high. But there is no sign of Yi Kongqing here at all. I didn't see the sixth door either. Xiaoxi took out a bottle of mineral water and took a few sips. Then tentatively called twice. Aching, are you there? After waiting quietly for a while, there was no response. Xiaoxi was not discouraged. She knocked on the wall casually while continuing to call. Aching, if you are here, just give me a reaction. I came all the way to find you. And it took a lot of effort. It's been a lot of hard work and very tiring. Her tone was delicate and soft. A little angry and a little coquettish. But still no response. She tilted her head in confusion. Aching is really not here. Right. What should I do? Should I change my boyfriend? For example, Daniel? After saying that, she looked around the room, but still didn't see anything special. It's not okay to act coquettishly or to be jealous. Is it because these can't arouse Yi Kongqing's reaction? Or is Yi Kongqing really not in this room? She sat down on the mattress again and organized her thoughts again. Don't assume that Yi Kongqing is not in the room just because there is no response. Assuming that Yi Kongqing is indeed in this room, but he cannot be awakened by coquettishness or jealousy. Then what method should be used to awaken him? Her eyes scanned the doors of different shapes and materials. If we look at the illusions outside the door, what does Yi Kongqing care about most deep down? She quickly filtered everything she saw in the fantasy in her mind, and finally made a summary. What Yi Kongqing cares about most is whether she cares about his past killings and bloodshed. Outside the fifth door, when she experienced everything from Yi Kongqing's perspective, she heard Yi Kongqing's heartfelt voice many times. The reason why Yi Kongqing has been restraining his feelings for her is because he feels that they are not from the same world. Moreover, she had speculated before that Yi Kongqing was worried that after she learned about that part of his past, she would be afraid and unable to get along with him normally. So this may be what Yi Kongqing cares about most right now. Thinking of this, she showed an angry expression. Who are you looking down on? This little thing can scare me. Then she stood up and said loudly, Yi Kongqing, I have said before that I don't care about your past. So I won't force you to talk about the past if you don't want to. But it also has another meaning. That is, I don't care about you. What you were like in the past will not affect my judgment of you. I know best what kind of person you are after I met you. And it is impossible to ignore everything you do for me now just because of your past identity. When she learned about his past, she just felt sorry for him even more. There is no such thing as fear. Having said this, she sighed softly. Aching, come back. I really want to hug you. As soon as she finished speaking, all 5 doors suddenly opened without warning. The next second, 5 light groups with the same color as their respective doors flew in from outside the door, quickly gathered together, and finally merged into a huge white light group. The ball of light slowly approached Xiaoxi, so docile that it had no intention of attacking. Xiaoxi tentatively stretched out her hand, and the moment she touched the light ball, she felt nothing but warmth. Chapter 900 Choice 24. She was quite happy, although it was a bit different from what she expected. Yi Kongqing's consciousness was not in this strange room, but scattered outside the 5 doors, and she needed to find a way to integrate it. But the way she implemented it still achieved her goal, and that was enough. Having said that, if you don't follow her idea, it will be difficult to achieve the goal of integrating the 5 scattered consciousness bodies. After all, when you touch them one by one, you can't touch them all, which will only make people think they are illusions. I don't know how long it will take to figure out that the body of consciousness is a collection of all illusions. Even if you figure this out, you still have to spend a lot of time thinking about how to integrate them. Following the train of thought she had just envisioned, she overtook the car in a curve and took a shortcut. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for finding the consciousness of player Yi Kongqing. The sound of system failure sounded without warning. It sounded like it was disappointed that Xiaoxi found Yi Kongqing's consciousness so quickly. The next second, Xiaoxi returned to the lake. In front of her, Yi Kongqing was slowly opening his eyes. Yi Kongqing looked around blankly, not realizing where he was for a moment. Before Xiaoxi could say a word, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi and player Yi Kongqing for clearing this round of the game. Then, the 2 figures disappeared into the lake at the same time, leaving only the long rope floating slowly in the lake. Asterisk. Ma Cheng felt that he didn't know how many bullets he had fired, but the defensive scarf was still intact. He became a little anxious and a little angry. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the durability of the defensive scarf, and he had already consumed hundreds of pistol bullets. If he just gave up and looked for other targets, he would not be able to recover all the costs he had paid. He felt unwilling. What's more, even if you find a new target, it may not be easier to deal with than the one in front of you. Of course, what he fears most is that after spending so much time, it will be difficult to find a new goal. So even though he was anxious and angry now, he had to continue to persevere. Ma Cheng changed another magazine for himself, and when he was opening the safety bolt and preparing to shoot again, a man appeared in the room without warning. Before Ma Cheng could react, the woman on the beam also opened her eyes. Ma Cheng panicked and knew something was wrong. He didn't care whether he would be injured or not and jumped down from the rafter. At this time, the man already understood what Ma Cheng was doing before. He quickly took out a freezing gun and fired a shot the moment Ma Cheng landed. Ma Cheng had no time to make any move before his body was frozen. The man walked up to Ma Cheng in a few steps and glared at Ma Cheng. Ma Cheng hurriedly explained, "This is the task the system gave me. I have no choice. But I don't have any grudge against you. Besides, she is fine now. Just let me go." As he said that, he smiled flatteringly. "I asked the system. Only players who chose to unbind in the first stage of the game will be tasked with killing other comatose-bound people in the second stage of the game." The man sneered. "You can choose not to unbind so that there will be no task of killing other players. You chose the most selfish option and intended to hurt my woman. And you still want me to let you go?" After saying that, he turned on the button on the side of the freeze gun handle, and a light blue beam of light penetrated into Ma Cheng's body. Ma Cheng's face still maintained a panic expression, and his body was instantly covered with a thin layer of ice crystals, which then turned into powder and disappeared. The man looked at the freezing gun that turned into powder in his hand with some distress, but he felt that it was worth venting his anger on his girlfriend. The next second, the bodies of men and women disappeared into the room. Only the rope on the beam showed that a person had been tied here. Chapter 901 The Meaning of Points and Choices. "My mattress and gas tank haven't been collected yet." This was Xiaoxi's first sentence after returning to the White Room. It didn't matter that she didn't have time to put away the mattress. Anyway, this thing is very easy to replenish, and it doesn't need to be used every time. But she didn't have much left of the gas can. When I was at Xiangli Academy before, I used half of them at once, and this time I used a dozen more. She originally wanted to recycle it after the mission was completed, but she was not even given the chance to recycle it. The key gas tank is not always replenished, and a gas tank is much more useful than a mattress. However, the system did not give her any response, and just started reading the lines as usual. "Congratulations to player Xia for successfully completing the game and earning 5 million points. Players have a half-hour rest here. After half an hour, they will enter the chess and chess pieces game. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or immediately enter the next round of the game." Xiaoxi took off her mermaid tail, and then opened the mall and took a look. She didn't see anything new, and there was nothing else to buy. So she closed the mall. Then she sat cross-legged and complained to the system. "You didn't give me a chance to recycle the materials." Opportunity waits for no one. Players cannot blame the system for not seizing the opportunity. "I just came out of the maze illusion and immediately returned to this White Room. Where did I get the opportunity to take back the supplies?" Xiaoxi said angrily. "You obviously did this on purpose. In the game, it is normal for materials to be consumed to a certain extent. There is no ups and downs in the inorganic sound of the system. But for some reason, it makes people hear a hint of pleasure. It seems that seeing Xiaoxi being unlucky is something that the system finds very frustrating." "I think you are deliberately consuming more of my supplies," Xiaoxi snorted. "And in this game, why do I feel like you are designing it to divide the relationship between players?" The system was silent. Xiaoxi went on to say, "With this kind of game rules, many players must choose to unbind for self-protection. This not only reduces the number of players who have passed the level, but also reduces the previous close contact between players. If the player who chooses to unbind passes the level, only one person will pass the level. If the player who chooses not to unbind passes the level, only 2 people can pass the level. If there are many players who choose to unbind, it means that the number of players who have cleared the game in this round has been reduced from the beginning. Even if the unbound player clears the level, he is alone without a partner. Actually, it's more than that. Even if the player chooses not to unbind, after entering the second stage of the game, entering the opponent's labyrinth fantasy, and understanding the most ulterior secrets deep in the opponent's heart, the 2 people may not be able to continue to maintain a close relationship. Binding relationship. Everyone has secrets to some extent, but not every secret can be known to others. Some secrets may be meant to hide from the people closest to you. Once the secret is revealed, conflicts will arise, and you may even find yourself being deceived and betrayed. All this can be a cause of discord between partners. Of course, an unstable partnership like this will break up sooner or later. With a game like this, it just speeds up the time of dispersion. Chapter 902 The Meaning of Choice. But it's one thing to naturally come to the point of dispersion. Due to the influence of game rules, players accelerate to the point of dispersion, which is another matter. "What good does it do to you to divide the players?" Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. "Or in other words, what harm does it do to you if the players always unite together. From the very beginning, all the players in this game were bound players. And there was an obvious deliberate arrangement. The rules of the game are also very targeted. And the intention to destroy the close connection between players is quite obvious. The binding ability is obtained after clearing the first single-player game. This ability itself does not have much effect. The only use is to allow players to have a companion who can act together for a long time. But now the system intends to make players lose even this bond through survival games. It can't be just for fun. Right? Of course. If the person behind the system is a psychopath who enjoys torturing humans, then she has nothing to say. But if we exclude this abnormal psychology, there must be some other reason to explain this deliberate arrangement. For example, as the difficulty level of the game increases, it becomes more difficult for players without companions to pass the level. In order to increase the difficulty for players to pass the level, this method is deliberately used to weaken the possibility of players forming a team. Or maybe there are other reasons. But she couldn't think of it at the moment. Player Xiaoxi, you think too much. Of course, it is impossible for the system to answer Xiaoxi's question. Its tone has no ups and downs and no emotion. This is just a coincidence and has no special purpose. Really? Xiaoxi shrugged noncommittally, obviously not taking the system's words seriously. The system wouldn't answer her. She knew it very well. So she didn't expect to get any answer from the system. She won't really believe that there is no purpose just because the system says there is no purpose. The reason why she raised this question was mainly to test. Although you can't tell what the purpose is from the system's mouth, you can at least confirm from the system's reaction that it does have a purpose. Xiaoxi made a fist with one hand and punched the palm of her other hand, suddenly feeling blessed. If I were to make a bold guess, it might be the person behind the system. He was afraid that the players would unite to deal with him after their relationship became closer. So he wanted to eliminate the possibility of everyone forming a team. If this is really the case, it means that everyone has something to be afraid of. Therefore, that person must have a weakness. This is interesting. Xiaoxi held her chin in her hand with a thoughtful expression on her face. Although she still doesn't know who that person is or what her weakness is. The fact that she has a weakness gives her a target to explore. If we could really find the weakness behind the system, maybe there would be a chance to fundamentally solve the existence of the survival game? This idea is very bold, and indeed a bit fanciful. But it does not prevent her from exploring this idea. Anyway, if the idea is wrong, everything will just be back to the original point, and the survival game will continue. To her, this was no loss. The key now is how she explores this. After much thought, Xiaoxi finally set her target on the observer. If you can meet an observer once, find an opportunity to find out what the observer does first. Although she didn't know if there was any connection between observer and that person, this was the only direction she could think of so far, regardless of whether there is a connection or not. It is worth collecting information from observers. Chapter 903 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 1. This is a medium-sized gymnasium. Xiaoxi was standing in the auditorium of the basketball hall and immediately saw Yi Kongqing standing on the court of the basketball hall. Yi Kongqing also saw Xiaoxi almost at the same time, and he strode towards Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi looked around and saw no other players except her and Yi Kongqing in the entire basketball hall. When Yi Kongqing came over, the system's cheerful voice finally sounded. Welcome 14 players to Xingli Sports Center. I will explain the rules of the game to you next. The players in this round of the game are divided into two groups. One group of 7 people. Within 1 hour of the game starting, players can find their own teammates to form a team. If 1 hour passes and there are still players who have not successfully formed a team, the system will randomly assign team members. During this hour, the two teams also need to arrange the identities of each member. If there are still players who have not arranged specific identities after the time is up, the system will randomly arrange them. In this round of the game, each player will play the identity of a chess piece, from largest to smallest: general, scholar, bishop, rook, horse, cannon, and pawn, 7 chess pieces. Each group of 7 players has exactly 7 different identities of chess pieces. In this, the same chess pieces can eat each other, and the big chess pieces can eat the small chess pieces. The only special thing is that the pawn can eat the general. As long as you touch the opponent's body and say the word eat, you will successfully capture the chess piece. The chess pieces that are eaten will enter the undetermined space, and the final result will be determined when the game is over. If the team wins, 500,000 points will be deducted before the game is cleared. If the team fails, the entire team will enter the punishment process. It should be noted that the identity of the player's chess pieces is only known to the player himself and his teammates. If the enemy team wants to know, they must reveal the name tag behind the opponent to see it. Without knowing the identity of the opponent's pieces, players can also choose to blindly eat. If the opponent is smaller than themselves, they can successfully eat the opponent. But if the opponent is larger than themselves, they will be captured. Blind eating is risky. Please use it with caution. After 1 hour of forming a team and confirming the identities of teammates' chess pieces, each group of players can act together with up to 2 people, and the entire team is not allowed to gather together. Players can choose to hide to avoid enemy pursuit, but they must move and hide in a different place every 2 hours, and cannot stay in one place forever. Moreover, changing places must be to change venues, not to move positions in the same venue. In order to ensure the fairness of the game, all hot weapons and props are prohibited from being used in this round of the game. During the game, players who died due to other reasons can be resurrected after deducting 10,000 points. Only by eating a player according to the rules of the game will the player be unable to continue the game. This round of the game lasts for 7 days. The team that successfully captures all the opponent's pieces within 7 days wins. If neither team succeeds in capturing all of the opponent's pieces within 7 days, both teams will fail. Okay, these are the rules of the game. So I wish all players good luck. Game start. Chapter 904 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 2. When Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing heard the system saying that they needed to find their teammates, they walked towards the door of the basketball court together. After trying it, I found that the door could not be opened. The two of them thought at the same time that the game might not open until the game officially started. So they gave up the idea of looking for teammates while listening to the system explain the rules. However, neither of them left. They stayed by the door and were ready to open the door at any time to save some time. After hearing the words, "Game starts," Yi Kongqing quickly opened the door, and the two of them walked out together. Next to the basketball court is a badminton court. When Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing approached, the door of the badminton court opened from the inside. A young girl peered out. The moment she saw Xiaoxi, the little girl's face burst into joy and a bright smile. "Sister Xia!" She ran out as fast as she could and ran up to Xiaoxi with a face full of joy. "I didn't expect to be in the same game as Sister Xia. I'm so happy!" Xiaoxi reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. "You seem to be doing well during this time. And you look good." "Yeah." The little girl nodded repeatedly. "I accidentally ran into a warehouse in a previous game. There was a lot of food and drink in it, and I put it all away. With these, I don't have to go hungry." "Then you are really lucky." Xiaoxi smiled and said to Yi Kongqing beside her, "Her name is Suyun, and I have met her in 2 games before." After thinking about it, she said, "It seems that it's just the right time to separate from you." Suyun glanced at Yi Kongqing timidly and felt that this man was very tall and handsome, but his aura was powerful and a bit scary. She swallowed her saliva and greeted nervously in a low voice. "Hello," Yi Kongqing said, and didn't pay too much attention to Suyun. He asked Xiaoxi, "Would you team up with her?" Xiaoxi nodded. "Let's form a group." She doesn't dislike Suyun, a well-behaved and sensible little girl. Moreover, Suyun has never made any decisions on his own. He is more obedient and will be more comfortable in a team. Besides, it's easier to get along with a team with people you know than with people you don't know. Yi Kongqing did not object. Okay. Although it was his first time to meet Suyun, according to his intuition, Suyun did not disgust him. Anyway, there are 7 people to gather. Since Xiaoxi thinks Suyun is suitable, there is no need for him to object. Seeing that both of them agreed to join the team, Suyun suddenly became happy. She said gratefully, "Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely perform well and never cause any trouble." "Is there anyone else in the badminton court?" Xiaoxi asked. Suyun shook his head. "No more. I'm the only one." So the 3 of them walked to the next venue together. It was a tennis court. At this time, the door of the tennis court had just been opened, and the people inside probably didn't start walking toward the door until the system finished explaining the rules of the game. A man and a woman came out. The man was wearing a skull-shaped earring, and the woman was wearing black stockings and a miniskirt. Both of them were about 25 years old, and their temperaments were very social. The 5 people met each other. The skeleton man focused his gaze on Suyun and Xiaoxi for a moment. Then he whistled and asked coolly, "How is it? Form a team?" Chapter 905 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 3. Suyun shrank her neck and subconsciously hid behind Xiaoxi. If Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing weren't by her side, She would have run away long ago when she encountered such a person. When the girl in the short skirt saw Yi Kongqing, her eyes became hot, and even her voice became squeaky. Handsome man. Meeting each other is fate. Not to mention that you don't have a complete team. So why not just come with us? Let's form a team. Yi Kongqing frowned and said angrily. Get out! The girl in the short skirt didn't expect that Yi Kongqing's attitude would be so bad and his words would be so rude. She suddenly looked embarrassed. Xiaoxi smiled and said to the woman in the short skirt and the man with the skeleton. Sorry. Our auras don't match, and we are not suitable for being in the same team. After saying that, she held Suyun in one hand and Yi Kongqing in the other, and the three of them walked towards the next venue. The skeleton man didn't stop him. He just stared at Xiaoxi. Beauty, if you don't team up with us, then we can only become enemies. Have you considered the consequences? It was vaguely threatening. Xiaoxi chuckled lightly and said without looking back, I'm sorry. I wasn't scared. At the same time, Yi Kongqing beside him gave the skeleton man a look full of murderous intent. This was the first time that the skeleton man looked squarely at Yi Kongqing's existence. His emerald green eyes were like those of a step-pen wolf when he is eyeing his prey. He suddenly panicked and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Even the girl in a short skirt, who had developed a lust for Yi Kongqing, gave up the idea of hooking up in an instant. The 3 people left the skeleton man and the girl in short skirts and went straight to the next table tennis venue. The door to this venue has been opened long ago, and there are no players visible inside. I guess they left early in the morning to find someone to form a team with. The 3 people walked downstairs again. They are on the 3rd floor of the gymnasium, and the 2nd floor is the ice hockey hall, bowling alley, volleyball hall and gymnastics hall. The players on the 2nd floor have all walked out of the venue and are talking in the corridor. On the one hand, they are trying to find out the details of others, and on the other hand, they are also looking for suitable teammates. There are a total of 6 players here. Judging from their positions and postures, it can be basically judged that 3 of them know each other. There is also a couple, and the remaining one is a single person. The moment Du Miao Zhanyu saw Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing, there was a bit of a smile on his face. He walked over quickly and took the initiative to say Lo. Xiaoxi, Yi Kongqing, how about I join your team? He asked directly, without beating around the bush. Yi Kongqing frowned and said nothing. When Xiaoxi saw Yi Kongqing's expression, it wasn't that she was disgusted with Zhanyu, but it seemed that she didn't remember where she had met Zhanyu. She reminded, in that game, under the same roof. Zhanyu is also there. Yes. Zhanyu nodded. We were looking for the murderer together. Yi Kongqing had some vague impression, and he said, oh, whatever. Then he looked at Xiaoxi, obviously leaving it to Xiaoxi to make the decision. Welcome to join, Xiaoxi said to Zhanyu with a smile. She and Zhanyu cooperated well in Xiangli Academy, and Zhanyu's character was not unpleasant, so she would naturally be happy to cooperate again this time. After receiving the straightforward reply, Zhanyu Han laughed a few times and felt a lot more relaxed. Chapter 906 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 4. Zhanyu is more willing to form a team with players who have already cooperated with him, especially since his last cooperation with Xiaoxi was smooth and enjoyable. He is even more inclined to join Xiaoxi's team. Then he took the initiative to introduce the situation of the other 5 people to Xiaoxi and the others. The 2 black people are lovers. They don't speak Chinese very well, but their English is okay. The other 3 should be brothers who are related by blood. But specifically I can't tell whether they are cousins or cousins. But they are not biological brothers anyway. Having said this, Zhanyu paused for a moment before continuing. Those 2 black men gave me a somewhat powerful feeling. They didn't look like ordinary people, but like members of the underworld. Those 3 brothers were bound to each other, and their relationship was pretty good. I exchanged a few words with them, and their attitude was quite polite. Do you think they are suitable to be teammates? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly and asked in a low voice. In terms of strength, that black couple is more suitable to be teammates. Zhanyu hesitated for a moment before saying, but that black couple feels a little dangerous to me. If they are really teammates, I don't know if there will be trouble. If you want to form a team, it is better to have people who can respect each other, can discuss plans together, and work well together, which is more suitable. If conflicts are easy to arise in the team, or even endless fights over who has the upper hand, it will be difficult to unite within the team, which will be detrimental to completing the game. Well, then I'll listen to you and form a team with the 3 brothers. Xiaoxi made the decision directly. Zhanyu was stunned, and he quickly asked, Do you want to get in touch with yourself before drawing a conclusion? After all, my personal feeling may not be correct. Maybe I haven't seen the world. So I think that black couple is dangerous. Is there actually no problem? No need. Xiaoxi waved her hand. In this game, whether the players have strong combat abilities is not the most important. The key is whether the team is harmonious and whether they can cooperate well with each other. She looked at Zhang Yu and said, You are a gentle-tempered person. If you feel that the other person makes you feel uncomfortable, it proves that the other person is either too strong and wants to control others, or he thinks he is too self-righteous and cannot listen to other people's opinions. No matter it is in any case, this kind of person is not suitable to be a teammate. She didn't want to have such teammates in the team. It would be a waste of time to argue or suppress them with force. If there is no time to discuss the identity of teammates and no time to deploy a battle plan, then the team will lose half of the battle at the beginning. And you also said that the three brothers have a good relationship and have always been bound together. They want to cooperate with each other tacitly. Xiaoxi added. The more players in the team who cooperate with each other tacitly, it will be more advantageous. After listening to it, Zhang Yu felt that what Xiaoxi said was very reasonable. So he took the initiative to talk to the three brothers. After hearing Zhang Yu's words, the three brothers all turned to look at Xiaoxi and the others. Xiaoxi waved low generously. With the three of you, our team is complete. Sister Xia, don't you need to read the remaining players before making a decision? Su Yun asked quietly from the side. What if there are better teammates? It's not necessary. Xiaoxi also replied in a low voice. During this hour, we have to discuss the identity of each teammate's chess piece, instead of looking for teammates elsewhere. It is better to act immediately when we meet a suitable candidate. Set it down and save some time. Chapter 907 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 5. Hesitation at this time is not a good thing. The more decisive the better. What's more, there are only 3 players left that have not been found. It is basically impossible for a combination to be more cooperative than these 3 brothers. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, Su Yun also quickly waved to the 3 brothers. If you join, we can immediately start discussing the identity of the chess pieces. After Zhang Yu said a few more words to the 3 brothers, the 3 brothers nodded and agreed to form a team without any further hesitation. Zhang Yu led the 3 brothers towards Xiaoxi and the others. At this moment, the black couple suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Yu. It seems that the black couple has been trying to get the 3 brothers to form a team. Xiaoxi understood instantly. Aching, let's go help and fight quickly. Yi Kongqing understood what Xiaoxi meant. Don't waste too much time on other things at this time. Otherwise there won't be enough time to discuss the battle plan. After an hour, players in the same team must also disperse. And it will be inconvenient to discuss plans after that. Therefore, after Yi Kongqing walked over, he immediately punched the black man. Because the defensive items were ineffective, he only used 30% of his strength. The black man reacted very quickly and immediately raised his hand to block. But Yi Kongqing still bruised the skin of his arm. But he only had minor skin abrasions, and his body didn't even take a step back. Still standing firmly, Yi Kongqing narrowed his eyes dangerously. Xiaoxi also understood in an instant this black man also had special abilities that enhanced his physical strength. Although the force used by Yi Kongqing was not very strong, it would be difficult for ordinary people to withstand it without defensive items. Not only did this black man withstand it, but his body was very stable. This could only be achieved if he also underwent physical strengthening. The black man was just about to question Yi Kongqing, but unexpectedly he received the next wave of attacks from Yi Kongqing. This time, Yi Kongqing used 60% of his strength. The black man suddenly struggled to defend himself, was too exhausted to deal with it, and could not find the energy to fight back at all. When the black woman saw that something was wrong, she wanted to step forward to help. Xiaoxi and Zhang Yu blocked the black woman at the same time. The next second, Yi Kongqing accurately punched the black man on the elbow, instantly breaking the black man's arm. The black man screamed, and he backed away repeatedly, finally leaning against the wall behind him. Gasping for air, Yi Kongqing looked at the black man and blurted out in fluent English. Let them go, and let this matter go today. Otherwise, I will not show mercy. There were beads of sweat on the black man's forehead. Although his skin color could not show the paleness, one could tell from his painful expression that Yi Kongqing's blow caused him severe pain. He knew that there was no way he could keep the 3 brothers. Although he was unwilling to do so, he had to look up at the black woman and signal the black woman to get out of the way. The black woman did not dare to act rashly at this time, and had to step aside. John Yu and the three brothers bypassed the black man and black woman and left smoothly with Xia Shi and others. The 7 people returned to the 3rd floor together and sat down in the nearest table tennis court. As soon as John Yu closed the door of the table tennis court, the 3 brothers began to discuss excitedly around Yikong Qing in a familiar manner. This big brother's moves are very methodical, and his movements are neat and handsome. It looks like he has practiced it before. Chapter 908 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 6. That's right. Look at the strong muscle lines on these arms and the perfect body proportions. My eldest brother is definitely a martial arts wizard. I really envy my elder brother, who is so talented and well-educated. He is nothing like us. We have studied hard for many years, but our combat effectiveness is just average. Speaking of which, my eldest brother must have received a special ability that increases his physical strength. Right. The action looked like a casual punch, but the sound of the wind was extremely strong, and the strength was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to possess. I see that the black man also has a physical bonus, but he is still far behind compared to his elder brother. Sure enough, even if the same ability is used on different people, the effects will still be different. Honestly, I didn't want to team up with that black couple in the first place. Those two seemed too difficult to talk to. They seemed to have a posture where I had to completely listen to their arrangements throughout the whole process. I always felt like I would be pushed out by them at any time. Die! Yes. Yes. I am so worried too. If those 2 people hadn't stopped us from leaving, we felt like we couldn't beat them. In fact, we would have wanted to run away. Thanks to your help, brother. Otherwise, we might have been forced to join that black couple. Yes. Yes. At first, we were really worried that we wouldn't be able to leave. Speaking of which, my eldest brother's spoken English is quite good, and his accent is very standard. 666. Unlike us, we all have a bad Chinese accent. It's a bit difficult to communicate with those 2 black people. By the way, buddy, I wonder what you call me. It wasn't until this question was asked that the 3 brothers became quiet. The 3 pairs of eyes stared at Yikong Qing, looking forward to Yikong Qing's reply. Yikong Qing had been frowning the whole time, with a hint of irritation in his eyes. Being stared at now made him even more irritated. He doesn't like to be surrounded by people, and he doesn't like people to talk endlessly in his ears. If he hadn't known that these 3 people meant no harm, he would have punched them one by one to shut them up. Seeing that Yikong Qing was uncomfortable, Xia Shi pulled Yikong Qing behind her. She smiled and said to the 3 brothers, "Let's all introduce ourselves to each other." Then she took the initiative to introduce herself and Yikong Qing. "I am Xia Shi, and he is Yikong Qing." The 3 brothers were also very cooperative and did not continue to pester Yikong Qing. They introduced their names to Zhang Yu and Su Yun. Although these 3 brothers are not biological brothers with the same father and mother, the appearance and outline of the 3 people are still very similar, which shows that the blood inheritance of this family is strong. They were even about the same height and dressed exactly the same. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't look exactly the same, people would have thought they were triplets. The names of the 3 people are also very interesting. They are called Qi Xian, Qi Xia, and Qi Li respectively. Together they mean Qi Xian Li. The ages of the 3 people are also in the same order as their names. Qi Xian is the oldest, and Qi Li is the youngest. Perhaps the names of these 3 people contain the best wishes from their elders. And just as their elders expected, they have been working together to survive in every survival game, and no one has ever left anyone behind. Listening to what you just said, it seems that you have gone to learn martial arts? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Compared to Big Brother, it's still far behind. Qi Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. We are just having a little fight. Chapter 909 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 7. When we were young, our parents sent us to a training institution to learn Taekwondo for several years. Qi Xia chuckled. It's all just tricks, and I didn't study very seriously at that time. Qi Li showed a slightly regretful expression. If you are young and don't work hard, you will be sad. If we had known that we would get into this weird survival game at that time, we would definitely study hard. Yes, Qi Xian sighed. Even if you can't learn Taekwondo 100%, as long as you study hard and the 3 of us brothers attack together, even if we are no match for those 2 black men, at least we won't have a problem running away. These words touched the pain in the hearts of the 3 brothers, and all 3 fell silent. The expressions of the 3 people were exactly the same, all with a bit of annoyance. Let's discuss the distribution of the identities of the chess pieces. Xia Shi changed the topic to business in a timely manner. You can say whatever you think. The 3 brothers looked at each other. and their expressions instantly returned to their previous relaxed look. Actually, I don't have any ideas or plans. She said. As long as the arrangement is reasonable, I can accept any identity of the chess pieces. Yes, I think so too. Xia nodded. Yes, as long as you can win the game. You can have any identity. Li also agreed. I follow Sister Xia's arrangements. Suyan said quietly from the side. I will take whatever identity Sister Xia thinks is suitable for me. Zhan Yu also said. I didn't think of any suitable plan for a while. After all, the time given was too short, and I didn't have time to think too much. Then he looked at Xiaoxi. If you have any ideas, just say it. Yi Kongqing reached out and touched Xiaoxi's head. Listen to Xiaoxi. After listening around and seeing that no one had any special suggestions, Xiaoxi was not modest and said directly, in that case, let me tell you what I think. Everyone sat down together and pretended to listen carefully to Xiaoxi's words. Asterisk. In the swimming pool on the first floor, the remaining 7 people finally got together. The 7 people above have been gathered together a long time ago. Maybe they have all assigned their identities now. I don't know what's going on with you. You've been hiding here for a long time and haven't come out. The black man finally spoke in broken Chinese. The dwarf man who found it yelled. It's all your time you wasted. The dwarf man was all wet. He huddled aside and took out a towel to wipe his hair and face. He coughed from time to time and did not respond to the black man's words. He is obviously drowning. The short woman on the side couldn't help but say something for the dwarf man. Didn't he just say that he was in the swimming pool after entering the game? He can't swim. So he fell into the water. I couldn't swim up, and I couldn't make much noise to ask for help. The black man glared at the short woman. I don't need you to speak for him. We found him together. I just think he is useless. You can't blame him for the bad placement. He almost drowned. The short woman glared back at the black man, unwilling to be outdone, and was not afraid of the strength shown by the black man. Okay. The skeleton man on the side tried to smooth things over. He said with a smile. A lot of time has passed now. Let's quickly arrange the identities of our respective chess pieces. Chapter 9:10 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 8. If we wait until the time comes and let the system arrange our identities, we won't be able to get an identity that satisfies us by then. The skeleton man emphasized the key point again. There is nothing to discuss. The black man raised his intact left arm, revealing his huge biceps. Among the 7 people now, I am obviously the strongest. Do you dare to have any objections to me as general? I really have some objections to this. The skeleton man said without showing any weakness. If you have all arms and legs, then you want to be the boss. I have no objection. But you have broken one arm now. So you are not the strongest among the 7 of us. It's stronger. As he spoke, he showed off his biceps in a serious manner. Not as big as the black man, but he does have it. The black man looked a little angry. No one dares to compare with me. He suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed himself through the heart. The skeleton man looked shocked, while the others subconsciously took a few steps back. A few seconds later, the resurrected black man shook his now intact right arm and showed a sinister smile to the skeleton man. How about it? Do you still dare to fight for the general with me now? The skeleton man looked a little embarrassed. You dare to be cruel to yourself. Of course you are powerful. I won't steal it from you. Although the system has said that in this game, players who died due to other reasons can be resurrected by deducting 10,000 points. But who would use it for such a thing? 10,000 points is not much. But it must be used wisely. Otherwise, there will be too many resurrections in a game, and the points may not be enough. And it hurts so much to stab yourself with a knife. If this black man is so cruel to him, he really can't compare. However, the skeleton man was unwilling to admit that he actually did not remember that the injuries he had suffered before would disappear after he was resurrected. The black man snorted. Since no one objects, then I will be the general, and she will be the sure dot. He pointed his finger at the black woman standing next to him. After speaking, he glanced at the skeleton man emphatically. Do you have any objections? How dare you? The skeleton man compromised very well. And then he said with a smile, then I can have the identity of Xiang. Right? The black man waved his hand indifferently. As long as you don't rob me, you can decide what identity you want. I don't care. The skeleton man immediately turned to look at the others. In this way, I will be the bishop. My girlfriend will be the rook. And you can choose the remaining 3. The skinny monkey-like man who had been silent until now finally spoke. Isn't it too hasty to settle like this? At least the identity of the pawn is very important and cannot be ignored. The only function of a pawn is to capture the general. Once this task is completed, it can only be captured by other chess pieces. The skeleton man said unconcernedly, I think no matter who is a pawn, okay. As long as you hide in the early stage and wait for others to find out which of the other parties is the general. Then come out and eat the general. You will be able to retire. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. In his opinion, although the pawn can capture the general and has a special status, because the chess piece has the lowest level, it will become an abandoned piece after completing the task of capturing the general. At that time, even if you are hunted or hunted by the enemy, no one will come to rescue you. Chapter 9:11 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 9. The skeleton man definitely doesn't want to be an outcast. Even if the team wins, players who are eliminated midway will have to deduct 500,000 points. 500,000. Who wouldn't feel sad? The probability of a pawn being eliminated midway is much higher than that of other chess pieces. As the lowest level pawn, if you encounter any chess piece except general, you will be eaten. In order to protect the general, the opponent will also actively look for the pawn and eliminate the pawn as soon as possible, even if the pawn can capture the opponent's king before being eliminated. It will still end up being abandoned by its teammates, and it is still the easiest to be eliminated by the opponent. After all, in this game, all opponents must be eliminated to win. It is impossible for the opponent to not capture the pawn just because the pawn is useless. Anyway, he is not willing to be a pawn. Whoever wants to be a pawn can be a pawn. He wants to be a higher level chess piece so that he can have a higher chance of surviving to the end. This is also the main reason why he competed with black men to be the general in the first place, although there is a risk of being eaten by a pawn as a general. Except for the pawn, all other chess pieces can be eaten as desired. So the freedom is the greatest. In his opinion, the risk is also the lowest. It's a pity that he can't win over the black men, so he has to be inferior to them. Although I can only get a bishop. In any case, it is the third level, so I can barely do it. The black man listened to the skeleton man's words with some difficulty, and finally understood what the skeleton man meant. He nodded in agreement. Yes, I thought the same thing as him. After saying that, he waved his big fist at the thin monkey, the dwarf man, and the short woman. Do you have any objections? The skinny monkey's lips trembled for a moment, and then he said, Then I'll be a horse. It is impossible for him to beat a black man. Reasoning will not work, so he can only compromise. The dwarf man, who was still wiping the water droplets from his hair, also spoke in a hoarse voice at this time. I am a cannon. According to the principle of giving identity to whoever opens his mouth first, he can only choose between two now, and he doesn't want to be the weakest pawn. The short woman's expression suddenly changed. She looked at the thin monkey, and then at the dwarf man. Especially when he looked at the dwarf man, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. I just spoke to you so much, and you actually did this to me? She couldn't help but express her emotions. The dwarf man glanced at the short woman. His expression didn't change much, and he didn't even show any guilt. You just said a few innocuous words for me, but they didn't help me in any way. His tone was very calm. You won't let me keep the lowest level chess pieces for myself. The short woman's face suddenly turned red, feeling a little embarrassed and a little angry. It's just that even she couldn't tell. This emotion was because she felt more embarrassed because she tried to get more than she paid and was exposed, or because she was angry because the dwarf man was not grateful for her kindness. A bit more. Look, didn't the identities of all the players' chess pieces be determined quickly? The black man didn't care what the short woman thought. He said in broken Chinese, Okay, whoever is the chess piece can be identified. It's not important. What's important is how to deal with the 7 hostile people. Chapter 9:12 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 10. Do you already have a strategy? The skeleton man asked the black man. Tactics? The black man snorted disdainfully. What tactics are needed? As long as you can figure out who is the pawn, and who is the general among the 7 of them, and eat these 2. You can't just kill the others casually. So you can guess who among them will be the pawn and the general? The girl in the short skirt became more energetic and asked quickly. Brother Black, if you have any guesses, please share them with us. We are teammates on the same team. The delicate voice was obviously flattering, but the black man was very useful. He raised his chin slightly and said, It's a good guess. It must be the tallest green-eyed man as the general. Among the 7, he is the strongest. And the others you can't beat him. Although you are right. The one with green eyes is indeed the strongest. But I don't think he may be the general. The skeleton man boldly retorted to the black man. Don't forget that there is a big beauty next to him. Son, maybe in order to show off his boyfriend power. Green Eyes specially left the highest ranking chess piece for the beauty. As I said, you two didn't give up the high-level chess pieces to us. The woman in the short skirt pointed at herself and the black woman, and said angrily, why do you think Green Eyes will give up? She is a great beauty. The skeleton man said rudely, you are far behind compared to others. The girl in the short skirt walked over unhappily and picked up the skull man's ear. Why? Now you dislike me for not being as beautiful as others? You used to flirt with others, and I don't care about you. If you want to kick me and replace me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Hurry up and let go. The skeleton man hurriedly protected his ears and said unhappily, you're also flirting with that green-eyed guy. I didn't say anything to you. He and the girl in short skirts just keep each other company and satisfy each other's physical needs without any feelings. So whether he goes to seduce other women or the short-skirted girl goes to seduce other men, they will not interfere with each other. But no matter how they hook up, their interests must come first in the end. After all, they are bound together, and their relationship is always closer than the relationship with other players. But now, he was just telling the truth. The girl in the short skirt was indeed not as beautiful as the woman with green eyes. Why should she pull his ears? If she could be that stunning, he might be willing to give her a higher-level chess piece status. But she didn't. He was willing to arrange for her to be a chess piece 1 level below him, which was already a great honor. The skeleton man shook off the girl's hand in the short skirt and rubbed his ears. Anyway, we all think that the general identity is between the green eyes and the big beauty. This is always the same. When the time comes, let's tear off these two people's name tags first. Green eyes are difficult to deal with. The black woman frowned slightly and spoke very poorly in Chinese. And he also has a special ability that increases physical strength. Most people can't control him at all. It's difficult to tear off his name tag. Isn't that simple? The skeleton man snorted. Let's tear off the beauty's name tag. If the beauty is a general, that would be the best thing. We can let our pawns take action immediately. If the beauty is not a checker, then it must be that the green eyes have not escaped, and the pawn will eat blindly. Chapter 9 13 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 11. I don't agree. The short woman, who had been feeling uncomfortable because she was left at the end and became a pawn, finally spoke out angrily when her teammates were deciding their fate. The system has said that blind eating is risky. It's very big. At least I have to make sure that the other party is a will before I act. Otherwise I won't go. She can no longer compete with others for the identity of other chess pieces. So at least she can't easily throw herself out. The level of pawn is inherently low, and its only function is to capture the general. Once the blind capture is wrong, it is 100% sure to be eliminated. Moreover, the probability of a pawn being blindly eliminated is much higher than that of other chess pieces. She would never agree to risk herself. Are you deaf? The skeleton man looked at the short woman with disdain. We have been talking here for a long time. Don't you have ears to listen? That's right. At this time, the woman in the short skirt still stood on the side of the skeleton man and said, we have made reasonable inferences before locking the identity of general on those two people. If it's not Jiang, it must be a handsome guy with green eyes. Although it's blind, the accuracy is close to 100%. No matter how close to 100%, as long as it is not 100% sure, there is a possibility of error. The short woman did not compromise. I still say the same thing. As long as I can't confirm that the name of the other party is general written under it, I will never take action. Do you want to be punched? The black man waved his big fist and threatened. Do you want to be beaten to death? Don't even think about threatening me with this. The short woman did not show weakness at this time. Her attitude was very tough. Since you want me to be a pawn, you must meet my conditions before I take action. Otherwise, I will take action. You can choose others to be pawns. Upon hearing this, then Monkey couldn't help but speak. The identity of the chess pieces has been agreed upon. Don't try to take advantage of this opportunity to change it. Although the level of his chess piece is not high, it is better than the pawn. Anyway, and he knew very well that he couldn't compete with the two black men and the skeleton man. So he could only choose one of the last 3 chess pieces. After finally getting the highest level identity among the last 3 chess pieces, he would never agree to the change. Then do as I say. The short woman glanced at the thin monkey. And then she looked at the black man again. You can kill me. Anyway, I can resurrect after spending 10,000 points. But as long as if you kill me once, then I would rather the whole team lose. And I will never cooperate with any of you again. Are you crazy? The skeleton man's expression suddenly changed. And he looked a little anxious. As the saying goes, no matter how powerful a person is, he is afraid of a lunatic who is desperate for his life. This short woman looked like she was short and easy to bully. But she turned out to be a strong character. Even though she threatened her like this, it didn't work at all. I can beat you to a disability so that you can't resist. And then carry you to eat the enemy's generals. The black man was not easily suppressed by the short woman's attitude. He sneered and said, I have cut off your hands and feet so that you cannot run away or commit suicide. Anyway, I only need your identity as a chess piece. When I finish eating the general on the opposite side, I don't care whether you live or die. Chapter 9:14 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 12. The black man said these words in a mixture of Chinese and English. It was probably the short woman's resistance that aroused his anger, and he was unable to express his thoughts smoothly in Chinese for a moment. So it became a mixture of Chinese and English. The short woman's English is very poor, but after listening to it, she can probably guess what the black man means. Her eyelids trembled slightly, obviously a little scared, but she didn't want to compromise at this time, and still said with a stiff neck, Okay, you give it a try. Only the pawn himself can eat the other party's general if he speaks. As long as I don't speak, you can force it. I took it there, but it's no use. When the black man heard this, he became furious and rushed forward to beat the short woman. At this time, the skeleton man stopped in front of the black man. He lowered his voice and said, It's better not to get too tense at this time. We really need the cooperation of the pawn. Since she doesn't want to be tough, then be polite to her. Point. But the black man was very unhappy. How are you going to be polite? Just follow her wishes and confirm the specific identities of the 7 opponents' chess pieces. When the skeleton man said this, he was actually very unhappy. But he is not as bad-tempered as a black man. And he is more able to see the current situation clearly. If the short woman refuses to cooperate, the entire team's chance of winning will be reduced by 10%. Even for the ultimate victory, he now had to compromise with the short woman. After eating the opponent's general, he threw the short woman directly to the opponent, asking her to deduct 500,000 points even if she passed the game. This was also a bad breath for herself. Of course, he would not express this idea now. Otherwise, this peacemaker will fail. Time-consuming. The black man was very dissatisfied with the skeleton man's compromise. Although our plan is to find out the general on the opposite side first. After eating the general, we still need to identify which one is the pawn. The skeleton man had to patiently persuade. Besides, we need to understand each of the generals on the opposite side. The specific identity of the players also helps us to take targeted action, so as to ensure that everyone can pass the level together and not be eliminated midway through the game. The black man snorted disdainfully. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was quite clear. He doesn't care if others get kicked out midway, as long as the game is won at the end. No, as long as he can win without being eliminated at the end of the game. That's enough. Of course, the skeleton man knows what the black man is thinking, because he himself has the same thoughts. But he is not as stupid as a black man. If he expresses his thoughts at this time, how can others do things for him? Even if he had the idea of letting others block the gun, he couldn't say it directly. Thinking of this, the skeleton man felt a little more contempt for black men. It doesn't matter if his strength is higher than his. He has strong muscles, but an empty mind. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't necessarily be the boss. Although he thought so in his heart, the skeleton man still said to the black man with a very good attitude, No matter what, if you don't do what the short woman wants now, she will not cooperate with us at all. In order to win in the end, just spend more time to find out the specific identities of everyone on the other side. At this time, the girl in short skirt also came over. Chapter 9:15 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 13. The woman in the short skirt lowered her voice and said, But the green eyes look very powerful. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to get close to him, and it will be even less possible for us to tear off his name tag. Then tear off the name tags of the other 6 people. The skeleton man glared at the woman in the short skirt with a, Why are you so stupid? Look, this way you can know his identity without having to tear off the name tags with green eyes. I think it's okay. The black woman listened to the whole process and made an okay gesture at this time. Then she said to the black male, "Don't push your teammates too hard. It will be bad." The black man shook his fist in the air in annoyance, but did not retort. The skeleton man knew that the black man had acquiesced. He turned to the short woman and said loudly, "Okay, stop keeping a straight face. We all agree to your conditions." The short woman was relieved in her heart, but she didn't dare to relax at all on the surface, for fear that if she relaxed, others would see that she was actually panicking inside. "Although I'm ready to confirm the specific identities of all the opponent's players, I still think we can start with that big beauty." The skeleton man rubbed his hands and added, "Of course, that one looks like an underage. Girls, too. When persimmons are picked, the weak ones should be picked. When dealing with opponents, of course, one should also choose the bully ones to attack first. Since there were only 2 women on the other side, it was obviously easier for them to become their first target." No one else in the team objected to this. After discussing this, the swimming pool suddenly became quiet. No one said anything, as if they felt there was nothing left to discuss. It was quiet for a while, and the dwarf man suddenly spoke. "We haven't discussed who will be with whom when we take action later. What's there to discuss?" The skeleton man hugged the woman in short skirt beside him. "Of course, I will act together with my woman." The black woman took the initiative to climb on the black man's shoulders, and her meaning was quite clear. The dwarf man and the skinny monkey looked at each other and saw the same message in each other's eyes. "Then let me form a team with you." The dwarf man took the initiative. "I think so too." Skinny monkey nodded. Then he glanced at the short woman and said, "You have a special status. Just hide, as they said in the early stage. There is no need to communicate with other people. Let's act together. When we find each other's general, you can come out. You don't need to tell me. I know it in my heart." The short woman snorted coldly, showing no sign of the thin monkey and the dwarf man teaming up with each other. The dwarf man had that attitude before, but now that he would make such a choice, she was not surprised at all. Anyway, she was the weakest, so of course they didn't want to be with her. "By the way, I suddenly thought of a question." The skeleton man looked at the short woman. "You need to change venues to hide every 2 hours. How are you going to hide?" "If this matter is not explained clearly, then when the pawn is needed and no one can be found, he will be mad to death. I will rotate through all the venues on the first floor." The short woman seemed to have thought about it before and did not hesitate at this time. "I will not go to the 2nd or 3rd floors. If you want to find me, just go to the 1st floor. It doesn't take much time to search in several venues." Chapter 9:16 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 14. "That's okay." The skeleton man nodded with satisfaction. No one else objected, but the black man emphasized, "You must do what you say. Don't wander around to the 2nd and 3rd floors, which will increase the workload for us to find you. Since I have already agreed, there is no reason to go back on it." The short woman turned her head and refused to look at the black man to express her dissatisfaction. "You don't need to emphasize it." Seeing that the black man was about to get angry again, the black woman grabbed the black man's arm in time. Only then did the black man restrain himself from getting angry. For the next time, none of the 7 people spoke again. The 2 people who had formed a team gathered together and chatted quietly, except for the short woman who stood alone. Asterisk. After talking about her plan, Xiaoshi added a few more words. Since the rules of the game require that all the chess pieces in the opponent's team must be eaten to win the game, even if the opponent only has 1 low-level chess piece left, as long as it is not found, we will not win. So until the moment of victory is certain, we must not take it lightly. Everyone else nodded, indicating that they remembered. Seeing that the system had not yet announced that the time was up, Xiaoshi added, "Although we have considered many possibilities, unexpected surprises may still occur. At that time, it will be up to you to adapt accordingly." After a pause, she said with a smile, "As long as you remember, no matter how you adapt to circumstances, the final goal remains unchanged. As long as the goal can be achieved, the chance of passing the game is not low." Everyone nodded again to show their understanding. Although in this game, as long as the team can win, even teammates who are eliminated midway can pass the game. Xiaoshi finally reminded everyone. But for everyone, deducting 500,000 points is not a small amount, so everyone tries to protect it. You don't act impulsively. Don't take advantage of yourself until you have to. Try to avoid the situation where chess pieces of the same level eat each other, and try not to eat blindly. She has a lot of points. To her, 500,000 is no different than 5 yuan in the eyes of others. But she knew very well that most people were not as wealthy as she was. Since they were working in a team, she had to consider the overall situation of other teammates. Competing at the same level requires the most sacrifice of players, in order to avoid teammates being deducted 500,000 points. This tactic is the most inappropriate. Xiaoxi's last words undoubtedly instantly captured the hearts of the three brothers of the Qi family. The reason why these three brothers refused to cooperate with the two black men was that they felt that the two black men simply wanted to use them as pawns. Xiaoxi showed due respect and considered them. After such a comparison, they felt that it was wise to choose Xiaoxi's group. At this time, the system finally spoke. 1 hour is up. Congratulations to all the players for successfully forming a team and successfully arranging their chess pieces. Please start taking action according to the rules of the game. As soon as it finished speaking, every player felt as if something was attached to their backs. Everyone subconsciously looked at the people around them and found that everyone had a white cloth taped behind their backs. There is no writing on the outside of the white cloth, and the cloth is so thick and opaque that no one can see the writing hidden inside. This is very reassuring. Chapter 9:17 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 15. Everyone looked at each other, cheered each other up, and then walked towards the entrance of the table tennis venue. Before leaving, the three brothers of the Qi family cast admiring glances at Xiaoxi. If they admired Yi Kongqing out of hard power at first, then now they admire Xiaoxi based on soft power. Although there is an innate gap in hard power such as military force, if you cultivate it, even if you cannot reach the most powerful level, you can at least make great progress. But the soft power of IQ is different. IQ is innate. No matter how you cultivate it, it will not change much. Careful thinking and meticulous arrangements require innate talent and the cultivation of acquired self-interest to be able to do so well. These are realms that the three brothers cannot achieve in any case. But Xiaoxi did it. Although no one can guarantee that Xiaoxi can consider all situations, but who can really make sure that there is no plan left unturned? Compared to most people, she has considered it quite comprehensively. Although this plan has certain risks, where can there be absolutely safe gameplay in a survival game? In short, after the OK series of planned discussions, the three brothers of the Qi family couldn't help but admire Xiaoxi. They didn't expect the idols to change so quickly, and they all felt a little sorry for the person in front of them. So at the last moment when they separated, the three of them cast apologetic glances at Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing was confused. Why are these three stupid young men looking at him like this? When they walked out of the table tennis court, the 7 people had already taken out a thin coat from their respective storage compartments and put it on themselves, in order to prevent the name tag from being torn off as much as possible. They even zipped it tightly. Anyway, the entire gymnasium is well air-conditioned, so you won't feel too hot even if you wear a coat. Of course, even if it's really hot without air conditioning, they can endure it for the sake of victory. Then everyone dispersed according to the previously agreed teams. Only 2 people can form a team, and one of the 7 people is destined to act alone. Divided into 4 groups, they quickly found suitable places to hide in various venues on the 3rd floor. There are exactly 4 different venues on the 3rd floor. Enough for 4 groups of people. That's right. All 7 people hid, and were not in a hurry to find the enemy immediately. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing acted together and hid in the tennis court. Each venue here has complete facilities, including training venues and stands, as well as locker rooms, toilets and showers. The 2 of them hid in the locker room. Of course, there is no place to hide in the dressing room, except for a gap between the innermost closet and the wall. The wardrobes here are very small, only about 60 centimeters long, and cannot accommodate a tall adult. However, Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing had no intention of stuffing themselves into the closet. They didn't even hide in the only gap where they could hide people. As soon as she entered the locker room, Xiaoxi suddenly turned around and hugged Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment. Then his expression softened, and he stretched out his hand to hug Xiaoxi gently. I promised you a hug in the last game. Xiaoxi rubbed her head against Yi Kongqing's chest. I can't break my promise. Yi Kongqing laughed softly, and there was a slight vibration in his chest. Chapter 9:18 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 16. In order to avoid being heard, Yi Kongqing kept his voice as low as possible, making it appear deep and sexy. Well, Xiaoxi always keeps her word. Xiaoxi raised her head and looked at Yi Kongqing, blinking her eyes as if in disbelief. Although Yi Kongqing is not an indifferent person, he rarely smiles. It is especially rare to laugh out loud like this. In her impression, she had known Yi Kongqing for so long, And it seemed like this was the first time she heard Yi Kongqing smile like this. At this time, the corners of Yi Kongqing's mouth were still slightly raised, and he seemed to be in a good mood. His face, which had always been cold and hard-lined, became softer and more relaxed than ever before. Although Yi Kongqing said nothing, Xiaoxi understood that the deepest secret in his heart had been revealed, and her attitude towards him was the same as before, which made him completely relax. Ah Qing looks so pretty when she smiles. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly at Yi Kongqing. I like Ah Qing the most. The tips of Yi Kongqing's ears turned red again, but he did not avoid Xiaoxi's gaze. He looked directly at Xiaoxi and said seriously, You are the only person I care about in this world. Then, he lowered his head slightly and kissed Xiaoxi's lips reverently. Xiaoxi felt that her heartbeat suddenly became chaotic, and the deer in her heart jumped happily. Who says you have to say, I like you, or I love you, to express love? Such a restrained way of expression is even more sultry. The ambiguous atmosphere did not last long. Both of them knew that the most important thing at the moment was to clear the game. They hid in the only corner where someone could hide. The two people were squeezed together, barely able to completely cover their figures. Asterisk. Every venue here is not small, and in order to give the athletes in each venue a better experience, the walls have been soundproofed. If someone is walking in the corridor between the venues, they will not be heard. But if someone opens the door to the venue, you can definitely hear it in the locker room. At this time, all the venue doors on the third floor are closed, so that when someone breaks in, the players hiding inside can find it immediately. However, the black man and black woman walked to the third floor and saw that all the doors to the venues were closed. They thought that the other party was trying to confuse them so that they could not figure out which venue the enemy was in. The two of them did not expect that all 7 of the other party were hiding on the third floor. The black man directly opened the table tennis court closest to the stairs. The venue was brightly lit. Rows of table tennis tables were arranged neatly, and there was not a single person in sight. The black man squatted down. There is no obstruction under the table tennis table. You can see all the bottom of the table clearly at a glance, and no one is hiding under it. We went from the first floor to the third floor without meeting anyone, the black woman said to the black man in English. They should all be hiding. A group of cowards, the black man said disdainfully in English. They don't even have the courage to confront them head-on. In his opinion, except for the green eyes, he ignored everyone else. There is only one green eye, and only 2 people can act together in a team, which means that the green eye can only protect one teammate at most. In his eyes, everyone else is weak, and no one can beat him. As long as he touches it, he can do it without any effort. Those people must also know that they are not strong enough, so they don't dare to be tough. So they choose to hide. Chapter 9:19 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 17. The question now is how to find them. The black woman talked to the black man in English while looking around. Every venue here is huge, and it takes a lot of time to find people. People who hide have to change places every 2 hours, the black man said with a sneer. I'm just sitting here to rest and not going anywhere. When I stop in the corridor outside in 2 hours, I will definitely be able to see to the players who ran out and changed places. He didn't even need to bother looking for it. He just waited until the time was up and those fools threw themselves into the trap. Anyway, the game lasts for 7 days, so 2 hours is enough to wait. Don't do nothing, the black woman disagreed. At least look for it first. It's okay to look for it. The black man didn't object. He pointed to the locker room in the distance and the bathroom in the corner further away. There are not many places to hide people in each venue. There is no hiding place in the training venue. If there's no one around, let's just go over there and have a look. The black woman nodded and said, If there is no one over there, let's go to the stands and have a look. The stands are higher than the training ground, and the chairs are arranged in rows. From the training ground, it is not easy to see the people hiding behind the chairs. Okay. The black man agreed readily. The two of them walked towards the locker room together. The locker room is also brightly lit. When players enter the game, all the lights in the entire stadium are turned on. Of course, these lights can be turned off, but turning off the lights in a certain place at this time will undoubtedly let people know that there is someone hiding here. After all, after the system announced that 1 hour was up and allowed players to start taking action, everyone started to move. This time is not long, and it is not enough for players to turn off the lights in all places in the venue. What's more, even if you really turn off the lights, you can still turn them on when your opponent comes to look for you. In the previous hour, Xiaoxi had already tried it. The light switch could not be destroyed, nor could the light bulb. In this way, it would be more appropriate not to turn off the lights. As far as the eye could see in the locker room, no one was seen. The black man knocked on the closet door next to him. There can't be anyone hiding in this little thing, right? Even though he said that, he still opened the closet door and took a look. He did not forget that there was an underage girl in the opponent's team. She was not tall and had a slim build. She might be able to squeeze herself into a small closet. The black woman apparently had the same idea as the black man, and she was responsible for opening the closet door on the other side. The two men quickly opened all the closet doors and found nothing but a few scraps of paper, hair ties, and a pair of smelly yellow socks. The black woman closed the closet door with the smelly socks in disgust and took several deep breaths before she felt more comfortable. The black man looked up at the top of the closet and saw that the entire height of the closet reached the ceiling. He was sure that it was impossible to hide anyone above the closet. Then he said to the black woman, "Let's go to the shower room next to her." The area of the shower room is smaller than that of the locker room, and the bottom of each stall is suspended. You can confirm that no one is there at a glance. Of course, just in case, the two of them opened all the partition doors and took a look. There was indeed no one hiding. Chapter 9:20 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 18. The black man and the black woman went to the toilet in a corner a little further away. They still opened every cubicle and took a look, but there was still no one there. The two people looked at each other. The black man said first, "I feel like there are no hiding people in this venue. They should be hiding in other venues. There are still stands that we haven't found yet. Let's talk about it after we finish searching." The black woman was more patient than the black man. As she said this, she pulled the black man toward the stands. "It's better to spend more time than missing something. And we are here. It won't take more than 2 hours. And after I finish looking for the stands, I still have time to go to the corridor to see which venue has players coming out." The black man did not refuse, and the two of them walked towards the stands together. The stands of medium-sized stadiums are not that big. The stands of one venue can accommodate about 1,000 people. The stands are divided into 3 fan-shaped areas on the left, middle and right. Each area is separated by a walkway, and the seats in each area are distributed uniformly. There are 30 seats in the first row, 2 more in the second row, and so on, for a total of 10 rows. The seats are all folding chairs made of plastic. The backs of the chairs are not high, but if someone is squatting or lying down behind them, you really can't see them until you get closer. 2 black men strode to the stands and looked over row by row. There are only 10 rows in total, and you can see all 3 areas. It really doesn't take much time. They didn't see a single person until they reached the last row. Let me tell you, there is no one in this venue. The black man stood behind the last row of seats and subconsciously glanced out the window. Outside is the outdoor track and field of the stadium, with various lines painted on the track. When we finish looking for indoor venues, let's go check out this place. The black man pointed to the track and field and said to the black woman, "Maybe they sneaked out while we were looking for someone in the venue." "Okay." The black woman agreed. The rules of the game stipulate that activities take place in the gymnasium. Although the track and field is an outdoor venue, it is also within the scope of the gymnasium, and it is indeed possible to hide people. Although it seemed at first glance that there were fewer places to hide people in the track and field than in the indoor venues, we couldn't rule out that the other party just hid there because they didn't want to check. "Okay, we can't find anyone here. Let's go out," the black man said and walked out along the aisle by the window. "Walk straight along the wall in this direction until you reach the wall next to the door. Then come down the stairs and walk to the door. This is the shortest route." The black woman follows the black man. The two people walk to the stairs, and while walking down, they discuss whether to go to the second venue to find someone later or wait in the corridor first. Just after walking down 2 stairs, the black woman walking behind suddenly felt the clothes on her back being pulled sharply. Then there was a tearing sound, as if something was torn apart, and then the black woman felt the power behind her disappear. The black woman reacted instantly. When she turned her head to look, she only saw a flexible figure quickly climbing over the front rows of seats in a parkour manner, then walking sideways to the stairs, going down 2 steps at a time. "Walk." The black man also understood what was going on at this time, and he strode forward to chase after him. But before the black man could catch up, the figure ran to the gate at an extremely fast speed and quickly disappeared outside. Chapter 9:21 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 19. Although black men have advantages in strength, they are less flexible. His walking speed on the stairs was not as fast as that figure, By the time he reached the door, he had long since lost sight of the figure. He didn't even know which direction the figure was running in. But the black man still chased towards the stairs. In his opinion, other venues are far away, and there is no time to escape. But the table tennis venue is close to the stairs, and it is very fast to go downstairs from here. But he ran all the way to the corridor on the second floor, and didn't see anyone. If you want to continue searching, you can only search venue by venue. If he really wanted to search, it would be no different from what he was doing. He was originally looking for people in one venue after another. There are his teammates on the second floor. If that person is on the second floor, his teammates will look for him sooner or later. If he goes to the second floor to search for him, he will miss the venues on the third floor. But if you run to the first floor, the black man scratched his scalp irritably. No matter. His original purpose was to search all the venues on the third floor. He couldn't leave so many venues on the third floor for someone who didn't know where he was. Anyway, besides the pawn, there are 2 other people staying on the first floor. Even if that person runs to the first floor, he will not be safe. With this thought in mind, the black man quickly returned to the table tennis court on the third floor. At this time, the black woman was standing at the entrance of the venue. When she saw the black man coming back, she asked, "Have you caught anyone?" "Shit!" The black man was very unhappy. "I didn't even see a shadow. You are running too slow," the black woman said rudely. "That man is running much faster than you." Hearing the black woman say this about him, the black man immediately became angry. He cursed angrily and asked, "Why are you so careless?" The black woman also became unhappy. "Can you blame me? You didn't realize there was a person hiding there." The man was hiding behind a curtain in the corner, because all the curtains were open, and the length of the curtains was still a long way from the ground. She and the black man both took a look below to make sure there were no shoes, and assumed there was no one hiding behind them. When the black man went out to chase him, the black woman took a special look behind the curtain and discovered that there was a rectangular stone under the curtain. The light in this corner is not very good, and the stone is hidden under the curtains, just in the shadow. The color of the stone is similar to that of the wall, so you would not notice such a thing at first glance. And that person should be standing on the stone and hiding behind the curtain. Neither of them noticed the person behind the curtain. Everyone was responsible, but the black man wanted to put all the blame on the black woman. Of course, the black woman was not happy. "Okay, stop talking nonsense," the black man said as he walked to the next tennis court. "Fortunately, your name tag was just torn off, exposing your identity as a chess piece. If the game had started less than 2 months ago, it would be a shame to eliminate a player within an hour." Although the black woman was not happy with the black man's attitude, she still followed the black man out of the table tennis venue. She snorted and said disdainfully, "My chess pieces are of a high level, and there are not many chess pieces that can get me out. Since that person ran away, he must be of a lower level than me." Chapter 9, 22 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 20. The black man seemed to have thought of something, and he said to the black woman, "I see that the man just now was wearing a coat, covering his name tag. That is safer. Or you can wear a coat too." After the black woman's name tag was torn off, the word, "Sure," in black italics was revealed on the back of her clothes. There was nothing to cover it, which undoubtedly allowed everyone to see her identity as a chess piece. The black woman also felt that it was a little unsafe to be exposed to the public. She took out a sweatshirt from the storage compartment and was about to put it on when the sound of the system suddenly rang in her ears. Warning: players who tear off their name tags cannot cover their backs. Otherwise, they will be deemed to have violated the rules of the game and will be eliminated directly. The black woman's face turned aside, and she took back her sweatshirt angrily. "What's going on?" The black man was confused. "Why aren't you wearing any more?" The system just issued a warning to the black woman alone, and no other players would hear it. Even the black man next to the black woman didn't hear her. "The system just spoke in my ear," the black woman said angrily. "My name tag was torn off, and I can't wear clothes to cover the words behind me." When the black man heard this, his face didn't look good. Unable to cover it up, the identity of the black female chess piece is exposed. The black man remembered that he hadn't had his name tag ripped off yet, so he should be able to wear a coat. He took out a short-sleeved shirt and put it on, leaving the buttons unbuttoned because he felt hot. But no matter what, having an extra layer of clothes outside the famous brand always feels like an extra layer of protection. After making preparations, the black man pushed open the door of the tennis court. This time, they decided to search the stands first. And of course, they would not miss every curtain. Asterisk. Although the third floor is the highest floor of the gymnasium, There is actually half a flight of stairs from the third floor to the roof. There is only a small platform at the top of this half staircase. There is nothing on the platform, so there is no way to hide people. But there is a ladder on the wall on one side. As long as you have good jumping ability, you can reach the bottom bar and then climb up the ladder to the top. The top is the upper manhole. Although it is locked and people cannot get out, they try to shrink their bodies and hide under the upper manhole, just in the depths of darkness. This area is completely dark. There are no windows around. No sunlight can come in. And there are no light bulbs. The lights in the corridor below are far away and cannot reach the top. Even if you reach the small platform, it is difficult to find someone hiding here as long as you don't deliberately look up at the location of the manhole. The player who just ran out of the table tennis court was hiding in this position. After hearing the footsteps of the two black men walking away, he carefully got off the ladder and quickly went downstairs. As the light gradually became clearer, it became clear that he was Chi, the second eldest of the three brothers of the Chi family. At this time, he was still holding the torn-off name tag in his hand. It was only then that Chi felt that his heartbeat returned to normal. From the moment he stretched out his hand to tear off the name tag, to later avoiding the pursuit of the black man, he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Fortunately, he didn't make any mistakes and everything went smoothly. The hiding spot she found was also very good, and the two people didn't even think of coming up to check it out. In fact, the black man looked up when he passed by. He probably thought that there was no obstruction on this small platform, and it was impossible to hide people. So he didn't come up. Chapter 923 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 21. When Chi hid under the manhole, he was nervous for a while, and didn't even dare to breathe hard. Unexpectedly, neither of those two people came over. Speaking of which, the black man's arm actually returned to normal. It should be like Xia, she said. In order to deal with the enemy in the best condition, the black man chose to commit suicide and resurrect. Chi silently clicked his tongue twice in his heart. This black man is quite ruthless, and can even do it to himself. Although this is indeed the right choice. If it were him, he would probably hesitate because it hurts too much. Chi heard the sound of the door opening in the distance, and ran quickly towards the table tennis court. This time he did not close the door to the venue, but still chose to hide in the venue. The two black men would not look for the place they had just searched for again in a short time. Instead, it had become the safest hiding spot. Moreover, he has already left here once. And now that he comes back, the 2 hours to change hiding spots will start counting again. In other words, he could stay peacefully for these 2 hours. Thinking of this, Chi raised his head and glanced at the electronic clock in the venue, silently writing down the exact time he had to leave. Asterisk. The two black men searched the stands and checked all the curtains to make sure there was no one in sight. They looked at each other and walked toward the locker room in tacit agreement. From a distance, I could see that the locker room was bright, but the door was ajar. The two black men looked at each other again, and both got the same message from each other's eyes. There was someone hiding behind the door. Neither of them spoke, and even walked lightly towards the locker room. After reaching the door, the black man suddenly raised his foot and kicked the wooden door with all his strength. The wooden door hit the wall hard, making a loud bang sound, and cracks appeared in the door panel under the huge impact. But there was no movement behind the door. There wasn't even the dull sound that should have occurred when the wooden door hit the flesh. The black man walked into the locker room and opened the somewhat damaged door. There was nothing behind the door, not to mention anyone, not even a hair. "Is there no one?" the black woman asked outside the door. "No." The black man opened the door again, a little disappointed. "Maybe the door was originally ajar." As he said this, he turned around and looked at the wardrobes on both sides. It has the same specifications as a table tennis venue, and can barely hide a short and thin person at most. With such a small possibility, the black men began to open the closet doors one by one and check. The black woman didn't say anything and cooperated to open the closet door on the other side. The two of them were at about the same pace, and quickly checked most of the wardrobe. Just when the black man and the black woman opened the next closet door at the same time, taking advantage of this brief opportunity to block their sight, Yi Kongqing suddenly walked out of the corner and strode towards the black man. The next second, the black man closed the cabinet door and noticed something was wrong out of the corner of his eye. He just turned around and looked over. But before he had time to react, Yi Kongqing grabbed his head and slammed it against the closet. After a huge noise, a dent was made in the iron wardrobe, and the black man instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. All this happened too fast. By the time the black woman reacted, the black man had already fallen to the ground with a plop. Chapter 9 24 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 22. Seeing that the situation was not right, the black woman immediately turned around and ran away. She didn't expect that she would be so unlucky that she would meet the person who was most likely to be the general as a chess piece so quickly. She is just a scholar, and her identity has been exposed. She can't even fake her identity to fool people. How can she dare to stay here? She will be killed directly. Seeing the black woman turn around and run out without hesitation, Yi Kongqing quickly pulled out a key from the wardrobe beside him and shot it towards the black woman neatly. The tip of the key accurately penetrated the back of the black woman's neck, killing her with one blow. The black woman fell to the ground in an instant and quickly revived in the next second. She didn't even dare to look back. She just ran out as fast as she could. When Xiaoxi poked her head out from the corner, she saw the black woman falling to the ground and bouncing up again. She showed a look of regret. Ah, Qing! Didn't I tell you that you have to knock them out before you start? If you kill them, they will be resurrected immediately, which makes it inconvenient for us to get close. Yi Kongqing watched the black woman disappear quickly from sight and did not chase her. Well, I will try to control the intensity next time. He has been learning how to kill targets since he was a child, and the neater the method, the better. Now he suddenly had to control the intensity to make the opponent faint. Normally, there would be no problem, but in an emergency, he would still subconsciously kill him out of professional habits. After Yi Kongqing finished speaking, he turned the black man over and opened up the short-sleeved shirt the black man was wearing. There was also a short-sleeved t-shirt inside. He tore off the name tag on his t-shirt, revealing the word Jiang in black italics. Let's go! Take him to find our pawn. Xiaoxi also saw the identity of the black man's chess piece at the same time. She said as she walked out. After making sure that there was no black woman nearby, she waved to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing grabbed the black man by his back collar and dragged the black man out like a mop. One of these two people is a general and the other a soldier, Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing as she walked. It seems that they really allocate the status of the chess pieces according to the player's strength. From the previous evaluations of the two black men by the three brothers of the Qi family, it can be inferred that these two people are the kind of people who try to control the entire situation. Becoming teammates with them is equivalent to becoming their pawn. As long as their strength can overwhelm other teammates, they will probably ask themselves to play the role of the highest level chess piece. Only in this way is it consistent with their idea of trying to control others and using others as pawns. Although there are three players that Xiaoxi has never seen before. But since these two black men have become generals and soldiers, it seems that the strength of the three players who have never been seen before is not as good as these two people. If the identities of the chess pieces are assigned entirely based on strength, it will not be difficult to guess the identities of the players on the opposite side. Of course, to be on the safe side, you still have to tear off the name tag to confirm the identity before taking action. After all, people cannot be judged by their appearance, and those who look weak may not actually be the weakest. She herself is an example. Yi Kongqing listened to Xiaoxi's words quietly, dragging the black man's hand with ease, as if it took no effort. The two people quickly walked out of the tennis court. Just as he was turning around to walk towards the badminton court next door, there was a soft sound of air cutting from behind. Chapter 9 25 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 23. Even though the sound was very slight, it was immediately caught by Yi Kongqing. He reacted quickly. He held the black man by the back collar with one hand, hugged Xiaoxi's waist with the other, and jumped some distance away in an instant. But the moment he jumped out, before his feet even landed, a second slight sound of breaking through the air followed. Yi Kongqing decisively left the black man behind, and at the same time picked up Xiaoxi and leaned towards the left side of the corridor. In the process, he turned around and looked at the place where the slight sound came from. There is a corridor like an alley between each venue. There are windows at the end of the corridor to keep the entire venue breathable. At this time, the black woman was hiding in the alley-like corridor, using the walls outside the venue as a shield, and fired blow needles at Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing several times. The slight sound of breaking through the air was the sound of a blowing needle flying over. After seeing Yi Kongqing leave the black man behind, before Yi Kongqing turned around, the black woman blew a shot at the black man without hesitation. The black man's body twitched a few times. Some foam came out of his mouth. And then, there was no movement. The next second he bounced up again, apparently resurrected. Run! The black woman shouted loudly when the black man bounced up. And while calling her, she retreated towards the stairs. The black man actually didn't react immediately to the current situation. After all, he was still unconscious before he was resurrected. But out of many years of tacit understanding with the black woman, after he heard the black woman's words, he immediately ran towards the black woman. In these brief seconds, he finally realized what had happened before. As he ran, he took out a tranquilizer gun from the storage compartment and fired several shots at Yi Kongqing and Xia Shi who were chasing after them. The corridor was not very spacious, and even though Xia Shi and Yi Kongqing's reactions were quite quick and they were not hit by the tranquilizer gun, they still slowed down their pace. The two black men eventually ran away. Xia Shi didn't continue chasing. She kicked an anesthetic needle on the ground into the corner. A look of envy appeared on her face. If I have a chance next time, I will also store some anesthetic guns. The tranquilizer gun is not a thermal weapon and will not cause fatal injuries to the enemy, but it can have a good effect at critical times. Whether it is to restrict the enemy's movement or directly stun the enemy and then counterkill, it is very useful. It's a pity that she only has ordinary anesthetics in her storage compartment, so she can't shoot them remotely and then inject them. However, it is difficult to get a tranquilizer gun in the ordinary world, and it is even harder to find a tranquilizer gun in the world of survival games. That's why Xia Shi was so envious of that black man for having a tranquilizer gun. Okay, collect some when you get the chance. Yi Kongqing agreed, and at the same time looked at a silver needle at his feet, which was a black woman's blow needle. The tip of this silver needle has a dark blue luster, which is obviously quenched with poison. Of course, if the poison had not been tempered, it would not have been possible for the black man to die instantly. The black woman struck decisively without any hesitation. From this point of view, she was indeed a powerful character. Ah Qing, in this game, you can spend points to resurrect even if you die. Xia Shi came over and said to Yi Kongqing, so you don't need to avoid this poisonous needle attack. I know. Yi Kongqing paused and then said in a deep voice, but I don't want you to get hurt. Chapter 9 26 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 24. And the few seconds of death and resurrection are enough for the woman to save the man, Yi Kongqing added. Since the results are the same, then I don't want you to get hurt. Xia Shi showed a sweet smile. Okay, what you said makes sense. Then I can only listen to you. Yi Kongqing reached out and rubbed Xia Shi's head and asked, are you looking for our pawn? Of course I want to go. Xia Shi nodded. The other party's generals have all confirmed their identities, so it's time for our pawns to take action. Asterisk. The black woman and the black man ran all the way to the second floor without stopping, and only took a breath after entering the gymnasium closest to the stairs. There were no other players in the gym at this time. The black woman took the time to take out a watermelon knife from the storage compartment. While vigilantly checking the situation outside, she asked the black man, how are you? The black man took off his short-sleeved shirt and replied angrily, I spent 20,000 points to resurrect myself on the first day of the game. What do you think? He just heard the warning sound from the system, because his name tag had been torn off. He was not allowed to wear other clothes to cover the words behind him. If I don't kill you and you are in a coma, you will have no choice but to let them slaughter you. Seeing that no one was chasing her, the black woman relaxed a little, but she didn't care about the attitude of the black man. Speaking of which, they didn't knock you out immediately after knocking you out, and they haven't chased you directly now. It seems that neither of them is a pawn. You don't need to tell me. I've guessed it before. The black man also looked outside and saw that no one was there. The green-eyed man must be Jiang. When he saw my identity, he was also Jiang. Of course not. They will eat each other, and we will be eliminated together. And since that woman is a woman with green eyes, there is nothing strange about giving her the status of a scholar. He knew from the beginning that those two people would definitely not have the identity of pawns. And now the facts have proved that his previous idea was correct. Those two people should be just like them. They happen to be generals and scholars. So, the identity of their chess pieces should be the same as ours. And they are also divided according to strength. The black woman pondered for a moment and said, then we can infer who the pawn is. That's right. The black man chuckled. The weakest one in their team is the girl who looks underage. As long as we find her and get her out first, I will lose a big threat. Then our next goal is very clear. The black woman also laughed. Find the miner and get her out first. The problem now is, how do we find the miner? The black man took out a bottle of mineral water and drank several swigs before continuing. 9 times out of 10. She is still hiding on the 3rd floor. But there is a green one on the 3rd floor. With our eyes blocked, It's difficult for us to get past his obstacle. Let's ask 2 teammates to come over and help. The black woman pointed to the distance. We will go in 2 directions, the elevator and the stairs. Of course there is an elevator here, but taking the elevator is too conspicuous. It is undoubtedly telling others which floor I have gone to, or I am coming soon. Therefore, both parties tacitly agreed not to take the elevator. Chapter 9, 27 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 25. The black man immediately understood what the black woman meant, and he immediately became energetic. This is a good idea. Let's go and find someone. Who are you going to find? The black woman asked in passing. Of course, I am looking for someone who is obedient. The black man said matter-of-factly. The black woman said nothing. But in fact, her thoughts were the same as those of the black man. At this time, if the person you are looking for is disobedient, the plan will easily go wrong. So you must find someone who is easy to manipulate. The skeleton man and the short-skirted woman were not that easy to manipulate. So what they were looking for was the dwarf man and the skinny monkey. As it happens, these 2 people are responsible for searching on the 2nd floor. According to the time progress, they should be in the 3rd venue now. The 2 black men walked together to the 3rd venue on the 2nd floor. The black man walked in front, and the black woman walked in the back. The black woman would look back to check the situation from time to time, for fear that someone would sneak up on her. Asterisk. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Suyun asked Xiaoshi worriedly. Sister Xia, if we are all gathered here, are we acting together? No, Xiaoshi said firmly. We are not very close, and we are standing at the entrance of different venues, so we don't count as acting together. Suyun nodded obediently, fully trusting what Xiaoshi said. Although she and Sister Xia had come closer to whisper just now, they were the only 2 close together at that time. Yi Kongqing and Zhan Yu both stood still and did not move. It should not violate the rules of the game that only 2 people can act together. Don't be nervous later. Just perform normally, Xiaoshi told Suyun, while looking at the elevator not far away. There are 3 elevators side by side, located in the middle of the stadium building. Each venue is arranged in a ring around the elevator, making it convenient for guests to enter any venue without being too far after getting out of the elevator. At this time, upward arrows appeared on the button displays of 2 of the elevators. It seems they are ready to take action, Xiaoshi said, and she and Yi Kongqing stepped back, farther away from the elevator. They retreated until they were near the stairs and stopped. When they looked out, they happened to see 2 black men preparing for a sneak attack. The expressions of the 2 crouched black men instantly turned a bit ugly, and their entire bodies were put into an attack posture on guard. At the same time, Suyun in the distance swallowed her saliva nervously, her eyes fixed on the elevator door, and her hands clenched into fists. Zhan Yu on the side patted Suyun on the shoulder and comforted. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Suyun cast a grateful look at Zhan Yu. Thank you. Me. I will try my best not to hold you back. As soon as she finished speaking, with a ding sound, the 2 elevator doors opened at the same time, and the dwarf man and the skinny monkey walked out of the 2 elevators respectively. The moment the elevator door opened, the 4 people on both sides looked at each other. The expressions of the dwarf man and the skinny monkey did not change much. They seemed to have been mentally prepared for someone to be waiting here. They knew very well that if they took the elevator up, they would be noticed if they were too conspicuous. But what surprised them was that the person waiting here was not a green-eyed beauty, but an underage and an honest-looking young man. The dwarf man and the skinny monkey looked at each other and rushed towards Suyun almost at the same time. Chapter 9, 28 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 26. Originally, the dwarf man and the skinny monkey came up as bait. Both of them had a tragic mentality that they might be forced out of the game, and they were ready to fight to the death with the green eyes. But they didn't expect that what appeared in front of them was not the green eyes, but the target of the 2 black men trying to get out this time. At this moment, they felt great hope. As long as this underage girl is eliminated, not only will they not be eliminated, but they will also complete the goal for the 2 black men. Maybe the 2 black men will be more polite to them next. With this thought in mind, the dwarf man and the skinny monkey immediately pounced on Suyun. Suyun hid aside in panic, while Zhan Yu immediately stepped forward to stop him. The thin monkey was stopped by Zhan Yu, and the dwarf man got past Zhan Yu's waist because of his height advantage. Zhan Yu tried to reach out to grab the dwarf man, but the thin monkey grabbed his arm and pulled him back. The dwarf man successfully ran out of Zhan Yu's arm reach and rushed towards Suyun without stopping. Asterisk. The other side. The 2 black men got into a fight with Xiaoshi and Yi Kongqing. Their plan has begun, And the dwarf man and the skinny monkey have also taken action. They cannot give up easily now, although they knew they couldn't defeat Yi Kongqing. What they wanted to do was not to defeat Yi Kongqing, but to control Yi Kongqing and Xia Shi from approaching the 4 people over there. Although the current situation is somewhat different from their original plan. As long as the underage girl can be eliminated, the result will be the same. Anyway, their status as chess pieces is the same as that of Yi Kongqing and Xia Shi. As long as they are entangled one-on-one, no one dares to sacrifice themselves to eat each other. This is also the fundamental reason why they dare to hold on to Yi Kongqing and Xia Shi. Yi Kongqing and Xia Shi were just as the 2 black men thought. Even if there was physical contact during the entanglement, they did not say the word eat, which further confirmed the suspicions of the 2 black men. Unfortunately, both Yi Kongqing and Xia Shi were too flexible in their movements, and they were both wearing jackets. It was extremely difficult for the 2 black men to tear off their name tags. After struggling for a while, they could not even touch each other's backs. Although the 2 black men were already certain of the identities of Yi Kongqing and Xia Shi, it would be best if they could tear off their name tags to confirm their identities. But it has never been successful. In the process, Xia Shi and Yi Kongqing had gradually deviated from the stairs and approached the elevator. At this time, the dwarf man had successfully crossed Jianyu and pounced on Suyun. The 2 black men were afraid that Xia Shi and Yi Kongqing would stop the dwarf man from attacking Suyun. So the entanglement became more intense. The black man even took out the tranquilizer gun again and tried to attack Xia Shi and Yi Kongqing at close range. Yi Kongqing reacted very quickly and reached out his hand. He accurately grasped the black man's wrist, and then broke the black man's wrist bone with force. The black man cried out in pain and couldn't hold the anesthetic gun in his hand, so he dropped it. Xia Shi took advantage of the situation and caught the anesthetic gun. The black woman reacted at the same time, took out the blow needle, and shot Xia Shi. Yi Kongqing held Xia Shi's waist, turned sideways, and nimbly avoided the poisonous blow needle. Xia Shi took a tranquilizer gun and shot the black woman, while Yi Kongqing was holding her sideways. Although her hit rate was not much better than before, everyone was very close this time, and she still managed to hit the black woman's thigh. Chapter 929 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 27. The black woman instantly felt that her thighs had lost all feeling. She could not maintain her balance and staggered against the wall. Her consciousness also became blurred, as if she would fall asleep in the next second. She shook her head vigorously and pinched her other thigh, which was still conscious, trying to keep herself awake. At this moment, a dwarf man's disbelieving scream came from not far away. "This is impossible!" Hearing this, the 2 black men's hearts skipped a beat, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged. They subconsciously looked towards the dwarf man. The dwarf man was staring at Suyun in shock, with panic and regret on his face, and muttering to himself, "This is impossible! They said you must be a pawn, so I dared to eat blindly." The next second, his body disappeared. The skinny monkey, who had been holding on to Jianyu, couldn't describe the shock and fear in his heart. He saw with his own eyes that the dwarf man grabbed Suyun, and also heard with his own ears that the dwarf man said the word, "eat," to the underage girl. But it was the dwarf man himself who was eaten. The status of the dwarf man's chess piece is not high. It is only the penultimate cannon, but it is enough to capture the pawn. But the dwarf man was eaten instead, which only shows that the identity of the underage girl's chess piece is not at all the pawn that the 2 black men thought. What exactly is that? No matter what it is, it must be at least higher than the cannon. Thinking of this, the thin monkey showed a panicked look. Even if it is only 1 level higher than cannon, it is still on the same level as him. If they eat each other, he will be eliminated. Skinny Monkey subconsciously wanted to run away, but he didn't expect Jianyu to grab his shoulder tightly. Jianyu's strength was so great that Skinny Monkey's face was deformed in pain, but he was even more panicked. He had been entangled with the opponent for so long, and thought the 2 were evenly matched. But now, he realized that he was no match at all. That can only mean that the other party has been pretending to be held back by him, but is actually holding him back. Before the thin monkey could struggle to resist, Jianyu threw the thin monkey to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. The skinny monkey suddenly had stars in his eyes, and his consciousness was lost for a moment. When he regained consciousness, Jianyu had disappeared, and standing in front of him was the underage girl. The girl squatted next to him, and just took advantage of the brief moment when he was unconscious to turn his body sideways and tear off his name tag. After seeing the word horse, she showed a relaxed expression. Then she gently touched the thin monkey's shoulder and uttered one word. Eat. The next second, a pop-up window popped up in front of the thin monkey. Unfortunately, you are out and will enter the pending space, waiting for the final result of the game. Who are you? After saying this, Skinny Monkey also disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that Suyun took a deep breath and relaxed her tense nerves. Sister Xia completed all the tasks assigned to her. She trotted closer to Xiaoxi. As early as Zhang Yu threw the thin monkey over his shoulder, Zhang Yu ran towards Xiaoxi as fast as possible. The two black men had realized that the situation was not favorable to them, and they immediately turned around and ran away. At this time, most of the black woman's body was numb, and no matter how anxious she was to run away, her legs and feet would not obey her orders. Chapter 930 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 28. The black woman now doesn't even have the strength to take out the weapon and commit suicide. She can't even use the strength to hold the handle of the knife. The black man didn't have time to deliver a fatal blow to the black woman. He could only look after himself first and run towards the stairs with all his strength. Xiaoxi threw the anesthetic gun to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing quickly took it and hit the black man's thigh neatly and accurately. The black man quickly lost feeling in one of his legs and fell to the ground. Zhang Yu finally caught up. While panting, he squatted down and quickly touched one of the black man's feet with his hand. Eat. The black man saw the pop-up window popping up in front of him. He looked at Zhang Yu in shock. You? You are the pawn. He glared at Suyun, who was running over. Then what is your identity? The next second, the black man also disappeared. The black woman was already unconscious and could not even stand. She sat on the ground in embarrassment against the wall, her pupils unable to focus. What is her identity? She was a little slurred when she spoke. This question has already been asked by the third person. The two people before had no time to get the answer, so they went to the undetermined space. The black woman knew that there was no way she could escape as she was now, and being eliminated was inevitable. Even in her groggy mind, she could barely figure out one fact: her team had a huge chance of losing in this game. Now that this is the case, she at least wants to figure out this problem so that she can become an understander. Suyun glanced at Xiaoxi and saw Xiaoxi smiling and nodding. And then she ran to the black woman's side. I am General Dot, she whispered in the black woman's ear, and gently put her hand on the black woman's head. Eat. The black woman's eyes widened, and then she smiled bitterly. She seemed to know the opponent's tactics and strategies. It's a pity that it was too late to understand. She sighed heavily and disappeared. Zhang Yu scratched his hair. I can't believe it. But I killed 4 of the opponent's players at once. Yes. Suyun was also a little excited. With a flushed face. I even feel like I can clear the game on the first day this time. Then if we can really clear the game in one day, we might set a new record for the fastest time to clear the game, Xiaoxi said with a smile, taking out a bottle of milk and a bag of compressed bread from the storage compartment. It's getting late. Let's eat something first and then go to the second floor later. Why don't we go to the second floor immediately to help? Zhang Yu subconsciously glanced at the location of the stairs. While Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing led the two black men away from the stairs, Qi Xie hid under the manhole again and took the lead from the stairs to the second floor. When the dwarf man was eaten by Suyun and screamed, and everyone's attention was attracted, Qi Xian and Qi Li also ran out of the table tennis court and walked together along the stairs to the second floor. That's right. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing kept approaching the elevator at that time, not only to facilitate Zhang Yu's arrival, but also to create opportunities for the 3 brothers of the Qi family to leave. Therefore, when the 8 people on the 3rd floor were involved in a melee, the 3 brothers of the Qi family had already followed Xiaoxi's instructions and began to search whether there were any players hiding on the 2nd floor. Chapter 931 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 29. It's not too late to go later. Xiaoxi took a sip of milk before continuing. With Qi Xian here, even if we meet those 3 players, the level will be enough to suppress them. Qi Xian's identity is sure, and the opponents, General, and sure are gone. No matter what status the next 3 players are, their level will only be lower than sure. Qi Xian can even directly eat them blindly. Not a problem. Zhang Yu also thought of this and stopped asking for help immediately. He sat aside, took out compressed biscuits and mineral water from his storage compartment and ate them. Suyun also took out a bottle of milk and a bag of compressed biscuits. And then she took out 2 ham sausages, one of which was handed to Xiaoxi. Sister Xia. She smiled sweetly at Xiaoxi, fearing that Xiaoxi would not accept it. She added, I still have a lot more. Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. She was not shy and accepted Suyun's ham sausage generously, and thanked her politely. Suyun's eyes suddenly shone, as if she had received the best compliment in the world. Yi Kongqing looked on without saying anything, but took out a small bag of beef jerky and stuffed it directly into Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi glanced at the beef jerky in her hand, and then winked playfully at Yi Kongqing. I won't say thank you to you. The corners of Yi Kongqing's mouth raised slightly, and he stretched out his hand to rub Xiaoxi's head. Suyun looked on and stepped back a little wisely, not continuing to be a light bulb. However, her eyes would stay on Xiaoxi from time to time, and she had a lot of admiration for Xiaoxi in her heart. When discussing strategies, Sister Xia said that if the opponent lets the two black men take the dominant position, then when the opponent arranges the identity of the chess pieces, they will sort them by strength. This has been confirmed. Sister Xia also said that she and Yi Kongqing had offended 4 other people in succession during the group stage, and it was normal for the other party to want to deal with them first. Then the other party will first guess who she and Yi Kongqing are, as long as the 2 black men hold the dominant position in the team. Judging from the way of thinking of these 2 people, it is likely that they also arrange the identity of the chess pieces according to their strength. In other words, the other party will think that Yi Kongqing is the highest ranking, general, and Sister Xia is the second ranked, sure. As long as Yi Kongqing and Sister Xia's name tags cannot be torn off, and they act bolder, it will be easier for those people to believe their guesses and not dare to take action easily. In this way, Sister Xia put herself and Yi Kongqing on the bright side to deal with those people, and other people in the team have more opportunities to make small moves. Suyun sipped the milk in her mouth, admiring Sister Xia's boldness and carefulness, her calmness and lack of panic. In order to make her teammates in the dark more useful, Sister Xia arranged for the 3 brothers of the Qi family to be named Shi, Xiang, and Che, respectively. And the best, Will, is left to her who seems to be the weakest. Sister Xia's identity is just a cannon, and Yi Kongqing is just a horse. Once the secret is revealed, the probability of being kicked out is very high. But even under such circumstances, Sister Xia and Yi Kongqing were always calm and composed when dealing with the enemy, as if their identities were really the 2 of the highest level. It was precisely because of their calm and natural reactions that they were able to deceive those on the other side. Chapter 932 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 30. Xiaoxi not only assigned the status of general to Suyun, who seemed to be the weakest, but also arranged for Zhan Yu, whose strength was second only to Yi Kongqing, to act with Suyun. Once someone suspects Suyun's identity as a pawn and comes to arrest Suyun, Zhan Yu's strength can block some of Suyun's troubles, giving people the illusion that Suyun is really a pawn and needs the protection of his teammates. At the same time, Suyun's status as a general can give her enough security. When Zhan Yu controls her opponent, Suyun can take advantage of it. If someone tries to tear apart Zhan Yu's brand, Suyun can protect Zhan Yu to a great extent. As long as Suyun and Zhan Yu cooperate well, they can protect each other well. Moreover, for the sake of safety, Xiaoxi did not immediately arrange for her teammates to take action. Instead, she asked everyone to hide first and see how the other party would move. The reason why Qixia was placed in the first venue near the stairs was because he was the most flexible and responsive among the 3 brothers. No matter who comes, he will be 80% sure to tear off the opponent's name tag, and 90% sure to escape successfully. Of course, luck was also very good this time. It was the 2 black men who came up directly. After the efforts of Qixia and Yi Kongqing determined the identities of the 2 black men, it was basically certain that Xiaoxi's guess was correct. Once it is clear that the opponent is indeed a chess piece arranged according to strength, the next plan can begin naturally. In short, this battle can be said to be a complete victory. Now there are only 3 players left on the other side. If everything goes very smoothly, it is really possible to clear the game in one day. The key depends on what those 3 players will do. Yi Kongqing had already finished his simple meal. He looked at Xiaoxi and asked in a low voice, Xiaoxi, do you expect to clear the game in one day? Without waiting for Xiaoxi's answer, Yi Kongqing added, You will enter the single-player game again in the next round of the game. Xiaoxi blinked her eyes. She approached Yi Kongqing and said angrily to Yi Kongqing, Qing, are you reluctant to let me go? Her warm breath, with a light and warm fragrance, hit the tip of Yi Kongqing's nose, which was very tempting. Yi Kongqing's Adam's apple rolled subconsciously. From the corner of his eye, he saw Zhan Yu and Suyun quietly looking at the situation here. It was probably Xiaoxi's intimate actions that attracted their attention. He coughed lightly, then stretched out his hand to rub Xiaoxi's head, and admitted frankly. Yeah. I can't bear to be separated from you. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing with a smile. But from another perspective, after the single-player game is over, we can be together soon, it won't be too long. She couldn't break through the rules of the game, so she could only think from another perspective and comfort herself and Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing didn't speak anymore, and just rubbed Xiaoxi's head again. He knew that Xiaoxi was comforting him, and although he was a little reluctant, his mood felt better. Xiaoxi turned to look at Zhang Yu and Su Yun. Have you ever heard of Observer? Zhang Yu had just finished eating and was standing up and patting the dust on his butt. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, he showed a confused expression. What is Observer? Su Yun also shook his head. I have never heard of this word. Then, she asked curiously, Sister Xia, does this Observer have any special significance? Chapter 933 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 31. I'm not sure what the specific meaning is. Xiaoxi didn't mean to hide it. She told the truth. I only heard it mentioned once by others, and I haven't heard any news about Observer since then. Su Yun said seriously. Then I'll make a note of it. If I can find out anything about the Observer in the future, I will tell Sister Xia through the friend function. Xiaoxi showed a smile. That's fine. Although, maybe the friend function may not be able to send this kind of information. But there's nothing to lose if you give it a try. Then I will also pay attention to inquire about Observer in the future. Zhang Yu also expressed his position at the side. If you really want to inquire, you'd better be careful, Xiaoxi reminded. Most players seem to be unaware of this matter, which means that players may not be allowed to know about the Observer. If you inquire too blatantly, you may get yourself into trouble. She asked directly because she had a certain understanding of Su Yun and Zhang Yu, and was sure there was nothing wrong with their character. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't ask casually. Zhang Yu and Su Yun looked at each other and nodded, indicating that they understood. A group of 4 people finished eating and walked towards the stairs one after another. As soon as he went down the stairs and reached the 2nd floor, he saw Qi Xie standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor. Qi Xie was nibbling hot meat buns. When he saw Xiaoxi and the other 2 coming down, he quickly said, Lo. You guys are here. It seems that things are going very well up there. Well, those 4 people are out. After Xiaoxi answered, she asked, Where did Qi Xian and Qi Li search? According to the plan, Qi Xie was responsible for guarding the corridor. From his position, he could see the stairwell and elevator entrance. If a player tried to move floors, he could easily see it. Qi Xian and Qi Li are responsible for searching all the venues on the 2nd floor. They search in order and close the doors of the venues after searching. In this way, if a player tries to move the venue quietly on the 2nd floor, he will be noticed by Qi Xie, who is staying in the corridor, because of the sound of the door opening. Not bad. 4 opponents were eliminated at once. Qi Xie gave a thumbs up and continued. Qi Xian and Qi Li have just entered the 3rd venue. Xiaoxi turned to a few people standing not far away and said, We are also going to help search the venue together. Zhang Yu, you and Qi Xie will guard the corridor together. The others teamed up and walked to the 4th and 5th venues, while Zhang Yu stayed where he was. Qi Xie swallowed the last bite of the meat buns and curiously asked about the process of eliminating the 4 people. Zhang Yu honestly described the process. Qi Xie has a lively personality and is very good at enlivening the atmosphere. Unconsciously, he and Zhang Yu expanded the topic, ranging from the high hope of clearing the game this time, to where the remaining 3 opponents might be hiding, to when the meat buns he just ate were. Where did you get it? Even later, he even talked about his favorite comics and the girls he had chased. While Qi Xie was teaching Zhang Yu the experience of chasing girls, Xiaoxi and others finished searching the 5 venues on the 2nd floor and returned to the corridor. Qi Xie stopped talking. He drank a few large gulps of water and felt that he was no longer so thirsty. Then he asked his other 2 brothers, How is it? Have you found anyone? Chapter 934 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 32. Qi Xian and Qi Li both shook their heads. Qi Xian replied, I didn't see even half a person. There is no one on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The remaining 3 should be on the 1st floor. Xiaoxi said, and had already begun to arrange everyone's actions. The 3 brothers of the Qi family took 3 elevators from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, and then stood guard at the entrance of the elevator. This could prevent the other party from taking advantage of the opportunity and running up in the elevator when everyone reached the 1st floor. Others went down the stairs and then forcibly pulled down the electric rolling shutter door at the entrance of the stairs. They also added weights to the bottom of the rolling shutter door and deformed the upper part of the rolling shutter door so that it could not be rolled back. They successfully kept the rolling shutter door firmly closed. State. As for how the rolling shutter door was deformed, it was certainly a miracle thanks to Yi Kongqing's strength. The heavy object under the rolling shutter door was the kettlebell provided by Qi Li. Xiaoshi provided thick iron wire and asked Zhang Yu to help tie the kettlebell under the rolling shutter door. According to Qi Li himself, he kept the kettlebell for strength training when he had free time. Later, he found that it could be thrown as a weapon to beat people at critical moments. So he kept it. In addition, when they were on the third and second floors, Xiaoshi asked everyone to close and lock all the windows in each venue. In this way, the roads leading to the second and third floors are completely blocked, and the other 3 players can only move on the first floor. This reduces their search scope to a great extent. I don't know the specific identities of the remaining 3 players. Qi Xian, who had never participated in the fight on the third floor, asked curiously, "What are the identities of the 2 people who went towards Suyun before?" Before the other 4 people went up to the third floor, Xiaoshi and Yi Kongqing talked to other teammates about their next plans. At that time, I also told everyone the identities of the 2 black men. So Qi Xian knew that black men were generals and black women were scholars. But the identities of the other opponents are completely unknown. The skinny, monkey-like man's identity is Ma Dot. Suyun answered proactively. Before I ate him, I tore open his name tag and looked at it. The identity of the other dwarf man is definitely not a pawn. Zhang Yu continued. They thought Suyun was a pawn, so it was impossible to use a pawn to attack Suyun. In that case, the remaining chess pieces that have not yet been identified are pawn, cannon, bishop and rook. Qi Xian touched his chin, looking like he was reasoning seriously. Among them, the pawn must still be among the 3 players alive. Actually, it's easy to guess now, Xiaoshi answered with a smile. Since the opponent's status is assigned according to strength. Judging from the strength of the dwarf man, the status he got should not be very high, at least not as good as the skeleton man I met once. So the identity of the dwarf man is most likely a cannon. That means that the identity of the skeleton man and the woman in short skirts should be elephant and rook. Suyun also saw the skeleton man and the woman in short skirts. She knew that although the skeleton man looked arrogant, he must have some strength in being able to tease people unscrupulously. We are not completely sure at the moment, Xiaoshi said rigorously. If the player we have never seen before is stronger than the skeleton man, the elephant should belong to this player. Chapter 935 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 33. Understood. Qi Li turned his arm, eager to try. Except for the sure in our team, who can blindly eat at will. After the other teammates find the person, they must first tear off the name tag to confirm the identity of the chess piece before taking action. The opponent no longer has generals and soldiers. Our swordsmen can indeed have no scruples. If they catch an opponent, they can just blindly eat it without even tearing off the name tag. But the opponent's pawn is still alive, and the general cannot blindly eat. Other players cannot eat blindly due to status restrictions. Just let me eat them all blindly. Qi Xinzi, who is sure, said. It's troublesome to tear off the name tag. If the other party struggles to resist or runs fast, we may not be able to tear the name tag. But as long as we meet people, just saying he can knock the opponent out, which is much easier than tearing off the famous brand. Of course, it would be easiest if I could let you eat blindly. Xiaoshi did not object and just said to Qi Xian. But we will still have to split up later. So it may not be enough for you to meet the other 3 players. Even if I call you over, you still have to consider whether I can hear you and how long it will take to come over. The opponent can't stand still and let us call our teammates to help. They will even take the initiative to attack. Xiaoshi turned to look at the others and said, So, if a player other than Qi Xian encounters the opponent, either tear off the opponent's name tag and see if you can do it, or try to keep a distance and don't let the opponent get close, and wait for Qi Xian to go over and help. The status of bishop and rook are not low, and half of the people in the team cannot take action against these 2 chess pieces. In fact, as long as the identity of one of the opponent's chess pieces can be clarified, the identities of the other 2 people can be directly inferred. When the time comes, it will be safer to deal with 3 people in a targeted manner. Speaking of which, the opponent doesn't even have generals or soldiers. Even if the remaining players can knock out a few of us, they won't be able to win in the end. Qi Li laughed. Maybe they have no fighting spirit at all, and are just waiting for us to knock them out. That's not necessarily true. Qi Xian knocked on his brother's head. Maybe they know they can't pass the level, and out of revenge, They hope that we can't pass the level either. Then everyone will be punished together, so that they can have a psychological balance. That's right. Chixia nodded at the side. Chili, don't forget. We have encountered such ruthless players many times before. Chili rubbed his head, which didn't hurt at all, and smiled naively. That's true. Then we still have to be more proactive in looking for talents. Same as before. After finding a venue, close all the windows in the venue, and then close the door of the venue. Xiaoxi finished speaking to the others and looked at Chi Xian. We still need a player in the corridor watch to prevent the other party from changing venues. Chi Xian understood what Xiaoxi meant and nodded. I understand. Just let me stay in the corridor. His status is indeed more suitable for staying in the corridor than others. If someone else finds someone in a venue, it's easier for him to hear the shouts in the hallway and rush over. And if someone tries to move the hiding spot and meets him in the corridor, no matter what the other party does, there is no way to get him out. Chapter 936 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 34. Because only two people can act in teams, everyone tries to keep their distance whether talking or doing things. Now that the next plan has been discussed, everyone still spreads out according to the previous team formation model, and one group is responsible for searching one venue. In the corridor where Chi Xian stayed, Chixia and Chili acted together. There are only 3 venues on the first floor, namely football venue, swimming venue and shooting venue, and each of the 3 groups of people is responsible for one. Suyun and Jianyu are at the shooting range. After entering the venue, Suyun couldn't help but look at the layout of the venue curiously. She had never been to a place like a shooting gallery, nor had she seen a shooting sports competition. This was a completely new area for her. This made her always unable to help but look around and take a few more glances while looking for someone. Jianyu was very patient and did not feel impatient because of Suyun's behavior. He adjusted his pace and tried to maintain the same traveling speed as Suyun. When Suyun curiously asked what some equipment was used for, he would try his best to answer it. Of course, he had no experience with shooting and could only answer some common questions. He couldn't say anything professionally, but Suyun still listened with great interest and found everything interesting. Chixia and Chili were at the football stadium. This football stadium was much smaller than the average football field used for matches, and the auditorium in the stands could only accommodate more than 2,000 people. However, there is nothing else on the football training ground except the lawn and the goal. As far as the eye can see, there is no way to hide anyone. The 2 brothers decided to search the stands first, and then go to the locker room to have a look. On the other side, Xiaoxi and Yikanqing were in the swimming pool. There are several types of swimming pools here. Each pool is filled with water, and there is a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. Xiaoxi took a look at the crystal clear water and decided to search the stands with Yikanqing first. The bleachers in the swimming pool were not big, with only seats for more than 1,000 people. Xiaoxi and Yikanqing were on one side and quickly determined that there was no one hiding in the bleachers. They went to the changing rooms and showers, then the bathroom. Finally, I checked inside each swimming pool to make sure there was no one around. At this time, Chixia and Chili found the girl in short skirt hiding in the equipment warehouse in the corner. It's said to be an equipment warehouse, but it's actually just a small utility room. But it contains some spare parts. Football, wrist guards, knee pads, that sort of thing. The girl in the short skirt was hiding behind a plastic basket full of footballs and huddled in the corner. It's okay to hide in a place like this without being discovered. But once discovered, it will be difficult to escape, because there is only a small air window in this utility room for ventilation. But it is not enough for people to get out. If they want to escape, they can only run through the door. The girl in the short skirt obviously knew this. So after being discovered, she ran towards the door almost silently. But Chili grabbed the girl in the short skirt. No matter how much the girl in the short skirt struggled and yelled, she could not escape Chili's grip. Chili has also received special abilities to strengthen his physical strength. Although his strength is not as strong as Yikanqing and Jianyu, he is more than enough to deal with women in short skirts. Chixia looked at the woman, and combined with Xiaoxi's description before, he determined that this woman was the girl in short skirts, who was with the skeleton man that Xiaoxi mentioned before. Chapter 937 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 35. Your male companion wearing skull earrings is not with you. Chili looked regretful. If both people are there, then 2 players can be eliminated at once. Such a pity. However, it is understandable that there are only 3 players left on the other side. If they have to gather together at this time, it will undoubtedly increase the probability of 2 people being eliminated at the same time. and it's easier for a person to hide. For example, in this utility room, only one person can be hidden in it. Chi easily controlled the hands of the girl in the short skirt with one hand. The girl in the short skirt almost twisted her body into a knot, but she couldn't break free. Chi, who was on the side, successfully tore off the name tag on the back of the girl in short skirt. He took a look and said, "She is Che Dot." As he spoke, he touched the girl's arm in the short skirt and said the word, "eat," briefly without any sloppiness. His identity is the elephant, so there is no problem in eating the rook. After a while, the girl in the short skirt, who was yelling angrily, disappeared. According to what she said before, if the chess piece of the girl in short skirt is a rook, then there is a higher possibility that the skeleton man is a bishop. Chi casually threw the white name tag in his hand on the ground. The other player that no one has seen before should be the pawn. In other words, that player that no one has seen before is the weakest among all the opponents. Chi geared up. It should be easy to deal with. Chi also expressed that he was very excited and was closer to victory. The two of them looked around the rest of the football stadium and made sure no one was hiding. So they closed the doors and windows. In the corridor, they all told their eldest brother the identity of the chess piece of the girl in the short skirt and their guesses about the identities of the remaining two players. After Chi listened, he reminded, "If we can find someone, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with a player with the identity of pawn. But the key is to see if we can find someone." Although the three brothers all have a bit of a flamboyant personality, Chi is the eldest brother after all, and compared to the other two, he is a little more stable. Usually when the three brothers are together, he is also responsible for using his brain more. So whenever Chi and Chi were a little dazzled by the victory in front of them, Chi was responsible for keeping them awake. In this game, the main point is not to look at the force value of each player. Even if you can kill the opponent can still be resurrected with 10,000 points. Unless the opponent has very few points and cannot be resurrected after dying a few times, then the opponent's death can be considered as the opponent's elimination. Otherwise, you still need to follow the rules of the game to let the opponent be captured by a higher level chess piece before you can be eliminated. Of course, with a chess piece with such a low status as pawn, most players can eliminate it. The other party himself knows this very well. Then when the situation is one-sided and unfavorable, the probability of the opponent choosing to hide is higher than taking the initiative to send him out. A person's force value is weak, but it does not mean that his hiding ability is also weak. In other words, because the force value is not strong enough. If you want to survive, you often have to learn more ways to escape and hide than others. In this way, this pawn may be the hardest to find. After Chi analyzed the situation, Chi and Chi immediately calmed down and were no longer as arrogant as before. Chapter 9, 38 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 36. The three brothers were chatting at a certain distance, and people from the other two venues came out. When Suyun saw Xiaoxi coming out, she quickly said to Xiaoxi, "Sister Xia, we didn't find any players here." Xiaoxi also shook her head. "I didn't notice it either." "We found something." Chi put his hands on his hips very proudly. "It's the girl in the short skirt. Her identity is Che Dot. Then it seems that the identity of the skeleton man is most likely Xiang Dot." Xiaoxi said, as she motioned to Yi Kongqing to close the door of the swimming pool. On the other side, Zhang Yu also closed the door of the shooting gallery. The 7 people in the team have unanimously judged the identities of the remaining 2 opponents' chess pieces. Now we have searched all 3 floors. Since we haven't found anything, the remaining 2 players should be at the track and field. Zhang Yu glanced at the direction of the door. The side of the door is completely covered with transparent floor-to-ceiling glass windows, and you can clearly see the flower beds outside. In the corner of the flower bed, there was a metal sign with a blue background and white characters, which said, "Please go from here to the open-air track and field." And there was an arrow mark at the bottom. Although the track and field cannot be seen from here, everyone has seen the appearance of the track and field before, when the windows were closed on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The track and field here is not too big, and the training ground has an unobstructed view, making it impossible to hide people. The only places that can hide people are the equipment room, toilet, locker room and utility room placed in the corner of the track and field. Now, the scope they need to search is even smaller. It's true that there are only a few places on the track and field. Chi Min looked forward to it, and asked his other teammates, "Then should we strike while the iron is hot and kill those 2 people at once? Or should we rest for a night?" It actually takes a lot of time for them to find a venue every time. In addition, It also took a lot of time to fight between the four of Xiaoxi and the other four. It is already very dark now. Although he himself prefers to strike while the iron is hot, he still has to consider the wishes of others. If everyone feels tired and wants to rest for a night, he will not object. Of course we're striking while the iron is hot. Qixia and Qili said it in unison. After speaking, the two people looked at each other and gave each other a high five to express their praise for each other's tacit understanding. I also agree to strike while the iron is hot. Zhang Yu agreed. Resolving it as early as possible can avoid unnecessary complications. I agree too. Su Yun nodded. Since everyone has the same opinion, I also agree to strike while the iron is hot. But I have one request. Xiaoxi raised her index finger and made a 1 sign. One of the two people must stay. Leave one? Why? Qili expressed confusion. Our mission is to get them out. If we leave one, we won't be able to clear the game. If they are all eliminated, we will clear the game immediately. Xiaoxi explained patiently. Compared with resting in the white room for half an hour before entering the next game, and resting in this gym for 6 days before entering the next game, which game do you think is more cost-effective? What you mean is that you deliberately kept one person and waited until the last day of the game to let this person out, so that we can rest in the game for a few more days. Zhang Yu reacted, and he couldn't help but smile. This is indeed a good idea. Chapter 939 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 37. In the games I have experienced before, some have to wait until the game time limit is up before the game can be ended, while others can leave the game immediately after the task is completed. The former often involves certain risks. Even if the game mission is completed, there will still be danger while waiting for the game time to end. In this case, you can't get a good rest in the game. The latter has no chance to rest in the game at all. Once the task is completed, the person will return to the white room. Like this time, it is very rare to have the opportunity to delay the end of the game without causing any crisis to the players in the subsequent time. If you can stay in this game until the last day, it will indeed be a good opportunity to rest. After all, in this survival game mode, there is only half an hour of rest between each game, which is too short. Even if you can rest in some survival games, you can't be completely relaxed. Everyone had obviously thought of this, and were a little moved by Xiaoxi's proposal. One problem is that we have to tie that person to our side, so that we can take him out at any time when needed. Qi Xian raised his doubts. But we don't know if there will be some in this person's storage compartment. It is a tool used to escape. If this person escapes while we are sleeping, we will still have to spend time looking for him. Yes. Qi Xian nodded repeatedly. If that guy still runs away on the last day, we will be in trouble if we don't have time to arrest him. You don't have to worry about this, Xiaoxi assured. As long as you can keep one person, I guarantee that you can completely control the other person and never let the other person escape. Seeing Xiaoxi's confident look, the three brothers of the Qi family looked at each other and expressed their agreement. Who wouldn't want to have the opportunity to rest comfortably for a few days? Those were a rare few days without game tasks and game risks. Of course Su Yun and Zhang Yu would not object. Yi Kongqing on the side reached out and touched Xiaoxi's head. So you already have a plan. His tone sounded light, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Xiaoxi blinked at Yi Kongqing and said in a delicate and soft voice, A Qing can't let go of me. And I can't let go of a Qing. Of course, I have to find a way to stay with a Qing for a few more days. The corners of Yi Kongqing's mouth raised slightly uncontrollably, and a touch of pink appeared on the tips of his ears. He suddenly wanted to hug her. But now, Yi Kongqing raised his eyes and glanced at the many light bulbs in all directions. Not the time. Xiaoxi seemed to be aware of Yi Kongqing's emotional changes. She reached out and held Yi Kongqing's hand, and her slender fingers gently drew circles in Yi Kongqing's palm. Yi Kongqing took it back and squeezed Xiaoxi's troubled fingers with a little force. Xiaoxi's heart was full of excitement, but it didn't show on her face. She said to the others, I suggest leaving the pawn, which is the lowest level chess piece and the best to control. This can also maximize the safety of other teammates. Other players agreed, and the action plan to eliminate the skeleton man first was passed. Everyone still acted in pairs, but this time, they were working together instead of working alone. Qili was responsible for guarding the indoor door. The glass door was closed, and the door handles on both sides were wrapped with thick iron wire to prevent the two players from having the opportunity to sneak back indoors and hide. Chapter 940 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 38. With Qi Li's physical strength, he was able to guard the door and prevent the two players from running in. If those two players had hammers and the like and wanted to break through the glass door, The big noise would be enough to attract everyone's attention. All the doors of the indoor venues have been closed, and the door handles on both sides are entangled with thick wires. Even if the two people broke in, they would not have time to hide in the venue. Others still moved in pairs, taking 3 different routes to the track and field. Soo-yoon and Jeon-yu walked in the direction of the sign outside the gate, while Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing walked from the back door indoors. Qixin and Qixia followed the flower bed path and went around the inner wall of the gymnasium. After arriving at the track and field, they entered the equipment room, locker room and utility room respectively. Because the directions of action were completely different and the rooms they entered were also different, which fully met the requirement of no more than 2 people acting together, they did not receive any violation reminders from the system. After a while, Soo-yoon and Jeon-yu entered the utility room and found the skeleton man hiding in a large cardboard box. The cardboard box was very dirty and contained some old and discarded sporting goods. Because a person as big as the skeleton man was contained, more than half of the original contents of the cardboard box were thrown in the corner outside the cardboard box. And Soo-yoon carefully discovered that the surfaces of those things were very clean, without any dust. And they were different from other things in the utility room and seemed a bit awkward. After looking carefully, you will find that there are also some unnatural traces of dust being wiped off above the covered cardboard box. Apparently, Skeleton Man isn't very good at hiding. Soo-yoon quietly told Jeon-yu what she had discovered, and Jeon-yu walked over quietly. The moment he opened the cardboard box, the Skeleton Man jumped up. The Skeleton Man's reaction was quite fast, and he successfully avoided Jeon-yu's hand by lowering his body. But he absolutely shouldn't have chosen to hold Soo-yoon hostage to get a chance to leave after getting past Jeon-yu. As soon as he grabbed Soo-yoon, before his hand could even reach Soo-yoon's neck, he heard Soo-yoon whisper the word eat. By the time the Skeleton Man reacted belatedly, a pop-up window had popped up in front of him, clearly indicating that he was out. Hack! The Skeleton Man only had time to say this quintessence of Chinese culture before disappearing from the spot. Soo-yoon clenched her fists in excitement. She looked at Jeon-yu. I successfully eliminated another player. She looked like a student who had gone above and beyond to get an excellent score in the exam. Her face flushed with excitement. She herself felt that she was just so powerful. She reacted so quickly, without even a second of delay, giving the Skeleton Man no chance to react. Seeing Soo-yoon's happy look, Jeon-yu couldn't help but smile. He praised without hesitation. Yes, you performed very well. Soo-yoon smiled even happier. Her cute apple face was slightly flushed and looked like a sweet and crisp apple that could be picked. At this time, Chi Xion's voice sounded not far from the door. I've finished searching here. There's no one there. Qixia also spoke up. I've also looked over there at the toilet, and there's no one there. Soo-yoon and Jeon-yu walked out of the utility room together, but did not approach Chi Xion and Qixia. They just stood at the door of the utility room. Jeon-yu looked at Chi Xion and Qixia and said loudly, We found the Skeleton Man. Soo-yoon has already eliminated him. Chapter 941 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 39. On the other side, Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing were still in the equipment room. This equipment room contains equipment needed for various track and field sports, such as batons for relay races, hurdles for hurdle races, high jump stands, soft mats and poles for high jump. However, the track and field of the stadium is not large. For safety reasons, there is no equipment such as shot put and javelin. Xiaoxi finished looking for the last cardboard box containing the baton and made sure that no one was hidden. She said to Yi Kongqing, Go out. Listening to the noise outside. It seems that they have caught someone. When she turned around, her hand casually passed over the batons in the top row of the cardboard box. Follow her footsteps. What's wrong? Yi Kongqing noticed that Xiaoxi's expression was a little strange and asked, Is there anything wrong? Xiaoxi touched several batons carefully and then picked up one of them. She smiled at Yi Kongqing and said, I'm lucky. I found a broken piece of building blocks. She just touched it casually, but she didn't expect to find something unexpected. Hearing that it was no trouble, Yi Kongqing relaxed. Xiaoxi put the baton into the storage compartment and walked out with Yi Kongqing calmly. Not far outside, Jeon-yu and Soo-yoon were still describing how they had just found the Skeleton Man and how they had eliminated him. Seeing Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing coming out, Soo-yoon, like a child eager to show his certificate to his parents, told Xiaoxi about his great achievements just now in a tone full of expectation and praise. Xiaoxi listened patiently, and then praised her with dignity. Soo-yoon eliminated 4 players from the game this time, and he did really well. Soo-yoon smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. and she felt 100 times happier than before when she was praised by other players. Didn't you find the last player there? John Yu kept looking behind Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing when they came out, but saw no one else. Well, I didn't find it. Xiaoxi nodded. Eh? Qi Xian looked puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. There are only so many places where we can hide people, and other places are also locked. Where else can that person hide? The flower beds here only have short ornamental trees and small flowers and grass, which can't hide people at all. When he and Qixia walked along the road, they also looked at all parts of the flower beds. And indeed, there was no one hiding. It can be said that these places in the track and field are the last few places where people can hide. There should not be no talent. It's impossible to become invisible or fly into the sky. None of the mall props can be used this time. Yes. Where can we hide? Xiaoxi said while looking around casually. Finally, she looked at the main building of the gymnasium not far away. After thinking about it, she quickly walked over there. Yi Kongqing followed closely. The others didn't know why. And since they couldn't all act together, they could only stand and watch. Although the light intensity in the track and field is okay, the light is directed towards the inside of the track and field. And there is not much bright light outside the main building of the stadium. Although every window in the building has bright lights, there are still many dark places around the walls. If you have good climbing skills, it is possible to hide in these places, especially near drainage pipes. Chapter 942 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 40. When Xiaoxi took out a flashlight and shined it towards the outer wall of the main building of the stadium, other players also reacted. They all took out their flashlights and walked towards the other two walls. When walking, we specially chose two different routes to ensure the principle of walking in pairs. The light of the flashlight is not particularly bright, but it can still shine to the top. Xiaoxi was thinking about the possibility of the last player climbing onto the roof with bare hands when she suddenly heard Qixia's call. We found her. She's a woman, hiding on the rainproof eaves above the gate. Qixia's voice was very excited, and the tone changed again. She jumped down. The next second, Xiaoxi saw a figure running out from the corner. The figure was short and small, but very fast. He just rushed forward without looking at anything. Yi Kongqing took out the anesthetic gun from the storage compartment and accurately hit the figure in the back. The figure continued to sprint forward for a short distance, then suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. Vigorous exercise speeds up blood circulation, which in turn causes the anesthetic effects to spread throughout the body faster. Qixia was chasing after the figure. When he saw the figure falling to the ground, he rushed up and grabbed the other person's hands to prevent the other person from still having the strength to commit suicide. Qixing followed and rushed over, shining the light of the flashlight on the other party. It was an ordinary-looking short woman who had lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Take it back first, and then talk about it, Xiaoxi said as she took the lead to walk into the gate. Seeing this, Qili inside the door quickly untied the thick iron wire on the door handle, then retreated far away and stopped near the stairs. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing came in together and walked quickly towards the entrance of the shooting gallery. When Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing stopped, Qixia and Qi Xian dragged the short woman in and stood at the elevator door. Finally Zhang Yu and Su Yun entered and stood at the gate. Several groups of people are separated by a certain safe distance and do not violate the rules of the game. What to do next? Qixia looked at the unconscious short woman at his feet and asked Xiaoxi with some anticipation. She should wake up after a few hours of coma. This will not last until the 7th game of the game. Sky. Let's exchange places first, Xiaoxi said to Qixia. Let Ah Qing and I make the preparations first. Qi Xian and Qixia did not continue to ask, and changed places with Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing very cooperatively. Xiaoxi took out a dirty sheet from the storage compartment and handed it to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing understood, cut the sheets into strips, and then took these strips to the swimming pool and soaked them all. He then used these soaked cloth strips to tie up the short woman's hands and feet. The water-soaked cloth strips are stronger, and coupled with Yi Kongqing's binding method, even if the short woman wakes up, she can't move a finger, let alone take out any sharp blade from the storage compartment to break it. Trapped. I also have a lot of anesthetics and sleeping pills, Xiaoxi said to other players. You can try to keep her in a comatose state so that she has no chance to escape. They were tied up just in case the short woman deliberately pretended not to wake up, or everyone was asleep and didn't notice that the short woman had regained consciousness, so as to avoid giving her a chance to run away in this situation. Chapter 943 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 41. She will starve to death. Jianyu couldn't help but have this idea after hearing Xiaoxi's words. It's not that he has much sympathy for a stranger. The main thing is that in this game, anyone who dies in any way can be resurrected by exchanging points. If the short woman was starved to death and she was resurrected, she might have a chance to escape. No, I can give her nutritional supplements. Xiaoxi was very calm. It was obvious that she had considered this issue early on. Seeing that Xiaoxi had considered it so comprehensively, the others had nothing to worry about, and all agreed to Xiaoxi's proposal. Just in case, everyone should take turns guarding her, Xiaoxi suggested, to avoid unnecessary complications. This is no problem. Qili patted his chest on the side. It's just taking turns to guard one person. But it's much simpler than a survival game. No one else objected. Then who will keep watch tonight? Xiaoxi yawned and said sleepily, I am indeed a little tired today, and don't really want to keep watch. Let's do it. Qi Xian said proactively. The team of Suyun and Jianyu had the most opponents eliminated today, so they should have a good rest. The team of Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing contributed a lot of brainpower, and should have a rest. Correspondingly, in comparison, we three brothers are a little more relaxed today. So let's just keep vigil. I agree. Qixia also raised his hand. It's easy for me to stay up late. It's better for you two girls to go to bed early. If you stay up late and get dark circles under your eyes, you will definitely be sad. I agree too. Qili echoed from a distance. I'm too bored by myself, so it's better to keep vigil with my two brothers. In this way, the candidates for the night watch were successfully discussed. The three brothers of the Qi family who were responsible for the night watch were staying in the corridor. Two of them were sitting near the elevator, and one was sitting at the door of the swimming pool. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing entered the football stadium. The restriction that only two people could move made it difficult for Su Yun to follow Xiaoxi, so she had no choice but to enter the shooting venue with Jianyu. Su Yun felt unspeakably nervous sleeping in the same space as a man she had just met. Jianyu noticed Su Yun's discomfort, so he took out a sleeping bag and handed it to Su Yun and said, I'll sleep near the door. You can go to the dressing room inside to rest, or other places you think are safer. When Su Yun heard this suggestion, she immediately felt a little more relaxed. She gave Jianyu a grateful smile, then took Jianyu's sleeping bag, followed Jianyu's suggestion, and went to rest in the dressing room. The door to the dressing room can also be closed, making her feel safer. Jianyu didn't mind Su Yun's behavior of closing the door. It was normal for girls to be so wary. He took out another sleeping bag, stuffed himself in it, and laid down against the door. Asterisk. Inside the football stadium, Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing walked inside, and didn't stop until they reached the last row of seats in the stands. I want to see if these broken building blocks can be put together, Xiaoxi whispered to Yi Kongqing. She now has a total of 5 brick fragments on her body, which is enough for her to give it a try. Yi Kongqing was stunned. He had seen before that Xiaoxi had something to say to him, but he didn't expect that this was what Xiaoxi wanted to say. 5 should not be enough, Yi Kongqing reminded, although it is not clear how many building blocks are needed to piece together a complete planet. 5 is definitely not enough. Chapter 9 44 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 42. I know. That's why I said it's a try, Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing with a smile. I want to try if I can put together a semi-finished product when the quantity is not enough. Or I must get enough. Only by breaking the building blocks can we begin to put the pieces together. Of course you want to try it, Yi Kongqing thought for a while and suggested. But let's try it with 2 first. Don't use them all at once. No one can guarantee whether the assembled building blocks will retain their original functions. If the pieces turn out to be ordinary building blocks, it would be a loss. Not bad. Not bad. Xiaoxi patted Yi Kongqing's shoulder happily. Ah Qing can use his brain now. Yi Kongqing. Dot. He didn't feel like this was a compliment. Xiaoxi took out all 5 pieces of her building blocks. A pink rose, an unused blue chalk, a diamond ring, a nose ring, and a baton. This is what they looked like to an outsider who has not touched them. In the eyes of Xiaoxi, who had already touched them, they were all fragments of log-colored building blocks with different shapes. Xiaoxi carefully compared the shapes of each building block and found that not only did they have no rules, but they also had basically no place to assemble and fit them together. It's like smashing different rocks and selecting a piece of gravel from each. The natural shapes are different and cannot fit together. At Xiaoxi's request, Yi Kongqing touched each of the building blocks so that he could see clearly what they looked like. They don't look like parts from the same set of building blocks. After looking at them carefully for a while, he commented, That's true. Xiaoshi was a little discouraged. After a moment of silence, she added, however, if there are many sets of building blocks of different styles in the survival game, then the probability of piecing together a complete planet is infinitely close to zero. In a survival game, finding building blocks involves a lot of luck. There may be no way to find building block fragments in many games, which results in a very small number of building block fragments collected by players. And once a life-threatening situation occurs, building block fragments are likely to be consumed to save lives. As a result, fewer brick fragments can be saved. Under these premises, it is already difficult to piece together a complete planet shape with a low probability. If there are different styles of building block sets, it means that the collected building block fragments are difficult to put together with each other, and there is almost no possibility of successful assembly. Such a nearly zero success rate is unreasonable no matter how you think about it. The success rate of a mechanism setting can be very low, but it cannot make people feel that it cannot succeed at all. Otherwise, who would have the idea to put it together? If no one has the idea of putting things together, then the setting of this mechanism will be redundant. The original building block pieces have strong healing ability, which is enough to attract players to look for them. There is no need to set up a gimmick that can get huge rewards after being pieced together into a planet. If it's not a gimmick, then there should be some chance of success. In other words, there should be only one style of building block set. Chapter 945 Chess Pieces and Chess Pieces 43. Xiaoshi looked at the two broken building blocks in her hand that had completely different shapes. If her guess is correct, then maybe the inability to fit is just an illusion. With this in mind, Xiaoshi tried to bring the two pieces of building blocks together. There was no strange reaction. She did not give up immediately, but tried to reverse the direction of the two building block fragments and put the two building block fragments together from various angles. On the third try, the two brick pieces finally had some special reactions. It's like a magnet has finally found the end that attracts each other, and the two sides are tightly attracted. After a while, the edges of the two building blocks changed visibly to the naked eye. They constantly change shape, fit into each other, and finally blend together perfectly. Xiaoshi looked at Yi Kongqing beside her. "Qing, did you see that?" Yi Kongqing nodded. "I saw it." After a pause, he added, "It seems you were right. There should be only one style of building block set. No matter how weird these building blocks look, even if no corner can fit together, as long as they find the right direction and position, they will automatically adapt to each other's shapes and become something that can be put together." Xiaoshi tried again and found that the two building blocks in her hand seemed to be completely fused and couldn't be separated at all. She took another look at the description of the special items, and then sighed. "It seems that they can't be put together easily." "What's wrong?" Yi Kongqing asked. "After putting it together, the effect of the special item has been lost?" "That's not true." Xiaoshi shook her head and added, "It's just that the effects are not superimposed, which means that the two special items put together automatically become one special item. So it only has one healing effect. Although I only tried two, the result is already like this. And it must be the same result if more building blocks are put together." She has 5 building block fragments, and after putting 2 of them together, it becomes 4 items with special effects. And the impact is not big. But she can't just put them all together until she gets more pieces. "Then we really can't put those blocks together easily." Yi Kongqing thought for a while, as if asking himself or Xiaoshi, "I don't know how many blocks are needed to put together a complete look. Let's wait until we collect 10 building block fragments before trying." Xiaoshi thought about it for a while, then changed her mind. "It's better to wait until more than 12 are collected before trying again, just in case even 10 pieces can't be completed. It doesn't look like there is no guarantee in your hand." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Yi Kongqing said to Xiaoshi. "In the next games, I will try my best to look for broken building blocks." Xiaoshi yawned and stretched again. Okay, it's getting late. Let's rest first. There is no way to solve this kind of thing in a short while, so you still have to rest when you need to." "What a tent," Yi Kongqing said, having already taken out a tent. "Of course." Xiaoshi followed Yi Kongqing to the football field with a smile. After Yi Kongqing set up the tent, Xiaoshi took out 2 thin blankets and slept in the tent with Yi Kongqing. The room was air-conditioned, but Yi Kongqing's arms were warm, without the pressure of game tasks. He slept more comfortably. Chapter 946, the third single-player game. During the past few days in the gym, several people had a very comfortable time. There is no shortage of water here, and there are toilets and showers in each venue. It is not too convenient to wash up and go to the toilet. As for drinking water and food, players each have it, so they don't have to worry about starving to death. Finally, under Xiaoxi's influence, everyone filled a lot of tap water with their own empty bottles and buckets. In future games, if conditions permit, this water can be drunk after boiling. If conditions do not permit, it can at least be used to wash your face and brush your teeth. In short, be prepared. At this time, the three brothers of the Qi family regretted throwing away many empty mineral water buckets. Originally, I felt that it was of no use anymore, and keeping it would only take up space. Who would have thought that it could come in handy at this time? Under the influence of anesthetics and the support of nutritional supplements, the short woman remained in a coma until the last day of the game. She never woke up once. And of course, there was no chance to escape. She has never died. But she has lost a lot of weight and looks a bit skinny. It was like this until the evening of the 7th day of the game. Under the witness of everyone, the short woman finally gained some consciousness while half awake. Yi Kongqing untied the short woman, while Xiaoxi kept her hands on the short woman's shoulders. After making sure that the short woman's eyes were less distracted and started to focus, Xiaoxi softly said the word eat. In an instant, all players disappeared from the gym. Asterisk. In the white room, Xiaoxi calmly sat down cross-legged. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for clearing the game and earning 1 million points. A familiar inorganic voice sounded without any ups and downs. Congratulations to the player Xiaoxi for clearing 5 consecutive rounds of the survival game. You will have the opportunity to start a single-player game. Please choose to accept or decline. Then, a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. There were only 2 option buttons on the pop-up window. Accept, reject. Of course, Xiaoxi pressed the accept button. Player Xiaoxi accepts the single-player game. The system's voice sounded again. Reminder, this single-player game is a special single-player game. The specific rules and procedures will be informed by the relevant system after entering the game. Wait a minute, Xiaoxi said in confusion. What does special single-player game mean? This word never appeared in the first 2 single-player games. Besides, the single-player game itself is already very special. There is actually a special single-player game. How special is that? The player has cleared 15 consecutive rounds of the survival game. After clearing the single-player game, the overall level of the game will be automatically upgraded, and he will enter the advanced game. Regarding this question, the system rarely gave a detailed answer. Since the player Xiaoxi is a marked player, the single-player game before entering the advanced game becomes a special single-player game. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. It's actually related to me being marked? Judging from this passage in the system, being marked and the game as a whole will be upgraded to an advanced game. If both necessary conditions are met, the special single-player game will be triggered. So, what is the meaning of marking me? Xiaoxi asked. Do you know who marked me? Relevant questions will be answered when players meet other conditions later. The system has become the one that refuses to reveal even the slightest bit of information again. Chapter 947 Wealth and Poverty 1. Xiaoxi was mentally prepared for this, and did not feel angry. She asked again. Then you should tell me what is so special about special single-player games. Right. After players enter the game, a responsible system will explain it to you. The system gave full play to its fine tradition of being tight-lipped. Then just tell me what else you can tell me. Xiaoxi rested her chin with one hand. She didn't feel too nervous about the upcoming unknown. Anyway, I have experienced so many survival games, and I have to face the unknown every time. So I have long been used to it. When the Doomsday game appeared in her hometown, she quickly entered the state. She has always been very adaptable. No matter what kind of special method this special single-player game is, the soldiers will come to block the water, and the earth will cover it. Players have a half-hour rest here, and will enter a special single-player game after half an hour. Players are asked to choose the products to purchase, or enter the special single-player game immediately. Xiaoxi. This broken system was telling her that it had nothing left to tell her, and wanted her to leave. Xiaoxi pointed her middle finger at the white wall. Then she opened the mall and took a look. Guns and ammunition cannot be purchased, and there are no new types of props. She closed the mall again. After thinking for a while, Xiaoxi asked the system. After clearing the game this time, I can still upgrade my ability to find and retrieve objects. Right. She doesn't know what the special points of the special single-player game are, and whether it will affect the upgrade of special abilities. She needs to confirm it clearly. The system behaves very preciously. After receiving a positive answer, Xiaoxi felt a little relieved. She had no other questions to ask, so she leaned against the wall in a daze. Asterisk. Half an hour later. Xiaoxi found herself sitting in an empty bathtub. The style of the bathtub is old, but it is very clean. It seems that although the owner of this house is poor, he cherishes the items in the house and maintains them well. Fortunately, there was no water in the bathtub, and her clothes were clean and not wet. Before Xiaoxi could stand up, a sweet system voice sounded in her ears. Welcome player Xiaoxi to the Rich and Poverty game. This round of the game is a special single-player game. Xiaoxi simply didn't move and leaned on the edge of the bathtub. She planned to wait for this new system she encountered for the first time to finish explaining the rules of the game before leaving here. Players need to complete the main mission and special mission in this special single-player game. The main mission must be completed, and the special mission can fail. The main task is completed, and the player has passed this round of the game. If the special mission can be completed, after clearing the game, the player can get the benefit of upgrading the special ability by 2 levels in a row. If the special mission fails, the player will lose the marked identity. Xiaoxi looked surprised. According to the logic of what the system said, what loss does it seem to be to lose the marked identity? Are there any benefits to being marked? The player has 2 main tasks. The first task is to find the illegitimate son of the richest man in the city and bring him to him. The second task is to get the key to the richest man's safe containing his will. The player has 1 special mission. When he sees the object that triggers the special mission, he will receive a prompt. The specific content of the special mission will be announced at that time. Chapter 948 Wealth and Poverty 2. That's all. We have to wait until later to talk about the tasks. Xiaoxi couldn't help but complain a few words. Also, they said that they want to find the illegitimate son of the richest man in the city. How many illegitimate children there are? You have to make it clear. Don't only when I finally found one after all the hard work did you tell me there was another one. The system seemed to be choked, and it took several seconds before it said, there is only one illegitimate child. Is the illegitimate child also in this city? If not, it will be even more troublesome to find him. I don't know how long it will take. Xiaoxi asked again. Are you sure the illegitimate child is still alive? If he is dead, I can't dig a grave and bring it to the richest man, and they can't beat me out. In this city, it is certain to be alive. Okay, go ahead. Xiaoxi stood up and walked out of the bathtub. She had no intention of sitting in the bathtub now, so she might as well get to know the living environment this time. Players need to spend 30 days in this game. This single-player game is getting longer every time, Xiaoxi complained casually. The first solo game lasted 6 days. The second solo game lasted 15 days. And this time it lasted 30 days. I don't know if it will become 60 days the 4th time. Well, probably not. Otherwise it will take too long. Maybe this is a special single-player game, so it takes a little longer. The next time it's a normal single-player game. The timing can't be this outrageous. Although she thought so in her heart. Xiaoxi did not set a flag to avoid a metaphysical incident in which the flag would be broken if set. Now a key issue is that in a single-player game, you cannot leave early just because you have cleared the game. In other words, even if all the game tasks are completed, she still has to stay here for 30 days before returning to the White Room. Xiaoxi sat down on the sofa and curled her lips. 30 days. She wouldn't be able to see Yi Kongqing for 30 days. Unhappy. This was probably the first time that the system encountered a player like Xiaoxi, and it was a bit uncomfortable to be treated. It was silent for a while before continuing to speak. Considering that this game may require a lot of money, and the player does not have a wealthy family background in this game, the player has an opportunity to exchange points for cash. The ratio is 1 to 1. Up to 1 million. Then what else can I choose? Xiaoxi spread her hands and sighed helplessly. I can only choose 1 million. Even if she said she wanted to exchange it for 10 million, it wouldn't work. Points that are converted into cash cannot be converted back into points even if there are any left after the game ends. Players should choose carefully. Put it down. I don't know if this amount of money is enough for 30 days. I don't even expect to have any left over. Xiaoxi waved her hand and urged. Hurry up and exchange it for me. It costs money to inquire about information. It is impossible for her to find that illegitimate child on her own. The exact amount of money it will cost is unclear, but it must not be a small sum. In addition, she also wanted to collect some more supplies, which would also require a lot of money. In short, 1 million is definitely not too much. Whether it is enough or not depends on how you spend it. The system stopped talking nonsense. After a few seconds, the mobile phone placed on the coffee table suddenly lit up. Xiaoxi took a look and saw a message showing that a certain treasure had received 1 million yuan. Chapter 949 Wealth and Poverty 3. Good luck to the players. After the system finished saying this, it disappeared. Xiaoshi didn't waste any time and first used her mobile phone to check who the richest man in the city was. By the way, I learned about the richest man's family history, love history, various economic news, and gossip news related to the richest man. She read every bit of news she could find online. Even though she could read 10 lines at a time, she couldn't bear the overwhelming amount of news. She was hungry and hadn't finished reading yet. But she had almost read all the important information. She put down her phone, rubbed her eyes, and relaxed her eye muscles. Then she took out a box of instant noodles from the storage compartment and used the water dispenser to make herself a bowl of noodles, along with a piece of ham sausage and a vacuum-packed braised egg. I can't help it. I'm too hungry. If I go out to buy food, it will take a while. So why not eat something to fill my stomach first? During the few minutes while waiting for instant noodles, Xiaoshi explored the entire room. This is an old community. The walls throughout the house are yellow and peeling, and the lighting is not very good. It was clearly a sunny and bright day outside, but it was still dark inside the house. You also have to leave the lights on during the day to feel better. Moreover, this house looks like a partition, like a 3 or 2 bedroom house separated by walls to create a room with an independent bathroom and an open kitchen. As soon as you enter the door, there is an open kitchen. Opposite the kitchen is the bathroom. The bathroom door is somewhat broken and can only be left ajar and cannot be closed. There is no living room here. The sofa is placed next to the open kitchen. There is no coffee table in front of the sofa. Only a small round table, which should be used as a dining table. Then there is a bed by the window, with a wardrobe separating the bed and the sofa. The entire house is only about 20 square meters in area. In addition, Xiaoshi also found a rental contract, which was obviously another rental house, because the location is remote. The house is shabby, small, and has cubicles, so the monthly rent is only 300 yuan, according to the 1-pay-3 date in the contract. She does not need to pay additional rent for the 30 days in the game. Xiaoshi couldn't help but sigh. Her living conditions in the single-player game were getting worse each time, and the game time was getting longer and longer each time. While slurping the noodles, she searched for news about the detective on her phone. Fortunately, detectives in this place are legal, and there is also a dedicated detective website. The website publishes information about each detective, indicating the areas and performance of different detectives, as well as customer ratings and evaluations. So you can clearly see the reputation of the detectives. Xiaoshi took a look at the ranking list as she was accustomed to, and read all the detective information in the top 10, focusing on the comments of each customer. Eliminate 2 of them that were probably paid to get good reviews, and then eliminate 2 that are not pleasing to the eye. Finally, she compared the performance and areas of expertise among the remaining 6 people, and finally chose the one who did well based on the overall situation. And then she sent the information. Xiaoshi said without any polite nonsense. She directly said that she wanted to find out all the information about the illegitimate son of Mr. Li, the richest man in the city. The other party was very professional, and did not ask Xiaoshi what he wanted to do. He just quoted a price, because they wanted to check information about the richest man. The price was much higher than that of ordinary people, but the price was not much different from Xiaoshi's estimate. Chapter 950 Wealth and Poverty 4. The price is 50,000, and an extra 20,000 will be added if urgent, for a total of 70,000. This price was similar to Xiaoshi's estimate, but she still felt a little worried about her small money. She has never worried about money since she was a child, but now she only has 1 million in hand. Considering that she still wants to collect supplies, and considering that she may have other ways to spend money in the future, she has to calculate how to use it. Suddenly I feel like I can feel the reluctance to spend money. Although she was a little distressed, Xiaoshi readily reached an agreement with the detective and signed a contract with the detective online. After the contract was signed, Xiaoshi paid a deposit of 30,000 yuan, and the detective began to work. Because the exact information must be obtained within 5 days, the detective must seize the time to act. Xiaoshi gave only 2 clues. One was that the illegitimate child must be in this city, and the other was that the illegitimate child must exist. Although the detective was wondering why she was so sure of these 2 points. As a professional detective, he would not ask his clients such questions. But as long as the 2 points she gave were true, it would still be possible to find the illegitimate child within 5 days. When the detective started to check various information about Mr. Li's private life, Xiaoshi had just finished lunch and was about to go out for a walk. Now she could only wait for news from the detective. It was a waste of time for her to sit at home and wait. She might as well start doing other things. Although she didn't dare to spend too much money to buy supplies at once. It wasn't a problem to buy 100,000 yuan first. In order to save money, she staggered to the wholesale market by bus. This time she planned to wholesale some bottled water, milk and bagged nut foods, and also bought some gas cans. In order not to attract attention, she had to temporarily rent a warehouse. Fortunately, the warehouse could be rented for 1 day. So she rented it for 1 day. After all the purchased items were delivered to the warehouse, she organized them and put them into storage compartments. After all the busy work, it was already evening. She took the bus and staggered back to the place where she rented the house. The street lights in the community are very dim. In some places, the street lights are broken and not repaired on time. When walking in this area, you have to rely on your mobile phone to illuminate the road ahead clearly. The room she lived in was on the 3rd floor. The floor was not bad. Although there was no elevator, it was not troublesome to take the stairs up. After going upstairs, first open the outermost anti-theft iron door. After entering, you will find a narrow corridor. The corridor is dark, and there is not even a light. There are 3 rooms separated from a house. In order to make each room independent, and to enter the room you rent without having to pass by other rooms, there is an extra corridor in the middle. With the light of the mobile phone, you can see that the 3 rooms all have identical wooden doors. There is only 1 room on the right, where Xiaoxi lives, and there are 2 rooms on the left. Xiaoxi has not yet had a chance to meet the specific people living there. Judging from the size of the entire room, it should be a small 2-bedroom house that has been divided into 3 independent rooms like it is now. Not to mention that the ventilation effect is not good. Each room is only so big, making it a bit depressing to live in, and there is no subway nearby. If you want to go further, you have to either pay for a taxi or take the bus. Chapter 951 Wealth and Poverty 5. It is conceivable that everyone who lives here is basically from very poor economic conditions. This means that there may be any type of person. However, Xiaoxi is not curious about what kind of people her 2 close neighbors are. As long as it does not affect her mission, she does not intend to have too many interactions with others. Xiaoxi opened the door, walked into the room, closed and locked the door. Then she went to the bathroom to wash up. Although the living conditions are not very good, the necessary facilities are there. It's just that this bathtub seems a bit redundant, and it's not as convenient as a shower. It may have been renovated many years ago, but the landlord didn't change it and kept the bathtub. Xiaoxi had just finished taking a shower and wiping her hair with a dry towel when she heard the sound of the lock turning from the anti-theft iron door outside. Immediately afterwards, a man who was mumbling something inaudible came in. The footsteps got closer and closer, and finally stopped at the door of Xiaoxi's room. Xiaoxi continued to wipe her hair calmly, as if she didn't hear anything. The sound of a key hitting the door lock came from outside the door. The man fiddled with it for a while before inserting the key, but found that he could not turn the door lock. After trying several times without success, the man suddenly became angry. He kicked the wooden door hard and muttered as if he was complaining. Xiaoxi hung the towel in her hand on the clothes drying rack in the bay window, and heard the man kicking the door for the 2nd time. The force was so strong that it seemed that he was going to break the door before he would stop. In order to avoid having no way to sleep tonight, Xiaoxi raised her voice and said, "You went to the wrong room." The man outside the door seemed stunned for a moment, and did not move for several seconds. I don't know what he was thinking or looking at. After a few seconds, he loudly said, "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Although his speech was still a little unclear this time, he was finally able to make out what he was saying. He looked like he was drunk. Xiaoxi approached the door, trying to sound serious. "I'll say it again. You're in the wrong room." The man outside the door was quiet for a while, whether he was digesting what Xiaoxi said or thinking about something else. Fortunately, he did not continue to make a fuss, but turned around and went to the opposite room. Xiaoxi listened carefully. The key found the door lock accurately and opened the door instantly. Xiaoxi's eyes narrowed slightly. This man really did it on purpose. Normally, a drunk person will walk along his usual route. So after opening the security door, the man should habitually walk to the left. But he came to the right. This was what first made Xiaoxi suspicious. Later, Xiaoxi took the initiative to tell the man that she was in the wrong room. But the man did not try to look at other rooms, but insisted that she was in his room. As long as you are not too drunk to walk, it means your consciousness is still clear. You can see 2 doors on one side and 1 door on the other side by shining the light on your mobile phone. With such easy to identify features, You can tell at a glance that this man still said such things, which is even more suspicious. Finally, when the man took the key to open the door on her side, he tried for a long time before inserting the key. It felt as if he was very drunk and couldn't fit the keyhole correctly. But when he returned to the door of his room just now, he opened the door smoothly and did not look very drunk at all. Chapter 952 Wealth and Poverty 6. All this shows that this man is not really drunk. At least not as drunk as he shows. What he called the wrong door was actually intentional. Although Xiaoxi has not yet met this man face to face, this encounter has already given her an extremely bad impression. A man deliberately approached a single woman's room and pretended to be drunk. No matter how he thought about it, he knew that he was definitely up to something evil. Xiaoxi took out 3 barrels of water from the storage compartment and placed them side by side behind the door. In the event of an emergency, at least the door won't be pushed open easily. After doing all this, Xiaoxi closed the curtains and lay on the bed. But it was still early, so she didn't go to bed immediately, but turned on her phone. There is no TV in the room, but there is still broadband, so it is not a problem to pass the time by watching videos on your mobile phone. I don't know if she checked too much information about Mr. Li, the richest man in the city, during the day, but she actually found a lot of information about Mr. Li when she was watching videos. Speaking of which, Mr. Li is 90 years old this year. If he had an illegitimate child when he was in his 20s, he would be in his 60s now. If things go well, the illegitimate child will have grandchildren. If it was the illegitimate child of Lao Dangizhuang, who was over 60 years old, he should be less than 30 now. If he got married early, he should have a son. Judging from the news from various channels, Mr. Li probably has no intention of getting his illegitimate son back. Moreover, Mr. Li and his first wife had several children, and these children gave birth to several children respectively. It can be said that Mr. Li's lineage of descendants is very prosperous, and it is not rare for him to have multiple illegitimate children, especially for someone like him who is too old to live long and has enough social status. He cares more about his reputation. It can even be said that in order to preserve his reputation and maintain harmony with his family, Mr. Li probably did not want the scandal of an illegitimate child to come out at all. But the task given to Xiaoxi by the system was to find this illegitimate child and bring it to the richest man. No matter how you think about it, it feels like something is going to happen. It will be considered easy to be thrown out by then. As for getting the key to Mr. Li's safe containing his will, this should have the same purpose as the previous single-player games. They are all to take something away from the world of single-player games, creating a butterfly effect. What's more troublesome is that for a rich man like this, there must be more than one safe. I don't know how many safes there are at home and in banks. Only close relatives know which safe deposit box contains the will, and only a few people know where the corresponding key is. These are impossible to obtain from news on the internet. As an outsider, it would be difficult for her to inquire about this. In her current situation, she couldn't even get in touch with that circle, let alone get close to the Li family to inquire about information. What's more, this method is a bit slow. After all, she only has 1 month, and this time is far from enough to gain the trust of the Li family. But in order to save some money, she couldn't rely entirely on detectives. She still had to do this herself. If this was left to a detective to investigate, it wouldn't be something that could be done for tens of thousands of dollars. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi checked the location of the Li family's head office on the internet and decided to go explore the situation tomorrow. Chapter 953 Wealth and Poverty 7. At midnight, Xiaoxi was drowsily asleep when she suddenly heard the security door outside being opened. The sound was so loud that the surrounding neighbors might not hear the sound. Then, the sound of a pair of high heels walking on the ground sounded outside the aisle. Xiaoxi frowned slightly and turned over reluctantly. Half asleep and half awake, she still realized that this must be the neighbor who lived in the third compartment. The female tenant found her cubicle accurately and took the key to open the door while burping. After the sound of the door lock opening, the female tenant did not enter the cubicle immediately. The next second, the overwhelming sound of vomiting came over Xiaoxi. She felt that most of her sleepiness was gone. Xiaoxi rubbed her hair and looked at the time on her phone. 3:21 in the morning. There were still a few hours until dawn, so I had to continue sleeping. Vomit! The sound of vomiting came again not far from the door. Xiaoxi. It's just a few steps away from the bathroom. Can't you go back to the room and throw up again? You have to vomit at the door. Although the smell didn't come in, she just felt like she could smell the sour smell of wine mixed with gastric juice. Xiaoxi couldn't sleep, So she simply sat up and looked at her phone casually. It was quiet outside the door for about a minute. And then the female tenant made some movement again, seemingly feeling better after vomiting. The female tenant wandered back to her room to get a glass of water. After resting for a while, she walked out and cleaned up the mess on the ground where she had vomited. As the door was closed, the corridor became completely quiet. Xiaoxi lay back down again, counted sheep silently for a while, and finally fell asleep again. Asterisk. Game day 2. 8 o'clock. Xiaoxi got up on time to wash up, and went out immediately after tidying herself up. Before leaving, she specifically used the light of her mobile phone to look at the hallway. The traces of the female tenant's vomiting last night were relatively clean. She locked the door to her room and left the residence. She bought a fried dough stick and a bag of soy milk from the breakfast shop outside the community. While eating, she walked towards the remote alley. After finishing breakfast, she put on fairy wings and moonlight shadow on herself, and flew towards the Lee family headquarters marked on the map on her mobile phone. Fairy wings was very fast, and it didn't take long for her to reach her destination. This building is owned by the Lee family. The high ceiling foyer and grand door on the first floor, the floor paved with beige marble, and the luxurious crystal chandeliers all reflect the nobility of a large company. It was the rush hour for work, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Every time the elevator opened, it was crowded with colleagues who were anxious to clock in. Seeing this situation, Xiaoxi walked decisively to the underground parking lot. There are many people in the underground parking lot, and the elevators are also crowded and full of people. But as expected, she found the executive elevator. It's deserted here. There's no one around. No matter how crowded the elevator over there is, everyone will either choose to take the stairs or wait for the next elevator. And no one will come here. Xiaoxi waited for about half an hour, and finally the CEO in a neat suit appeared. There is no difference from the information found on the internet. The current president is Mr. Lee's eldest son, a man in his 60s. Chapter 954 Wealth and Poverty 8. Although he is quite old, he is well maintained and with his aura. He looks like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Mr. Lee had already retired to the second line 20 years ago. His eldest son, Li Fu, has been sitting in the position of president for more than 20 years, and his aura is naturally strong. Behind him were only an assistant and a young man who looked a little careless. The young man's facial profile is somewhat similar to Li Fu's, and he looks to be in his mid-20s. At this age, it is possible to say that he is Li Fu's grandson, but it is also possible that he is his son. Xiaoxi looked at the pictures downloaded on her phone, compared them, and determined that the young man was Li Fu's youngest son. The Li family is prosperous, and Mr. Lee has many direct relatives. Fortunately, just in case, she downloaded the photos of all the people she found, and also wrote simple notes on the relationship between the characters. Otherwise she would not be able to remember them in a short time. Li Fu walked towards the CEO elevator, with a hint of anger on his face. It seemed like we had talked about something unpleasant in the car before, and he still looked unhappy. The assistant next to Li Fu followed Li Fu intently, as if he was not affected by the outside world at all. The younger son Li Mingjun looked indifferent, and didn't take Li Fu's anger seriously at all. In this way, the three people quickly walked to the elevator. Li Fu pressed the fingerprint lock, and the elevator door opened immediately. Xiaoxi, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed into the elevator the moment the elevator door opened. She had been standing close to the elevator door, closest to the door. As soon as the door opened, she walked in quietly. The assistant and Li Mingjun, in order to show respect, had to wait for Li Fu to come in before they could come in, so no one noticed that before they entered. There was an invisible person in the elevator. The elevator dedicated to the president was very spacious, and the three men did not get very close. But even so, no one touched Xiaoxi, who was huddled in the corner. In the elevator, none of the three men spoke. In the silent atmosphere, their respective states were different. Li Fu still looked angry and depressed, and glared at Li Mingjun from time to time. The assistant lowered his head, trying to minimize his presence, completely pretending to be deaf and dumb. Li Mingjun was still carefree, feeling as if he could go upstairs and drink wine soon instead of entering the company with his father. The elevator goes directly to the top floor, and the top floor is the president's office. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Li Fu turned around and glared at Li Mingjun. "Did you hear what I said to you?" Li Mingjun took out his ears and responded casually. "I heard it," with such a nonchalant look. It felt like even if he heard it, he would never take it to heart. Li Fu suddenly became angry. How many times have I told you? Little bastard. Now is a critical period for fighting for family property. You are just doing nothing all day long. How can you compete with the children on the second child's side? The second child in his mouth is his own younger brother Li Lu. Don't you still have my brother and my sister? Li Mingjun said nonchalantly. Both of them are so promising, and they are your right-hand men. It's enough to have them. Anyway, it's enough for those two pearls to perform well. It makes the old man feel comfortable. It's okay if I don't cause any trouble for you because of my fish eyes. And my requirements are so high. Chapter 955 Wealth and Poverty 9. Don't you call it Taidu? Li Fu's voice raised a notch unknowingly. You didn't visit your grandpa even once when he was ill. And you even went to nightclubs to have a good time. We hid this from you. So you didn't. What kind of trouble has it caused? Once the second child knows. Believe it or not, your grandpa won't give you a cent. After hearing this, Li Mingjun's attitude finally corrected a little. Seeing this, Li Fu stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand. If you can listen to what I say, go and stay with your grandpa at noon today. Don't run around at night. Stay in the old house for a few days. Hearing this, Xiaoxi, who was yawning, finally regained her energy. The reason she came here this time was to find out where Mr. Li lives now. What she is looking for is the key to the safe related to Mr. Li. Only by approaching Mr. Li can she find the key. But the Li family has too many residences, and the outside world has no idea where Mr. Li lives now. So she thought of coming here to contact Mr. Li's son first to see if she could gain anything. It's just right now. As long as Li Mingjun listens to Li Fu and returns to his old house, she can follow him and find Mr. Li. TSK. That's really troublesome. Li Mingjun's face was full of impatience. Li Fu raised his hand and slapped Li Mingjun on the back of the head. Please wake up to me. If you dare to have this attitude in front of your grandpa, I won't send you to the hospital. Li Mingjun was hit hard, and he suddenly grinned in pain. Okay. I understand. I'm not a fool. Then why don't you go quickly? Li Fu glared at Li Mingjun. No. It's morning now, and it's still early for lunch. Li Mingjun said reluctantly. I'll go there at noon. Li Fu probably also knew not to push his youngest son too hard. Otherwise he would arouse his rebellion, and he would have to fight against him regardless of the consequences. So he lightly kicked Li Mingjun and said, Okay. Remember what you said? If the housekeeper calls me at noon today and says you haven't returned to your old house, you won't be able to get out of the hospital for a month. I know. Li Mingjun responded repeatedly, and then said, Then can I leave now? Where do you want to wander again? Li Fu warned again. Please restrain yourself during this period, and don't go to those smoky places. I know. You've said it several times. Li Mingjun was a little impatient. I'll just ask a few buddies to play golf. That's fine. Go away. Li Fu waved his hand, looking like he didn't want to see Li Mingjun standing here again. If Li Mingjun was granted amnesty, he immediately pressed the elevator button. Xiaoxi hurriedly walked into the elevator again. As soon as the elevator door closed, Li Mingjun took out his mobile phone and made a few calls, and made appointments with several buddies to go to the KTV to hang out. Xiaoxi was not surprised that Li Mingjun was not going to play golf at all. The evaluation of Li Mingjun on the internet can be summarized in 12 words. A playboy who eats, drinks and has fun, but does not do his job properly. Looking at Li Fu's attitude and Li Mingjun's performance just now, it is enough to prove that what is said on the internet is true. People like this will certainly find playing golf less interesting than going to a KTV. But no matter what, Li Mingjun is now the best way for Xiaoxi to get close to Mr. Li. So Xiaoxi has to go with Li Mingjun. Chapter 956 Wealth and Poverty 10. When Xiaoxi just stepped out of the elevator, it was time for Xiaoxi's moonlight shadow. She hurried towards a place with fewer people and took out a new moonlight shadow to replace it. She is already quite skilled at replacing props. Basically, she has already re-entered the invisible state before others have a chance to look at her. In addition, there are few people here, so the possibility of noticing her is even lower. After replacing the new moonlight shadow, Xiaoxi quickly chased after him. Fortunately, Li Mingjun has not gone far yet. He came here in Li Fu's car before, but now he wanted to leave and couldn't drive away Li Fu's car, so he had no choice but to take a taxi. Xiaoxi put on fairy wings and flew above the taxi until she stopped at the entrance of a KTV. This is a serious mass-market KTV. It seems that Li Mingjun has listened to Li Fu's words. Li Mingjun's buddies had already opened a private room. He asked at the front desk, and someone led him inside. Xiaoxi followed closely behind. It was a luxurious private room with very good sound insulation. When the door was closed, you could barely hear the singing inside. This is a good thing for most guests outside and inside the box. But for Xiaoxi, it was not so friendly. If she goes in, she will be easily discovered by those in the same box while changing Moonlight Shadow. If you stand guard at the door and change Moonlight Shadow, you will easily be discovered by the waiter or other guests in the corridor. But if she stayed in the empty box next door, she might miss the opportunity for the other party to leave because she couldn't hear any sound. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiaoxi decided not to hide and guard the door. It is inevitable for people to come and go in KTV, and most people will not find it strange if there is someone standing at the door of a certain box. Even if the waiter sees it, he will only think that it is a customer who comes out for some air or to answer the phone. Anyway, it's impossible to come and chase people away just because there are people at the door of the box. This way she won't miss the opportunity for Li Mingjun to leave, and she won't have to worry about being discovered when she changes Moonlight Shadow. After making the decision, Xiaoxi went to the empty box next door to unload the Moonlight Shadow, and then walked out calmly. She behaved quite naturally, as if she was just a curious guest who took a look at the empty box. In addition, she was holding her mobile phone and typing from time to time, making it look like she was waiting for someone. No one found her appearance strange. Xiaoxi did not stand at the door of Li Mingjun's box. Instead, she walked slowly along the corridor. When the waiter passed by, she would smile politely and act calm and generous. One of the waiters came over and asked her if she needed help. She only said that she was waiting for a call from her boyfriend. A simple sentence not only dispelled the idea of the waiter coming to show her kindness, but also made people think that she was wandering in the corridor because there was no news about her boyfriend. This is a normal reaction of a young woman. After waiting like this for almost 3 hours, Li Mingjun finally came out of the box. He waved to the box repeatedly. Okay. You can play by yourself. I will set up a game for you next time. If I don't go back today, my dad will not let me go. She closed the door after him, walked out, and pressed the answer button on her phone. Li Fu's roar came from the other end of the phone. You brat! Did you agree to go back for lunch at noon? Chapter 957 Wealth and Poverty 11. I'm not stuck in the road. Li Mingjun lied without blushing. Okay. Don't rush me. I'll be there in a moment. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone, not giving Li Fu a chance to say a word. This time was just when the morning guests were preparing to leave and the afternoon guests were entering. There were too many people in the corridor, and there were no empty boxes nearby. Xiaoxi could only pretend to go downstairs and follow Li Mingjun. Take the elevator. Besides Li Mingjun, there were several other guests in the elevator. Xiaoxi kept a distance from Li Mingjun, neither getting too close nor staring at Li Mingjun. But when he walked out of the elevator, Li Mingjun turned his head casually and happened to see Xiaoxi. He looked at Xiaoxi's face for a few times, then moved his eyes down, looking at Xiaoxi's body as if he were looking at a piece of merchandise, and then whistled. Xiaoxi clenched her fists silently, comforting herself in her heart. When you find Mr. Li, put a sack on him and beat him up. Her footsteps didn't stop, and she walked directly past Li Mingjun. But he didn't expect that Li Mingjun actually followed him and said enthusiastically, Beauty, add your contact information. No more. Xiaoxi said nothing nonsense. She continued to move forward when she said these 2 words, without even casting a glance at Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun was a little unwilling to give up and wanted to catch up and entangle him. But his phone rang again. Only then did he remember that he still had tasks today. So he had to give up the beautiful woman in front of him and hurriedly went out to take a taxi. After Xiaoxi went out, she walked into the walkway between the KTV and the building next door. Because it wasn't the weekend, there weren't many people on the narrow walkway. She quickly put on Moonlight Shadow, then put on Fairy Wings, turned around and flew towards where Li Mingjun was waiting for the car. Fortunately, she was very fast and saw Li Mingjun getting into a taxi when she was flying high in the sky. She followed immediately. The speed of the taxi was not as fast as that of the taxi, but Xiaoxi didn't know the specific route, so she could only follow at the same speed as the taxi. After driving for about 40 minutes, we finally arrived in front of a luxurious villa. It was already past 12:30. Xiaoxi followed Li Mingjun into the villa and saw the maid clearing away the dishes on the dining table. A gray-haired grandfather was sitting in a wheelchair, looking up at Li Mingjun, who walked in. So Mingjun is here. stood a woman in her 30s next to the old man. She smiled and said to Li Mingjun, "Why are you here at this hour? We have already had lunch." Xiaoxi took out her mobile phone and glanced at the downloaded photos, confirming that the woman was the daughter of Mr. Li's second son, Li Mingmei. "Oh, isn't this one of the important opponents Li Fu mentioned before in the fight for family property?" Xiaoxi looked like she was watching a good show. Li Mingjun probably didn't expect that Mr. Li had anyone else here, and was obviously stunned when he saw Li Mingmei. But he quickly adjusted his facial expression and greeted Mr. Li with a smile. "Grandpa, I was delayed by something this morning. Unexpectedly, there was another traffic jam on the road. It's my fault that I didn't catch up with you for lunch. It would be great if you could come and see me." "Old man." Mr. Li said this in a nonchalant manner. Chapter 958 Wealth and Poverty 12. Mr. Li didn't look angry, but he didn't smile either. His emotions and anger are invisible, making it impossible to guess his true mood and determine his true inner thoughts. Li Mingjun couldn't help but feel a little scared. But he still said bravely, "If Grandpa welcomes me, I would like to stay here for a few days." Originally he had no idea of staying for a few days. But seeing Li Mingmei here and remembering what Li Fu said, he had to change his plan. If his father gets less property because of his poor performance, he may not be able to get even a dime from his father in the future. And if he behaves well, when the old man is happy, he will most likely give him some extra property that belongs exclusively to him. This is a good deal. It just requires patience and not being able to go out for a while. He can bend and stretch, so it's not a big problem. If you don't dislike me for being such a bad old man, of course I won't object to you living here." Mr. Li still looked neutral, but he didn't chase people away, which was a good thing for Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun immediately laughed. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I only have full respect and love for you. How can I dislike you?" "Yes," Li Mingmei said next to her. "That child of mine has been clamoring to see my great-grandpa every day. If it weren't for the fact that she has to go to school these 2 days, she would have come here early in the morning." Then she looked at Mr. Li and said with a smile, "The past 2 days have been really noisy, so I promised her that I would pick her up and come to your place after she gets out of school today." There was a smile on Mr. Li's face. "Kirsten is coming. Okay." These words were much more direct than when he treated Li Mingjun just now, and his attitude was also kinder. Obviously, Li Mingmei's children are very popular with Mr. Li. Li Mingjun suddenly felt a sense of crisis, but he didn't know what to say to attract old man Li's attention. Not to mention children. He himself is not even married, so he has no advantage on this topic. And there was no way he could compare himself with a 5-year-old girl, as that would make him look petty. He couldn't think of anything to say, and he didn't dare to move around, so he could only stand stiffly in place. Li Mingmei successfully diverted Mr. Li's attention. At this time, she was telling Mr. Li what new things her daughter had learned in kindergarten recently. She also said that her daughter would show it to Mr. Li when she wanted to come. A few words filled Mr. Li's eyes with smiles, and even the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a bit, with kindness in his eyes. Xiaoxi couldn't help but shook her head. Li Mingjun's rank is obviously not even close to Li Mingmei's, and he failed miserably in this round. Xiaoxi didn't continue to watch the drama of the wealthy family's house fight. She tiptoed upstairs. At this time, the owner of the house and several guests were on the first floor, so naturally there was no one on the second floor. There was no one else in sight, except the maid responsible for cleaning. There are only 2 cleaning maids, and they are all busy in the same room. Xiaoxi slipped into an empty room with the door open and replaced herself with a new, moonlight shadow, as quickly as possible. There are many surveillance cameras in this villa, but in order to protect privacy, each bedroom is not monitored, so you don't have to worry about being caught by surveillance when changing the invisible props in the room. Of course, she had also carefully seen that these monitors were just ordinary monitors, and did not have infrared thermal imaging functions. Chapter 959 Wealth and Poverty 13. The Li family is a wealthy family, and they do serious business. There is really no need to be so cautious. After changing into new invisibility props, Xiaoxi strolled around each room. The second floor seems to be all guest rooms, without much atmosphere of life. The rooms that the 2 maids focused on cleaning should be reserved for guests. But when Li Mingjun asked to live here, the 2 maids were already cleaning on the second floor. It seemed that someone else was going to move in. Xiaoxi thought as she quietly walked to the 3rd floor. There are not many rooms on the 3rd floor, but each room is large in size. In the middle is the master bedroom. On the left is the study, and on the right is probably a bedroom. The door is still closed at this time, and it seems that someone is already living inside. The master bedroom is obviously where Mr. Li lives. But I don't know who lives in the bedroom on the right. For the Li family, being able to sleep so close to Mr. Li is probably a form of favor. The study on the left has a door with a fingerprint lock. Xiaoxi knows without trying that the study must be locked. Generally speaking, this kind of place always has a lot of useful materials and information. Whether it is about the family property, or the internal affairs of the company, they are all very important things. If this is not locked and anyone can get in, it would be too unsafe. Unfortunately, there might be a key to the safe in the study, so she had to wait for the opportunity to get in. The only door open was the master bedroom. With the mentality of giving it a try, Xiaoxi entered the master bedroom. There is a large bed in the master bedroom, and there is a double photo on the bedside table. It is a photo of Mr. Li and his deceased wife when they were young. There is an iron shelf in front of the bedside table, which looks like the kind used to hang water. There was a trash can at the end of the bed, but the contents had been cleaned and it was empty. It was impossible to tell what had been inside. Xiaoxi listened carefully to the noise outside and made sure that no one went upstairs, and no one from the next room came out. She carefully opened the drawer of the bedside table while keeping her ears open and paying attention to what was going on outside. There are air conditioner remote controls, TV remote controls, and a bunch of keys in the drawer. But no matter how you look at it, these keys are unlikely to be keys to the safe. They are more like keys to various rooms in the villa. In other words, there should be a key to the study room among them. Although the study has a fingerprint lock, it will still be equipped with a key in case of unexpected situations. Xiaoxi stretched out her hand, but before she touched the key, she withdrew her hand. Judging from the various layouts in this room, Mr. Li must be a cautious and careful person even if he does not have a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder. It is possible that he clearly remembered the specific locations and even detailed directions of the items placed in the drawer. It is unlikely that she can remember all the locations of a bunch of keys in a short time. But Mr. Li only needs to remember one detail. If the details that Mr. Li remembers are the overlapping shape of a certain key and another key, it will be difficult for her to restore it. At that time, Mr. Li will know that his room has been raided, and he will probably increase his defense in the future, making it more difficult for her to find things. Besides, if she tried to open the study door with a bunch of keys, it would take a lot of time and would be easier to detect. Chapter 960 Wealth and Poverty 14. When Xiaoxi is in the invisible state, if a dead object like a key is held in her hand, it will also enter the invisible state and will not be seen. However, the door lock cannot be invisible. The movement of the door lock turning is monitored on the opposite side of the study. Unobstructed view. Even if she can't catch her, even if the other party just thinks it's a supernatural incident, as long as she strengthens her defense, it will hinder her from doing anything later. In comparison, it would be better for her to wait until Mr. Li opened the study door by himself before she could go in. Anyway, Mr. Li can't go to the study forever, so he'd better wait a few days. With this in mind, Xiaoxi closed the drawer. She checked some of the paintings hanging on the wall, and she actually found a safe behind the oil painting on the bedside. I just don't know if this safe contains the will. Besides, what she needed was the key, not the safe or the will. In fact, it would be easier to ask her to take away the safe or will. Now she can just cut down the safe and pack it away. They wouldn't know who did it anyway. But what she was looking for was the key. Having said that, although the safe requires a password and a key to open it, it is true that the safe cannot be opened normally if the key is taken away. But you can ask a professional to come over and unlock it. Generally speaking, it is difficult for the missing keys to have any substantial impact on the will. I don't know what kind of butterfly effect can be produced by taking away this key. Of course, there is no answer to this question. By the time the butterfly effect occurs, she will no longer be in this world. Xiaoxi looked at other places in the room and tried her best not to move the small things, while leaving the large things as they were, not finding anything useful to her. Almost an hour had passed. She changed herself into a new moonlight shadow and returned downstairs. At this time, Mr. Li, Li Mingjun and Li Mingmei were not in the living room. Xiaoxi looked out the French window and saw Li Mingmei pushing Mr. Li for a walk in the garden. Li Mingjun followed behind. I don't know what Li Mingjun said to Mr. Li. Mr. Li waved to Li Mingjun calmly, followed by Li Mingjun, nodded and walked towards the gate. When Xiaoxi saw that the entrance door was open, she walked out and followed Li Mingjun out of the villa. After walking a little further, Li Mingjun finally seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. He turned his head and whispered in the direction of the villa. A lot of swearing followed. Basically, they are saying that Li Mingmei is cunning and cunning, and does not give him a chance to get close to the old man. Occasionally, he would complain that Mr. Li's attitude towards him was cold and indifferent, and he might as well be close to a 5-year-old kid. Seeing that Li Mingjun was scolding happily, Xiaoxi looked around to make sure that no one else appeared in her sight. She rummaged through her storage compartment again. The sacks were all used to hold rice and noodles, but none were empty. After searching, she found a few plastic bags she originally bought in the Doomsday game. She casually picked up the largest one and covered Li Mingjun's head with just one brush. Li Mingjun was scolding Zheng Huan when suddenly a bag fell from the sky to cover him, and he was a little confused. Before he could recover, he was punched and kicked. The opponent's strength is not very strong, but he is very good at using skillful energy, and he always attacks some fragile joints. Every blow will hit his tendons that are most prone to pain. Chapter 961, Richness and Poverty 15, Additional Update 4. Chujiu. When Li Mingjun wanted to resist, he was already beaten to the ground by Xiaoxi's operation and couldn't get up. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Xiaoxi looked at Li Mingjun lying on the ground with a look of disgust. This guy is really a weakling. He seems to be about 1.8 meters tall, but he is industrious. In game terms, it has neither high defense nor strong attack power. He can't withstand a casual beating, and even his ability to fight back is weak. At first glance, he looks like the kind of person who is used to being obsessed with sex. Xiaoxi patted the non-existent dust on her hands and flew back to the villa decisively. Li Mingmei pushed Mr. Li for a walk in the garden. Xiaoxi didn't really want to listen to their conversation, so she went back to the villa first. She was also idle. She carefully looked at all the surveillance layouts on the first floor so that she could find surveillance blind spots when needed, and took a few bites of compressed biscuits to satisfy her hunger. Hey, I didn't expect that in the single-player game she would still eat compressed cookies. When this busy schedule is over, she will have to eat several big meals. Although she only had 830,000 yuan left in her hands, she still had money for several big meals. As soon as she wrote down the locations of several surveillance blind spots on the first floor. Li Mingmei pushed Mr. Li back. As soon as he entered the entrance, Mr. Li said to Li Mingmei, "I have something else to do today. Let Kirsten come over to play tomorrow." Li Mingmei smiled. "That's okay, but Kirsten may have a tantrum again tonight. But don't worry, Grandpa. I will persuade her." "Well," Mr. Li raised his head and looked at Li Mingmei. "Then you should go first." Li Mingmei still maintained her smile and nodded politely towards Mr. Li. "Okay, I will bring Kirsten to see you tomorrow." With that said, she turned and left without staying any longer. Xiaoxi couldn't help but click her tongue twice in her heart. This Li Mingmei is indeed several ranks higher than Li Mingjun. Even when she was driven away by Mr. Li, she did not show any dissatisfaction or even any intention to pry. Having said that, since Mr. Li had something to do in the afternoon, he had agreed to Li Mingmei's daughter coming over in front of Li Mingjun before. He should have done it deliberately to show Li Mingjun. Therefore, Mr. Li is actually dissatisfied with Li Mingjun in his heart. And he should also know what Li Mingjun is like in private. Not long after Li Mingmei left, a middle-aged man in a neat suit appeared outside the door. The housekeeper helped open the door. At this time, Mr. Li was already controlling the electric wheelchair and sitting on the sofa in the living room. The middle-aged man walked in and greeted Mr. Li politely. "Hello, Mr. Li." This is a somewhat serious middle-aged man who looks like he doesn't like to smile. But when facing Mr. Li, his expression softened a little, and his eyes showed respect. "Xiao Wang, sit down." Mr. Li's attitude towards the middle-aged man was quite warm, and he felt more sincere than when he treated Li Mingmei and Li Mingjun. The middle-aged man sat down on the sofa opposite Mr. Li. He took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them over. He said to Mr. Li, "This is the latest revision." Mr. Li took it, put on his reading glasses, and looked at it carefully bit by bit. Xiaoxi also went over to take a look and found that it was actually a will, with various property distributions densely written in it. Xiaoxi. Good guy. The emotional will hasn't been put into the safe yet, so she just stole the hacking key. Chapter 962, Richness and Poverty 16, Added Update 4. Chujiu. Xiaoxi felt a little headache. So now we have to wait for the will to be placed in the safe before we can get the key. Of course, there are no benefits at all. If she could witness the process of putting the will into the safe, she would know where the key would be, and it would be much easier to steal it. The will is very long and bound with a thick stack of paper. It can be seen that the Li family is indeed a big business and prosperous. If these two conditions are not met at the same time, there will be no way to write so many pages. She was not interested in reading the specific contents of the will. She raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man opposite. Judging from his temperament, he should be a lawyer, and he is responsible for Mr. Lee's will. He should have a close relationship with Mr. Lee. And it is not difficult to see that Mr. Lee has great trust in Lawyer Wang. Mr. Lee has lived for such a long time and has such a big family fortune. So he certainly has a good eye for people. It can be seen from this that Lawyer Wang should be a good and upright middle-aged man. She turned around and looked at Mr. Lee in front of her. Mr. Lee actually seems to be in good spirits and feels that it is not a problem to live to be over 100 years old. But when she was at the head office, she heard what Li Fu meant between the lines, saying that Mr. Lee would not live long. Otherwise she would not have said such words as, "Now is a critical period for the fight for family property," coupled with a shelf for hanging water seen in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Mr. Lee may be seriously ill. However, there is nothing wrong with Mr. Lee on the outside, and the external media news did not reveal any signs. It should be that the Lee family deliberately concealed it. She touched the silver moon earrings on her ears, which showed that there were 5 minutes of remaining invisibility time. She hurried to the dark place under the stairs and quickly replaced herself with new props. After coming back and waiting for a while, Mr. Lee finally read the will. "Just follow this first." His tone was a little tired. "There may be modifications later. Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do." Lawyer Wang nodded slightly, his attitude neither humble nor overbearing. "You will come here every day from now on," Mr. Lee added. "If there is anything that needs to be changed, I will tell you in person." "Okay, I understand." Lawyer Wang collected the document and emphasized, "If it is a change request in a text message or phone call, or an additional handwritten change request or a recorded message, I will treat it as not your own initiative." "Well, that's what I mean," Mr. Lee said with approval in his eyes. Picking up the briefcase, Lawyer Wang stood up and said, "Old man, in fact, if you get good treatment, I know what you are going to say." Mr. Lee waved his hand, interrupting Lawyer Wang. "But it is enough for me to live to be 90. At this point, he suddenly laughed. This was the first time she saw Mr. Lee smile. There wasn't much of a smile on his face, but there was real laughter in his chest. "I have lived a more wonderful life than many people. It is enough." Mr. Lee leaned on the back of his wheelchair, looking a little weak for the first time. "Even if I can survive with continued treatment, I will be paralyzed in bed every day and take medicine to continue my life. Even if you can't even express your wishes clearly, and you can't even get up and wash yourself, what's the point? It's just seeing more ugly faces." Chapter 963, Richness and Poverty 17, added update 4, bye. "Old man, you should have some confidence in your children and grandchildren," Lawyer Wang said seriously. "Although some of them are unreliable, most of them are still filial to you. There is no filial son before a long-term illness," Mr. Lee said calmly. "It's just a matter of the length of time. Depending on your family background, you can get the best medical care." Lawyer Wang paused and then said, "I will also help you supervise those who take care of you." "Xiao Wang, I know you mean well, but it's not necessary," Mr. Lee said. "As I said before, I think this life is enough. Even if I die now, I can face it calmly. In this case, why let me live a low-quality life?" Lawyer Wang shut up and said no more. The living room was very quiet for a while, and although the atmosphere was not solemn, it was also a bit gloomy. At this time, footsteps were heard upstairs. She looked up and saw another middle-aged man hurriedly walking down the stairs. After seeing Mr. Lee, the middle-aged man showed a relieved expression. Then, he went upstairs again. "I still have to do routine inspections here," Mr. Lee said to Lawyer Wang. "You should go and do other things first." Lawyer Wang nodded, politely said goodbye to Mr. Lee, and left. He took away the bundle of papers containing the will. She stared at the package of documents, but made no move. The will has not yet been finalized, and she has to wait until the day it is finalized before she has the opportunity to see the will put into the safe. Fortunately, this lawyer has to come every day, and she must bring the will with her. As long as the final version is finalized within this month, she will definitely be able to get the key. After a while, the middle-aged man upstairs came downstairs again with a huge medical kit in his hand. This should be a family doctor who specializes in taking care of Mr. Lee's health. She stood at the top of the stairs and looked up, noticing that the middle-aged man had come down from the 3rd floor. Obviously, The family doctor lives next door to Mr. Lee. I'm sorry, old man. I overslept. The family doctor apologized while taking out various equipment from the medicine box and began to perform daily basic examinations on Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee was very cooperative. He also said, I see that you have been watching over me in the past few nights and haven't slept much. I specially gave you some sleep today so that no one came up to disturb you. It's my duty to take care of you, the family doctor said seriously. Xiaoxi somewhat admired Mr. Lee's eye for selecting people. Whether it was Lawyer Wang just now or the family doctor now. They all seemed to have good characters and were worthy of entrustment. Just from the perspective of looking at people, we can see that Mr. Lee's success is not accidental. Moreover, Mr. Lee has an open mind about life and death. And he is not a rigid and tacky person mentally. A person like this, at first thought, shouldn't be the kind of character who goes around messing around with women. I don't know if the illegitimate child has any hidden secrets. Of course, it is not ruled out that Mr. Lee was a romantic when he was young. But he only changed as he got older. After all, for a person who has lived for 90 years, it is normal for his personality, behavior, etc. when he was young to be different when he is old. After the family doctor made an inspection, his expression was relaxed. The old man is in good condition today. If there is no discomfort at night, he may not need the infusion for the time being. Chapter 964 Wealth and Poverty 18. That's good. Mr. Lee was very happy. I suffered a lot from hanging up that potion every night. But I can finally rest for one night. If you feel uncomfortable in any way, tell me. Don't hide it from me just to avoid getting wet. The family doctor warned worriedly. You have been living next door to me. What can I hide from you? Mr. Lee snorted. A bit like an old child having a tantrum. The family doctor didn't say anything else. Packed up the medical kit and carried it upstairs again. Mr. Lee turned on the TV and watched the financial channel to pass the time. Xiaoxi first went upstairs to see the family doctor. She saw that the family doctor was writing today's examination diary, in addition to some simple daily necessities. Most of the bedrooms contained various backup medicines. There was nothing to see. So she returned to the living room and watched TV with Mr. Lee. As she watched, she couldn't help but doze off. Except for every time when the invisibility time is about to come. She will find a place to hide and change, moonlight shadow. The rest of the time is basically spent dozing off. Just like that. In the evening, Li Mingjun came again. Through the conversation between Li Mingjun and Mr. Lee, Xiaoxi learned that Li Mingjun didn't regret living here before. He just said that he had something to go out in the afternoon and would come back to have dinner with Mr. Lee in the evening. You don't need to think about it to know that what could be wrong with Li Mingjun is that he feels that it is boring to stay with a dying old man. So he just wants to go out and hang out until dinner time. Of course, Li Mingjun's petty thoughts could not escape the eyes of Mr. Lee. But Mr. Lee was too lazy to take care of it. She was speechless at Li Mingjun's performance. At the critical moment, he can't even act to achieve perfection. And he still has to look for opportunities to go out. It's normal for people who can't compare with other children and grandchildren of the Lee family. However, this kind of people will not look for the reasons from themselves. They will only feel that their elders are partial. After Mr. Lee and Li Mingjun exchanged a few perfunctory words, he asked with concern, Why is there a wound on your face? Although he was concerned, Mr. Lee's reaction was actually very dull. There were no emotions in his eyes. And there was no trace of emotion. Li Mingjun seemed to have been stabbed in the foot. And his face suddenly turned ugly. But he quickly adjusted his expression and said to Mr. Lee, It's nothing. I accidentally tripped over a stone when I went out and fell. Xiaoxi laughed silently from the side, looking at the several bruises on Li Mingjun's face. They were all her work. Of course she was happy. But a face-saving person like Li Mingjun would never admit that he had been beaten without knowing who the other person was. In front of Mr. Lee, if he went out to fight, the old man would not like it, so he could only say that he fell. This reason was so lame that Mr. Lee certainly wouldn't believe it. But he didn't continue to ask. Originally, it was just a casual question. He actually didn't care much about how the injury was caused. But seeing Li Mingjun's attitude, Mr. Lee's score for Li Mingjun was even lower. In addition to Li Mingjun, another guest arrived in the evening. Xiaoxi first saw two maids making a bed in the room on the second floor for this guest. Xiaoxi looked at the photos on her phone and determined that the other person was Mr. Lee's youngest daughter. Baby Lee. Chapter 965 Wealth and Poverty 19. It can also be seen from the name that Mr. Lee really likes this old girl. Li Baobao is 35 years old this year. He is very different from the previous two brothers in age. On the contrary, He is about the same age as the children of these two brothers, because she was Mr. Li's daughter when he was 55 years old. And he was also his only daughter. He was very precious to her. As soon as Baby Li appeared, the smile on Mr. Li's face never broke. No matter what Baby Li said, he always looked like the loving Maitreya Buddha. Baby Li is very good at livening up the atmosphere. And he is also very good at acting coquettishly in front of Mr. Li. He also has a very lively dinner. Except of course Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun gritted his teeth, with hatred in his heart. During the day, Li Mingmei robbed him of his opportunity to perform. At night, another Li Baobao came. And he had no chance to perform at all. And he couldn't even speak at all. But on the surface, Li Mingjun did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Everyone in the family knows how much Mr. Li loves Baby Li. Moreover, Baobao Li is his elder. If he dares to show any displeasure, it is possible that Mr. Li will drive him away directly. Li Baobao glanced at Li Mingjun's look with nails on his butt, and felt funny in his heart. She dislikes Li Mingjun the most in the family. He is greedy for money and lust, and has no merits. She felt very happy to embarrass Li Mingjun. While she was nibbling compressed biscuits and drinking mineral water, she looked at the various steaming delicacies on the table with envy. She didn't take it to heart about the overt and covert fight between Li Baobao and Li Mingjun. At this moment, what she was thinking about was whether it would arouse suspicion if she went to the kitchen to steal food in the middle of the night. No. Whether you have doubts or not is another matter. The main problem is that most of these rich families do not store overnight dishes. If you don't finish it, you will either have to deal with it yourself or throw it away. Thinking of this, she sighed silently. After these few days, she must go out to eat some good meals. After a thoughtful dinner, Baobao Li chatted with Mr. Li for a while. Seeing that he really couldn't get a word in, Li Mingjun took the initiative to say good night to Mr. Li. And then the servant led him to one of the guest rooms on the second floor to rest. Li Baobao chatted with Mr. Li until about 8 o'clock in the evening. Then took the elevator to the bedroom on the third floor. And then said goodbye to Mr. Li. She did not leave and followed Mr. Li into the master bedroom. There is a bathroom in the bedroom. And the servant is running water. If Mr. Li wants to be strong, he still insists on doing the washing himself. In fact, it's not that he can't stand up and walk now. It's just that he gets tired after walking for a while. So he simply uses a wheelchair, so he can take a bath by himself. After Mr. Li had washed up, the family doctor came over and watched Mr. Li take a few pills before leaving. Mr. Li laid down slowly and fell asleep quickly. She sat cross-legged on the soft carpet and curled her lips in boredom. Older people just go to bed early, but also get up early. She couldn't sleep now, but there was nothing else to do. It was so boring. She thought about it and hid under the bed, covered by the sheets and bed curtains. She could hardly see what was going on under the bed. If she falls asleep accidentally and doesn't have time to change her invisibility props, at least she won't be easily discovered under the bed. Chapter 966 Wealth and Poverty 20. At midnight, she heard several painful and suppressed moans in a daze. She woke up immediately and opened her eyes instantly. The effect of moonlight shadow had long since worn off. So she quickly changed herself into a new one and crawled out from under the bed. The night light on the bedside was on, and you could clearly see that Mr. Li's face was pale on the bed, and there were thin beads of sweat on his forehead. His body curled up into a ball. His expression pained. It took him a long time to raise his hand and touch a button on the bedside. 10 seconds later, the disheveled family doctor hurriedly opened the door and walked in. Seeing Mr. Li's appearance, the family doctor immediately went back to get a painkiller injection and gave Mr. Li an injection. After a while, Mr. Li's expression softened a lot. The family doctor did another basic examination and then gave Mr. Li water. Mr. Li slowly returned to his normal expression. "Old man, this is not an option for you to continue like this." The family doctor looked serious. "You have been refusing to receive treatment. You only asked me to give you pain relief and anti-inflammatory. If the disease continues to progress, you may not survive for half a month. Don't scare me, old man." Mr. Li's voice was still a little weak, but his aura was still the same. "Look at those people who are undergoing chemotherapy, who can be in as good a state as I am now. Not only are they weaker than me, but they also end up cured if not. You still have to rely on painkillers. I just suffered less than them." The family doctor sighed helplessly. "You are just too stubborn. I'm not wrong." Mr. Li snorted and changed the subject. "You didn't tell anyone about my affairs, right?" "Of course," the family doctor replied firmly, and then added, "But I have already lived with you. Even if others don't know the specific situation, they can guess that the situation is bad. Mr. Lee didn't express anything about this. Of course he knew that others would make guesses. But as long as they were not sure, they couldn't make trouble. He was silent for a moment and then asked, I asked you before how long I can live. You always said that I can survive for a long time if I have a good attitude. Why are you suddenly willing to tell me the truth today? I'm not afraid that you haven't settled your affairs well in case the situation suddenly worsens. The family doctor said this with a serious expression. I'm afraid that you will resent me for not telling you the truth. You are quite discerning. Mr. Lee did not mean to blame the family doctor. He just reached out and patted the family doctor on the head. Half a month is indeed too short. But it is enough for me to handle the rest of the things. The family doctor hesitated to speak. Mr. Lee waved his hand. I know what you are going to say. But I still say the same thing. Don't persuade me to do any chemotherapy. The family doctor had to shut his mouth again. You go and rest. Mr. Lee said to the family doctor. I'm much better now. Nothing's wrong. I'll pull it out myself after the water is hooked up. The family doctor did not force anything and left obediently. Mr. Lee sat up, staring at the window curtain in front of him in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. He didn't sleep again for the rest of the night. Xiaoxi simply lay back under the bed, so as not to frequently replace herself with new invisibility items and waste durability. So until 6 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Lee called Lawyer Wang and asked Lawyer Wang to come over in the morning. Chapter 967 Wealth and Poverty 21. The third day of the game. It's 8 o'clock sharp. Lawyer Wang appeared in Mr. Lee's master bedroom on time with his briefcase. The two closed the door and talked in secret. No one knew exactly what they said, whether it was Li Baobao or Li Mingjun, or the housekeeper and maids in the villa. But Xiaoxi knew. Before Lawyer Wang appeared, Xiaoxi took a nap under the bed. However, because the environment was not safe enough, she was always in a light sleep state and would wake up at the slightest movement. So after Lawyer Wang appeared, she woke up immediately. She didn't move. Anyway, she was under the bed now, and it was unlikely that Lawyer Wang would look under the bed. No matter how long Lawyer Wang has to stay here, she can temporarily stop using the invisibility props. Xiaoxi was so close to the conversation between Lawyer Wang and Mr. Lee, so of course she heard everything. Mr. Lee changed many details of the will this time, probably because of the urgency of knowing that he could only live for half a month at most. Mr. Lee made his final determination. Where there was some hesitation, everything became decisive. Most of his property was distributed to his 2 sons and 1 daughter, and only a small amount was given to his grandchildren. Among them, Li Mingjun only had a small 1-bedroom property and nothing else. Obviously, Mr. Lee has long seen through Li Mingjun's little thoughts. He knows that Li Mingjun is just for family wealth and has no family ties at all. He also knows that Li Mingjun has no ability. People without abilities do not deserve too much. Otherwise, without matching abilities, they will eventually be lost. In his own words, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. How much grandchildren and great-grandchildren will receive in the future is determined by their parents and their own abilities. Lawyer Wang wrote down all the details given by Mr. Lee, and made sure that Mr. Lee would not change them again. He packed up all the documents, picked up his briefcase, and said to Mr. Lee, Since Mr. Lee has decided, I will bring someone from the notary office to do a notarization in the afternoon. Go. After Mr. Lee said that, he leaned on the bedside, looking a little tired. There was a trace of unbearability in Lawyer Wang's eyes. But remembering his mission, he turned around and left. He knew that the old man wanted to be strong in his life and would definitely not like sympathy from others. So what he had to do now was to properly handle all the things entrusted by the old man. As soon as Lawyer Wang left, Mr. Lee got up and washed up. Not long after, the butler knocked on the door and said lunch was ready. Mr. Lee and Lawyer Wang have been talking secretly in the bedroom for several hours, and it is now lunchtime. With Mr. Lee's permission, the housekeeper came in with several servants. The servants cleaned up the house, while the housekeeper pushed Mr. Lee to the first floor in a wheelchair. Xiaoxi quickly put on Moonlight Shadow and ran out while everyone was busy. Mr. Lee took the elevator downstairs. Xiaoxi couldn't follow him, so she went down the stairs. Li Baobao and Li Mingjun were already sitting in the restaurant, looking respectful as if they were waiting for the master of the house to pick up his chopsticks before eating. Mr. Lee did not take the initiative to mention Lawyer Wang's visit, and Li Baobao and Li Mingjun did not dare to ask more questions. Li Baobao, who is good at stimulating atmosphere, is still making Mr. Lee happy, as he was yesterday. Although she was very curious about what Mr. Li said to Lawyer Wang, she was very discerning, and knew what to ask, and what not to ask. Chapter 968 Wealth and Poverty 22. Li Baobao was chatting with Mr. Li as if he didn't know anything. But Li Mingjun looked like he couldn't help but wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. Mr. Li had a panoramic view of the two people's performance and did not show any expression. After the meal, Mr. Li said to Li Baobao and Li Mingjun, "The weather is nice today. You go out to meet your young friends. Don't stay with me." An old man, looking sluggish. "Dad, why do you say this?" Li Baobao said disapprovingly. "You are so energetic. Why are you so depressed? And I like to stay with Dad." Li Mingjun originally wanted to say something nice, but Li Baobao shot him first. And what Li Mingjun said was better than what he thought in his heart, which made him even more unable to speak. Mr. Li smiled a little. Obviously, he was very impressed by Li Baobao's words. However, he still insisted that the two of them go out for a walk and not stay bored at home all the time. Even a fool would know that driving people away so obviously. But no one exposed it, and no one dared to disobey. Even though they all know that they can learn more about the inside story if they stay, they don't dare to disobey their elders. Finally, both men left. Then Mr. Li gave all the servants a half-day holiday, including the housekeeper, and asked them to come back to work at 6 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Li was the only one left in the huge villa. There is also the invisible Xiaoxi. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lawyer Wang finally brought 3 people from the notary office over. The will has also been printed and Mr. Li has been asked to check it and sign it after making sure it is correct. Once the people from the notary office have completed the notarization process, the will be guaranteed by a third party. After seeing off the people from the notary office and then seeing off Lawyer Wang, Mr. Li took the elevator back to his bedroom. He opened the bedside safe and put the will in the safe. Xiaoxi. Oops. I didn't expect that this safe was actually used to store the will. She couldn't help but regret again that her mission was not to steal the will or the safe where the will was hidden. Following that, Mr. Li came to the door of the study. Xiaoxi suddenly became energetic, and she hurriedly followed. When Mr. Li pushed the wheelchair into the study, she followed him and rushed into the study. Mr. Li put the key into a blue velvet box and locked it in the first drawer of his desk. As for the key to the desk drawer, he put it in the bookcase and sandwiched it among one of the books. Normally, this is indeed safe enough. After all, there are very few people who can enter the study, and most people have no chance to get access to the key. People who enter the study will have to work hard to find the key. Mr. Li should be planning to tell everyone the location of the key before he dies. It's a pity that she has already seen it. And this is just a matter of raising her hand. After finishing all this, Mr. Li was already a little tired. He panted slightly and sat back in the wheelchair. The disease continued to consume his physical strength. His physical condition may not appear obvious on the surface, but it was already broken on the inside. He rested for a while, then controlled the wheelchair and left the study. Xiaoxi did not leave. She quietly watched Mr. Li close the door, and listened by the door for a while. After making sure that the sound of Mr. Li's wheelchair had gone away, she went over and carefully opened the glass door of the bookcase. Chapter 969 Wealth and Poverty 23. Xiaoxi took out the key to the desk drawer from the book, opened the drawer neatly, and saw the blue velvet box at a glance. She reached out to take it, but as soon as her hand touched the velvet box, a tingling sensation came from her fingers. She instinctively withdrew her hand. After a few seconds, the discomfort that seemed like an electric shock slowly subsided. Xiaoxi looked at her fingers, which showed no damage on the surface. She looked at the velvet box again and frowned slightly. She didn't expect that the item she needed to take away this time would be so severely rejected. It would probably be difficult for her to take it away by force. Although she thought so in her heart, she still tried hard. For example, pick it up with gloves, wrap it in a scarf, put it in a plastic bag, pick up only the ears of the plastic bag, and clamp it with medical tweezers. No matter what method she uses, as long as she makes a move to take away the velvet box, she will still receive a strong rejection reaction, even if it is separated by various things. She was completely unable to pick up the velvet box, and had no way of taking it with her. She had never encountered such severe rejection in the previous 2 survival games. Does this also prove the specialness of this single-player game? Xiaoxi's originally excited mood finally cooled down completely after many failed attempts. According to previous experience, if the other party takes the initiative to give it to her, then the rejection reaction will completely disappear. But Mr. Li would never give the key to his will to anyone else. What's more, she is a complete stranger in the eyes of Mr. Li. She has no reason for Mr. Lee to give her the key. Even if she found Mr. Lee's illegitimate son as a threat, she would never be able to make a stubborn old man like Mr. Lee compromise. Threats of life and death are even less useful. Mr. Lee was not afraid of death. But now that his funeral arrangements have been arranged, he is even more fearless. She could neither make the other party give her the key willingly nor force the other party to give her the key. So she had to find another way. She sat at her desk and thought for a long time, and finally asked her to come up with a feasible solution. While it's unclear what the success rate is, it's better to try than to do nothing. After making the decision, she restored everything in the study to its original state, locked the desk drawer again, and put the drawer keys in their original positions. Then she put it on herself and teleported back to the small dilapidated house she rented. Anyway, the will has been finalized, and the key is clearly placed in that location. She does not need to continue to guard Mr. Lee. Now it's time to start doing something else. After returning to the cubicle, she narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw the obviously messy bed and the bedside table drawer that was not completely closed. Her room had been ransacked. A thief? Or one of the neighbors in the other two cubicles? She didn't leave anything valuable in the room. She always kept the things that belonged to her in the storage compartment. No one could steal anything no matter how much they dug through it. She wasn't worried about this. But who does it matters? If it is a thief, it is easy to understand that he is just for money. There was nothing in the house anyway, so she didn't care if she visited a few times. Chapter 970 Wealth and Poverty 24. If it was the neighbor in the cubicle who did it, she would have to consider the other person's motives. She couldn't help but think of the man who pretended to be drunk and pretended to open the wrong door. If it is him, it is very likely that his purpose is impure. Cautiously, she began searching throughout the house. After closing the curtains, the light in the whole room became very dim. Then she turned on the camera mode of her mobile phone, took pictures everywhere in the house, and then observed the images in the photos. She actually found a few faint red light spots, which were traces of the pinhole camera. Who did this? You can tell with your toes. I just didn't expect that guy would directly enter her house to make these arrangements. She removed all the pinhole cameras in those locations, with a sneer on her face. You are so brave that you dare to have such crooked thoughts. Moreover, the cameras were already on, so she must have been photographed when she teleported back before she teleported back from the study. The effectiveness of the invisibility props had expired, and she did not wear a new one. She rolled her eyes, and had an idea instantly. She actually didn't care about being filmed teleporting. No one would believe it if she told her about it. Even if the video was uploaded to the internet, most people would think it was edited. But she won't deliberately make it known to everyone. She should keep a low profile when she should. But it has been seen, so it can be used. She put all the pinhole cameras in plastic bags. Then she walked out with the plastic bags and knocked on the door opposite. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. The man didn't know when she would come back, so he probably wouldn't have been staring at the surveillance screen. Occasionally check the surveillance, and the probability of seeing teleportation by chance is not high. In other words, it is unlikely that he would be frightened by her teleportation scene and dare not open the door. Then the possibility of not being at home is relatively high. In addition, on the first night of the game, this man came back after drinking, and it might be the same today. So she went back to her room and waited quietly. As long as this man saw from the surveillance that she was back, and found that the surveillance had been removed, there was a high probability that he would be back tonight. With this man's courage, as long as he hasn't seen her teleport, he won't be afraid, and he might even dare to provoke and threaten her. After she returned, she checked the bathroom carefully and made sure there were no other hidden cameras before taking a hot bath for herself. After a simple meal of instant noodles, she fell asleep. I slept very little last night, and my sleep was very light. Most of the time in the villa, I had to change my invisibility props, and I was in a state of concentration all the time. She is really tired now. I still have things to do at night, so now I have to catch up on some sleep to be in a good state. 7:30 p.m. There was a sound of the security door being opened outside, followed by a knock on Xiaoxi's door. Xiaoxi opened her eyes immediately. Before she could sit up, a man's voice came from outside. I said, you should be at home. Right. Why don't we have a chat? The man's attitude was quite casual, and he didn't take Xiaoxi seriously at all. There was a hint of excitement and threat in his tone. Chapter 971 Wealth and Poverty 25. That's a coincidence. I want to talk to you too. Xiaoxi responded with a slight voice and began to get up slowly. The man outside the door laughed and muttered something. Neither of the two people at the back spoke anymore, and it was very quiet across the door. Xiaoshi dressed up unhurriedly and tied up her hair before walking over and opening the door. During this period, the man held his temper and did not speak again, until the door opened and the man saw Xiaoshi's face. His eyes showed obvious surprise. Then he showed a lewd smile. Looking up close, you are much more beautiful than in the surveillance video. Very good. Xiaoshi was neither panicked nor angry. She shook the bag of pinhole cameras in her hand twice. Since you admitted it on your own initiative, it saves me the trouble of telling you to tell the truth. So what if I admit it? The man put on a rogue face. What can you do to me? This is indeed a good question. Xiaoshi smiled, and suddenly a pistol appeared in her hand, pointing at the man's head. But what I want to ask more is, what price can you bear? The man's eyes showed obvious panic, but he quickly tolerated it. This must be an artificial toy. Don't try to scare me. He tried to say this in a disdainful tone. Xiaoshi added a silencer to the gun in front of the man, then aimed at the man's right calf and shot him. The man never expected that Xiaoshi would shoot right away. By the time he reacted, the pain in his legs had made him unable to stand normally. He could only hold on to the door frame and rely on his left leg to support most of the weight of his body. When he looked at Xiaoshi again, there was only fear in his eyes, and there were no more charming thoughts. This woman is absolutely crazy. Those shown on TV usually fire 2 shots into the sky or the ground to prove that it is indeed a real gun. I never shoot directly at people. Although he really thought it was a fake gun at first. Since it was real, he couldn't just shoot at people. This is not how the plots on TV are played. Seeing the man in shock, trying to escape but unable to do so because of his injured leg, and afraid of being shot again when he turned around, Xiaoshi smiled brightly. Don't worry. I avoided the bones, and the bullet didn't embed in your body. As long as you take care of it a little later, it won't become inflamed and suppurative. Xiaoshi comforted the man. Man. Dot. Thank you. I am not comforted at all. Looking at your behavior now, we should be able to have a good conversation. Xiaoshi didn't care about the man's mood and just said, I'm giving you a warning today. If you dare to do anything in my room next time, bullet, it will only hit your heart. I don't dare. I don't dare anymore. The man still knew the current situation, and he showed weakness very quickly at this time. Xiaoshi used the light from the room to the corridor to look at the man and took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket. She asked the man to unlock the phone, then found the videos recorded by the surveillance cameras and deleted them all, including the backups. Then she used the light of her mobile phone to shine all over the aisle and found a warhead embedded in the ground not far away. She pulled out the bullet, looked for the bullet casing, and threw them all into her storage compartment. Chapter 972 Wealth and Poverty 26. The man was a little disappointed when he saw that she had even put away the bullets and SHLs. He originally wanted to call the police after he left here safely, but even the bullet casings were gone, so there was no decisive evidence. However, with the wound and the pistol present, it should still be used as evidence. The man tried hard to think about the TV series he had watched before, and felt that his idea should be right. He couldn't swallow this breath, so he had to call the police. Xiaoshi saw the man's expression, and guessed what he was thinking. You can call the police and take a look, she said to the man with a smile. But don't blame me for not reminding you. They will never find any relevant clues from me. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, including this pistol. She hid everything in the storage compartment, and no matter how much the other party searched, they couldn't find it. There was no surveillance in the corridor, and apart from her and the man in front of her, there was no third person present. When she came back during the day, she knocked on the female neighbor's door. She was indeed not at home. If she came back later, she would definitely hear it. If you didn't hear it, you didn't come back. There is no witness or physical evidence, and the wound alone cannot prove that she did it. She would never admit it to herself, so there is nothing a man can do to him. But if you call the police, I will tell the police about your purchase of these pinhole cameras to install in my residence. Xiaoshi shook the plastic bag in her left hand again. You can try, let's see. It will be you or me who will be imprisoned then. The reason why she did not choose to call the police was because she did not want to waste too much time on this matter. Going through the procedures and interrogations are very time-consuming. She has a mission, and everything is based on the mission. Anyway, she can handle this matter by herself, so she doesn't have to make it so troublesome. But if this man insists on making things bigger, then she doesn't mind sending him to jail. The purchaser's information can be found based on the numbers of these cameras. If the purchase was made online, it is easier to find the purchase record. When the man saw Xiaoxi's confident look, he lost his confidence inexplicably. And when he heard that Xiaoxi was going to call the police on him, he immediately became scared. As an old gangster who idles around in society, he has various detention records. The crimes he committed were not big, but they were numerous. If the police were called, others would still believe this woman more than they would believe him. As an old gangster from the bottom of society, he has never seen much of the world, and he doesn't know much about the law. He is also a frequent offender, and he has a guilty conscience. After being frightened by such a threat, he immediately gave up his original idea. "How dare I?" he said to Xiaoxi very rudely. "I have absolutely no intention of calling the police." He didn't even dare to admit that he had had such thoughts before, for fear that he would be beaten after admitting. Xiaoxi didn't care what the man was thinking. She pointed to the compartment where the man lived. "Go in and have a chat." "Oh?" The man looked reluctant. "Isn't it a good idea for us to just say no here if there is something?" "Go in." Xiaoxi only said these two words without saying another word. The man could only limp over and open the door. His body was shaking uncontrollably the whole time, as if he always felt that there was a black hole pointing at him from behind. Chapter 973 Wealth and Poverty 27. After opening the door, the man shakily turned on the light in his room. The size of this house was similar to the one Xiaoxi lived in, but it looked much sloppy, with items in a mess, garbage everywhere on the floor, and a smell in the house. "Go and open the window for some air." Xiaoxi kicked the man in disgust and kicked him into the house. Then she closed the door to her room, walked into the man's room, and closed the door. When Xiaoxi closed the door, the man just opened the window. Hearing the sound of the door closing, the man's heart skipped a beat, fearing that he would be killed in the house. Before this, if a beautiful girl took the initiative to close the door and be in the same room with him, he didn't know how proud and happy he would be. But now, he was only afraid. "May I have your name?" The first thing Xiaoxi said after entering the room made the man stunned for a while. He didn't understand why Xiaoxi asked this, but he answered honestly. "Joan, show me your ID card," Xiaoxi said politely. Joan didn't dare to resist, so he rummaged through the bedside table and found his ID card and handed it to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi didn't answer, but just took a look and confirmed that the name on the ID card was indeed Joan. After thinking for a while, she asked again, "Do you know who your father is?" Joan looked confused, but still replied, "Of course I know. You and your dad have been living together?" Xiaoxi asked again. "We lived together when we were young, but now we live separately." Joan didn't understand Xiaoxi's purpose in asking this, but he didn't dare to ask. Xiaoxi stared at Joan for a long time without saying anything. She just looked at Joan's ID card and confirmed that Joan was a local. According to the date of birth shown on the ID card, Joan is 35 years old, the same age as Bao Bao Li. In other words, it is possible that he is Mr. Li's illegitimate son. Based on the experience of the two previous single-player games, the identity or residence assigned to her by the system should be somewhat related to the game tasks, and it is unlikely to have nothing to do with it. She now lives in a slum and has absolutely nothing to do with the wealthy Li family, so she must have something to do with the illegitimate child line. So she had been wondering whether this male neighbor happened to be Mr. Li's illegitimate son. It doesn't matter if his surname is not Li. It may be his mother's surname. But Joan said that he has lived with his father since he was a child. "Are you sure that's not your adoptive father?" Xiaoxi suddenly asked. Joan. If he hadn't been defeated, he would have wanted to slap the table and curse. What is this woman saying? Although he wanted to curse in his heart, Joan was as obedient as a quail on the surface. "I'm sure it was too late to apply for a household registration when I was a child. When I remembered to apply for a household registration for me, they required a paternity certificate before I could register. The household registration and the paternity test report are still in my dad's drawer." Xiaoxi. This is real evidence. This completely eliminates the possibility that Joan is the illegitimate son of Mr. Li. Thinking like this, Xiaoxi changed the topic again. "I think you look like a gangster. You should have some connections." "Right." Joan did not answer immediately this time, but looked at Xiaoxi defensively. "You? What do you want to do?" Chapter 974 Wealth and Poverty 28. "Don't be nervous," Xiaoxi comforted with a smile. "I just want to ask the person who opened the door to my room for you. Can you help me make an appointment?" She was sure that Joan couldn't open the lock himself. Otherwise, he might have just wanted to open the lock and forcefully use his Bao that day because of his drunkenness. And after she came back today, she took a special look and found that there were no signs of damage to the door lock. So it could only have been opened by a professional. Generally, this kind of person is either a serious professional locksmith or a thief. Birds of a feather flock together. And the probability that the lockpicker Zhou knew was a thief was quite high. Zhou swallowed his saliva nervously, and then asked cautiously, "You don't want to kill him, do you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiaoxi blinked her eyes innocently. "How could I do such an excessive thing? I came to him to discuss a big business deal." Zhou. Why doesn't he believe it so much? Of course, even if he doesn't believe it, it doesn't stop him from asking that man out. Anyway, as long as it doesn't take his life, he doesn't care if others die. Brotherhood? Non-existent. The truth is that the dead Taoist friend will not die, but the poor Taoist. Zhou called the thief, made up a random excuse, and asked the thief to promise to come over in a while. Xiaoxi listened to the whole process, and it wasn't until Zhou hung up the phone that she said, "Performed well." Then she took out a shot of antibiotics, a roll of gauze, and a bottle of styptic powder, and threw them on the bed. She said to Zhou, "For your good performance, I will reward you." She fired the gun close to Zhou's leg. There was no penetrating wound, so it was not a problem to deal with the scratch herself. It's not that she was really kind, but if Zhou went out to buy these by herself, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Since Zhou was still of use to her, she could give him a slap in the face to make him behave better. Kill two birds with one stone. Why not? Zhou didn't expect Xiaoxi to be willing to give him medicine. He hurriedly took all the medicine and thanked her repeatedly while squatting down and rolling up his trousers to treat his wounds. At this moment, all he was thinking about was how to perform well to satisfy Xiaoxi, so that he wouldn't have to suffer. He didn't even notice where Xiaoxi took out these medicines. Xiaoxi saw that Zhou was quite skillful in handling his wounds. It seemed that he had been injured many times before. However, judging from Zhou's reaction, the gunshot wound should be his first time. After thinking for a while, Xiaoxi asked, "Do you have any channels where I can buy an anesthetic gun?" She still remembers her thoughts from the last game. After all, Zhou is a mixed-race person. Even if he has a low status, he doesn't have any channels. He might know some people who have channels. Don't look down on older gangsters. It took several seconds for Zhou to react before he truly understood what Xiaoxi meant. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoxi with a confused look on his face. "What do you want that thing for? Why are you asking so many questions?" Xiaoxi raised a smile and shook the pistol in her right hand casually. Zhou immediately lowered his head and continued to treat the wound, not daring to ask any more questions. "I don't have such channels," he replied in a low voice. "But the Whistle knows more people than me. He might know someone who has such channels." The Whistle is the thief who is about to be tricked by Zhou. Nicknamed The Whistle. Chapter 975 Wealth and Poverty 29. Half an hour later, the Whistle knocked on the security door outside. Zhou limped to open the door at Xiaoxi's signal. He was always a bully, and after being hit one after another by Xiaoxi, it was hinted that he would be let go if he behaved well. At this time, he had no thought at all, so he went over to open the door and brought the Whistle over. "What's wrong with you?" Before the Whistler came in, a whistling voice sounded. "You were fine when you ate skewers with me before. Why are your legs lame now?" Before Zhou could say anything, the Whistle laughed again and said, "You didn't want the beautiful woman living across from you to be crippled, did you?" Zhou didn't look very good, but he didn't say anything. He just led the Whistle and walked into the house. As soon as the Whistle came in, Zhou closed the door. Xiaoxi, who was hiding behind the door, kicked Xiaoxi's knees, causing Xiaoxi to kneel on the ground uncontrollably. "You're right," Xiaoxi said to the Whistle with a smile. "He was indeed crippled by me." The Whistle, which originally wanted to curse, immediately shut up when he saw the weapon in Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi saw that Xiaoxi was more aware of current affairs than Zhou, so she nodded with satisfaction. "Don't be nervous. I just want to talk to you about two things." She motioned for the Whistle to stand up. The Whistle hurriedly climbed up and stepped back subconsciously. "Beauty, if you have anything to talk to me about, just say it directly," the Whistle said with a dry smile. "This method will really scare the shit out of me. Do you have any channels where I can buy a tranquilizer gun?" Xiaoxi went straight to the point without taking any detours. The Whistle was stunned. His mind was spinning with various possibilities in just a few seconds, but he never thought that this was what Xiaoxi asked. "Yes or no?" Xiaoxi asked again. Whistle came to his senses, and he quickly shook his head. How can a little person like me meet people with that kind of channels? I'm just a low-level gangster, and the people I know are all similar to me. Xiaoshi was not disappointed with this result. She asked this just because she was holding on to a glimmer of possibility. If there was a possibility, it would be the best. If not, she would be rejected. Then let's talk about cooperation. Xiaoshi changed the topic. Cooperation? Whistle looked surprised. What do you want to cooperate with me? He is just a little gangster who knows nothing but sneaking around. You can't let him steal something. Right? I want you to steal something for me. Xiaoshi said seriously. Whistle. Just thinking about it. He really wanted to steal something. I won't let you work in vain. Xiaoshi stated her condition. I will give you money when you get the thing. Hearing that there was money, the Whistle became more energetic. After thinking for a while, he asked, What do you want me to steal? Don't ask too much. Just do as I say, and it'll be alright. Xiaoshi laughed when she said this. The less you know, the safer you are. You should be very clear about this. Right. The Whistle suddenly became a little nervous, and he quickly emphasized, I am just an ordinary thief. Not one of those talented thieves. If it is something that is particularly difficult to get, I will definitely not be able to do it. If this woman has a gun, she is obviously not a character to be trifled with. And the things she is about to do may be more dangerous. A common man like him doesn't want to take risks just for a little money. It's not cost-effective to involve himself. Chapter 976 Wealth and Poverty 30. Make a price. Xiaoshi said casually. What price do you think is appropriate? She knew very well that the so-called not taking risks was simply because the price was not right. If the price is within her psychological tolerance, she doesn't mind paying someone to do the job. After all, if she wanted to get Mr. Li's safe key, she had no other way at the moment. Her current thinking is that if the thief steals the key may become ownerless. Or at least the bond with Mr. Li will be reduced a lot. This way, the intensity of her repulsion will be reduced, and the likelihood of being able to access the key will increase. Although she wasn't 100% sure that this method would work. If it worked, she would be able to complete one of the tasks. It's worth trying. When Xiaoshi said the price, Shuzi was a little excited again. He thought carefully for a while and asked, You have to tell me what you want me to steal, so that I can give you a price. I've said it before. Knowing too much is not good for you. Xiaoshi did not cooperate with the Whistle, but just said, But I can tell you clearly that there is no danger in this mission. And as long as you are willing to cooperate, the success rate is very high. The Whistle didn't completely believe Xiaoshi's words. He is still a little clever. He thought that Xiaoshi specifically asked Zhou to trick him here, and didn't even care about him unlocking her door, just to ask him to help steal something, which at least proved that he was indispensable in this matter. The presents? Since it is indispensable, then there is the capital to raise the price. Although this woman is renting in this slum area, judging from her conversation and temperament, she is not really poor. The Whistle thought for a while, and then said, Then I want 500,000. Zhou, who had been listening to the conversation between the two people, couldn't help but widen his eyes. But he didn't dare to make a sound. He didn't know whether to admire Xiaozi's courage, or to laugh at Xiaozi for daring to speak so loudly. Xiaoshi laughed. The clear laughter was very pleasant, and there was no hint of anger. No daydream is as beautiful as yours, she said to the Whistle. With such an outrageous price, it seems that you don't want to discuss cooperation with me. The Whistle suddenly felt like the fat in his mouth was about to escape. He quickly said, No, I don't know the specific situation. I can only talk about the price casually. Isn't it because I am afraid that I will suffer a loss? After speaking, his voice became lower, and he felt a little guilty. In fact, he just wanted to test the other party's bottom line. He didn't expect to get 500,000, but he just wanted to bargain over and over again to get a little more for himself. The bosses who sell clothes in China Merchants Mall are all like this. Customers' counteroffers are always light, and some even offer 20% off. He never thought that he had gone too far, and that the possibility of talking was gone. Are you afraid that you will suffer a loss? Or do you want to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune? You know it yourself. Xiaoshi pointedly pointed out the Whistle. The Whistle scratched his head in embarrassment. Seeing that he had been seen through, he simply told the truth. I see that you are in great need of a helper. So I just thought that I could raise the price and earn more wife money for myself. You are quite thoughtful. Xiaoshi looked at the Whistle and chuckled. But you may be wrong about one thing. I do need a helper. But this helper can be anyone. If you don't want to, I will let you show and can do it too. Chapter 977 Wealth and Poverty 31. If it weren't for the fact that it's not advisable to randomly pull people from the street, and it might be more expensive and uneconomical to find a professional organization, Xiaoshi wouldn't have come up with such a plan after discovering that her residence had been broken into. Joan, who was suddenly cute, looked confused, and then hurriedly touched his injured leg. My leg is lame. It's difficult to move. Xiaoshi smiled at Joan. It doesn't matter whether you are lame or not. You just need to be responsible for taking the things and leaving. Joan. Dot. Suddenly I feel a little excited. The key is to get paid. Then why did you call me over? Just let him go. The whistle became a little anxious. He believed that his previous guess was correct. If anyone could do it, then there would be no need to call him over. Wouldn't it be better to just ask Joan to help? Xiaoshi shrugged and said nonchalantly, I just think that the habitual thief's psychological quality will be better, and his techniques will be more flexible. He will not be prone to bumping into each other or being too nervous. So he will not be easy to cause trouble for me. The whistle is indeed the most suitable choice for her. But if the price is too high, then she might as well choose Shoen. The whistle understood the implication of Xiaoshi's words. Although he is the most suitable candidate, if the asking price is too high, she will settle for someone else. He turned his head and glanced at Shoen, who was also looking at him at this moment. Both men saw in each other's eyes a desire for reward and a little bit of hostility towards the other. In this way, under Xiaoshi's deliberate guidance, a competitive relationship was formed between Xiaozi and Shoen. With competition, prices will naturally be lowered. The whistle knew that he still had an advantage over Shoen, but if he continued to hesitate, Shoen might get the upper hand. So he decisively lowered his offer. 100,000. Give me 100,000. And I will help you with this. Busy. Suddenly it was reduced to 20%. And he felt that he was very sincere. And 100,000 is already a lot of money to him. He would never earn that much by working odd jobs in a year. Even if he stole things, he never stole anything worth more than 10,000. The main reason is that I don't dare. If the amount is small, there will be no serious punishment if caught. If the amount is large, it will be over. Anyway, with 100,000, he won't have to steal anything this year. I'll be fine with 80,000 yuan. Shoen also spoke, and I can guarantee that I will be obedient throughout the process. I will do whatever you ask me to do. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. It's what you should do if you listen to your employer. The whistle said. I thought about it. Although Shoen took the lead in the previous matter, it was wrong of me to help unlock the door. So I'll lower the price by another 20,000. Apologize. Just give me 60,000 and I'll be satisfied. After saying that, Xiaozi was quite satisfied with his language art. He specifically mentioned what happened before to arouse Xiaoshi's dissatisfaction with Shoen, so that he would be more likely to choose him. Moreover, he offered a lower price and apologized sincerely. He was more attentive than Shoen no matter what. I have already apologized for what happened before. Shoen said not to be outdone, and he even touched his leg. I have also received the punishment I deserve. Having said this, he turned to look at Xiaoshi. Since I still need nutritional supplements to recuperate, please give me this opportunity to perform. I only need 50,000 yuan. Chapter 978 Wealth and Poverty 32. The whistle gritted his teeth, and when Xiaoshi opened his mouth as if to agree, he hurriedly said, I am 45,000. At this time, he no longer cared about being afraid of the gun in Xiaoshi's hand. He took 2 steps closer and said, I am easier to move than Shoen. I am also better at stealing than Shoen. It is more appropriate to use me than him. Then I want 40,000. Shoen immediately changed his mind and tried to look pitiful. I just want to buy myself some supplements so that the wound can heal faster. He really doesn't have the advantage of a whistle when it comes to stealing things. So he can only rely on selling. Although he did something wrong and offended Xiaoshi. After all, the injury was caused by Xiaoshi. For this reason, if Xiaoshi couldn't bear it, she would probably leave it to him. You're injured, so you should have a good rest. The whistle looked at Shoen and said in a sinister tone, if things don't go well because of your inconvenience, it won't cause trouble for our beauty. The beauty has said it herself. My lameness will not affect my work. Shoen was not to be outdone. But you, on the other hand, have been asking for high prices indiscriminately before, and you are obviously not sincere in serving the beauty. If the beauty leaves the matter to you, who knows? Will you give up halfway? I have very good professionalism. Xiaozi became anxious and expressed his attitude to Xiaoshi. Although I am a little gangster, I have always kept my word. As long as I promise, I will definitely get it done. After a pause, he added, just like Joe had asked me to help him pick the lock before. He just invited me to a meal, and I agreed and did it. At the end, he apologized again. Beauty, I know I shouldn't do this, but I just want to prove that I am a promise keeper. If I promise others, I will definitely do my best. All I can do. I only need 35,000. Joan also became anxious and lowered his price again. You are so lame. Why do you want to cause trouble? The whistle glared at Joan and hurriedly said to Xiaoxi, Beauty, 30,000. As long as you are willing to give me 30,000, I promise to follow your arrangements throughout the process. If you want, I will cooperate with you as much as I can, and I will definitely do my best to help you complete your mission. Well, okay. Xiaoxi nodded solemnly and said to the whistle, Since you are so sincere, then I will choose you. In this way, she didn't say a word during the whole process, but occasionally made appropriate expressions, and the final transaction price changed from 500,000 to 30,000, and Xiaoxi had long forgotten his purpose of raising the price in the first place, and even felt that he had made a profit if he could get a reward of 30,000 yuan. Joan on the side was very disappointed, as if he felt sad that he had missed 100 million. But Xiaoxi had already made up his mind, and he did not dare to say anything more. At this moment, Xiaoxi turned to look at Joan. You should take good care of your injuries. Maybe I will need help in other ways in a few days, and you may be needed then. Although she doesn't know where she needs help now, she hasn't completed any of her tasks yet, and it's still a long time before the end of the game. Maybe there will be a time when she needs help. It's okay to make a reservation in advance. Hearing this, Joan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had hope again, although he still didn't know what he needed to do. He knew that the money would be much more than what he would get from doing odd jobs and bullying elementary school students. Chapter 979 Wealth and Poverty 33. Xiaoxi took out her mobile phone and said to the whistle, Give me your account number, and I will transfer you a deposit of 10,000 yuan first, and then I will give you the balance of 20,000 yuan after the transaction is completed. Her original psychological price was 50,000 yuan, but she could lower the price to 30,000 yuan, which was almost enough. If the price is too low, it won't entice them to do her job. Look at their original price reduction of 22,000 yuan, which later turned into a price reduction of 5,500 yuan, especially when the two of them became anxious later. It was obvious that this was the lowest price they could afford. That's why she stopped it in time. When Xiaoxi heard that she was going to give him a deposit now, he happily took out his mobile phone. After receiving the money, he did not forget to compliment her. Beauty is so generous. I haven't even started working yet, and you gave me the money. As he spoke, he geared up. I wonder when we will start taking action. At noon tomorrow. Add your contact information. After Xiaoxi added Xiaoxi's number, she sent the specific address to Xiaoxi and said, Take a taxi to this place tomorrow. Let me know when you get there, and I will pick you up. Teleportation props cannot teleport with others. Whistle must have never been to that place. Even if he is given teleportation props alone, he cannot teleport there. The most important thing is that she will not give any of her props to the whistle alone. Not only is it troublesome to explain the purpose of the props, but it can also easily lead to the whistle being greedy. The cooperative relationship between her and Xiaoxi was inherently fragile and was only maintained by money. Once Xiaoxi had other thoughts, this fragile relationship could easily break. She didn't want to cause trouble. It was already very late today, and she didn't want to stay up late again, so she might as well make an appointment tomorrow. This can also test the whistle's integrity and see if the whistle can go there tomorrow according to her request. If the whistler didn't listen to her arrangement before things started, there would be no need to continue the rest of the matter. The whistle checked the address on the internet map, and then his eyes widened. This is a wealthy area. No, Xiaoxi said with a smile. What can be stolen in the slums? Even if there is what I want. Do you think I still need to spend money to hire help? Whistle. Dot. It makes sense and is completely irrefutable. But? The whistle was a little unsure. I have never stolen anything in a wealthy area. I'm afraid of being caught. Now think about it. It's absolutely impossible for Xiaoxi to steal something worth only 30 to 50,000. It was only then that Xiaoxi realized that he had suffered a loss because his asking price was too low. But it has been decided. If it suddenly changes its mind, Xiaoxi would definitely choose Joan immediately. Although it was just a one-sided relationship, Xiaoxi believed that Xiaoxi She was such a decisive person. Thinking about it, she can still earn 30,000 yuan. And she already has 10,000 yuan in her account. It's actually not bad. At least she is a person who gives money readily. You just need to do what I say, and you will never be caught. She was very sure. She looked at the whistle. Of course. If you regret it now, it's too late. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry about this matter. It will be done in a few days, so I have plenty of time to find someone else. After saying that, she turned to look at Joan, who was standing by with an expectant look on his face. The implication could not be more obvious. Chapter 980 Wealth and Poverty 34. I have no regrets. Xiaozi quickly expressed his stance and said to Xia in a very disrespectful manner. I'm just afraid that my performance is not good enough and will hold you back. I still say what I said. As long as you listen to me, it won't be a big problem. Xia waved her hand after saying, It's getting late. Let's go. Hey, wait. You haven't said the specific time of meeting tomorrow yet? The whistle asked quickly. You estimate the time yourself. As long as you can reach the place in the rich area during meal time. Xia walked over and opened the door. Then looked back at the whistle. I'm waiting for your news. Okay. The whistle hurriedly agreed. At the same time, he followed Xia out. He had just been competing for work with Joan. And if he continued to stay at this time, the two of them might have a fight. So the fool continued to stay there. After Xia and Xiaozi left, Joan stayed in his cubicle and smoked a few cigarettes in a depressed mood. He felt that he was particularly unlucky today. If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you will get hurt. And your accomplices will get a chance to make extra money. Jealousy changes people beyond recognition. Hey! Joan sighed deeply. It's all his fault. Asterisk. The fourth day of the game. Xia went to bed very early last night. Although she was woken up by the sound of the female neighbor coming back in the middle of the night. Luckily, the female neighbor didn't vomit this time. So she fell asleep quickly. She got up at 7:30 in the morning to wash up. Went outside the community to buy a hand cake and a bag of soy milk for breakfast. And then took the bus and wandered to the city center. I wandered around various shopping malls and got a feel for normal human life. At about 10:30, I chose a Shaxian snack shop and ate some steamed dumplings and a chicken leg noodles. I have no choice but to do some errands later and don't have time to enjoy the delicious food. So today's lunch is a little simpler. After Xia finished her lunch, she received a message from the whistle not long after. Whistle, beauty. I have arrived at the address you gave me. Where are you? Xia, wait for me for a while. I'll be there soon. After saying these words, Xia found a nearby shopping mall and hid in one of the toilet cubicles. Then she put on Moonlight Shadow and White Horse Flash on herself and teleported into the study. As she expected, there was no one in the study at this time. She teleported to Mr. Li's master bedroom and checked. But there was no one there. It's meal time now. Mr. Li should be eating on the first floor. The servants should have tidied up the master bedroom as early as Mr. Li got up in the morning. She walked out of the master bedroom again and looked at the bedroom next door. The bedroom door was open, but there was no family doctor inside. It seems that the family doctor did not sleep in today. He was not in the room. He should have gone downstairs to have lunch with Mr. Li. So the entire third floor was deserted at this time. After confirming this, Xia teleported back to the study again, and she quietly opened a window. Even if the sliding window is fully opened, it is not conspicuous as long as you don't look up. Outside this window, there happens to be a row of very tall trees, planted between the two villas, which can completely block each other's sight, while ensuring the privacy of each household. It also gave Xia something to take advantage of. Chapter 981 Wealth and Poverty 35. After making preparations, Xia teleported outside the gate of the villa area. The security measures in the villa area are very good. It is not the owner who will be questioned. It is impossible for a gangster like Xiaozi, who does not belong to a wealthy area at first glance, to enter the villa on his own. So she positioned Xiaozi in the community from the beginning. Periphery. She looked around and soon saw the whistle hiding behind a tree not far away. Obviously, coming to this place for the first time made the whistle a little nervous. He didn't dare to go near here for fear of being caught by the security guards. Xia quickly walked over and grabbed the whistle's wrist. Follow me! Whistle suddenly felt his wrist being grabbed by something, and then heard a familiar voice, but saw no one. He suddenly struggled in fear and said incoherently, What is it? It shouldn't be a ghost in broad daylight. I haven't done anything evil, so don't hurt me. Fortunately, he hadn't completely lost his mind yet. He was also afraid of attracting the attention of security guards, so he kept his voice low. Xiaoxi knocked the whistle on the head. You all know that there can't be ghosts in broad daylight. So why are you afraid? She said in the whistle's ear. I am Xiaoxi. I am just invisible now. The whistle was stunned. Oh, it turns out to be Xiaoxi. No. What did you say? Invisibility? He looked around in a panic. Don't lie to me. Are you really Xiaoxi? How can a person be invisible? It's unlikely. Xiaoxi was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly hid behind a tree and removed the moonlight shadow. When Xiaoxi saw Xiaoxi suddenly appearing, he opened his mouth in shock. Really? It's really Xiaoxi. Then he looked at Xiaoxi with a hint of fear. You? Are you a monster? In his concept, technology is far from developed to the point where it can make people invisible. So the only possibility is the kind of magic invisibility in the past. Then Xiaoxi is definitely not a human being. Is there something wrong with your eyes? How do I look so demonic? Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at the whistle angrily. You said I'm a fairy. Yeah, that's right. The whistle scratched his cheek, inexplicably feeling a little afraid to look at Xiaoxi. You do look like a fairy. Xiaoxi was very satisfied with Xiaoxi's understanding of current affairs, so she put on a new Yui shadow for herself. Okay, let's hurry up, she said, taking out the fairy wings and putting them on herself. I will take you to fly in later, and you are not allowed to make any sound the whole time. Fly? The whistle was shocked again. He didn't even notice Xiaoxi's action of putting on earrings for himself just now. He felt that he had received too much impact today, and his whole brain was in a state of panic. Did he really meet a fairy? Otherwise, how could a human being be able to fly and be invisible at the same time? The more questions you ask now, the more time you will waste. If things don't work out, then I will blame you. Keep your mouth shut. Xiaozi immediately didn't dare to ask any more questions. He hurriedly muted his cell phone, and then covered his mouth with his other hand, for fear that he would be unable to control his screams. Seeing that the whistle was ready, Xiaoxi dragged the whistle deeper into the bushes, away from the gate of the community. Chapter 982 Wealth and Poverty 36. This is the good thing about wealthy areas. There is a lot of greenery, and the tall trees act as natural barriers. After Xiaoxi walked a little further with the whistle, she flew straight up. The whistle was not mentally prepared at all and almost screamed. Fortunately, he covered his mouth tightly to control the screams that escaped his mouth. Xiaoxi flew very high, perfectly avoiding the sight of all surveillance and security guards. Judging from the current security level, no matter how strict the ground surveillance is, aerial surveillance and defense are all blank areas, and it is quite easy to get past them. Xiaoxi quickly flew to the open window of the study with a whistle. There was a row of trees as a shield, so she didn't need to worry about anyone in the villa next to her seeing her. Xiaozi climbed into the study with some weak legs. Xiaoxi followed in. She did not take off her invisibility props, but walked directly to the bookcase and took out the key to the desk drawer. After opening the drawer, she lowered her voice and said to the whistle, Take out this blue velvet box. The whistle looked at Xiaoxi dumbfounded throughout the whole process, as if she was at home. Everything was clearly placed where it was placed, and he expressed surprise. You already know where the things you want to take are put, and you can just take them yourself. So what else do you need him to do? Although there were many doubts in his heart, the whistle didn't dare to ask anything at this time. He obediently reached over and picked up the velvet box, without even daring to open it and take a look at what was inside. Just kidding. He is not dealing with an ordinary human being now. Regardless of whether Xiaoxi is a fairy or a monster, he cannot afford to offend her. If the other party just moves a finger, he may immediately get into trouble. How dare he do something that makes the other party unhappy? At this moment, he was even extremely grateful that his previous performances were pretty good. Otherwise, his end may be tragic, and he may not even know how he died. Seeing that the whistle successfully took away the velvet box, Xiaoxi tried to touch the whistle's arm. Fortunately, there was no rejection reaction. It seems that there is no problem in touching the target object through other people. Xiaoxi grabbed the whistle and flew out again, closing the window gently before leaving. She flew high and far until she was close to the slums, and then she chose a dark and deserted corner to land. When the whistle fell to the ground, a heart was still beating crazily. It was his first time experiencing this feeling of flying, and he realized that he seemed to be a little afraid of heights. Moreover, Xiaoxi was flying so fast that he had difficulty breathing, and his whole body was not feeling well. Now that he finally landed, He almost wanted to clap and cheer. Give me the box. Xiaoshi took off her invisibility tool and stretched out her hand to the Whistle. Whistle leaned against the wall behind him, breathing heavily while obediently taking out the blue velvet box stuffed into his pants pocket and handing it to Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi tried to reach out and touch it, but felt another discomfort like an electric shock. But fortunately, the rejection is not as severe as before. At least with the current level of rejection, she could barely pick up the box, instead of being unable to touch it, confirming that her attempt was successful. Xiaoshi smiled. She picked up the velvet box and threw it into the small black backpack. This thing couldn't be put into the storage compartment, so she had to carry it with her for the rest of the time. Chapter 983 Wealth and Poverty 37. The Whistle finally noticed a small detail this time. That small backpack seems to have never appeared before. Where did this woman get it from? Could it be a conjuration? This discovery made him more determined that she was definitely not human. His attitude towards she also became more respectful. The Whistle rubbed his hands nervously. I wonder if you have any other instructions. She put on her backpack and quickly took out her mobile phone to transfer money to the Whistle. Not yet. The balance has been sent to you. The Whistle quickly took out his mobile phone and looked at it, confirming that he had received a transfer of 20,000 yuan. He immediately said, Beauty is just a straightforward person. If there is a similar job next time, I hope she will think of me, although I am a little afraid of the other party's identity. In any case, there are not many opportunities to make money like this. And this time it was exactly what Xiaoshi said. He was not asked to take any risks at all. He just reached for a box. This money comes so easily, regardless of whether Xiaoshi is a monster or a fairy. As long as she can give him money and not harm his life, he is willing to take the job. Okay. Xiaoshi agreed with a smile, and then said, You go out first. We don't want to act together. The Whistle nodded repeatedly, not daring to ask any more questions, and left obediently. After the figure of the Whistle disappeared from sight, Xiaoshi immediately teleported back to the toilet cubicle of the shopping mall where she was before. The door of the cubicle was locked, and the time she disappeared was not too long. No one cared that no one came out of this cubicle. Xiaoshi opened the velvet box, put the key into the inner compartment of the backpack, and threw the box into the trash can. This box looks like it contains something valuable. If the backpack is opened and someone sees it, this kind of box will be easily stolen. It might as well look like a key. It looks ordinary and won't attract attention. As for when the Li family would discover that the key was missing, and what subsequent measures would be taken to deal with the matter, that was not something she needed to consider. What she has to think about now is how to treat herself to a big meal in the evening. Is it a seafood feast, barbecue, hot pot, or skewers? It's so hard to choose. Xiaoshi felt like she could drool just thinking about it. While she was wandering around, she was having an internal battle with nature, and finally decided to try the seafood dinner that she had not had the opportunity to have for a long time, and wait until tomorrow to eat something else. She spent the next 2 days shopping and eating, going to bed on time and getting up on time every day, maintaining a good work and rest habit. In addition, she also purchased cheap gym packages online, because the gym experience package can only be experienced once per person. She works out in a different gym for 2 hours every day. Although she wanted to be lazy, she also knew very well that she must not waste herself in single-player games. You still need to maintain your physical fitness. Otherwise it will easily become a drag in games that require a lot of physical energy. She even urged herself to run around the community a few times every evening before going back. After a few days, her mental state was very good, and she did not show any tendency to gain weight due to eating and drinking. Just like this, Xiaoshi finally received a message from the detective at noon on the 7th day of the game. Chapter 984 Wealth and Poverty 38. In the cafe. When Xiaoshi entered, she saw the detective sitting on the window seat. When she searches for a suitable detective on the website, she can see the photo on the detective's profile, so she knows what the detective looks like. It was a man who looked to be in his 60s, wearing British gentleman's clothes, with gray hair combed back. He looked very energetic and had a gentle temperament. Xiaoshi walked over, sat down opposite the man, and smiled politely. Hello, I am Xiaoshi. The man put down the magazine in his hand, looked up at Xiaoshi, and then smiled. I didn't expect it to be such a young girl. He pushed a document bag at hand to Xiaoshi. All the information you want is in here. Xiaoshi opened it and took a look. The detective did find Mr. Li's illegitimate son, who is 65 years old and named Zhou Fu. Wait, Zhou Fu? Xiaoxi looked down again, and soon saw a line of introduction. Zhou Fu had only one son. Zhou. Xiaoxi. Dot! There is no way this is a coincidence that they happen to be two people with the same name. She turned the next page. And sure enough, it was an introduction about Zhou. There were several photos of Zhou on it. It was indeed the Zhou who lived opposite her. Now it was explained clearly why she was arranged to live in that place. Sure enough, it had something to do with the mission goal. Xiaoxi briefly looked at other information, and was very satisfied. The detective was very professional, and provided very detailed information. Even Zhou Fu's current family structure was clearly sorted out. And she was not given information about Zhou Fu just because she wanted information about an illegitimate child. Xiaoxi happily paid the remaining amount to the detective. The two separated without much communication. After returning to her residence, Xiaoxi read all the information carefully. Zhou Fu is 65 years old, the same age as Li Fu. But based on the date of birth, he is 6 months older than Li Fu. In other words, Zhou Fu, the illegitimate son, is Mr. Li's eldest son. Xiaoxi read the information on Baidu Encyclopedia. 1 month after Mr. Li and his wife got married, his wife became pregnant with Li Fu. So this Zhou Fu was what Mr. Li had before he got married. According to the information given by the detective, Zhou Fu's mother should be Mr. Li's first love. But because of his poor family, Mr. Li's parents disliked him. In the end, Mr. Li's parents used various means to force Zhou Fu's mother to leave. More than 4 months after Zhou Fu's mother left, Mr. Li was forced to agree to the family marriage of his parents. And they got married not long after the engagement. Zhou Fu's mother found out that she was pregnant with a child after she left Mr. Li. Because she couldn't bear to bear it, she did not abort the child and raised the child by herself. Zhou Fu's mother passed away 20 years ago, and she did not tell Zhou Fu who his father was before she died. Zhou Fu learned about this past from his mother's diary when he was sorting out his mother's belongings. But even in the diary, Zhou Fu's mother never mentioned Mr. Li's name and always referred to him as him. So until now, he doesn't know who his father is. Zhou Fu lived a very poor life. He had been an honest farmer farming in the countryside all his life. Naturally, he did not have the money to hire a detective to help him find his life experience. He may not even have the concept of finding a detective. Chapter 985 Wealth and Poverty 39. Because Zhou Fu was poor, he saved money to marry a wife who was 1 year older than him when he was almost 30 years old, and gave birth to his son Zhou. My wife is not in good health and passed away 3 years ago. Zhou didn't want to make progress, and always wanted to make quick money. He committed many small things, and he is still a bachelor at the age of 35. The current family structure of the Zhou family consists of only 2 men, Zhou Fu and Zhou. After reading all the information, Xiaoxi got up and went out, knocking on the door of Zhou's room. In the past few days, Zhou had not gone out to nurse his leg injury, and even meals were delivered to him. Zhou opened the door and saw Xiaoxi. He was nervous at first, and then looked at Xiaoxi expectantly. Miss Xia, do you need my help with anything? Has your dad ever thought about finding your grandfather? Xiaoxi asked straight to the point. Zhou was stunned for a while, completely unable to understand why Xiaoxi suddenly asked such a question. No. The most important thing is, how could Xiaoxi know that his father didn't know who his grandfather was? Looking at Zhou's confused look, Xiaoxi knew what Zhou was thinking. She didn't mince words and said directly, I know who your grandfather is. He is still alive, but he won't live for long due to poor health. If your father acts quickly, he still has a chance to meet your grandfather now. This time Zhou had opened his mouth wide in shock and did not close his mouth for a while. After a long while, he squeezed out a question. You? Are you investigating me? Don't be narcissistic, Xiaoxi said bluntly. I was investigating your grandfather and found out that it was related to you. Who is my grandfather? Zhou asked curiously. He didn't have much doubt about what Xiaoxi said. In his eyes, Xiaoxi was a very difficult person to mess with. Not only was she powerful, but she also hid a lot of secrets. As a small citizen like him, she didn't even bother to investigate. And if she didn't like him, just hit him like she did before. There was no need to check his background. She always looked like she wasn't worried about offending anyone. But if you look at it from this perspective, does that mean that his grandfather is quite important? Otherwise, how could Xiaoxi check this? Bring your dad here, and I can take you and your dad to meet your grandpa. Xiaoxi paused before adding, your grandpa is very rich. Sure enough, when he heard the last sentence, Zhou's eyes immediately lit up. Me? My grandfather is rich? His tone was full of expectation. So am I a descendant of a wealthy family who was left behind? If you want to say that, you're right. Xiaoshi nodded in confirmation. Zhou suddenly became energetic. He took out his cell phone and looked for his father's phone number, and said to Xiaoshi, "Don't worry. I will definitely call my father over. This is a good thing that comes from the sky. He has a chance to get a large inheritance. He would never miss such an opportunity to feel proud." Zhou reaction was as expected by Xiaoshi. She said, and said, "It's best to have your dad come over today. Your grandpa can only live for another half month at most." Hearing this, Zhou put down his phone again. "Let's do this. I'll take a taxi back to pick up my dad now." "That's fine." Xiaoshi nodded. "When you arrive at the gate of the community here, you can send me a message and I will go down and meet you." Chapter 986 Wealth and Poverty 40. The slums are not too far from the countryside, but it took a lot of time to take a taxi, wait for the taxi, and convince Zhou Fu to come here today. By the time Zhou sent a message to Xiaoshi, it was already 2 hours later. Xiaoshi went downstairs to meet Zhou and met the elderly Zhou Fu for the first time. She looked better than the information the detective gave her. She seemed to have just washed her hair and changed into clothes that looked good. Zhou Fu and Li Fu are both 65 years old. But Li Fu not only has a strong aura, but also looks like a man in his 40s, while Zhou Fu looks much older. And he is really an old man. At first glance, he looks like an honest and responsible person. If these two people of the same age stood together, I'm afraid everyone would think that there was a generation gap between them. They are also the sons of Mr. Li. The huge gap between the rich and the poor makes the temperament and appearance of the two people obviously different. Xiaoshi walked over and greeted Zhou Fu politely. "Hello, Grandpa Zhou." Zhou Fu probably rarely went out to meet people, so he seemed a little embarrassed at this time. However, Xiaoshi's approachability was pretty good, which made Zhou Fu relax a lot. Zhou Fu's expression was a little excited. He asked Xiaoshi tremblingly, "Little girl, did you say you found my father?" Xiaoshi nodded and sat in the passenger seat. "Let's go there now." Zhou was already impatient with waiting. He urged, "Yes, let's leave quickly. Don't waste time here." Zhou Fu fell silent and said no more. Xiaoshi reported her address to the driver. After hearing the address, the driver couldn't help showing a different look. As he started the car, he subconsciously glanced at Zhou Fu and Zhou through the rearview mirror. That expression clearly said that these two people did not look like the descendants of rich people. On the way here, he listened to a lot of conversations between Zhou and Zhou Fu, so he also knew that these two people were going to recognize their relatives. But he didn't expect that he would go to a wealthy area to recognize his relatives. The driver glanced at Xiaoshi again. Is this girl just playing a prank? Xiaoshi noticed the driver's gaze, but she had no intention of explaining anything and simply turned her head and looked out the window. He was just a passerby. Even if he misunderstood something, it would not affect her. She did not need to explain the specific situation to him. Zhou was completely immersed in the fantasy of becoming a rich man at this time, and he didn't even notice the suspicious look the driver had just cast. Zhou Fu appeared a little nervous and uneasy. It had been more than 60 years since he had given up hope, but he didn't expect that there would be news about his father at this time. The news came so suddenly that he still felt in a trance and felt like he was dreaming. He actually still had a chance to see his father, but it had been too long, and he didn't know what kind of expression he should show to look more normal. In this atmosphere, with everyone having their own thoughts, the car finally stopped at the entrance of Mr. Li's villa area. Xiaoshi said to Zhou, "You'd better give the driver some money and ask him to stay here waiting for you. Otherwise, when you leave later, it will be difficult for you to take a taxi here again. I'm here to recognize my ancestor." Zhou raised his chin slightly, already looking down on others. "I will definitely live here after I recognize my relatives. Why do I need to take a taxi?" Chapter 987 Wealth and Poverty 41. "You're in your 30s, and you're still so naive." Xiaoshi didn't bother to explain in detail, but just emphasized, "You don't have to listen to me, but if you have to wait for the bus later, don't blame me for not reminding you." Xiaoshi's intimidation to Zhou has not completely disappeared. After hearing what Xiaoshi said, Zhou sobered up a little. He hurried over and negotiated with the driver, gave him 100 yuan, and promised to give him an additional 100 yuan for every additional hour he waited. Normally, he would never be so generous. But when I thought that I would be a rich man in the future and my spending habits would have to change, I was very willing to give money. "You guys wait here for a while. Xiaoxi said to Zhou and Zhou Fu. I'll go talk to Mr. Li. It's not easy to get in here. If you tell the security guard that Zhou Fu is Mr. Li's living child, you will probably be regarded as a liar who is crazy about poverty and will not even have a chance to step into the gate of the community. Moreover, family scandals should not be made public. This kind of wealthy family cares more about their reputation. If this matter is told to outsiders rashly, even if Mr. Li believes it in his heart, it will easily lead to the Li family not to admit it in order to preserve their reputation. Then Zhou Fu would have no chance of being brought to Mr. Li. So I have to go a little roundabout way. Why don't we go in together? Zhou looked like he couldn't wait any longer. You can't get in now. Xiaoxi waved her hand. Just wait if I ask you to. I'll be here soon. With that said, she walked towards the gate of the community. Zhou didn't dare to refute and could only look at Xiaoxi's back. But just when he thought Xiaoxi would swagger in or find security, Xiaoxi turned around and walked along the outer wall of the community until she disappeared around the corner. Zhou looked puzzled. He had no idea why Xiaoxi was walking in circles outside. Could it be that he could get in like this? What Zhou didn't know was that Xiaoxi put it on herself after turning the corner. And when she entered the surveillance blind spot, she teleported directly to Mr. Li's villa. In order not to appear too abrupt, she did not appear directly in the restaurant, but stood outside the door. If the Li family checked the gate surveillance during this time period, they would find that Xiaoxi suddenly appeared outside the gate, and there was no sign of Xiaoxi at all a second ago. However, after Xiaoxi told Zhou Fu's story, the Li family's thoughts were all on their family property, and no one thought about seeing how Xiaoxi appeared in the surveillance. Xiaoxi rang the doorbell. Here comes the butler. Seeing Xiaoxi's expressionless face, the housekeeper looked puzzled, but still asked politely, Who are you looking for? Hello. I'm looking for Mr. Li. Xiaoxi smiled at the housekeeper. Then she took out a neatly folded piece of paper from the backpack behind her and handed it to the housekeeper. Show this to Mr. Li, and he will want to see me. That piece of paper was one of the pages of information the detective gave her about Zhou Fu's life experience. The butler saw that Xiaoxi was polite and didn't seem to be looking for trouble or making trouble. He also clearly stated his purpose and didn't deliberately show off. After thinking about it, he took the things from Xiaoxi's hand. Please wait a moment. After he said that, he turned and walked towards the house. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Mr. Li was probably sitting in the living room watching financial news. Chapter 988 Wealth and Poverty 42. Mr. Li is in the living room, very close to the door. It doesn't take much time for the housekeeper to hand over the things to Mr. Li, and the results should be available soon. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, the housekeeper came over in a hurry. He opened the door and said politely to Xiaoxi, Please come with me. Xiaoxi nodded politely and followed the housekeeper in. In the living room, Mr. Li was indeed sitting in a wheelchair and watching the financial channel on TV. Mr. Li didn't look much different from the previous few days, but he seemed to be a little less energetic, and the color on his face was less. Obviously his condition is getting worse and worse. Seeing Xiaoxi come in, Mr. Li turned off the TV. He looked Xiaoxi up and down. Who are you? His tone was calm, as if the sudden birth of a son did not have any impact on him. Hello, Mr. Li. Xiaoxi greeted with a smile. I am Xiaoxi. Seeing that Xiaoxi's eyes were clear and bright, and not malicious, Mr. Li's attitude softened slightly. Are you sure what you showed me is true? Is it really true? Maybe Mr. Li will know it when he sees him, Xiaoxi said with a smile. He is waiting outside. Mr. Li's expression finally changed slightly, but he quickly controlled his expression. Is he outside? His tone was calm, and it was hard to tell whether he wanted to see his son or not. Yes, Xiaoxi nodded. He and his son are standing outside the community gate waiting. After a pause, she added, The security here is very responsible and will not let unfamiliar people in easily. Mr. Li didn't know what he was thinking of, and his expression was a little moved, but he quickly regained his senses. He looked at Xiaoxi and asked, Then how did you get in? Of course, I came in openly. Xiaoxi answered ambiguously. She was not surprised that Mr. Li would ask this question, so her expression was very calm. Of course, Mr. Li knew that what Xiaoxi said was a prevarication, but he didn't have much thought to ask this question at the moment. After all, in this matter, this issue can be said to be the least important, and based on his years of experience in looking at people, he can be sure that the girl in front of him has no ill intentions towards him. Since there is no malicious intent, there is no need to pursue such a small problem. Mr. Li was silent for a long time. And then he said to the housekeeper who had been standing aside, "Go and invite someone over. Call Zhou Fu." The butler responded, turned around and walked out. Only Xiaoxi and Mr. Li were left in the living room. Mr. Li asked Xiaoxi, "What is your relationship with Zhou Fu?" "It doesn't matter," Xiaoxi said truthfully. "But his son Zhou and I are neighbors, and we rent a partition in the same house." "Why do you want to help them?" Mr. Li asked again. "I just happen to know about this matter, and I think I should inform both parties involved." Xiaoxi shrugged. "No other purpose?" Mr. Li asked straightforwardly. "Don't you want any benefits?" Xiaoxi was not surprised at all that Mr. Li would have such thoughts. People who have been working hard in the mall for decades are the most sensitive to possible conflicts of interest, and will probably be accustomed to looking at others with a negative eye. Chapter 989 Wealth and Poverty 43. Xiaoxi was an outsider, but she tried her best to let Mr. Li and Zhou Fu meet. It would be too suspicious to say that there was no purpose. "Of course, if you are satisfied that you have found this son, I also hope that you can give me some reward," Xiaoxi said kindly. If she didn't want anything, she would look very abrupt. With more money, she can buy more supplies, not to waste them. This answer actually made Mr. Li relax a little. Obviously, a person with a purpose is much more reassuring than someone who doesn't know what the other person's purpose is. "By the way, if you have a way to buy some anesthesia guns, I will be more grateful to you." Xiaoxi thought of the anesthesia gun she had longed for and said to Mr. Li, "Then I won't give you any reward." Mr. Li looked surprised. "Why do you need a tranquilizer gun?" "Protect yourself." Xiaoxi stroked the broken hair around her ears and smiled brightly. "A beautiful young woman like me who lives in a disorderly slum all year round is easily in danger. Guns belong to I don't dare to use controlled substances. After thinking about it, it would be great if there is a tranquilizer gun as an alternative." Mr. Li couldn't help but smile. "Your concerns do make some sense." Then he said, "I have a way, but I can only give you a small amount." Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. "That's okay. How much can you give me at most? How many do you want?" Mr. Li asked without answering. "Of course, I think the more, the better." Xiaoxi winked and said playfully, "So, Mr. Li, you still have the final say." At the end, she did not forget to emphasize, "If the amount given is too small, then some reward should still be given." He looks like a little money addict who has fallen in the eyes of money. Mr. Li was amused by Xiaoxi. In fact, he didn't like people who were greedy for money. But when he saw that there was no greed in Xiaoxi's eyes, but she had a money-obsessed expression, he found it a bit interesting. "Okay," Mr. Li agreed. "Give me the address, and I will have someone deliver it to you tomorrow." Xiaoxi was not shy. She took out a pen and paper from the small backpack behind her and wrote down her rental address and gave it to Mr. Li. As soon as Mr. Li finished reading the line in his hand, the housekeeper came over with Zhou Fu and Zhouan. Xiaoxi immediately said goodbye to Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, I will go back first, and you can chat slowly." She didn't really want to watch this kind of recognition scene. The most important thing is that Mr. Li may not be willing to let an outsider see the subsequent development of the situation. Anyway, Mr. Li had promised to give her what she wanted. And Zhou Fu and Zhouan had indeed come to Mr. Li and accomplished the purpose of her mission. There was no need for her to stay. Mr. Li nodded to Xiaoxi, and then said to the housekeeper, "Send Miss Xiao off." The housekeeper was very sensible. After sending Xiaoxi outside the villa, he announced that he would give all the servants a half-day holiday and left himself. Having been a butler in a wealthy family for decades, he is very discerning. Although he didn't know the relationship between these two people and Mr. Li, he could tell that Mr. Li didn't want anyone else to be present in today's conversation. "But I still have to tell Li Fu about this matter today, so that Li Fu can know the situation." Chapter 990 Wealth and Poverty 44. After the housekeeper knew that Mr. Li was not in good health, he decisively chose to join Li Fu. Of course, he would not do anything to harm Mr. Li, but would only reveal some of the information he saw to Li Fu, which could be regarded as a way out for himself. In his opinion, among the Li family's children and grandchildren, Li Fu, the eldest son, is the most likely to inherit most of the family's property. He has a good relationship with Li Fu, and as long as Li Fu succeeds in taking over, he can continue to be the steward. He didn't have particularly high requirements. He just wanted to continue being a housekeeper. If other members of the Li family took over, the probability of substitution would be too high. This was the main reason why he chose to join Li Fu. Asterisk. After Xiaoxi walked out of the villa, she found a surveillance blind spot and teleported back to the place where she rented a house. Her 2 main tasks have been completed. When the reward from Mr. Lee arrives tomorrow, she will no longer have to interfere with anything in the Lee family. Although she and Mr. Lee only met officially once, people like Mr. Lee would not bother to deceive a little girl like her. If he is not willing to give it, he will definitely refuse it directly. Since he has agreed, he will not go back on it casually. Having said that, judging from Mr. Lee's reaction today and the situation of everyone in the villa, it seems that he hasn't noticed that the key to the study is missing. Maybe Mr. Lee thought that leaving the key in the study was safe, so he didn't want to check it from time to time. But even if she found that the key was missing, it would have no impact on her. What she needs to do now is to wait for the object that triggers the special mission that will appear at some unknown time. During this period of time, she had traveled to many places, but she had never met anyone who triggered a special mission. If the target is not in the city, the system should tell it, and the range is too large, so it is almost impossible to encounter it by luck. But it does not rule out the possibility that this special task needs to be triggered by luck. But if this is really the case, then she still can't expect to be able to complete the special task. Somewhat sadly, failure to complete a special mission will cause her to lose her marked identity. While it's unclear what being flagged means, it seems to be a good thing according to the system. At least the system thinks it's a good thing. It's hard to say whether he is good to her or not. If you can complete special tasks, you might be able to gain some understanding about being marked. Forget it. It won't affect the main mission anyway. Nor will it affect her ability to clear the single-player game this time. Just leave it to chance whether she can trigger the special mission. Thinking like this, Xiaoxi felt a lot more relaxed. She decided to go to the wholesale market to wholesale some supplies to reward herself. This time she mainly bought self-heating rice and self-heating hot pots. When it was inconvenient to cook, and there was no hot water for instant noodles, it was a blessing to be able to eat hot meals. Just the price is not cheap. For health reasons, she chose a more reliable brand, and the price was not that cheap in comparison. Although it is calculated based on the wholesale price, it is still much more expensive than buying instant noodles. But since it was agreed that this was a reward for myself, of course, I couldn't buy something as ordinary as instant noodles. In addition, she wholesaled some milk of different flavors, which cost more than 100,000 yuan in total. Now she had less than 700,000 yuan left. Chapter 991 Wealth and Poverty 45. The morning of the 8th day of the game. Sure enough, someone said what Xiaoxi needed. As Mr. Lee said, the quantity was not too large. Only 3 anesthetic guns and 10 boxes of matching anesthetic bombs. Mr. Lee probably thought that this amount was enough as a bounty for Xiaoxi, so he didn't give her any more money. Although she felt it was a pity, Xiaoxi was already very satisfied with the result. In the next few days, Xiaoxi tried to walk around the city, eating delicious food everywhere, and trying to encounter objects that could trigger hidden tasks. During this period, she asked the system, and the system definitely told her that the object was not in another city, but it couldn't tell her where exactly it was, so she could only use this method to try her luck everywhere. On the 12th day of the game, news came that Mr. Lee had passed away, because he is the richest man in the city. It is considered big news in this city. Discussions about this matter can be heard everywhere throughout the day. Of course, what the gossipy people are most concerned about is how this huge family property will be divided. At this time, Xiaoxi was sitting in a hot pot restaurant eating a small hot pot. Several men at the next table were drinking and chatting, and they talked about Mr. Lee. Xiaoxi listened attentively, and found that no one mentioned Zhou Fu and Zhou. It seems that the outside world still doesn't know that Mr. Lee has an illegitimate child. Thinking about it, Mr. Lee is already so old and suddenly has an illegitimate child. Even if such a thing is admitted in private, it will not be put on the table for everyone to know. Even if Mr. Lee doesn't care about reputation, the rest of the Lee family will not agree to expose the scandal at this juncture. Once the company's competitors know about it and take advantage of the influence of public opinion, it will be very detrimental to the company's subsequent development. Even if Mr. Lee had no fault in this matter, when Zhou Fu's mother left, he didn't know that Zhou Fu was already there, or even where Zhou Fu's mother had gone, and he only started dating, getting engaged, and getting married a few months after Zhou Fu's mother left. There was no infidelity such as cheating, but the outside world may not care about these timeline issues. Many people prefer to speculate maliciously, so once this kind of thing is exposed, the negative impact will definitely be huge. But in order to stop Zhou An's big mouth, I think it should be enough benefit. For Zhou Fu, he just wanted to know who his father was, and now that he had met and talked with him, his wish was fulfilled. For Zhouwen, all he wants is money. As long as the money is in place, everything else should be easy. Even if Zhouwen wanted to get the status of the third generation of rich people, with his ignorant villain status, the Li family gave up after a little intimidation. The reason is nothing more than, if things get serious, the family will collapse. And by then, not to mention the status of the third generation of rich people, even the money will be gone. And so on. Zhouwen was incapable of competing with other members of the Li family for things that needed management, such as the company. He didn't even know how much property the Li family had. For people who live in slums all year round, 2 to 3 million is not a small amount. But for the richest man, it is just a fraction. As long as the Li family is willing to give out a small change, it will be easy to silence Zhouwen. Chapter 992 Wealth and Poverty 46. The 15th day of the game. Zhouwen moved and no longer lived in that slum area. Before leaving, he specially treated Xia to a meal to express his gratitude. Without Xia, he might not have had the chance to know that he was a descendant of a wealthy family. Xia was not polite, based on the principle of not eating for free. She had a big barbecue. Although Zhouwen did not say how much money he got, it was easy to tell from his nouveau riche expression and his sudden and generous treat that he had made a fortune. During the meal, Zhouwen also told Xia something about the Li family. It is said that after Mr. Li passed away, the lawyer came to announce the will, only to find that the key to the safe containing the will was missing. Although professionals were later hired to open the safe and read out the will, the Li family, who received a small amount of inheritance, did not acknowledge the authenticity of the will. They thought that since the keys were missing, someone must have changed the will. Then lawyer Wang brought someone from the notary office, where he took out a copy of the will. The two wills were exactly the same, so the idea of changing the wills was self-defeating. Xia swallowed the roast meat in her mouth and asked Zhouwen, "How did you know about this?" She didn't think the Li family would agree to Zhouwen being present when the will was announced. After letting Zhouwen know the specific amount of the inheritance, he would have to spend more money to dispose of it. "Mr. Li's grandson Li Mingjun said it," Zhouwen said with some pride. "He got the least inheritance, and was so angry that he kept yelling and cursing when he came out of the villa. After listening to it, I guessed it." Xia nodded, indicating that she understood. She picked up another piece of barbecue and asked casually, "Where is your dad?" "He has returned to the village again." Speaking of this, Zhouwen felt a little embarrassed. "I wanted to take him over to live with me, but he said that he had been in the village all his life and was not used to living in the city, so he refused to come over. Old people always miss the past and want to live in a place they are accustomed to. It's normal." Xia expressed her understanding and said with a smile, "Anyway, being filial to him doesn't necessarily mean bringing him around. It's also okay to go back and see him from time to time." "The same." Yes. Zhouwen nodded repeatedly. "I will definitely go back to see him often." Xia glanced at Zhouwen and said nothing more. She could see that Zhou Fu was a very honest person who had suffered most of his life. If he could live a better life in his later years, it would make people feel less pitiful. Although Zhouwen is not a good person, he is not a bad person either. He still has some feelings for his father. What Zhouwen said just now came from the bottom of his heart. After the meal was finished, Zhouwen and Xia said goodbye and left in different directions. After that, Xia never paid attention to the Li family's affairs. She continued to walk around the city, enjoying the food while waiting for the object that triggered the special mission from somewhere to appear. Just like this, in the early morning of the 17th day of the game, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in Xia's house. At this time, Xia had just woken up and was stretching to get out of bed to wash up when she suddenly felt an unnatural disturbance in the air. Then a figure appeared beside her bed. It was a face that was so beautiful that it was impossible to distinguish between male and female. But there was no trace of weakness in his temperament, so people would never mistake his gender. Chapter 993 Special Mission 1. The man raised his hand to greet Xia. "Beauty, long time no see." Xia's expression became stern, and she immediately took out a gun and fired 2 shots at the opponent. The silencer was still on the muzzle, so it didn't cause much noise. However, the bullets fired were skillfully dodged by the opponent and failed to cause any damage. "The beauty is really enthusiastic." The man was not angry at all, and even showed a happy smile. "Why are you here?" Xia gritted her teeth. "Jiu Xiaolin looked happy. "It seems that the beauty has taken me to heart. She even remembers my name clearly." "Of course," Xia sneered. "The purpose of remembering it clearly is so that when I meet you again, I can kill you as soon as possible. She fired several shots at Jiao Xiaolin again. Jiao Xiaolin dodged and asked, Didn't you receive the system prompt? Got it. Xiaoshi shot at Jiao Xiaolin without any pause. So what? The moment Jiao Xiaolin appeared, she received a prompt from the system. The special task is triggered successfully, and the task content will be announced by the triggering object. Therefore, Jiao Xiaolin was the one who triggered her special mission. But this did not affect her determination to attack Jiao Xiaolin. Anyway, the special task couldn't be completed, so there was no big loss to her. She thought it was a good deal to kill Jiao Xiaolin at the expense of not being able to complete the special task. You are really decisive, Jiao Xiaolin praised. Then he stopped and stopped dodging. Xiaoshi didn't hesitate because Jiao Xiaolin stopped. She immediately took the opportunity to shoot Jiao Xiaolin again. When the bullet was about to touch Jiao Xiaolin's chest, it suddenly stopped and then fell to the ground slumped as if it had lost its power. Xiaoshi looked surprised. She wouldn't be surprised if her bullet was blocked by Jiao Xiaolin's defensive props. But this was not the defensive reaction of the defensive props. Bullets blocked by defensive items will bounce away instead of stopping suddenly like this. She originally wanted to test whether Jiao Xiaolin's defense items were still there, and then decide which weapon would be more suitable for attack later. But she didn't expect such an unexpected situation to occur. The next second, a pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of Xiaoshi's eyes. The upper rows of bold and enlarged red regular letters are very conspicuous. Warn! Warn! The marked person is prohibited from killing the player who marked him/herself. Xiaoshi suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Jiao Xiaolin. Sure enough, you marked me. It's not that she has never made this guess before, but there are too few clues to base it on. So she has never been sure. Among the many players she had interacted with before, only Jiao Xiaolin's various behaviors were unusual among those she could remember. In the later stages of the werewolf game, Jiao Xiaolin has determined that she is one of the lovers. There are many times that he can directly tell other players about her identity, and her chances of losing will be much greater. But he didn't say it. Instead, he was like an outsider, watching how she and others behaved. At the last moment of that game, his sudden frivolous behavior, if it was not a simple act of frivolity, but to mark her, it felt more in line with his behavior habits. It seemed to be just hooking up, but in fact it had an ulterior motive. Chapter 994 Special Mission 2. Just like at the beginning of the game, Jiao Xiaolin gets close to Xiaoshi in various ways. It seems that he is flirting with her, but in fact, he has been observing and considering Xiaoshi's identity, including later. Jiao Xiaolin deliberately got close to Xiaoshi in front of Yi Kongqing, causing Yi Kongqing to take action against him. Not only did she get a rough idea of Yi Kongqing's strength, but she also guessed at that time that her relationship with Yi Kongqing was not really brother and sister. Every one of his frivolous behaviors actually has a purpose. This was also the conclusion Xiaoshi came to after carefully reviewing Jiao Xiaolin's behavior, after she later suspected that she might have been marked by Jiao Xiaolin. The current situation undoubtedly confirmed all her suspicions. Jiao Xiaolin looked happy. She is indeed the beauty I have chosen. It seems I have guessed it before. Then he asked again. But I'm a little curious. How did you find out that you were marked? After the player is marked, there will be no prompts or any feelings, unless someone else like him tries to mark Xiaoshi who has already been marked. The other party will find that Xiaoshi has been marked. But even so, Xiaoshi herself wouldn't know. It was only possible that the person who tried to mark Xiaoshi took the initiative to tell Xiaoshi about being marked. You don't care how I found out. Of course Xiaoshi would not answer Jiao Xiaolin's question honestly. She tried several more times to shoot Jiao Xiaolin in the head and chest. Jiao Xiaolin stood still and didn't hide at all. As a result, every bullet would suddenly stop when it was extremely close to Jiao Xiaolin, and the bold red warning font would flash more and more frequently. What a pity. Jiao Xiaolin looked regretful. You can't touch me now. Obviously, Jiao Xiaolin knew very well that Xiaoshi could not kill him. Even if the pop-up window only appeared on Xiaoshi's side and there was no prompt on his side, he already knew the relationship between the mark and the marked person. Damn! Xiaoshi finally couldn't help but curse. She quickly walked into Jux's Island and asked angrily, What is your purpose of marking me? What is the special mission? Since we can't kill this guy for the time being, let's figure things out first. To complete special tasks and kill Jiao Xiaolin, there is always one thing that needs to be done. Seeing that Xiaoshi gave up shooting at herself, Jiao Xiaolin laughed. Now is not the time to tell you the purpose or anything, but I can tell you the content of the special mission now. Before Jiao Xiaolin finished speaking, Xiaoshi, who was already very close, suddenly grabbed his shoulder with one hand, and a dagger appeared in the other hand, stabbing his shoulder viciously. This time, it worked. Xiaoshi showed a bright smile. As expected, the system's warnings always said, the marked person is prohibited from killing the player who marked himself. But it did not say that he could not be harmed. She took a closer look at Jiuxialan's body, and it didn't look like he was wearing a defensive item. Wouldn't that just allow her to test whether her guess was correct? It turns out she was right. As long as the hand does not move with the determination to kill the opponent, and is not aimed at the opponent's fatal point, then the attack is still effective. She couldn't kill him now, so she had to poke a few more holes in his body to vent her anger. Chapter 995 Special Mission 3. Jiuxialan was stunned for only 2 seconds before he quickly reacted. He spun away from Xiaoshi's shackles, pulled out the dagger stuck on his shoulder while retreating, and quickly put a sapphire ring on himself. Beauty, you are really cruel. He still had a smile on his face, but his expression was not as relaxed as before. I deliberately don't wear defensive items just to let you understand the fact that you can't kill me. You took the opportunity to hurt me. It's a pity that it was only stabbed once. Xiaoshi showed a rather regretful expression. Wearing the best defensive items, it would be much more difficult for her to hurt Jiuxialan. It's really annoying. Jiuxialan didn't say anything. He neatly took out the styptic powder and medical gauze from his storage compartment, and bandaged himself skillfully. Then he said to Xiaoshi, the woman you share a room with works in a nightclub. You need to find the real boss behind the nightclub and kill him. When it came to business, he seemed unusually serious. Is this my hidden mission? Xiaoshi raised her eyebrows slightly. That's right. Jiuxialan nodded. Why did you tell me my hidden mission instead of the system promulgating it for me? Xiaoshi questioned. Why is it clearly my hidden mission, but I don't have any hints about the content of the hidden mission? Because the hidden mission is related to your marked identity. As the person who marked you, he becomes your guide in the hidden mission. Jiuxialan did not hide this point. He answered truthfully. You should have received a reminder that your hidden mission can only be started after I appear. There are indeed similar reminders, but they don't say it's you. Xiaoshi sat down by the bed and asked. Then why didn't you show up until now? The way Jiuxialan appeared just now, it was obvious that he had just entered this world. The person she expected was already in this world, just waiting for her to try her luck and meet someone completely different. More importantly, a typical single-player game only has one player. As the name suggests, a single-player game is a game for one person. This is the first time another player has appeared in her solo game. Of course, using a special single-player game to explain it is indeed a universal reason, and it can be explained no matter what. I just finished my own game and came here after it was over, Jiuxialan explained. If I am already in another game when your special single-player game starts, then I have to wait until I finish the game. Come over. So, if you fail to clear the game, or your game does not end before my special single-player game time ends, then I will not even have the chance to start the special mission, Xiaoshi concluded. That's true, Jiuxialan said, lifting his uninjured arm and stretching. I'm hungry. Take me out to eat something good. I don't want to treat you. Xiaoshi refused politely. You need my help to complete your special mission. Jiuxialan was not annoyed and just smiled at Xiaoshi. Even if it's just to please the guide, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Then I can choose not to do the special mission. Xiaoshi also laughed. Anyway, the special mission cannot be completed, and it will not affect my ability to clear the single-player game. And maybe after I lose my marked identity, can I kill you? Chapter 996 Special Mission 4. Having said this, Xiaoshi paused, and then showed an expectant look. This is the result I want more. What a stingy guy. Jiuxialan sighed helplessly and then said, Okay, then I'll eat some instant noodles by myself. Can you borrow the hot water from the head office? First of all, please make it clear what your purpose is for marking me. She did not forget the topic she was talking about in the first place, just because she was drinking and talking about other things. Look at you. Why are you so stubborn? Jiuxialan took a few steps closer to Xiaoshi. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but it's just that I can't talk about it now. Xiaoshi watched Jiuxialan get closer and closer. She immediately stood up and took 2 steps back to keep her distance. At the same time, there was a bomb in her hand. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll get angry, and I don't care how many people live here, she warned bluntly. She had not used a bomb before because she knew that once it exploded, the building would be finished. But if Jiuxialan dared to do something like last time, she wouldn't dare to take action because of too many scruples. Although a bomb can't hurt Jiu Xiaolin, it will consume a lot of the durability of the defensive items. It is only a matter of time before a few more bombs destroy a top-quality defensive item. Although she couldn't kill Jiu Xiaolin now, as long as she destroyed Jiu Xiaolin's defense items, there was always a way to inflict a few more wounds on him. This was enough to make Jiu Xiaolin afraid. Jiu Xiaolin paused, then chuckled. Beauty, who do you think I am? You don't think I'm approaching you just to take advantage of you, do you? You know what your behavior is, Xiaoshi said angrily. Jiu Xiaolin looked like he had been wronged, and sighed deeply for a while. Okay, you have to let me eat something first. Otherwise, I will be too hungry and won't have the energy to talk to you. I didn't sew your mouth shut so you couldn't eat, Xiaoshi retorted. But I want to borrow your hot water to make noodles. Jiu Xiaolin smiled at Xiaoshi with an innocent look on his face. I have to get your permission. Right. I don't agree, Xiaoshi said as if she didn't want to eat anything. You either starve to death or eat solid food. Jiu Xiaolin looked like he had no choice but to say, Then you can give me the trash can so that I can take it out to the main office? As he spoke, he also took out a bottle of milk and a bag of compressed biscuits from his storage compartment. Obviously, he has dry food. He said he wanted to eat instant noodles just to get close to Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi didn't say anything this time. If Jiu Xiaolin littered, she would have to clean it up herself later. So why not give the trash can to Jiu Xiaolin now? She raised her foot and kicked the trash can beside her a little further away. In the flash of lightning, in the brief second when Xiaoshi's gaze shifted, Jiu Xiaolin quickly stepped closer. When Xiaoshi kicked the trash can out, Jiu Xiaolin's uninjured hand had already grabbed Xiaoshi's wrist holding the detonator. Xiaoshi's reaction was not slow, and she was about to press the detonator in her hand in an instant. Jiu Xiaolin seemed to have foreseen this. He exerted a slight force on his hand, and Xiaoshi let go of it uncontrollably. He reluctantly raised his injured arm and grabbed the detonator. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly whispered 4 words. Walls have no ears. Chapter 997 Special Mission 5. When Xiaoshi heard those 4 words, she felt a strange feeling. It seemed that everything around me had become quiet. Whether it was the sound of children playing outside or the sound of car engines in the distance, everything seemed to disappear. I only have half an hour, so no matter what questions you have, please wait until I finish speaking before asking. Jiu Xiaolin spoke a little faster, and compared with his usual appearance, he looked a little more mature now. The serious look is less frivolous. Xiaoshi vaguely felt that Jiu Xiaolin at this time was his true appearance, hidden under his frivolous behavior. She was very calm for a while, and had no intention of falling out with Jiu Xiaolin immediately. Jiu Xiaolin was slightly relieved when he saw this. And then he continued, I am an observer, and the observer has 2 rights. The first is to mark a player who is considered to have potential. The marked players will officially become observer candidates after completing special tasks in special single-player games. When Xiaoshi heard this, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. But she didn't forget what Jiu Xiaolin said at the beginning. So even though she had many questions and surprises in her heart, she suppressed them and didn't say them out. Before the marked player officially becomes an observer, I cannot mark other players, Jiu Xiaolin added. And other players cannot mark players who have already been marked. Another task of the observer is to find special items in each game and destroy them. Speaking of this, Jiu Xiaolin observed Xiaoshi's expression very carefully. Although Xiaoshi's expression didn't change much, there was still a trace of doubt in her eyes. Jiu Xiaolin accurately captured the fleeting look in Xiaoshi's eyes, and then continued with confidence. After you complete the special task and become an observer candidate, you can choose to enter the knockout round and pass the knockout round. Players will officially become observers. Players who become observers will be given the ability of observers before leaving the game. After that, when they enter the survival game, the tasks will be different from those of other ordinary players. Your mission becomes observing other players, selecting suitable potential candidates, and finding special items and destroying them. Whether you pass the game or not, it has no impact on you. You can continue to the next game. Only a certain amount of points will be deducted for failure, and points will be obtained for victory according to the normal process. But if you die in the game, then according to the rules of the game at that time were that if you couldn't be resurrected, you were really dead. Observer also has some other benefits, but you will know this after you become observer, so I won't say more. There are only 2 things I want to remind you. First point, after you become an observer, you have the opportunity to get closer to the truth, but you will also be monitored more closely. Every system in the game and the system in the White Room will pay special attention to you. The more you try to dig out the truth, the more you will be guarded against. Second point. When you become an observer, you lose the ability to collect special items. Any special items you touch will be destroyed. Chapter 998 Special Mission 6. I've just said the important part. You can ask anything you want. Jiao Xiaolin looked at Xiaoshi quite solemnly. As long as I know, I will answer you. Xiaoshi said calmly. Since you said that you will be closely monitored after becoming an observer, then if you tell me this now, won't the system in this game know about it? Jiao Xiaolin was stunned. He didn't expect that Xiaoshi's first question was this. He thought she would ask about special items first. But he still quickly answered. The special ability I got, no ears through walls, can prevent others from hearing what I am saying after it is activated. This special ability of his has been upgraded to the highest level, level 6, which lasts for half an hour, but can only be used once in a game, except for himself and the people he touches. After activating the skill, no other person, object or system can hear the conversation between him and the people he touches. But it is different from not hearing anything. To outsiders, it seems as if they are having an ordinary and routine conversation, and the real content of the conversation cannot enter the ears of outsiders. And when he pronounces, walls have no ears, except for him and the people he touches. No one else will hear these 4 words he pronounces. So after he activates this skill, no matter what he says, all the system can hear is some daily conversations. Jiao Xiaolin tried his best to state his abilities as briefly and clearly as possible. After hearing this, Xiaoshi glanced at her wrist that was still being held, and resisted the urge to knock off the other person's hand. Why did you choose to mark me? She asked. And before Jiao Xiaolin could say anything, she reminded him. I know you think I have potential, but I think you chose me not just because of the so-called potential. That's right. Jiao Xiaolin admitted frankly. I chose you because you are what I need. You are smart and rarely emotional. More importantly, I can see that you are interested in this series of survival games. Resistance consciousness. You want to know the truth, not just accept it like most players, and live one day at a time. To be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable with you suddenly becoming so serious. Xiaoshi couldn't hold it back anymore. I even doubt whether you are acting now. Then it seems that the beauty still likes me to communicate in this way? Jiao Xiaolin immediately turned into that frivolous look again. It's not because I was afraid of running out of time. So I focused on the key points and forgot to say more love words. Already. No. Please be normal. Xiaoshi looked like she couldn't bear it. Whenever you do this, I can't help but want to beat you. When the time comes to break free, the conversation between you and me will have to be forced. It's terminated. If Jiao Xiaolin could maintain this normal state of communication, she could hold on for a while longer. Jiao Xiaolin couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't look as serious as before, he was no longer frivolous. Any more questions? He asked. Xiaoshi thought for a while and asked cautiously. Assuming what you are saying now is true, are you telling me all this now so that I can cooperate with you to find the truth? To be honest, she didn't think Jiao Xiaolin was lying. She couldn't lie about using her special ability, and she really felt the subtle changes in her surroundings. Chapter 999 Special Mission 7. In order to tell Xiaoshi this, Jiao Xiaolin used the ability that could only be used once in a game when he first entered the game. Obviously Jiao Xiaolin knew that she would not cooperate with him unless he told the truth. Moreover, when Jiao Xiaolin said these words, he had been paying attention to Xiaoshi's expression, as if she had a reaction that was different from what he expected. He would not continue talking. The current drinking experience makes Xiaoshi feel more real. A person who can live in the survival game for such a long time and become an observer cannot be just a person with frivolous behavior. You have to have real strength to get to this point. And a frivolous man who only wants to tease beauties. He is all about beauties, and can't think too much about the survival game. He can't say those words at all. Yes, my strength alone is not enough. I need partners. Jiao Xiaolin did not deny it. Since you know so clearly what happened after you were marked, you must not have been the first batch of observers, but were also marked by other observers. Right? Xiaoshi asked again. In that case, you and those who marked you, observers, can form a 2-person team, so you won't be acting alone. Although it is not clear where the first batch of observers came from, it is obvious that the way in which the first batch of observers were formed must be different from that of the later observers. They should not know what happens after being marked. But from Jiao Xiaolin's previous performance, it was obvious that he knew that he could not harm the player who marked him after being marked. Which could only mean that he came here in this way. She is dead, Xiaolin said in a relaxed tone. So I am only one person. Xiaoshi looked surprised. Did you die in the game? Or was it for other reasons? Death in the game, Xiaolin said briefly. Then changed the subject. Time is running out. Do you have anything else to ask? Obviously. He didn't really want to mention the death of the Watcher who marked him. Xiaoshi was very sensible and didn't ask any more questions. Why should observers destroy special items? She finally asked. The special items are those building block pieces. It is a very low probability to accumulate these broken building blocks and put them into a spherical shape. If they are artificially destroyed by observers, it will be even more difficult to successfully put them together. So, who is the one behind the system who doesn't want players to piece it together successfully? So why? The fact that the rumors of this special item can spread should be due to the contributions of various systems. And the fact that each system can spread the rumors about the special item should be the one behind it. If you don't want players to piece together building blocks, just don't let players know about the existence of special items. Since we let the players know, but also send observers to destroy it, isn't it contradictory? Or is it that the person behind the system cannot conceal the existence of special items and can only let players know about it, but does not want any players to successfully piece it together? So it gives some players special identities to help destroy special items? If this is really the case, then the most critical question is what kind of impact can the final form of the building block fragments have on the person behind the system, so that he spends so much effort to destroy it. Chapter 1000 Special Mission 8. I don't know the specific reason why the observer destroyed the special items. This is also one of the truths I want to know. Xiaolin looked at Xiaoxi's expression changes and knew that Xiaoxi should have thought of the key to the problem. Point, he said. Perhaps by understanding this truth, we will have a chance to fight against the system and what is behind the system. Xiaoxi said nothing, but she agreed with Xiaolin's statement in her heart. But one thing I have determined is, Xiaolin added, the existence of special items and the generation of special abilities are not what the people behind the system want to see. That's true. Xiaoxi was not surprised by this. No matter who behind the system plays these survival games for what purpose, it is definitely not for the benefit of the players. But the functions of special items and special abilities are trying to give players need some help. This is definitely not what anyone wants to see. After a pause, she showed a puzzled look. The strange thing is that these systems seem to be very obedient to the person behind them. But they go against that person's wishes, spread the existence of special items, and allow players who have successively cleared levels to have a chance to gain special abilities. She tapped her chin with her right index finger and murmured to herself. Why do these systems do this? The most interesting thing is that someone must have tried their best to stop it, but obviously failed. Although the specific reason for the observer to destroy special items is unclear, the purpose is self-evident, which is to prevent players from piecing together special items into a complete spherical shape, and allowing players who have continuously cleared the game to enter advanced games faster is also to curb the help of special abilities to players. This is the one who prevents special items and special abilities from having an impact on the survival game. But if it could be eliminated from the source, no one would be willing to make things so troublesome. That is to say, who can't eliminate it from the root. So he has to choose such a troublesome way. I think the same as you, Xiaolin said. Special abilities and special items cannot be eliminated from the root. This at least proves that the thing behind it is not omnipotent. Not being omnipotent means that there is a glimmer of hope of defeating the opponent. Actually, what I'm more interested in is how special abilities and special items appear, Xiaoxi said thoughtfully. It's definitely not the one behind the scenes. And the system that exists as a network carrier shouldn't have such ability. So this should be another force? After thinking about it, she expressed it in another way. For example, this series of survival games is an online game. All systems form a network, so that all humans on the network can become players in this online game. Online game companies and players belong to Party A and Party B, and special abilities and special items are obtained by a third party. It is similar to the fact that the system was invaded by a virus, forming a bug that cannot be repaired. In order to resist this bug, we created an existence similar to MC Observer. Whenever a bug occurs, MC is asked to fix the bug. So who is this third party? Although Xiaoxi looked at Xiaolin when she asked this question, it was more like asking herself, is the purpose of doing this to confront the online game company? Or is it to protect the rights of players?